A very good morning. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. You're watching live this morning. I'm Priyanka Das and I'll be taking you through the top stories from around the country and the world. The big story we're tracking at the moment is from J&K as the region gets into the final phase of polling across 40 seats today. We'll be bringing you ground reports shortly, but first let's take a quick look at the top headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
J&K polls enter its final phase. Polling to take place in 40 seats today, security heightened. Ahead of the final phase of polls, fresh pro-Hezbollah protests break out in J&K's Budgam. After Lok Ayukta, now the ED files money laundering case against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the land scam. Delhi High Court to hear Congress leader Jagdish Titler's plea against trial court's order on framing charges against him in 1984 anti-Sikh riots. Amid the Israel-Hezbollah war in West Asia, Prime Minister Modi dials Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, reiterates support to efforts in restoring peace, affirms terror has no place in the world. After the rampantly developing situation in West Asia, sources say Israel informs US of a possible ground invasion.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
The Jammu and Kashmir polls have entered their final phase of voting. Taking place across 40 constituencies today, security has been significantly heightened across the region to ensure a smooth polling process. As the elections draw to a close, the focus shifts to key areas such as Jammu, Udhampur, Baramulla and Kupwara, where votes will decide the fate of 415 candidates contesting from these seats. The Jammu and Kashmir polls have entered their final phase today, with voting all set to take place across 40 constituencies. Security has been significantly heightened across the region to ensure a smooth polling process. And as the elections draw to a close, the focus shifts to key areas such as Jammu, Udhampur, Baramulla and Kupwara, where the voters will be deciding the fate of 415 candidates who are contesting for these seats. After a very successful polling in the phase 1 and phase 2, where a significant number of people came out in droves to vote and ensured a democratized process in the region, after years of conflict, the Jammu and Kashmir polls have entered their final phase in voting today. Viewers, we're joined live by my colleagues Gursimran and Zeenat. Gursimran is joining us from Bahu constituency, whereas Zeenat is joining us from Sumbal, Sonawari. Coming first to you, Zeenat, could you tell us what is the environment looking like today as the final phase of the elections are underway? Have people started coming in? I know it's very early in the morning, but what's it looking like at the moment?
Yes, the stage has set for the third and the last phase of assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir, and the people have started coming here at the polling station to cast their vote, because this is the last and the final phase where some 40 constituencies will witness the poll exercise. And from Srinagar, rather from the North Kashmir, I beg your pardon, the 16 constituencies will exercise the franchise. As far as today's phase is concerned, it's going to be very interesting phase, because this is the first time post abrogation of Article 370 that West Pakistani refugees, the Valmiki Samaj, the Gorkha Samaj will get chance to witness, to be part of this democratic exercise, to be part of the French taken exercise their voting rights, because earlier they used to participate in the block elections and all, but post abrogation these three communities are going to exercise their franchise. Meanwhile, I am showing you the visual visuals from the Dangarpora, and this is Sumbal Sonawari, the Bandipora district, where you see the people early morning, despite the chill, that people have started making beeline here at the outside the polling station to cast their vote. This is going to be interesting because apart from that, the National Conference and the Congress in alliance, but the bigger players in the game will also be the PDP and the Bharatiya Janata Party, who are contesting this election solo. We are seeing the rich candidates coming from the Kashmir Valley, and this time from North Kashmir. Shabir Mir, who is contesting on PDP's ticket, he has worth some 53 crores, and then Taj Mahideen, who has been a Congress leader and also been the cabinet rank minister in the previous government.
मैं सबसे वोटरों से जम्मू कश्मीर के, चाहे वो कश्मीर वादी के हों या जम्मू के, सबसे निवेदन यही करूंगा कि अभी 10-11 घंटे हैं वोट डालने के, तो शाम तक सबको वोट डालना चाहिए। बुजुर्ग, बूढ़े, नौजवान, बहनें, माएँ, बेटियां, बहू, सबको वोट डालना चाहिए।
लेकिन सर आप पे रहा कि लास्ट में इस बार कैंपेनिंग आपने बहुत लेट शुरू की है, सबने कहा आजाद साहब बहुत लेट है।
मेरी तबीयत ठीक नहीं थी, सबको मालूम।
लेकिन सर इस बार क्या लग रहा है,
कोई मेजॉरिटी सरकार यहाँ पे बनेगी?
वो तो मतदाता बताएंगे। मतदाता अगर फ्रैक्चर्ड मैंडेट देंगे तो फ्रैक्चर्ड असेंबली आ गई, अगर मतदाता एक पार्टी को वोट देंगे तो वो पार्टी सत्ता में आएगी। मैं किसी पार्टी के हक में या विरोध में बोलने वाला नहीं।
आपको किंग मेकर कह रहे हैं लोग कि किंग मेकर आजाद साहब ही होंगे कहीं ना कहीं।
नहीं, मैं किसी पार्टी के हक में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, किसी पार्टी के खिलाफ नहीं बोल रहा।
सर लेकिन इस बार जो चुनाव देखे गए पूरी तरह से शांतिपूर्ण देखे गए, और यहाँ पर हमने देखा कि जमात इस्लामी और हुर्रियत जैसे लोगों ने भी यहाँ पर चुनाव में हिस्सा लिया। कैसे देखते हैं आप इसे?
अच्छा है, सब पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को मेन स्ट्रीम में आना चाहिए और देश के लिए और स्टेट के लिए, अपने मुल्क के लिए काम करना चाहिए। बहुत समय बर्बाद हुआ है 70-75 साल में अलग अलग पार्टियों के साथ, अलग अलग
आजाद साहब अगर आपको
हो गया है,
अगर आपको
आप बहुत लेट हो गए
बनने का मौका मिलेगा, दोबारा बनेंगे आप इस बार?
वो देखेंगे इलेक्शन के बाद। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका।
Viewers, I'd like to bring in my colleague Gursimran at this point. Gursimran, you're at the Bahu constituency. As a similar question that I posed to Zainat, what's it looking like? Have the crowds started trickling and are ready to cast their votes? What's it looking like? Especially after the protests that sort of have emerged across the region.
Yes, the people are lining up. The first forced, the people are. Yes, the people are lining up to cast their vote. The first voter of this polling station was the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir and the Union Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad, who is just casted his vote and is now leaving for the national capital. Important to mention that this phase of the elections is going to be really very important because this time the total of 40 seats are going to polls. 24 are from the Jammu region, and out of these 24, these are the majority of seats were won by the Bharatiya Janata Party in 2014 when the last assembly elections took place. Now, if we speak, this time also the BJP is heavily relying on these seats because BJP knows that if they will be able to get hold of majority of the seats in the Hindu heartland, they will be in a position to form the government or will be in a kingmaker's position. What it seems, at least for now, that the BJP is eyeing somewhere 30 plus seats from the Jammu region, but the dynamics can be changed because this time it is not going to be an easy contest or a cakewalk for any of the party. What has happened in the majority of the seats of the Jammu, that there is a direct contest. There is no triangular or a multi-corner contest when it comes to these 24 seats. So it is believed that this time it is not going to be that the candidates will be winning with a thumping margin of 10,000 or 15,000, 20,000 votes. It will be a narrow margin from the thousands, from even few hundreds to a couple of thousands to 2,000, 3,000, and even at many of these seats where one of the political party was sure of a clear-cut victory. Now it seems that there is going to be a very, very close contest because the voters have kept the cards close to their chest. Now coming to the constituencies that are going to the poll, 11 are going in the Jammu district. Here the BJP eyes to get 7 to 9 seats, while the Congress says that they will be in a position where the voters will ensure that the Congress wins majority of the seats, that is 50% plus seats. While if we speak of the Samba district, there the BJP is eyeing a clean sweep, while the Congress is trying to ensure that they win at least one seat. That is the Ramgarh seat, the SC reserved seat. In Kathua, also, the BJP is hopeful of winning at least 5 out of 6, while the Congress claims that this time the BJP will not be in a position to repeat what it has done in 2014 when it was a clean sweep for the BJP. In the Udhampur district also, there were chances of BJP making a clean sweep, but the infighting that has come out, and the BJP Vice President Pawan Khajuria, who has gone rebel and is contesting as an independent candidate, and also the India Alliance candidate from the Cheneni, Harshdev Singh, who was earlier the chairman of Jammu Kashmir Panthers Party, he is contesting as the candidate of Alliance. So that is something that is also making a real challenge for the BJP, because this time in the third phase, it is the phase for the formation of the government in Jammu and Kashmir, because in the first two phases, 50 seats have gone in the to the polls, and there is no clear-cut majority, because the pattern of the seats that is there, some favors the BJP, some favors the Congress, some NC, and even some PDP. So no one has crossed that magic number of 45 plus. If someone is going to cross, this will happen only after the culmination of polls of the third phase that is taking place today. And if we speak of the voter turnout, yes, we are in a polling station. There is a city polling station, and here the voter turnout is, it seems that the people are coming up even early morning, which is actually not expected in the city polling stations.
Thank you, Gursimran. At this point, I'd like to bring in my colleague Aravat, who is coming and joining us from Old Town Baramulla. Aravat, could you also help us understand now, amid the heightened security as well, are people streaming in early this morning for casting their votes? What's it looking like?
Yeah, absolutely. As we have seen from the yesterday, all the security arrangements have been made functional from the yesterday. As we have seen, the top officials from the Jammu and Kashmir police and other paramilitary security forces are on alert. In fact, if my Vijay can take you through these visuals, and you can see here in the visuals how the Jammu and Kashmir police and other sister concerned security agencies are on place, and voting has just begun. And you can see here in the visuals, if we'll talk about this Old Town has remained negativity before the 2019, and now the youth of Baramulla, in fact, especially the Old Town Baramulla, has changed their mindset, and now they have come up and they want to development, and they have ready to cast their vote. In fact, they believe in the ballot box instead of the guns. As we have seen, Old Town has remained the hub of the violence, but we have seen that the youth of Baramulla, in fact, we have seen the good voter turnout in the phase first and the phase second, and now the same thing is expected in the today, as we have seen that the voters are coming out, and you can see all the arrangements have been made functional, as we have seen the special arrangements for the special able persons and have been made, and you can see here in the visuals, first time voters and youngsters are taking part in this ballot box process, and you can see here in the visuals, the polling has begin at 7 a.m. and you can see here in the visual the people are coming out from their homes, and a good voter turnout is expected today, as we have seen in the parts of the South Kashmir, as after that in the Central Kashmir. But now it's time for the North Kashmir, and people are gathered here. And in fact, if we'll go through these visuals, my Vijay can pan camera to this side, and you can see the arrangements, how everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance, and you can see different flying squads. And district administration is monitoring every situation, and you can see, if we will go through these things, and these equipments are for the special able persons who can't walk properly, and all the necessary arrangements have been made final. And if we'll talk about the Baramulla, see, there's the competition between the Javed Hassan Beg of the National Conference and the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Muzaffar Hussain Beg, and the independent candidate Tausif Rana is contesting from the Baramulla. And you can see the people are in the large number are coming out from their homes to cast their vote for the betterment and the development of the Naya Kashmir. Back to studios.
Zeenat, I'd like to bring you in again to help us understand what are the key issues that are going to be in the focus as people are going to cast their vote across North Kashmir today.
See, See, as far as North Kashmir is concerned, we are seeing that the most of the political parties during the campaigning have been asked that vote for the right candidate so that this helps them to keep the BJP away. But then independent candidates in fray, which is a game changer that the political pundits have been seeing, then the bigger names this time are contesting. Apart from, we see that the Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Tarachand from Jammu, Muzaffar Hussain Beg from North Kashmir, People's Conference Chief Sajjad Ghani Lone, Imran Ansari. Then you see Ghulam Hassan Mir, who has been a 3-time MLA from the Gulmarg constituency, is in direct fight with Jammu and Kashmir's National Conference, Farooq Ahmed Shah. Then you see, if you see Sonawari, where I am standing, is a belt of National Conference for decades. This time Hilal Lone, who is the son of Akbar Lone, and he has served as the speaker in the assembly with Sheikh Abdullah and the Farooq Abdullah, and even in Umar's time, his son Akbar Lone's son Hilal Lone is contesting. The key issue remains development, unemployment. That the bigger issue for the people on ground is the restoration of Article 370, which repeatedly the BJP is saying is not possible unless and until the government have numbers in the center, but which immediately is not seen. Then another issue for the people of Jammu and Kashmir is the restoration of statehood, because these political parties during the campaigning have been asking the people that once they come in power, they will restore statehood, which already the Home Minister of the country has promised the floor of the House. From Jammu, we are speaking that while talking to the business community, that have seen a setback because 149-year-old Darbar move, which was a rule that the government would shift along with the other things to the Jammu during the, because it is seen as a winter capital. That shift was completely stopped. That has given a big dent to the Jammu community. So when you talk to the people in Jammu, they say that the political parties, if they come in the power, like the regional parties, they will restore the Darbar move. That will help them in earning the livelihood. Multiple issues are there on ground, but it's very difficult to say that who will make the government, because earlier in 2014, during the state assembly election, when Jammu and Kashmir was not downgraded as a union territory, the BJP got a clear majority from the Jammu, and despite the National Conference having the 31 seats, BJP preferred stitching an alliance with PDP. But BJP, this time the PDP and the National Conference have been openly saying that they will not make an alliance, they will not stitch an alliance with BJP. Will the government be possible without BJP? That is a bigger question, and they will on 8th, when the results will come out, it will be seen that how the ball swinged between the National Conference or the PDP, the regional parties, or the national party like the BJP and the Congress. BJP, like Congress and the National Conference, they are the alliance partners, but contesting on 5 seats as a friendly contest. How many seats will this alliance on friendly basis take? Because out of 5, even if they take, Congress takes 2 or 3, or the National Conference, that will again add into the kitty of the alliance partners. We see PDP had been going all on fronts, targeting National Conference. We have been seeing multiple issues that the PDP has raised that went against the interest of Kashmiri on ground during Umar Abdullah's rule, or for that matter when the PDP and the BJP was in government, because National Conference training the guns towards the PDP, that it was PDP who made the entry of the BJP possible, and because of them, because of this alliance, they abrogated article. Multiple issues on ground. Let's see that whether the young voter will come out, they choose the ballot this time, because this is the election where you see that this time no law and order was reported from any corner of Jammu and Kashmir. There has not been a poll-related violence that was reported, though more than 1,200 violations, the MCC-related violations have been reported with a huge number of cash that the ECI has already put out on the website, that there had been some violation, but there hasn't been any injury, any grenade incident, or any candidate that was shot by the terrorist group. This is the first election in many decades where you see that this was a free call. There was no call, hartal call, strike call, or a terrorist call asking the people to desist from the voting. In fact, ECI, the Prime Minister of the country, they've been coming openly asking people to take part in the democratic process in the largest way. See the second phase of the elections, where, as I have been reporting and have been telling, that this has the lowest phase. The second phase followed the same what happened in 2014. Despite the campaigning, and the people preferred being part of the campaigning of all political parties, but they preferred staying indoors. Will that repeat in the elections?
Zinat,
The results of the constituencies that voted in
Zinat,
the
I'll
second
get back
phase,
to you
but in
shortly.
third
I'd like
phase,
to
the
bring in
North Kashmir-
Gursimran as well at the moment. Gursimran, could you also help us understand, as Zinat as well mentioned and Aravat did earlier, that there are a lot of independent candidates that have emerged as well this time around. So what are their chances looking like in terms of the traditional alliance and setup? What does that look like?
See, there are key seats where the independents can dent the traditional political parties. If we speak of the Jammu region, one of the key seats continues to be Chamb, where Satish Sharma, the son of former Member of Parliament, two-time MP Madan Lal from the Congress party, he has gone rebel against the Congress party because Congress decided that an open seat will be given to the SC candidate, that is the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Tara Chand. And now it is Satish Sharma who is contesting from the Chamb constituency as an independent, and he has a good hold on ground. He is trying to lure the voters that his father used to have galvanized during his period as the Member of Parliament for the two times. The other seat that is going to dent the BJP is going to be the seat from the Udhampur, where against the BJP's RS Pathania, it is the BJP's own vice president, it is state vice president. So that was a major jolt to BJP. It was Pawan Khajuria who decided to contest as an independent from that very seat. Though he was suspended from the party, he decided not to take back his nomination, and he is saying that it is real BJP versus fake BJP. Though no matter whosoever wins, the seat is going to be in the kitty of the BJP. But yes, if BJP loses on their symbol, it is going to be a major setback for them. Other constituencies where it is going to be a clear-cut contest will be between the BJP or the Congress, BJP and the Congress party, or the National Conference. It is an alliance candidate in Jammu. If we speak of some of the hot seats that are there, one of the hot seats is Nagrota, where the former close aide of Umar Abdullah, Devinder Singh Rana, who has now switched the sides into the BJP, is contesting. His seat was one seat that the BJP was considering a sure shot win, but the on-ground reality seems to be entirely different. There is a close contest that is going to is taking place. The difference, both the sides have been able to galvanize their voter. And apart from this, if we speak of some key seats where the BJP's reputation is on stake, is the Ramgarh seat, where their General Secretary is contesting Davinder Banyal, who is one of the prominent SC faces the BJP has in Jammu and Kashmir. And if we speak of the city, it is the Congress working president Raman Bhalla who is up against the Narendra Singh, the National Secretary of the BJP, that is also in fray. So these are the dynamics from the Jammu region, where the BJP had stronghold in 2014, is attempting to repeat the same, but this time it is not going to be an easy contest for any political party, be it BJP, National Conference or the Congress party, as they have to face a close contest. Yes.
Viewers, I'd like to bring in my colleague Aravat again. Aravat, could you help us understand again what are the key issues that people are looking at while they're casting their vote today, especially in North Kashmir, where terrorist-related activities have been rampant over the decades, and this time around, of course, it's a peaceful election rally that we're seeing. So, what can we expect? What are the key areas?
Yeah, absolutely. After the abrogation of Article 370, we have seen that there is decline in the terror activities, and we have seen the youth of Kashmir has changed their mindset. And earlier we have seen during the campaigns the youth who were part of the violence and who were doing the election boycott campaigns. But we have seen that the people of Kashmir, in fact the youngsters of the Kashmir who used to do boycotts and election rallies, now the people who used to boycott elections have now contesting elections. In fact, they are doing late night campaigns at the various locations, as we have seen during the campaigns. And also, if we'll go through these things, and the youth of Kashmir is one, the unemployment issues and the developmental issue, and youth of Kashmir has changed their mindset and they want to develop Kashmir like other cities. In fact, we have spoke to multiple people during the multiple rallies during the campaigns, and we have seen that youngsters, especially the youngsters of the Kashmir and other parts of the Kashmir, want the development and the peace, prosperity. In fact, you can see the first-time voters are here. In fact, you can see It's the early morning, but you can see here in the visual the youngsters are taking part in the ballot box process, and the youngsters have chosen the ballot box. Earlier, these youngsters used to be the part of the violence, but now the youngsters want development like rest of the India. And we have spoke to multiple reports and the various locations from the far-flung areas to other cities and towns. Republic has spoke to multiple persons, and the youth is only saying that they want to development, and there is no more propaganda of the Pakistan. And even in the Kashmir Valley, as we have seen, that the youngsters have rejected all the propagandas by the Pakistan and other terror organizations. Yes, back to you, studios.
Viewers, we have the ground reports coming in with our reporters Arnab Goswami and Arawat, who will be bringing us details throughout the day as the J&K Assembly elections are going through the final phase of voting spread across 40 constituencies today. Now, again, after the success of phase 1 and phase 2, there's obviously signaling a positive sentiment in terms of the democratic process, and people are very optimistic about the democratic process in the region.
कैसा लगा आज आपने वोट किया पहली बार असेंबली के लिए?
जी देखिए, मैंने पहली बार वोट किया। मेरी 45 साल उम्र हो गई है और हमारे मोहल्ले के देखिए 80 प्लस भी जो हैं जो हमारे नागरिक हैं, हमारे मोहल्लेदार हैं, वो फर्स्ट टाइम वोट करने आए। कैसा फील होता होगा? इतनी बड़ी लोकतांत्रिक देश हमारा है जहां हर दिन आए दिन कहीं ना कहीं चुनाव होता रहता है, लेकिन एक ऐसे तबके को जो पूरी स्वच्छता प्रदान करता था पूरे समाज को, उसको इससे दूर रखा गया था। ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण था।
With eyes on majority of the Hindu heartland seats, the BJP aims to get the majority of seats from the 24 that are going to polls. But this time the contest is directly between the alliance, that is the National Conference, and the Congress alliance with the BJP. And the BJP hopes to repeat what it has done in 2014, while the alliance of the Congress and the NC aims to dent the BJP in its stronghold, that is in the 4 districts of Jammu, Kathua, Samba and Udhampur. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
The highlights of this phase is that the West Pakistani refugees, Valmiki Samaj and also Gorkha community has got the voting right, and they are participating in the third phase of elections. This is coming after the abrogation of Article 370, that these 3 communities are participating in the assembly elections. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
All the security arrangements are done and the voting has begun, and Republic will get you all the details from the different polling stations across the Jammu and Kashmir. And we have seen that the huge voter turnout is expected in the phase 3, as we have seen in the phase 1st and 2nd. Keep watching the Republic TV.
The second test of the 2-match test series between India and Bangladesh at the Green Park Stadium in Kanpur has been ravaged by rain. Only 35 overs of the first innings have been bowled in the test match, as the first 3 days have been affected by rain. Day 2 and Day 3 of the test match were called off without a single ball being bowled. With only 1 session played in 3 days, a draw between India and Bangladesh seems the most likely scenario. India currently have a 1-0 lead in the test series, but a draw could turn out to be detrimental for their chances of advancing to the World Test Championship final. India currently sit at the top of the WTC ladder, but Rohit Sharma and co.'s quest to qualify for the WTC final has been hindered by the rain-affected second test. With a draw likely, India's path to the WTC final becomes even more challenging. Here are all the scenarios of India's road to the WTC final. There are just 2 days remaining in the Kanpur test and the result is unlikely. But if we do get complete play in these 2 days and India manages to beat Bangladesh in the second test match, their path to WTC final will become easier. Currently, India sits at the top of the WTC standings with a percentage of 71.67 after 10 matches. a clean sweep of Bangladesh series would leave them requiring only 3 wins from the next 8 games.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Ahead of the final phase of polls, fresh pro-Hezbollah protests break out in J&K's Budgam. After Lokayukta, now the ED files money laundering case against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the land scam. Delhi High Court to hear Congress leader Jagdish Titler's plea against trial court's order on framing charges against him in the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. Amid Israel-Hezbollah war in West Asia, Prime Minister Modi dials Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, reiterates support to efforts in restoring peace and affirming that terror has no place in the world. After the rampantly developing situation in West Asia, sources say Israel informs US of a possible ground invasion. Protests have erupted across parts of India in response to the recent airstrikes in Lebanon, which have resulted in the death of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Now, demonstrators, particularly from the Shia communities, are voicing their outrage against the US and Israeli actions. The protests have spread from Budgam in Jammu and Kashmir to the streets of New Delhi. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
These are the visuals of a fresh protest that erupted in Budgam on Monday late evening. The demonstrators are rallying against Israel's airstrikes in Lebanon, which resulted in the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Shia communities across Jammu and Kashmir have taken to the streets, expressing their outrage towards the United States and Israel. The protests included men, women and children chanting slogans of solidarity. The protests aren't confined to Budgam, they have spread to the heart of the nation. In New Delhi, a candlelight march illuminated Kashmir Gate around 10 p.m. last night as supporters gathered to support Nasrallah.
तो पहले सवाल का तो आपके जवाब ये है कि सैयद हसन नसरुल्लाह से हमारा पहला रिश्ता तो हमारा मजहबी रिश्ता है। दूसरा रिश्ता वो रिश्ता है कि जो हमें खुद महात्मा गांधी की आइडियोलॉजी सिखाती है कि मजलूम का साथ देना है, जालिम के ख़िलाफ़ बोलना है। तो हम मजलूम के साथ खड़े हैं क्योंकि इन्होंने इज़राइल के ख़िलाफ़ आवाज़ उठाई, इज़राइल के से अपनी ज़मीन को छुड़ाने के लिए तहरीक चलाई है। तो ऐसी सिचुएशन में हम समझते हैं कि एक मजलूम है जिसके साथ हमें खड़े होना चाहिए।
Israeli forces have relentlessly targeted Hezbollah in Lebanon, culminating in an airstrike that claimed the life of Nasrallah in a densely populated suburb of Beirut. Protesters were seen carrying banners and placards bearing messages of solidarity for the Lebanese people. While this is another protest in Budgam, on Monday, Uttar Pradesh too witnessed protests. As these protests swell across the nation, it's imperative to navigate the delicate balance between freedom of expression and the gravity of supporting figures linked to terrorism.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has issued a stern warning to Iran, delivering a powerful statement that has drawn international attention. In his address, Netanyahu declared, "When Iran is finally free," hinting at possible future changes in the region. Here's a special report. Listen in.
When Iran is finally free, and that moment will come a lot sooner than people think, everything will be different.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has signaled a clear warning to Iranian regime.
Every day, you see a regime that subjugates you make fiery speeches about defending Lebanon, defending Gaza. Yet every day, that regime plunges our region deeper into darkness and deeper into war. Every day, their puppets are eliminated. Ask Mohammed Def. Ask Nasrallah.
Netanyahu's address to the people of Iran comes 2 days after the Israeli forces eliminated the face of Hezbollah terror, Hassan Nasrallah, in Lebanon.
The vast majority of Iranians know their regime doesn't care a whit about them.
The IDF's all-out takedown of Hezbollah's command structure in Lebanon comes in response to repeated rocket attacks by the terror group that lurks to the north of Israel.
Imagine if all the vast money the regime wasted on nuclear weapons and foreign wars were invested in your children's education, in improving your health care, in building your nation's infrastructure, water, sewage, all the other things that you need. Imagine that. But you know one simple thing. Iran's tyrants don't care about your future, but you do.
After attacking Hamas in the south and Hezbollah and Houthis to the north, is Israel going to go after the leader of the so-called Axis of Resistance in Iran?
There's nowhere we will not go to protect our people and protect our country.
Viewers, it's now time for us to turn our attention to Haiti, where a deepening crisis has left families struggling to find enough food to survive. Gang violence in the capital Port-au-Prince has worsened living conditions, leaving millions on the brink of starvation. Here's a report, take a look.
This is the main meal for a family of 9.
Juste pour faire qualité, nous devons manger mon temps manger, 10 minutes obligé manger parce que comme si la nourriture pas permet de protéger de côté. Juste obligé goûter juste pour battre combattre pour pas mourir.
In Port-au-Prince, the impact of gang violence is evident. The once vibrant city now faces challenges, with food insecurity at an all-time high. Despite the arrival of almost 500 policemen in Haiti over the last few months to reinforce the national police and combat the gangs, most of the country's capital remains unsafe. The streets are littered with trash and barricades with burned down vehicles, remnants of the latest gang activity. Amid this turmoil, shelters are overcrowded with families displaced. Here, food distributions are critical for survival.
They are here in these very crowded, very difficult living conditions, and they've lost their ability to make money. So we see very many people who are living in sites for displaced people within the capital who are in a situation which is considered to be the most severe situation in terms of food insecurity. It's level 5, a catastrophic level of food insecurity.
World Food Programme trucks are functional, delivering vital supplies to those in desperate need. Distribution efforts are underway, but the overwhelming demand far surpasses what is available. Nutrition testing reveals alarming conditions among children, highlighting the dire state of health in these communities. Families living in shelters rely entirely on aid as they grapple with the loss of homes and livelihoods. With nearly 5.4 million people in urgent need of assistance, the situation in Haiti is increasingly dire. Without immediate and substantial aid, the struggle for survival will only deepen.
Typhoon Krathon has unleashed widespread flooding in the Philippines, leading to urgent rescue operations in the hardest hit regions. Here's a special report, listen in.
Island nation Taiwan is bracing for the arrival of a powerful storm caused by Typhoon Krathon that is currently wreaking havoc in northern parts of the Philippines. Taiwan's Central Weather Bureau issued a land warning for Typhoon Krathon, with heavy rains advisories issued in Yilan County as well as in Taipei, New Taipei, and Kaohsiung.
也不要说担不担心啊，反正就是防台准备做好，至少比较不会怕这样子啊。哎呀，绳子就是绳索都要拉好这样子。
The coastal areas are on high alert. Fishing boats have returned to harbor. The coast workers were also seen securing their boats with ropes.
台风无啊，因为还未预备，你若讲明仔载后日较大，咱就无来啊。今仔日还好啦，有听一下。
今天就只是移船，然后做缆绳跟碰电的加强，因为台风来的时候就已经没有办法再调整，风很大，人拉不动，所以我们今天都要把这些准备工作做完。
While Taiwan takes the measures, Krathon has unleashed its fury in northern islands of Philippines, prompting warnings and mass evacuations. In Cagayan province, hundreds of villagers were evacuated away from flood-prone areas. Schools, workplaces were shut as part of the precaution, and sea voyages were also halted by the authorities.
As tensions in the Middle East continue to rise, Bulgaria has successfully evacuated 86 of its citizens who arrived home safely. Following Bulgaria's actions, Germany has also taken a swift measure to evacuate its nationals from the region. Here's a report, listen in.
Middle East continues to remain tense due to armed escalations, and various countries are evacuating its citizens from Lebanon. In the latest, a Bulgarian government jet returned to Sofia with 89 passengers on board who were evacuated from Lebanon.
Стана много зле и фактически посолството направи много хубава работа да ни изкара от Ливан. Беше много бърза, много професионална.
Prime Minister Dimitar Glavchev, who welcomed the first batch of Bulgarian nationals at Sofia airport, said that the government is discussing all options for future evacuations. According to the Bulgarian Foreign Ministry, 160 Bulgarian nationals have requested for evacuation from Lebanon.
Вторник бомбардираха много тежко в Бейрут и което стана, че фактически целите сгради почнаха да се тресат от много бомбардироването и оттам вече просто стана много зле ситуацията, много бързо. Просто вече не знаехме къде ще падна бомба, кой таргет, просто беше да.
Но сега се води война жестоко просто. Врага, който идва, бомбардира, от негова страна жертвите са минимални, защото те използват нови технологии, а жертвите от градско население.
The Bulgarian government's major move has prompted other European nations to act in order to evacuate its citizens. After Bulgaria, Germany has also taken action by sending a military plane to evacuate its diplomats, citizens and their relatives who are stuck in Lebanon amid tensions. While the United States has said it is making efforts to de-escalate the tensions between Israel and Lebanon, it is still not clear if Israel has made a final decision on launching a broader ground operation in Lebanon.
Viewers, let's shift our focus to the world of business. Tracking the top business stories for the day, we bring you the latest updates on India's economic landscape. Whereas in a recent meeting, the Securities and Exchange Board of India, or the SEBI, has announced changes that will impact investors in the country. While there were no updates on the proposed changes to the derivatives market as such, SEBI has approved a new framework for passively managed mutual funds, called Mutual Funds Lite, and introduced a new asset class specifically for the high net worth individuals. Let's dive into what these changes mean for investors and the market. Take a look.
The Securities and Exchange Board of India held an important meeting, but not everything investors hoped for was delivered. Market participants have been waiting for updates on new regulations for index derivatives. These changes aimed to boost market stability but were not announced. While the derivatives framework remains unchanged, SEBI has taken steps to support investors by launching the Mutual Funds Lite framework. This new framework is designed for passively managed mutual funds. It will lower entry barriers for fund houses, making it easier for them to offer these investment options. Key features include relaxed eligibility criteria for fund sponsors and simplified responsibilities for trustees. This means more companies can enter the market, bringing diverse options for investors. Additionally, SEBI introduced new asset class for high net worth individuals. With a minimum investment of Rs 10 lakh, this class allows sophisticated investors to explore riskier products. The goal is to offer more choices while ensuring they understand the risks involved. These changes by SEBI reflect a commitment to making investment more accessible while catering to the needs of both regular and high net worth investors.
Here's a quick roundup of the top stories. First up, India is on track for impressive economic growth, expected to exceed 9%. Speaking at a media conference, the CEO of Niti Aayog, BVR Subramaniam, projected this number. Now, this news follows the release of the annual survey of industries by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Subramaniam highlighted that the manufacturing sector is contributing significantly to job creation. In the 2022-23 period, employment in manufacturing industries rose by 7.5%, reaching 1.85 crore compared to 1.72 crore the previous year. This increase surpasses the pre-pandemic employment levels by over 22.14 lakh. Subramaniam noted that the growth is not limited to a single area but is widespread across various sectors. Telecom giant Bharti Airtel announced that it has prepaid rupees 8,465 crore to the government. This payment is related to the spectrum liabilities from the 2016 acquisition and carries an interest rate of 9.3%. Airtel had acquired a total of 173.8 megahertz of spectrum in various bands through auctions held in 2016 for rupees 14,244 crore. This latest prepayment is part of Airtel's efforts to clear all deferred liabilities. Earlier this year in June, Airtel had prepaid rupees 7,904 crore for the spectrum acquired in 2012 and 2015. The company has now fully cleared its deferred liabilities from those auctions. Oil prices have remained stable and are expected to see a decline for the third consecutive month. Brent crude futures are at $71.88 a barrel, while the West Texas Intermediate is at $68. Despite the concerns over the escalating conflicts in the Middle East, the market sentiment is being supported by strong supply forecasts and uncertainty about demand. Brent crude prices are on track for a nearly 9% decrease this month, marking its largest drop since November 2022. The WTI is expected to decline by more than 7% since August. Production has been halted at a Tata Electronics facility in Tamil Nadu following a fire over the weekend. The plant is known for manufacturing critical components for Apple's iPhones. Authorities are actively assessing the situation. M. Velu, a district fire officer, stated that the fire engines are on site to prevent further damage while investigating the cause of the fire. This incident adds to the disruptions Apple is facing as it expands its manufacturing operations in India. Both Apple and Tata Electronics are currently investigating the matter. J. Swaminathan, Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of India, has urged small finance banks to improve their governance standards and adopt responsible lending practices. During a recent conference, he expressed concern about the unethical practices in some SFBs, including high interest rates and unjust fees. Swaminathan emphasized that the importance of strong governance measures, especially in board management and succession planning, to ensure the long-term sustainability of these banks. Viewers, it's time for us to slip into a short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side. Amid the Israel-Hezbollah war in West Asia, Prime Minister Modi dials Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, reiterating support to efforts in restoring peace and affirming that terror has no place in the world. Meanwhile, after the rapidly developing situation in West Asia, sources say Israel informs US of a possible ground invasion. We'll be bringing you lots more details. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
הבוקר הודענו רשמית על חיסולו של חסן נסראללה, ראש ארגון הטרור של חיזבאללה ב-30 השנים האחרונות. בתקיפה ממוקדת של חיל האוויר, אגף המודיעין ואגף המבצעים, אתמול בדחיה שבביירות, חיסלנו אותו יחד עם מפקדים ובכירים נוספים, ביניהם עלי קרקי, מפקד חזית הדרום של הארגון. נסראללה היה מגדולי האויבים של מדינת ישראל בכל הזמנים. הוא היווה איום על אזרחי מדינת ישראל לאורך עשרות שנים, וחיסולו הופך את העולם למקום בטוח יותר. Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the terrorist army Hezbollah, was killed by Israel Defense Forces in a precise strike in
Viewers, welcome back. You're watching Live This Morning on Republic TV. Now it's time for some stories from the world of sports. Virat Kohli has made history by becoming the fastest player to reach 27,000 international runs, an accomplishment that he brought up in his second and final test of the series against Bangladesh. He thus surpassed the legendary Sachin Tendulkar's record of 27,000 runs in 623 innings. What makes this even more remarkable is that Kohli achieved this massive milestone in just 594 innings, solidifying his position as one of the greatest batsmen in cricket history. Here's a report by the R Sports Fit. Take a look.
Virat Kohli has made history by becoming the fastest player to reach 27,000 international runs, an accomplishment that he brought up in the second and final test of the series against Bangladesh. He thus surpassed the legendary Sachin Tendulkar's record of 27,000 runs in 623 innings. What makes this even more remarkable is that Kohli achieved this massive milestone in just 594 innings, solidifying his position as one of the greatest batsmen in cricket history. The achievement is in many ways a testament to Virat Kohli's consistency, skill and dedication to the sport. He has been a dominant force in international cricket with an impressive record in all formats of the game and for over a decade at this point. Kohli's journey to this milestone has been marked by his ability to adapt to different conditions and oppositions, making him a formidable player in all situations. In addition to Virat Kohli and Sachin Tendulkar, only two other players have achieved the 27,000 run mark: former Australian captain Ricky Ponting and Sri Lanka's Kumar Sangakkara. However, Kohli bringing up this record is a testament to his exceptional skill and dedication, as he not only made it to the milestone but was also the fastest to reach this milestone. Virat Kohli scored 47 of 35 balls in the first innings of the ongoing second test match against Bangladesh. Kohli was also dismissed by Shakib Al Hasan while trying to hit the ball for a boundary. India scored 285 for 9 and declared the innings in response to Bangladesh's 233 all out, and it was in many ways an innings to remember for cricket fans. India broke a number of records in the course of the game, including getting to the fastest team 50 in tests, the fastest team 100 and even the fastest team 200. The reason for the urgency in the Indian batting was the fact that 2.5 days of the game were lost to rain. There were heavy showers on day 1, meaning only 35 overs were possible. It continued to rain on day 2, and it was so bad that the state of the outfield on day 3 also ended up seeing no action, despite there being no rain in Kanpur on the day. But India are keen to ensure a result due to the fact that they need a few more wins to seal qualification for the World Test Championship final. India need 4 wins in their remaining 9 games, and this makes the game against Bangladesh doubly important, which explains why they went so hard with the bat on a relatively placid Kanpur track.
Viewers, here's a quick roundup of the top sports stories. Cameroon soccer great Samuel Eto'o has been banned by FIFA for 6 months from attending any national team games. Eto'o, who has been the president of the Cameroon Soccer Federation since 2021, faced 2 charges from an incident at the Under-20 Women's World Cup in Colombia on September 11th. FIFA said Eto'o was judged to have broken disciplinary rules relating to offensive behavior and violation of the principles of fair play and misconduct of officials. Issuing a detailed statement, FIFA said the ban imposed on Mr. Eto'o prevents him from attending men's and women's matches involving Cameroon teams of all categories and age groups. The ban period through March includes men's national team games in qualifying groups for the 2026 World Cup and 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. On the eve of Paris Saint-Germain's biggest match for this season, forward Ousmane Dembele was left out of the squad to take on Arsenal in the Champions League and criticized for a lack of commitment. PSG coach Luis Enrique said if someone does not comply with the requirements from the team, it means that they are not ready. Enrique was questioned during a news conference about Dembele's absence in London after media reported that he decided to snub the France player. Enrique denied he had an argument with the forward. PSG travelled to London with 22 players but not Dembele, who has been a key element in PSG's unbeaten start to the season. PSG has remained unbeaten in all competitions thus far. It beat Girona in its Champions League opener this month, while Arsenal drew with Atlanta 0-0. Sarfaraz Khan, Dhruv Jurel and Yash Dayal have been released from the Indian Test side to participate in the Irani Cup in Lucknow. The Irani Cup contest between the rest of India's side and the winner of the previous Ranji Trophy, Mumbai, will be played from Tuesday at the Ekana Cricket Stadium. The trio didn't start for India in the second test. As per the earlier release by BCCI, Sarfaraz, Jurel and Dayal's participation in the domestic tournament was subject to their place in the playing 11 in the ongoing test. While Sarfaraz will be joining Ajinkya Rahane-led Mumbai squad, Jurel and Dayal will be playing for the rest of India team led by Ruturaj Gaikwad. Third-ranked Carlos Alcaraz advanced to the China Open semi-finals for the second straight year after an impressive 7-5, 6-2 victory against Karen Khachanov. The 21-year-old Spaniard was characteristically relentless from the baseline and ground down the number 27-ranked Khachanov's service games and converted 4 of 12 service break opportunities to win in 96 minutes. It was Alcaraz's 46th win of the season, and the victory allowed the reigning French Open and Wimbledon champion to climb back above the absent Alexander Zverev into the second place in the ATP live rankings. Alcaraz and will now lock horns with Russia's Daniil Medvedev in the semi-finals after the 5th-ranked Russian beat Flavio Cobolli of Italy 6-2, 6-4.
One of our top focus stories remains the all-out war between the Israeli forces and the Hezbollah group. After back-to-back blasts and airstrikes by the Israeli forces, the IDF has now begun limited, targeted ground incursion in southern Lebanon. Stay tuned to Republic, as at 8 a.m. we'll get you all the latest that we're tracking on the crisis in the Middle East.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. Thank you for tuning in to this edition of Live This Morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our main focus is essentially on the crisis in the Middle East, the all-out war between the Hezbollah group and the Israeli forces. In fact, the latter has now begun ground incursion in southern Lebanon. That's going to be one of our top focus stories. We'll get you more on that, beginning first with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
J&K polls enter its final phase, polling to take place in 40 seats today. Security heightened in the valley. Ahead of final phase of polls, fresh pro-Hezbollah protests break out in J&K's Budgam. After Lokayukta, now ED files money laundering case against Karnataka Chief Minister in a land scam. Delhi High Court to hear Congress leader Jagdish Titler's plea against trial court's order on framing charges against him in 1984 anti-Sikh riots. Amid Israel-Hezbollah war in West Asia, Prime Minister Modi dials Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, reiterates support to efforts to restore peace in the region. Amid Israel-Hezbollah war in West Asia, Prime Minister Modi dials Israel Prime Minister. And in news from the Middle East, after the rampantly developing situation in West Asia, Israel begins ground incursion along Lebanon's southern border.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
And we begin first up with the focus on the polling that has begun in J&K. It's of course the third and final phase of polling which is underway as we speak. Fate of 415 candidates that hangs in the balance with voting underway in 40 constituencies of the valley. So crucial phase today as we speak, the voting has begun. Some of the important constituencies that are going to vote in the final phase include Udhampur, Baramulla and Jammu as well. We will go across to Zeenat, Arawat and Gursimran in a bit. But security note has been paramount concern. And this, of course, in the backdrop of the rise in infiltration attempts since last month in the valley. So as we speak, important constituencies that go to polls today include Udhampur, Baramulla and Jammu. High voltage campaigning that has happened in the last week by the BJP top brass and the NCPDP also for that matter. Let's go across to Gursimran, who's joining us live from Baramulla, Arawat from Bandipora. It's Zeenat who's joining us from Srinagar. Let's go across to Zeenat first. Zeenat, once again take us to the important candidates who are in the fray. Polling has now begun in 40 seats of the valley.
Samiksha, I'm reporting from the Bandipora where the election polling is on, and we've been seeing this queue since morning at 7 when the polling here had begun, because this is the Bandipora and then the Baramulla which is in poll today during the last phase. As my VJ Mubashir is showing you the visuals from the Sumbul Sonawari constituency where the people have gathered, from the youngsters to the old age people. You see the women voters also have lined up to cast their vote. This tells you about not only the women empowerment but also women wants to be the part of this very change for which the elections are taking place almost after a decade. Talking about the constituency, we see the major edge towards the national conference, because this constituency, the belt has been with the traditional and the regional party, the cadre based party for decades together. And then if you go and look into the Baramulla, it is a contest between National Conference, Congress. We are seeing the Engineer Rashid element there, which the people believe that he is there to divide the vote. Then we see the Sajjad Lone himself in fray from Handwara and Kupwara. Then we see that the other leaders, that the Deputy Chief Minister of the Jammu and Kashmir, Muzaffar Hussain Beg, despite not contesting from any party, but he is a part of this process as an independent candidate. From this all tells you about that the big names are in fray, the young candidates are in fray, some youngsters are trying their luck, who have got the first chance to be the part of the change. But whether they will be chosen by the people, that on the 8th of October when the results will be out, will be known to the people. The bigger element and the highlights of third phase is that this time the Gorkha community, the Valmiki Samaj and also the West Pakistan refugees have got the voting right to be the part of the assembly elections, which was not there earlier before the abrogation of Article 370, and after August 2019 the rights were given to them. So this is one of the highlights that is coming on during the third phase of polling. This is the last phase, the final phase. Or we have seen in what happened in the first phase when the voting percentage was around 60% touch. But in second phase, the Kashmir Valley didn't vote the way expectations were, because that time the central Kashmir was seen in the fray. Most of the voting had taken place from the Kashmir belt in the central Kashmir, and now the North Kashmir is in focus, where you see the ST seats coming from the Gurays. You're seeing the voting taking place, a line of control like Karna, Udi, and then you see these ST leaders are contesting. They are trying the luck. Even the National Conference has given a chance to the first time, who's contesting his first elections from the Gulmarg constituency, who has served as the Director of Tourism earlier, but for the last 10 years he's been working with the National Conference, so he has got mandate against Mustafa Kamal, who is the brother of Farooq Abdullah. So this time from the Gulmarg constituency, we are seeing Farooq Ahmed Shah, who is in a direct contest with the Apni party leader Ghulam Hassan Meen, who has been the 3-time MLA from the Gulmarg constituency. If we look into the Kupwara, the direct contest is between National Conference and the people and the Sajjad Lone and the People's Conference. It's a 3-tier contest between the parties in Kupwara. And if we see Handwara, it seems like it was sweep will go to People's Conference chief Sajjad Ghani Lone, because he has a cadre vote from the Abdul Ghani Lone, who has been the founder of the People's Conference and the father of Sajjad Ghani Lone. So till then we see the Langate. Langate is seeing another factor this time, that the Engineer Rashid, who is out on interim bail, his brother is contesting from there. So will the people of Langate choose their own local candidate? That will be seen. Then in Sopore you see the National Conference factor. In Baramulla the vote will be divided between the Beg families. One side Javed Beg and the another side Muzaffar Beg, who has served as the Deputy CM, but this time preferred to contest as an independent candidate.
All right, Zeenat, stay with us. Let's go across to Gursimran. Also, he's reporting from Gandhinagar, Jammu. Gursimran, you've been speaking to the people. Tell us about the issues that people really will have in mind when they cast their votes in Jammu this morning.
See, the key issues remains to be the people's development that has taken place or the development that the people expect to take place. Right now we are in the urban polling station. This is in the Trikutanagar where the Union Minister in the Prime Minister's office, Dr. Jitendra Singh, is going to cast his vote. And this is going to be really very important. Reason being that time and again we have witnessed that it is Jammu city and this Hindu heart that is going to post these 24 seats. This is going to be the Hindu heartland, and the BJP hopes that they will be able to repeat what they have done in 2014. The BJP has done, and BJP has won majority of the seats out of these all seats. But this time it is a contest, direct contest between the BJP and the Congress NC alliance that we have seen. The people have lined up here in the large numbers. I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals that the people are coming out in the large numbers. We have the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Virender Singh Sonu, with me. Virender जी, आज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फेज़ इसलिए है क्योंकि अभी तक सिर्फ 50 सीटों पे पोलिंग हुई, 40 पे पेंडिंग है. आज जो जीतेगा सरकार बनाने के चांस भी बन सकते हैं. क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं सबसे पहले लोगों से अपील करूंगा कि आप घरों से बाहर निकलिए और वोट डालिए. मत का दान जरूर कीजिए क्योंकि ये 10 साल के बाद हमें मौका मिला एमएलए चुनने का. तो घर से बाहर निकलिए, वोट डालिए. और बात ये है कि वाकई ये अहम फेज़ है, इसी ने फैसला करना है. तो लोग ये देखें पिछले 5 साल से हमारे साथ क्या हुआ और क्या नहीं हुआ, किन लोगों ने क्या किया है, फैसला लोगों ने करना है.
क्या होपफुल है पीडीपी, कैसी सिचुएशन में रही?
वी आर वेरी होपफुल. हम बिल्कुल होपफुल हैं. पीडीपी के बिना सरकार नहीं बनेगी. तो मैं एक बात कह रहा हूँ कि जितना जनता ने बहुकी ने मुझे प्यार दिया पिछले 1 महीने से, जो लोग कहते थे पीडीपी कहीं नहीं, पीडीपी ट्रायंगल कंटेस्ट में आई, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि लोगों के मन में मेरे लिए प्यार है और उसका वो मुझे जरूर उसका लोगों का आशीर्वाद मुझे मिलेगा.
पीडीपी होपफुल दैट दे विल बी इन अ पोजीशन दैट नो गवर्नमेंट फॉर्मेशन विल टेक प्लेस विदाउट देम, आल्सो हिंटिंग दैट देयर विल बी अ हंग असेंबली दैट इज गोइंग टू बी देयर एंड आल्सो क्लेमिंग दैट देयर इज अ ट्रायंगुलर कॉन्टेस्ट इन द हार्टलैंड ऑफ द जम्मू सिटी वेयर द बीजेपी होप्स टू गेट द Hindu heartland into their fold. Now it has to be seen how things pan out from here. But one thing is very clear that this phase is very crucial as it is going to be the deciding factor.
Yes, Gursimran, let's take the same point across to Arawat also, who's reporting from Old Town Baramulla. Arawat, you've also been speaking to the voters on the ground. What have been the dominant issues, when people have voted in the first 2 phases? And what are those issues specifically in Baramulla that will be on people's minds when they cast their votes today?
Yeah, absolutely, Samiksha. As we have seen before the abrogation of Article 370, particularly where we are from reporting, it's Baramulla. This Baramulla has remained the hotbed of the violence before the abrogation of Article 370. But now the youth of Kashmir, especially the Old Town Baramulla, has changed their mindsets to cast their vote. In fact, if my VG can go through these visuals, and you can see here in the visuals, the women are coming out from their homes to cast the vote for the development of the Naya Kashmir. As we have seen in the past that this old town has remained the negative image, but now the things have changed on ground, and you can see here in the visuals all the arrangements are done here, and the key issues will remain here as we have spoke to the various locations with the different kind of people, and the main priority of the people has remained that they want to development and the unemployment of the youth. That's why, in fact, if we'll go through these visuals, and you can see here in the visuals all the necessary arrangements have been made functional by the district administration and other agencies. And in fact, if we'll go through these visuals, whether we will talk about these polling stations which remain the hotbed of the violence earlier before the abrogation of Article 370, these kind of the polling stations has recorded the 0% or between 8 to 10% voting percentage. But we have seen a good percentage in the phase 1 and the phase 2, and the better percentage is expected for the phase 3 now.
Yes.
And we have seen, if we'll go through these candidates who are contesting from Baramulla, is the Muzaffar Hussain Beg, who has remained the former Deputy Chief Minister, and other candidates. Yes.
All right, Arawat, stay with us. Let's quickly take a point from Gursimran as well. Gursimran, for the Congress, it's been rather a muted campaign, specifically in Jammu, which was even highlighted by Omar Abdullah. Talk to us about, why has the Congress not essentially campaigned aggressively, particularly in Jammu region?
See, what has lagged in Jammu region is the Congress aggressive campaign, because BJP, what it seems, has taken it to heart that this election and this is a do and die situation for them. And that is why we have seen entire cabinet, almost the entire cabinet, all the chief ministers of the BJP, they all were here. But the Congress has missed the spot, and that is why it is not what we are saying, but it is actually the people have felt on ground. Not people from the other political parties, but also from the BJP have felt the same, that and the Congress as well, that there was something that the Congress has lost the plot somewhere during the polls, because the Congress, when it comes to the candidate selection also, there was something missing for the Congress side as well. And today, as we speak, the Congress that was looking into the prospects of touching somewhere 15 to 20 seats in Jammu and Kashmir, they are now come the halfway mark to their prospects that they were saying ahead of the polls. Because what was happening, that earlier it was the Congress party that was totally relying on the local issues. But when they came into the alliance with the National Conference, the issues of the poll, they have taken completely a U-turn, because then what came to be the issue, the Article 370, 35 first restoration, what came to be the issues, that whether they stand for the talks with Pakistan, whether they stand with the restoration of the cross LOC trades, all these national issues took up, and the Congress that very moment lost the plot, and the BJP came into the driving seat. Now what is happening, that in this Hindu heartland seats, the 24 seats that are going to the polls, the BJP wants the majority of them to be into their kitty, and for the same, the BJP brought all of their masters into this, those, including the Prime Minister himself holding 3 rallies. And today, as we speak, it is the family of Dr. Jitendra Singh, his 2 sons coming to cast the vote, along with the Dr. Jitendra Singh, who is going to cast the vote. Dr. Jitendra Singh is the 3-time MP from the Udhampur constituency, and as we speak, Dr. Singh is here to cast his vote. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that he, along with his family, has come to the vote. This is going to be one of the strongholds of the BJP. And sir, क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे मॉर्निंग में? एक मैसेज सिंगल लाइन सर, वोट के बाद सर अपील करेंगे सबसे बाहर निकले मोदी गवर्नमेंट. So it's Dr. Jitendra Singh along with his family. He will be speaking post him casting his vote. These are the visuals that we are showing you from the Trikutanagar polling station, where the Union Minister in the Prime Minister's office is going to cast the vote. Important to mention that if we speak of the 11 seats of the Jammu, these 11 seats, these are the stronghold of the BJP if we go by the numbers in 2014, and if we get 24 Lok Sabha polls as well, BJP was leading in 29 assembly seats as per the result that came for the Lok Sabha, and it was very evident that all these seats the BJP won with a margin that can be considered as a good margin, because 5,000, 7,000 lead BJP was having from every single constituency of these 29 constituencies. But the BJP eyes to get a total of the 35 seats, 35 plus seats from this very region of the Jammu, where the polling is taking place. Some of the seats have gone to the polls earlier also, some are going to the polls today. And the challenge for the BJP continues to be the alliance, because the National Conference and the Congress alliance, that has somewhat consolidated the vote that is against the BJP. And some of the seats where BJP was very much sure that they are going to have a clear-cut victory, that has that prospects of the BJP have diminished, but the BJP still believes that they are in a position where they can cast, where they can get the majority of the seats. 80% seems to be is what the BJP is saying that their target is, but will they be able to repeat what they have done in 2014? Because in 2014 it was completely a sweep for the BJP from the Jammu region and a sweep for the PDP in the Kashmir Valley, and then both the parties came in alliance to form the government.
Yes,
what will happen this time? It will only be clear post the
Gursimran, requesting you to stay with
yes,
us. We will of course keep coming back to all our reporters. Zeenat, Arawat and Gursimran all have been reporting live. Let's also listen in to that reaction that came in from Ghulam Nabi Azad.
सब समुदायों से और सब लोगों से अलग है, क्योंकि अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट ही इस वक्त सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा युवकों के लिए है, और वो युवकों का मुद्दा नहीं है, पूरे समाज के लिए है, माता पिता के लिए भी है। और पिछले कई सालों से एम्प्लॉयमेंट का कोई योजना नहीं बनी, कोई प्रोग्राम नहीं बना, और लाखों लड़के और लड़कियां हमारे पास पढ़े लिखे हैं, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट हैं, PhD है, लेकिन उनके कहीं नौकरी का या एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज का रास्ता नहीं।
सर रिकॉर्ड तोड़ वोटिंग हुई, पहले दो फेज हुए।
नहीं, ये हम लोगों की आदत है, हर इलेक्शन का हम रिकॉर्ड तोड़ देते हैं। हर इलेक्शन में ऐसे ही पोलिंग होती है और कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी टू कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी फर्क पड़ता है। जहाँ कंपटीशन टफ होता है, कैंडिडेट तकड़े होते हैं, वहाँ ज्यादा पोलिंग होती है। जहाँ कैंडिडेट्स कमजोर होते हैं सब पार्टी के, तो वहाँ उसी तरह से पोलिंग भी कमजोर होती है।
All right, let's go across to Gursimran. I believe Dr. Jitendra Singh has arrived to cast his vote. Gursimran, tell us more.
Yes, Dr. Jitendra Singh is waiting in queue to cast his vote. These are the visuals that we are showing you from the Trikutanagar polling station, where the Union Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, along with his family, has come to cast his vote. If we speak of this, important to mention that this seat, this is very important for the BJP, because this has been the stronghold of the Congress since 2014, but it was won by the Deputy Chief Minister, the former Deputy Chief Minister Kavindra Gupta in 2014, and since then the BJP is eyeing on this. This time the BJP's only candidate, the Jat candidate, Vikram Randhawa, is contesting from this seat, while the Congress party has given the ticket to a Jat Sikh face. So the Congress trying a combination to garner the votes of the Sikh as well as the Jat community, while the BJP is totally relying upon the core voter of the BJP plus the Jat vote that the BJP can get, because the father of the candidate of the BJP, Vikram Randhawa, Chaudhry Pyarelal Singh, was also a member of the Legislative Assembly from this, because this time it is going to be very interesting at the state of affairs, as we are witnessing that the alliance that has come for the seat allocation they have taken in such a manner, except few seats where there is a friendly contest, there is a direct contest between the BJP and the alliance candidate, be it from the National Conference or the Congress party. And since the delimitation has taken place, there are some of the dynamics that for every political party, including the BJP, that has taken a new turn. Reason being that some of the areas that considered to be a stronghold, be it of the BJP or the Congress, they have shifted to the another constituency, which shows that this time it is going to be entirely a different kind of contest. Overall, the 24 seats of the Jammu, here the BJP claims to be the front runner. They claim that they will be able to repeat what they have done in 2014, but the Congress party is saying that there will be a change that will be taking place. These are the family members of the Union Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, Dr. Jitendra Singh. They have also lined up to cast their vote. Since early morning, we are witnessing that the high-profile netas, they are coming to cast the vote at 7:00 exactly. It was the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Ghulam Nabi Azad, who came to cast the vote. Now it is the Union Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, Dr. Jitendra Singh, and from now there will be all the candidates and the leaders that will be casting their vote in a short while from now. But the voter turnout, if we speak of the first 1 hour, then it is somewhere close to 5 to 6% from the Jammu region. And yes, back to studios.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for the moment. We will keep coming back to you through the day. All right, let's now shift focus to news that we are tracking from the state of West Bengal. Scathing observations that came in from the top court yesterday, questioning the West Bengal police as to why an FIR should not be registered against ex-police commissioner Vineet Goyal for having revealed the victim's name in this case.
In arguably the first time in the ongoing suo motu hearings by the Supreme Court in the RG Kar rape and murder case, a specific interjection was made mentioning former Kolkata Police Commissioner Vineet Goyal. Senior Apex Court advocate Mahesh Jethmalani, appearing for the CBI during the hearing on Monday, questioned the three-judge bench why an FIR shouldn't be registered against the former city police chief for publicly naming the RG Kar victim. Putting forward his argument after the bench, led by CJI D.Y. Chandrachud, directed stringent steps to ensure that the name of the victim does not come out in social media posts or websites such as Wikipedia. Jethmalani said that a petition seeking direction for the filing of an FIR against the former Kolkata Police Commissioner was already in the Calcutta High Court. He informed that the High Court hasn't intervened in the matter yet, owing to the ongoing suo motu hearings by the Apex Court. The former Kolkata top cop has been under pressure to step down after his name came up in connection with the alleged cover-up in the RG Kaur rape and murder case. The protesting junior doctors even held a sit-in outside the Kolkata police headquarters at Lal Bazaar, demanding Goyal's sacking. Buckling under the growing chorus against Goyal, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee removed him as CP, with Manoj Kumar Verma coming in as his replacement.
हमने कोशिश किया हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट में जो जस्टिस उन्होंने मांगा हमने कोशिश किया हमारा पुलिस जो सीपी को हम चेंज करने का फैसला किया है उनको साथ बात करके उनको कॉन्फ्रेंस में लेके उन्होंने भी नहीं चाहते थे जितना उसका खिलाफ में बहुत सारे बात उठाया उन्होंने भी कहा कि हमारा भी परिवार है हमारा परिवार को अच्छा नहीं लगता इसी के लिए हम भी छोड़ने चाहते हैं उन्होंने खुद और डॉक्टर लोग जब मिलने गया था तब उन्होंने बताया
Senior SC advocate Indira Jaising, also appearing for the CBI, directed the attention of the three-judge bench to the imminent release of his short film on Abhaya. The bench directed specific steps to not allow the short film to be screened. Meanwhile, Kolkata Sialda Court extended the judicial custody of former RG Kaur principal Sandeep Ghosh and suspended OC of Tala Police Station Abhijit Mondol. With the matter concerning Goyal now raised in the Apex Court, will the SC sanction the filing of an FIR against the former Kolkata police boss?
Viewers, much more coming up. Tensions escalate. Israel begins targeted ground operation in Lebanon. Do not go anywhere.
The second test of the two-match test series between India and Bangladesh at the Green Park Stadium in Kanpur has been ravaged by rain. Only 35 overs of the first innings have been bowled in the test match as the first 3 days have been affected by rain. Day 2 and Day 3 of the test match were called off without a single ball being bowled. With only one session played in 3 days, a draw between India and Bangladesh seems the most likely scenario. India currently have a 1-0 lead in the test series, but a draw could turn out to be detrimental for their chances of advancing to the World Test Championship final. India currently sit at the top of the WTC ladder, but Rohit Sharma and co.'s quest to qualify for the WTC final has been hindered by the rain-affected second test. With a draw likely, India's path to the WTC final becomes even more challenging. Here are all the scenarios of India's road to the WTC final. There are just 2 days remaining in the Kanpur test and the result is unlikely. But if we do get complete play in these 2 days and India manages to beat Bangladesh in the second test match, their path to WTC final will become easier. Currently, India sits at the top of the WTC standings with a percentage of 71.67 after 10 matches. A clean sweep of Bangladesh series would leave them requiring only 3 wins from the next 8 games.
Nothing is certain with the Israeli regime. They keep changing their goals, they keep changing their approaches. They do not stick to a specific program when approaching either Gaza or Lebanon or even Yemen.
If Hezbollah will keep on saying we will keep fighting Israel, at one stage you will see Israeli boots inside Lebanese villages and towns.
very good morning. We're live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Tensions escalate. US is worried. Israel launches a ground operation in Lebanon, viewers. That's a top story coming in as tensions are escalating in the region once again. We'll get to everything you need to know. But as usual, the headlines. Let's get started. Jammu and Kashmir polls had entered its first final phase now. Viewers, polling to take place in 40 seats today. Security has been heightened. Ahead of final phase of polls, fresh pro-Hezbollah protests break out in Jammu and Kashmir's Bargaum. After Loka Yukta, now ED files a money laundering case against Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah in land scam. Delhi High Court to hear Congress leader Jagdish Titler's plea against trial court's order on framing charges against him in the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. Amid Israel-Hezbollah war in West Asia, PM Modi dials Israeli PM Netanyahu reiterates support to efforts in restoring peace. Affirms terror has no place in the world. After the rapidly developing the situation in West Asia, Israel begins ground incursion along Lebanon's southern border. Viewers, protests have erupted across parts of India in response to recent airstrikes in Lebanon, which resulted in the death of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Demonstrators, particularly from the Shia communities, are voicing their outrage against the US and Israeli actions. The protests have spread from Bargaum in Jammu and Kashmir to the streets of New Delhi. Here's a full report on this development coming in.
These are the visuals of a fresh protest that erupted in Budgam on Monday late evening. The demonstrators are rallying against Israel's airstrikes in Lebanon, which resulted in the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Shia communities across Jammu and Kashmir have taken to the streets, expressing their outrage towards the United States and Israel. The protests included men, women and children chanting slogans of solidarity. The protests aren't confined to Budgam. They have spread to the heart of the nation. In New Delhi, a candlelight march illuminated Kashmir Gate around 10 p.m. last night as supporters gathered to support Nasrallah.
तो पहले सवाल का तो आपके जवाब ये है कि सैयद हसन नसरुल्लाह से हमारा पहला रिश्ता तो हमारा मजहबी रिश्ता है। दूसरा रिश्ता वो रिश्ता है कि जो हमें खुद महात्मा गांधी की आइडियोलॉजी सिखाती है कि मजलूम का साथ देना है, जालिम के ख़िलाफ़ बोलना है। तो हम मजलूम के साथ खड़े हैं क्योंकि इन्होंने इजराइल के ख़िलाफ़ आवाज़ उठाई, इजराइल के से अपनी ज़मीन को छुड़ाने के लिए तहरीक चलाई है। तो ऐसी सिचुएशन में हम समझते हैं कि एक मजलूम है जिसके साथ हमें खड़े होना चाहिए।
Israeli forces have relentlessly targeted Hezbollah in Lebanon, culminating in an airstrike that claimed the life of Nasrallah in a densely populated suburb of Beirut. The protesters were seen carrying banners and placards bearing messages of solidarity for the Lebanese people. While this is another protest in Budgam, on Monday, Uttar Pradesh too witnessed protests. As these protests swell across the nation, it's imperative to navigate the delicate balance between freedom of expression and the gravity of supporting figures linked to terrorism.
And viewers, Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu has issued a stern warning to Iran, delivering a powerful statement that has drawn international attention. In his address, Netanyahu declared when Iran is finally free, hinting at a possible future changes in the region. Here's a report. Listen in.
When Iran is finally free, and that moment will come a lot sooner than people think, everything will be different.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has signaled a clear warning to Iranian regime.
Every day, you see a regime that subjugates you make fiery speeches about defending Lebanon, defending Gaza. Yet every day, that regime plunges our region deeper into darkness and deeper into war. Every day, their puppets are eliminated. Ask Mohammed Def. Ask Nasrallah.
Netanyahu's address to the people of Iran comes 2 days after the Israeli forces eliminated the face of Hezbollah terror, Hassan Nasrallah, in Lebanon.
The vast majority of Iranians know their regime doesn't care a whit about them.
The IDF's all-out takedown of Hezbollah's command structure in Lebanon comes in response to repeated rocket attacks by the terror group that lurks to the north of Israel.
Imagine if all the vast money the regime wasted on nuclear weapons and foreign wars were invested in your children's education, in improving your health care, in building your nation's infrastructure, water, sewage, all the other things that you need. Imagine that. But you know one simple thing. Iran's tyrants don't care about your future, but you do.
After attacking Hamas in the south and Hezbollah and Houthis to the north, is Israel going to go after the leader of the so-called axis of resistance in Iran?
There's nowhere we will not go to protect our people and protect our country.
And viewers, we turn our attention to Haiti, where a deepening crisis has left families struggling to find enough food to survive. Gang violence in the capital, Port-au-Prince, has worsened living conditions, leaving millions on the brink of starvation. Here's what's happening in Haiti.
This is the main meal for a family of 9.
Juste pour faire qualité, nous devons prendre l'argent, manger, on doit manger, 10 minutes, obligé de manger. Parce que comme si la nourriture n'est pas permis de protéger de côté, juste obligé de goûter, juste pour combattre, pour pas mourir.
In Port-au-Prince, the impact of gang violence is evident. The once vibrant city now faces challenges, with food insecurity at an all-time high. Despite the arrival of almost 500 policemen in Haiti over the last few months to reinforce the national police and combat the gangs, most of the country's capital remains unsafe. The streets are littered with trash and barricades with burned down vehicles, remnants of the latest gang activity. Amid this turmoil, shelters are overcrowded with families displaced. Here, food distributions are critical for survival.
They're here in these very crowded, very difficult living conditions, and they've lost their ability to make money. So we see very many people who are living in sites for displaced people within the capital who are in a situation which is considered to be the most severe situation in terms of food insecurity. It's level 5, a catastrophic level of food insecurity.
World Food Programme trucks are functional, delivering vital supplies to those in desperate need. Distribution efforts are underway, but the overwhelming demand far surpasses what is available. Nutrition testing reveals alarming conditions among children, highlighting the dire state of health in these communities. Families living in shelters rely entirely on aid as they grapple with the loss of homes and livelihoods. With nearly 5.4 million people in urgent need of assistance, the situation in Haiti is increasingly dire. Without immediate and substantial aid, the struggle for survival will only deepen.
Viewers, much more coming up on Live this morning. After Lokayukta, now ED files money laundering case against Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah and land scam. Delhi High Court to hear Congress leader Jagdish Titler's plea against trial court's order on framing charges against him in the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
এনআৰচি অসমত যেনেকৈ আমি বিচাৰি আছোঁ যে এখন শুদ্ধ এনআৰচি হ'ব লাগে, আমাক 20% পুনৰ্নিৰীক্ষণৰ সুবিধা দিব লাগে, তেনেকৈ ঝাৰখণ্ড বা আন ৰাজ্যবিলাকতো
Welcome back, viewers. We keep tracking the top international story coming in. That is Israel's offensive in Lebanon. And in the midst of all this, entire Middle East continues to remain on the boil after Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah's killing. Republic TV senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor spoke exclusively to former U.S. envoy to the UN, John Bolton, who explains how eliminating Nasrallah is a significant victory for the Israeli Defense Forces. Listen in to this detailed and exclusive conversation here on Republic.
Well, good morning, friends. Mr. John Bolton, the former National Security Advisor of the United States, joins us on this conversation on tension building up, escalation building up in the Middle East with the elimination of Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah by Israel in an airstrike that happened on Friday. Very good morning to you, sir, Mr. Bolton. And let me begin by asking, what's your sense of the kind of escalation that's building up in the Middle East after elimination of Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah by Israel?
Well, I think the Israelis have scored a very significant victory, obviously, by eliminating not only Nasrallah, but many other top Hezbollah leaders, and now appear to be preparing an attack across the border into Lebanon in order to prevent Hezbollah forces from being able to rocket northern Israel. The big unknown question at this stage is whether Israel will go after Hezbollah's enormous stockpile of missiles, estimated by many, including the CIA, as Hezbollah having as many as 150,000 missiles, which is an enormous threat to Israel and others in the region. So we don't know what decision Israel has made, if they've made any decision on that. But I think the next phase looks like it'll be a ground operation, possibly combined with going after the missiles.
So in a way, Mr. Bolton, you are saying that far from de-escalation, we could see more intense military activity taking place between Israel and Lebanon, and in fact, there is widening of the conflict with Israel targeting the Houthis also in Yemen.
Right. Well, I think increased military activity is entirely possible. I don't consider that escalation, because I think what's been going on almost for a year now, since October the 7th last year, when Hamas attacked Israel, is a war of Iran against Israel, fighting through its terrorist proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, as you mentioned, the Shia militia groups in Iraq and Syria, and Iran's own conventional forces. I don't think it's going well for Iran. They may well regret it, but at this point, having launched the Ring of Fire strategy, Israel is taking advantage of it. They've inflicted enormous damage on Hamas, considerable damage on Hezbollah, with more to be done.
Mr. Bolton, also with your vantage, having been at the top of the national security establishment there earlier, you think Iran has any capability now to respond militarily in any manner to Israel's actions?
Well, I think as Iran demonstrated back in April when they fired, by Israeli count, 320 drones and missiles against Israel, they can do it. Now, that attack was not successful, but Iran has a very large capability in intermediate range ballistic missiles, and they're very, very close to having a nuclear weapons capability too. We don't know exactly where it stands. So from Israel's point of view, they're very worried about a nuclear holocaust, as they describe it. But I think Iran is even more nervous because I don't think they believe that this time Bibi Netanyahu and the Israeli government will be intimidated by the Biden administration. If they strike Israel or Hezbollah does, I think this time Israel could go after very big targets in Iran, perhaps including the Iranian nuclear program.
In that case, you think the United States, what would be the U.S. position? Would the United States be backing Israel?
Well, I don't think the United States would be involved in it directly, but I do think that the Biden White House, notwithstanding its differences with Israel at the moment, is probably telling Iran right now, do not attack Israel proper again. And because I think the White House knows what the Israeli reaction would be. I don't think Israel wants to undertake a strike against Iran, though, until the Hezbollah missile threat is resolved.
Right. So you mean to say it's happening step by step. Mr. Bolton, you were part of the team that sort of oversaw the rollout of Abraham Accords, and you mentioned the Houthis and the Hezbollah and the Shia militias. In effect, then, isn't the Middle East problem essentially an Iran problem and hence a Shia problem, or a Shia problem and hence an Iran problem, and not a wider, Islamic nations versus Israel problem, really?
Right. Well, I had resigned by the time of the Abraham Accords, but I think they reflect that the reality in the Middle East, the underlying reality, is that the Gulf Arab states and many others on the Sunni side of the divide within Islam view Iran as the principal threat to peace and security in the region. So in that sense, their view strategically is exactly the same as Israel's. And I think that was the groundwork for the Abraham Accords. And I think more are coming. I think the Saudis would like to have full diplomatic relations with Israel as well, but cannot under the present circumstances. So the risk is that if the risk of a wider war is that Iran, knowing they can't intimidate Israel, may try and intimidate the Saudis or the United Arab Emirates by attacking or threatening to attack positions in those countries. But this is, as you say, this is not a war of all of Islam against Israel. This is a conflict posed by the Iranian regime's efforts to get hegemony within Islam and hegemony within the geographic Middle East, and that the Arab states will firmly oppose.
Mr. Bolton, then as a corollary, can we say that if Israel goes into southern Lebanon with a ground offensive, or even targets some sites in Iran of military nature, Middle East still won't see a wider military conflict, in the sense that it's not going to be an all-out war?
I don't think it will happen. If Iran took steps to make it a much broader war, I think they'd be facing real destruction, because I think the Israelis at that point would not only go after the nuclear program, they'd go after their oil facilities, they'd go after military installations. And I think the Arab states of the Gulf would take their part in it too. They're not going to sit by this time and let the Houthis fire rockets or drones against their oil infrastructure or their civil airports, as the Houthis have done in the past. The aid that Iran gives the Houthis is in the backyard, in effect, of the Arab states on the Arabian Peninsula. And they've been very restrained in the recent past, but I don't think they would hold back if they felt they were again threatened, both across the Gulf by Iran and in their rear from the Houthis.
And it needed Israel to really target some of the military infrastructure of the Houthis, Mr. Bolton. The Americans did not, other allies did not. Why so?
Well, I think it was a mistake by the United States and others. You know, the principle of freedom of the seas has been critical for the United States before it was a country, when we were just 13 little colonies across the Atlantic Ocean. And the Houthis wouldn't have two rocks to rub together if they weren't supplied and armed by Iran. And this closure of the Suez Canal Red Sea passage has had an enormous impact, negative impact, I'm sure, on many economies, including India. The only ships that get through are Russian and Chinese ships and others that Iran favors. So this is an interference in freedom of seas that's just flatly unacceptable. Forget Israel, forget these other aspects of the conflict. That alone should have been eliminated long ago.
Yeah, Mr. Bolton, since you just mentioned about the Iranian, Russian, and Chinese axis, in fact, as we speak, Russian Prime Minister Mishustin is in Tehran, and it seems that Russia is very clear that they need to be seen on the side of Iran. You think that can fuel the conflict further in any manner?
Well, I think what we have is really an axis forming between China and Russia, with outliers like North Korea, like Iran, Syria, Belarus, Cuba, Nicaragua. And it poses, I think, a very real difficulty for the United States and the West as a whole. I think it poses a very real difficulty for India. Given the historic relationship with Russia, it's now partnering increasingly with China, which is the single biggest threat that India faces. So I think it means some hard decisions ahead all the way around. And this support for Iran is utterly unjustified by any real Chinese or Russian interest. The Chinese want to buy oil from Iran, they want to buy oil from Russia, but it's no excuse for propping up a regime, the regime of the Ayatollahs, that threatens everybody else in the region.
All right, I'm sort of winding down my question. Going back to the Abraham Accords that we discussed, Mr. Bolton, you think that the reason October 7 Hamas attack happened was that somebody wanted to offset the possibility of Saudi Arabia and Israel establishing proper diplomatic relations?
Well, I think the timing indicates that may well have been a factor. We won't know for some time, I think, but it could also mean simply that all of the preparations that Iran had been making by supplying and equipping and training and financing its terrorist proxies had finally reached the moment when they thought that actually unleashing the Ring of Fire strategy made sense. It's not going well for Iran, as we've discussed, but I do think you can't understand these as separate, unconnected conflicts. This is part of a broader pattern. It is a broader war, not of Palestinians against Israel, but of Iran against Israel.
And Mr. Bolton, you think the United States is in a position to influence the events as they go forward in terms of de-escalation, in terms of making sure that it does not become a wider conflict? How much influence does the United States have on those events going into the future?
Well, I think at this point, very, very little influence on Israel. They've been told to have a ceasefire with Hamas. They've been told to have a ceasefire with Hezbollah. Obviously, the Israelis have made a decision. They don't want to live in a neighborhood where they're constantly threatened by terrorists. And we wouldn't want to do that either. I think this time they're determined to finish it and to try and live in peace going forward. If you have a ceasefire at this point, you're simply perpetuating the conflict.
I believe some in the DC establishment would be really annoyed at the way the Israelis have conducted themselves, given the fact that the bomb, for example, the 2,000-pound bomb that was used to eliminate Hassan Nasrallah, that was the bomb the Biden administration wanted to deny to Israel.
Right, but ultimately they did ship the 2,000-pound bombs, and when you detonate a 2,000-pound bomb inside a building, inside a construction like that, it doesn't have the same blast effect that it does if you drop it on an open field. And in fact, you can see from the before and after pictures of the Israeli bombing that it destroyed the building, and buildings next door were not badly damaged. This is to the extent civilians were endangered. That's a war crime committed by Hezbollah by using innocent civilians as human shields. The terrorists don't get a veto over somebody's right of self-defense by endangering their own people.
All right, Mr. Bolton, my last question to you. With the almost entire Hamas leadership eliminated, almost entire Hezbollah leadership eliminated, you think Middle East is most amenable to peace in the recent past today than any time that we have seen?
Well, I think the Israelis want to go further. In some wars, you're not going to get peace until the enemy is thoroughly defeated. And Hamas, the commander, Yahya Sinwar, is still underground in Gaza somewhere. He still has Israeli hostages. And while Hezbollah's leadership has been decimated already, they've appointed a new leader. So others will step into their places. And I think the main issue remaining is, will Israel go after that huge Hezbollah missile arsenal?
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Bolton, with those deep insights and perspective on the ongoing Middle East conflict. Of course, the sense we get after this conversation is that not anytime soon we are going to see de-escalation. That's how it is. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Israel has launched ground operations in southern Lebanon, targeting the Hezbollah positions along the border areas. We'll be bringing you lots more details at 9 a.m. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Priyanka Das and I'll be taking you through the top stories of this hour. The story that we're tracking at the moment is that Israel has launched a ground operation in southern Lebanon, targeting the Hezbollah's positions alongside the border areas. We'll be bringing you lots more details on it, but first, let's take a quick look at the top headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Seats to go to polls as the final phase of Jammu and Kashmir elections gets underway. No consensus on the seat sharing deal, yet Maha Vikas Agadi to hold round 2 of meeting. It's a mega Republic investigation impact. The ED files money laundering case against Siddaramaiah. As the situation escalates in Middle East, Prime Minister Narendra Modi dials Netanyahu, reiterating support. Israel begins targeted ground operation along the southern Lebanon border. Blasts and explosions reported. From the United Kingdom to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid the changing situation in West Asia.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Viewers, a major news break is coming in. Israel has launched an attack on the southern Lebanon alongside the border, targeting the Hezbollah's positions at the moment and with evacuation. Israeli ground forces, supported by the precise air and artillery strikes, have begun executing Operation Northern Arrows to neutralize the threats from the Hezbollah infrastructure. These operations mark a significant escalation as Israel intensifies its efforts to safeguard its northern border amid the rising regional tensions. A big news break coming in this morning. Israel has launched a ground operation in southern Lebanon, targeting the Hezbollah positions near the border. Israeli ground forces, supported by the precise air and artillery strikes, have begun executing Operation Northern Arrows to neutralize the threats from Hezbollah infrastructure. These operations mark a significant escalation as Israel intensifies its efforts to safeguard its northern border amid the rising regional tensions. Viewers, we have a major break coming in from Lebanon as Israel has launched a ground operation in southern Lebanon, targeting the Hezbollah positions near the border. Israeli ground forces are supported by the precise air and artillery strikes and have begun Operation Northern Arrows to neutralize threats from the Hezbollah infrastructure. Viewers, I'm joined by my colleague Samiksha from the newsroom. Samiksha, can you tell us what are the details that we have at the moment?
Right, Priyanka, to begin with, let's quickly put this in context. In the last few weeks, we've seen more than 1,000 people in Lebanon, which includes Hezbollah leaders, of course, and at least 2,000 people having been injured in these airstrikes, the blasts, and now the ground incursion, of course, that's been launched by the Israeli forces. To begin with, there were, of course, pager blasts which rocked Lebanon, followed by walkie-talkie blasts which were being used by the Hezbollah group. And now we are seeing that after back-to-back airstrikes in which Hezbollah bases were essentially targeted by the Israeli forces, now it's a ground incursion which is taking place. In fact, this is particularly in the southern Lebanon region. Earlier, we'd known that these were southern suburbs which were being targeted by the Israeli forces. And now this is an all-out attack, not just restricted to the suburb, but in central Beirut region. In fact, Priyanka, let's also run you through that statement that's now coming from the US, expressing strong support to the Israeli forces, saying that the US fully backs Israeli forces' right to defend itself. That being said, essentially the aim of the Israeli forces is what they've stated is the bringing back of those displaced Israeli people who were displaced as a result of the Hezbollah group launching an all-out attack, particularly in the northern Lebanon region, Priyanka.
Samiksha, please stay with us. I'll just get back to you shortly as we're getting another development that the U.S. State Department has announced efforts to de-escalate the tensions between Israel and Hezbollah amid the ongoing hostilities in the region. This comes as Israel conducts targeted operations against Hezbollah in the southern Lebanon. Listen in.
We support Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism. That includes by bringing brutal terrorists such as Hassan Nasrallah to justice. At the same time, we ultimately want to see a diplomatic resolution to conflict in the Middle East that provides long-term security for the people of Israel, the people of Lebanon, and the Palestinian people, as well as the broader region, and we will continue to work to advance efforts along those fronts.
A major news break coming in. The Israeli Air Force has successfully intercepted an unmanned aircraft over the Mediterranean Sea, several kilometers west of Israel's central coast. The UAV, spotted in the early hours, was swiftly neutralized before it posed any threat to Israeli airspace. A big news break coming in. The Israeli Air Force has now successfully intercepted an unmanned aircraft over the Mediterranean Sea. Now, several kilometers west of Israel's central coast, the UAV has been spotted in the early hours, was swiftly neutralized before it posed any threat to Israeli airspace. Viewers, I'd like to bring in my colleague Samiksha joining us from the newsroom. Samiksha, could you tell us what does this, development mean that they found this development? So, what can you tell us at this point?
Well, that's right, Priyanka. And we've seen how the Litani River, which essentially served as a buffer zone, especially after the UNSC resolution that was passed in 2006, has seen a clear violation not just by the Israeli forces but by the Hezbollah camp as well. So this Litani River was essentially supposed to be a buffer zone, a demilitarized zone, which was to have patrolling by the Lebanese army and the United Nations interim force, which did not happen. So yes, there has been a clear-cut violation of that UNSC resolution also that was passed after the war that broke out between the Israeli forces and the Hezbollah group. In fact, a statement, that's now essentially coming from the Lebanese caretaker prime minister, who says that Lebanon is ready to ensure that the resolution is adhered to. That being said, it remains to be seen how the Israeli forces react to this, given that the Israeli forces have maintained their stand from the very start, that their primary aim in these airstrikes, the blasts and ground incursion on targeting the Hezbollah camp is to ensure that those people who've been displaced, particularly in the northern region of Lebanon, along the Litani River side, are given the facility to go back to the region from where they were displaced. So that being said, it is the primary aim of the Israeli forces. It's even being said that the other motive could also be Israeli forces occupying certain parts in Lebanon. Of course, that remains to be seen, Priyanka. But that being said, it is, of course, a ground incursion which is happening after days of airstrikes. The blasts which have happened particularly in the southern suburbs of Beirut. It remains to be seen how this pans out, but yes, the US extending its all-out support to the Israeli forces.
Samiksha, please stay with us. We have another major news break coming in as the Israeli airstrikes in Damascus have targeted a high-level meeting between the Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps leaders. The strikes occurred in the Al-Meza neighborhood close to the Iranian embassy. This operation marks a continuation of Israel's efforts to disrupt the Hezbollah and the IRGC activities in Syria, further escalating the tensions in the region as Israel continues to counter the Iranian influence. Samiksha, could you also help us understand with the Israeli airstrikes that's been reported in Damascus, what can you expect in terms of the reaction?
Right, Priyanka, Israel has made it absolutely clear that they will not stop until those displaced Israeli people are given that chance to head back to their region where they were displaced from. In fact, that being said, let's also run you through that statement, that's coming from the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, who says, I spoke with Israeli Minister of Defense to discuss security developments and Israeli operations as well. In fact, Priyanka, you'd remember that it was even being said that Israel had already apprised the US of its operations that it had begun in the Lebanon territory. US Secretary of State further says, US Secretary of Defense, beg your pardon, says, I made it clear that United States supports Israel's right to defend itself. We agree on the necessity of dismantling the attack infrastructure along the border to ensure that Lebanese Hezbollah cannot conduct October 7 style attacks. So yes, US of course referring to that massacre which happened in which the Israeli forces were targeted by the Hamas group. This in the backdrop of the kind of support that has essentially come in for the Hamas terror group by the Hezbollah camp. He further says, I reaffirm that a diplomatic resolution is required to ensure that the civilians can return safely to their homes on both sides of the border. So yes, Priyanka, that being said, it is also important to mention that more than 1,000 lives have been lost and at least 1 million people have been displaced in the Lebanon territory since the time Israeli forces launched that all-out attack. The US Secretary of Defense further says, I reaffirm that a diplomatic resolution is required to ensure that civilians return to their homes. Further adding that United States is well postured to defend US personnel. This in the backdrop of US deploying additional troops in the Middle East region, Priyanka.
Samiksha, thanks for all those inputs. Please stay. We're bringing you a top story. Viewers of the Middle East and the West Asia conflict continues. Here's a quick look at the top stories that are making headlines. As the Israel-Lebanon war rages on, flares and explosions were seen at the border. This after the Israeli military launched small ground raids against Hezbollah and sealed off communities along its northern border. Israeli artillery pounded southern Lebanon with signals growing that more forces could soon be sent across the border to fight the Iran-backed terrorists. Earlier, the Israeli military declared 3 communities along Israel's northern border to be a closed military zone in a possible precursor to a ground invasion of Lebanon. Smoke was seen rising from buildings in the suburbs of Beirut following an explosion. In recent days, Israel has carried out a number of airstrikes in the Dahieh area, accusing the Hezbollah terrorist group of hiding weapons in local buildings. The Israeli military has asked residents to evacuate the areas and move away from the buildings for their safety. In the last 2 weeks, Israeli strikes have killed more than 1,000 people in Lebanon. Meanwhile, the Israeli military said it began a limited and localized operation against Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, at least 11 people were killed in a strike in Nusayrat refugee camp in central Gaza Strip. Ambulances were seen arriving at the site of the strike as rescuers pulled out bodies from the building. While the attention is focused on the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, the Israeli army continues its operation in Gaza. More than 40,000 people have been killed in Gaza since the war began last October. A Bulgarian government jet brought back 89 passengers evacuated from Lebanon. Bulgarian Prime Minister welcomed them and said that the government is exploring all options for future evacuations as well. Approximately 400 Bulgarian citizens reside in Lebanon and many have sought evacuation. Bulgaria's evacuation efforts coincide with other European nations also pulling out their citizens, while the situation regarding Israel's potential ground operation in Lebanon remains uncertain. Amid the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, British Foreign Secretary David Lammy said the UK was assisting its citizens in Lebanon with places on commercial flights departing on Tuesday, as well as sending a rapid response team and placing 700 troops in Cyprus. Lammy also said that he has spoken to Iranian Foreign Minister urging Iran to show restraint. Viewers, a major news break coming in a crucial discussion. Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin III has reaffirmed the United States' unwavering support for Israel's right to self-defense during a conversation with Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Both leaders emphasized the importance of dismantling attack infrastructure along the border to prevent future assaults by Lebanese Hezbollah. Austin also stressed the necessity of a diplomatic resolution to allow civilians to return home safely, while warning Iran of serious consequences if it engages in direct military actions against Israel. Viewers, I'm joined live by my colleague Samiksha from the newsroom. Samiksha, now that the US has openly said that they're supporting Israel, what does that mean going ahead in terms of the geopolitical climate? Because this war between the Israel and Iran has been ongoing, and now it's just going to get further escalated. What can you tell us?
Priyanka, and not surprising that the US has extended all-out support to Israeli forces. In fact, let's also tell our viewers that Biden has been speaking with Netanyahu since the time Israeli forces launched attack in Lebanon. In fact, that's a statement that's come in from the US Secretary of State Lloyd Austin, who says that Israel has all the right to defend itself. That being said, Priyanka, it's also important to note here that US has already deployed additional troops in the Middle East region. So while there are already 30,000 to 40,000 US troops that are stationed in the Middle East region, it's said that at least 3,000 additional troops have been stationed by the US in the Middle East region. This in the backdrop of US making it clear that it wants secession to happen, and that there is no point in escalating this conflict, which could have a spillover effect across the Middle East region. In fact, let's also tell you once again about this, UNSC resolution that was passed in 2006 when the war essentially ended between the Israeli forces and the Hezbollah camp, in which it was stated that the Litani River will have a buffer zone which will be demilitarized, and that there's going to be a clear demarcation when it comes to Israeli forces not crossing into Lebanon territory and the Hezbollah group not crossing over the Litani River and entering the Israeli territory, which of course did not happen. So a very important statement that's come in from the Lebanon caretaker Prime Minister, who says that Lebanon has agreed to ensure that this buffer zone is demilitarized and it is patrolled not just by the Lebanese army but even the United Nations interim force, Priyanka. But yes, one of the primary goals of Israeli forces is to ensure that all those displaced Israeli people are given that time to head back to the region where they were displaced from as a result of Hezbollah entering into their regions.
Thank you, Samiksha, for those insights as the US has reaffirmed its support to Israel. Viewers, before we move on to other stories, let's take a quick check on the top headlines. Anti-Sikh riots haunt Congress Delhi High Court to hear Titler's plea against framing of charges order. 52 days on, Abhaya yet to get justice. Junior doctors to take to the streets again today. Superstar Rajinikanth has been hospitalized in Chennai for an elective procedure. Condition remains stable. In the Arnab Medical College rape case where the trainee postgraduate doctor was brutally murdered, now junior doctors in West Bengal have resumed their indefinite total cease work to push the state government to address their demands for safety and security at medical establishments. This follows their partial return to work after a 42-day protest sparked by the rape murder of the female doctor at the Arnab Medical College. The doctors accused the state government of failing to fulfill promises made during discussions with Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and have vowed to continue the strike until clear action is taken. Viewers, I have my colleague Kishlay joining us from the Kolkata newsroom. Kishlay, could you help us understand now that the junior doctors are again going to resume their strike as they're not satisfied with the inputs that came in from the Chief Minister's interaction previously? What can we expect in terms of the strike, and are they going to again impact the hospital operations across the state?
Well, Priyanka, we saw 21st September, the junior doctors returned to their workplaces. Now, they said that we are returning, but temporarily. If we see, that our demands are not fulfilled. The main demands were safety and security, and to eliminate the threat culture from within the hospitals in West Bengal. They said that if that is eliminated and if we get our safety and security, we will continue to work, but we would continue cease work if those guarantees are not implemented on ground. We saw that the junior doctors had a meeting with the Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, and then Mamata Banerjee and the state administration assured them that they'll be taking actions, and then the doctors resumed their work. But now the doctors are saying, the junior doctors are saying that none of those promises were fulfilled, including the fact that there are the threat culture continues. The junior doctors are being threatened even by TMC MLAs such as Humayun Kabir. Yesterday we saw Humayun Kabir said that I can bring in 5,000 people and gherao these junior doctors and they cannot even move. So that is how they are being threatened every moment, the junior doctors are saying. On the other hand, safety and security issues are also there. We saw in Shagor Datta Medical College, the doctors were beaten up by a patient, by the family members of a particular patient. And also we saw how there is no changing room for the female doctors or the nurses, and there is only one area which is covered with a piece of cloth. So the junior doctors are saying none of those promises have been fulfilled, and as those promises have not been fulfilled, we are returning to a complete cease of work. So they'll be now sitting for a cease of work again, and we have to see again when they return back to work, because they're saying if the promises are not fulfilled, we are not going to return back to work. Priyanka.
Thank you, Kishalai, for those inputs. As the junior doctors are resuming their partial strike after they were not happy with the interactions that they had previously with the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, as the safety and security measures have not been met. Viewers, let's move on to Maharashtra, where the stage is set for elections in Maharashtra. The Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance seems to have failed to arrive on a consensus over the seat sharing. Even after hours of deliberation, today the alliance will hold a round 2 to finalize the poll strategy. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
Ahead of the Maharashtra elections, the Maha Vikas Aghadi is in a huddle mode. Even hours-long deliberation failed to yield any outcome. Top sources say the MVA could not decide on all seats on the first day, and another meeting is scheduled for today. On agenda today will be the seats that could not be decided upon in the first meeting. Top sources have informed that bone of contention is a rift between the Uddhav faction and the Congress. As the seat-sharing talks fall flat, the big question is, will the Maha Vikas Aghadi manage to get its house in order ahead of the big elections?
Mithun Chakrabarti has been announced as the recipient of the prestigious Dada Saheb Phalke Award. Celebrating his remarkable contributions to Indian cinema, in an exclusive interview with Republic, Chakrabarti expressed his desire to come to terms with this news. Reflecting on his long and illustrious career, my colleague Mayur Ghosh spoke to Mithun Chakrabarti. Listen in.
Right now, I'm joined with Mithun Chakrabarti. And Mithunda, after conferring Dada Saheb Phalke, what's next? Oscar for you. How's the feeling right now?
What next for me?
Yes.
My next for me to first hosh mein aana.
Hosh
because
mein aana.
This has been such a big thing for me. I'm still not out of it. So I want to feel it. I want to know it, that yes, I got Dada Saheb Phalke Award. It's so big, so big.
Sir, on one hand, you are receiving Dada Saheb Phalke Award, and it's going to be conferred to you on 8th of October. On the other hand, you have a political work to do. How is it? How difficult is it to balance both the things? On one hand, you are protesting for the things that are going on in Bengal. On the other hand, film promotions and all.
Brother, the thing is, I do not mix up things. When I do films, I do films. When I do politics, I do politics. So I always divide them, make them to see that they don't clash, and then I proceed. So it's not a big thing for me. I always take out time whenever I was needed. You could see that I have been to Vivek Jatra, I went to my platform also. And also I have been shooting. So it doesn't make difference to me. I take out time for both the things.
What do you have to say about the RG incident? Clear indications that the system was used to tamper evidences.
What?
The RG the Abhaya case, Mitunda.
I have been saying it, I already said, again I am saying it boldly. Abhaya must get justice. And if it doesn't happen, then फिर से नवान्न अभियान होगा. And that अभियान I'll be there. And this अभियान will not stop at the bridge. It will stop at the 14th floor.
Are you feeling upset? Pradhan Mantri ji has called you, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has called you, several others have called you. In fact, the Governor of West Bengal has also wished you, but Mamata Banerjee still has not wished you. In fact, I have not seen any social media messages also.
Sir, why should I be upset? Why should I be upset? Pradhan Mantri and Mukha Mantri mein bahut farak hai. Please. It's not important to me at all. I am very happy.
One last question to you, sir. Do you feel cornered when certain section of the ruling party in West Bengal, they constantly abuse you, they constantly create a false narrative against you, and on the other hand, you're getting back-to-back recognitions from different countries as well as from your own country, from our own country?
See, the people, those who speak so loud, ये सब नर्दमा है, नर्दमा, गंदो नर्दमा, ये सब मरे हुए फ्रॉग है कि इन लोगों से कुछ नहीं होता सर, ये बोलते ही रहेंगे, because that's the way they get publicity. If you speak something, I answer, so they get publicity, and there are some channels are there, they are knowingly giving them highlights. So what to do? You must stop. ये सब गंदगी का जो लोग करते हैं उनके पास माइक लेके ही नहीं जाने का. अगर बंगाल को उस स्टैंडर्ड में फिर से लाना है और बंगाल फिर से वापस आएगा, बंगाल will not lose just like that. फिर से आएगा, बंगाल वापस आएगा. It has to come. And I do not feel anything. Thank you.
Viewers, much more coming up. Voters queue up outside the polling station as Jammu and Kashmir third phase of elections are underway. Do not go anywhere.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
up outside the polling station as Jammu and Kashmir third phase of elections are underway. Do not go anywhere. Viewers, a very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We go all the way to Jammu and Kashmir where the final phase of the elections are on as we speak. This kick started at 7 a.m. in the morning. 40 seats up for grabs. 7 districts are going to polls. We have the reporters on the ground getting you all the details. But as usual, the headlines. Let's get started. Seats go to poll. This final phase of Jammu and Kashmir elections gets underway. No consensus on seat sharing deal yet. MVA to hold round 2 of meeting. It's a mega Republic investigation impact. ED files money laundering case against Siddaramaiah. As the situation escalates in Middle East, Prime Minister does Netanyahu reiterate support. Israel begins targeted ground operation along southern Lebanon border. Blast and explosions being reported. From UK to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid changing situation in West Asia. Getting some big breaking updates coming in right now. We are getting some information that Bollywood actor Govinda has been injured after accidentally shooting himself with his own revolver. He was admitted to the Kokira Bain Hospital following the incident where he received treatment for a bullet wound to his right leg. Getting this big update coming in on Republic TV, viewers, where Govinda shot himself accidentally. That is what we are learning of on Republic TV. Actor Govinda injured as he got shot from his own revolver. He was admitted in the hospital. That is what we are learning of right now, viewers, that he was admitted in the hospital. And we'll try to get some more information come in from a colleague who's actually going ahead and getting us those updates. But according to the details, actor Govinda has been injured as he shot himself accidentally from his own revolver. The bullet has hit him on his right leg. He's under treatment right now, viewers. That is what we're learning of. And these are top updates coming in on Republic TV. We'll try to go across to our colleague Sandeep in just a short while, but let's take our viewers to the top updates coming in. We are trying to connect to our colleague to understand the status of the actor Govinda, how he is doing as he's being treated. Govinda has been injured after shooting himself accidentally with his own gun. All right, let's go to Sandeep joining us live right now. Sandeep, I'm coming across to you. If you could take our viewers through what exactly has happened, what was the situation, what happened? Because what we are learning is that Govinda, by mistake, accidentally shot himself with his own gun. Please take us through the latest details. Where is he admitted and what is the situation looking like right now? Go ahead.
See, Shivangi, as far as this incident is concerned, yes, he was cleaning his gun, and while doing that, the gun got unlocked, and due to the misfire, he got hurt on his right leg, and following which he was admitted to the nearest critical hospital located in Mumbai's Juhu area. Currently, he is being said that he is out of danger right now, and his treatment is underway in Mumbai's critical hospital. Currently, he is in ICU, and following the surgery of his right leg, he will be in fact shifted. Shifted to the normal ward, but currently he's been admitted in the ICU of critical hospital where the treatment is underway. The injuries are not as dangerous. There is no threat to his life as of now. The sources have confirmed that yes, he has got injury on his right leg. The bullet has shot him on the right leg, but ultimately he is out of danger, and soon after the surgery, he will be in fact shifted to the normal ward. In fact.
All right, thank you, Sandeep, for getting us those details. I will be coming back to you. Actor Govinda gets shot accidentally with his own gun, being tweeted right now, viewers. We will be tracking the story very closely. We have to move ahead because we're getting some more updates. We're getting some more updates on the story. We're getting our viewers more updates, but that is the big update coming in. Actor Govinda gets shot accidentally with his own gun, and Govinda was keeping a gun in case when it fell and the bullet got fired. Okay, so we are learning that Govinda's gun was put in a case and then the gun fell down, and because the gun fell down, accidentally the gun got fired, and then that gun went off accidentally, and his leg got injured. That is a big update coming in on Republic TV, viewers. We are trying to get some more updates, and Sandeep is also getting us more updates from the ground. Okay, so we're getting some updates coming in. Some more updates have come in, viewers. Let's go to that. Actor Govinda was getting ready to leave for Kolkata, and he was keeping his licensed revolver in the case when it fell from his hand, and a bullet got fired which hit his leg. The doctor has removed, I repeat, getting some fresh details on this. The doctor has removed the bullet and his condition is fine. He is in the hospital right now. That is what we are learning of. Now, this statement has come in from Govinda's manager, Shashi Sinha, who has got us this update. This confirmation has come in from Govinda's manager that Govinda is right now in the hospital. I repeat, Govinda right now is in the hospital being treated. I'm going to go back to my colleague joining us, Sandeep. Sandeep, if you could take our viewers through this latest statement coming in from Govinda's manager, who has described to us, Sandeep, how Govinda's gun fell by mistake and then it got fired accidentally. Go ahead, Sandeep.
See, yes, as far as the statement of manager is concerned, the manager has confirmed with the fact that as he was about to go to Kolkata and he was getting ready at that point in time, when he was trying to carry his licensed revolver, the revolver fell down, and ultimately the bullet got fired, and due to that he got hurt on his right leg. Fortunately, he didn't got hurt at any place where any part of the body where it could have created a danger for his life. But ultimately, his bullet shot on his right leg, and ultimately he got treated also at Mumbai's critical hospital, and it is being said that he is out of danger in this very case. The crucial part out here is, Shivangi, we have to see whether Mumbai police would register any case or whether an inquiry will be initiated, because in such kind of cases an inquiry is being done and a report is being put up by Mumbai police. So
Right. Okay, Sandeep, I will come back to you, but we will keep a very close eye on the story because actor Govinda is being treated right now as we speak, and we will keep our viewers updated as to what his health is looking like. We have to move ahead, viewers, right now because we keep our focus back on what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir because Jammu and Kashmir polls have entered their final phase with voting taking place in 40 constituencies today. Security has been significantly heightened across the region to ensure a smooth polling process. As elections draw to a close, the focus shifts to key areas such as Jammu, Udhampur, Baramulla, Kupwara, where voters will decide the fate of 415 candidates contesting for these seats. That is right. There's a big update coming in on Republic TV, and these historic polls are underway. They're in the final leg. We have seen a massive campaigning ahead of every phase of the Jammu and Kashmir elections. Polling is being held in 40 constituencies. That is... for example, in Jammu, Samba, Kathua, Udhampur districts of Jammu Division, Baramulla, Kupwara districts of Kashmir Rally. The Jammu district has 11, Samba 3, Kathua 6 and Udhampur 4 assembly constituencies, while Baramulla has 7, Bandipora 3 and Kupwara district has 6 seats, viewers. All right, let's go to Zeenat joining us live right now. And Zeenat, if you could take our viewers through, what is happening where you are. You are in Bandipora. And a short while back, we saw that PM Modi had urged voters to come out in large numbers and make the Festival of Democracy a huge success. I can already see that there's a huge line of voters where you are. Go ahead, Zeenat.
Shivani, this is just the 2 hours of the polling from 7 to 9 p.m. and we at the Election Commission of India has already recorded plus 11% of votes across Jammu and Kashmir. That tells you that despite fighting with the chill in the morning, the voters are out to cast their vote, to choose ballot and to look for a better and a secure future. As reporting from the Shahgund, this is a part of the Bandipora where you see the voters, they have come to cast their vote. You see the age groups from the first-time voters to old-age voters. They all line up despite all of the other arrangements for the specially abled people, the women voters, the youngsters prefer to be more in the number as far as the polling booths in Shahgund, Bandipora is concerned. From this very constituency, the direct fight is between Congress leader Nizamuddin Butt and the ex-Congress leader who is now contesting as an independent candidate, Usman Majid. These are the two main faces from this constituency where the polling is taking place at present. Overall, we see the polling has remained peaceful and the normal, and the people, as the sun is getting brighter, we are seeing more and more people coming out to cast their vote. We have been seeing the security arrangements from different agencies, but it seems that people prefer to maintain their queues and to protect and secure their things themselves, because in all these phases we have not seen any untoward incident, which is a better news for the Election Commission of India, that though urging voters to come out to cast their vote, we are also seeing that this election has remained free from the boycott calls, terrorist threat calls, or any other incident. So it's a healthy sign for the democracy that the people are coming out to choose their favorite candidate. Yes.
All right. Yes, Zeenat, stay on with us. We also go across to our colleague Gursimran. Gursimran is in Gandhinagar, and Gursimran, the numbers have come out. It is around 11.60% is the voter turnout. In Jammu, 11.46% is the voter turnout already. And there's a lot of hope that this phase of elections should see the maximum turnout of voters more than the other two phases of elections. Go ahead, Gursimran.
Yes, this time it is going to be a massive voting that we are witnessing. I am joined by the BJP State President Ravindra Raina with me, because BJP this time in the third phase is focusing on the Hindu heartland. Mr. Raina, if we speak of these 4 districts, these are considered to be stronghold of the BJP, because in 2014 the BJP almost had a sweep in these seats. This time it is 24 seats going to the polls. How hopeful that how many seats BJP will be able to clinch this time from these 24 seats?
Bharatiya Janata Party will sweep the assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir. We have witnessed a large number of participation in these elections by the voters in Jammu and in Kashmir. Unprecedented participation is being witnessed. I thank the voters, especially the voters of border areas of the Jammu region and the Kashmir Valley, for this massive participation in this festival of democracy. I am quite sure that for last 10 years, the way our Honorable Prime Minister Modi Sahab, our Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah Sahab did commendable job in Jammu and Kashmir. It is all the hard work done by our Honorable Prime Minister and our Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah Sahab that brought peace, prosperity and normalcy in Jammu and Kashmir. People are living happily. Each and every section of the society is given justice.
Mr. Rana.
And I am sure this time people from their core of the heart will support BJP, and BJP will sweep the elections and will form its own government in J&K.
Mr. Rana, numbers. You need 46 to form the government. Are you getting closer to that, or are you surpassing that mark?
See, as of now, I am quite sure that BJP will emerge as single largest party, and definitely we will form the government. It will be BJP's government. It will be BJP's chief minister in the upcoming government.
If needed, will BJP be looking for any kind of post-poll alliance?
See, we are at this juncture are trying hard for absolute majority in Jammu and Kashmir. The way people came out of their houses and voted, large number of voting in J&K shows that people in Jammu and Kashmir have started marching with the nation, and this is a great thing for our democracy.
You have done.
I am sure BJP will form the government. There will be BJP government.
You have done the entire campaign against the three families to keep them out of the power. If needed to keep these three parties at bay, will you be going with some of the so-called, the parties you call the nationalist parties in the Kashmir, or those with the nationalist ideology? Will you be opting to go with them post-poll so that these three parties can be kept out of power?
See, as today is the last phase of assembly elections, no discussion of any post-poll alliance or this way or that way. We are trying our level best to ensure the landslide victory of BJP. We are trying our level best to convince the voters to vote BJP, to vote for Prime Minister Modi Sahab and Amit Shah Sahab, so that this peace, prosperity and normalcy may remain continued in J&K, and we are quite sure that people will support BJP, and I am confident that after results we will be at our own in a position to form the government.
Thank you for taking time for us. So it was the BJP chief Ravindra Rana, very comfortable that the BJP will be in a position to form the government. But what we have to see that how things will pan out, because it is going to be really very important. We have one of the candidates with us. He's a candidate from the Bhim Panthers party. We'll try to speak to him also. So किन issues को लेकर आप लोगों के बीच में जा रहे हैं?
नमस्कार, आपने अपना कीमती समय दिया। देखिए हमारे हम जम्मू में रहते हैं। जम्मू में हमने जन्म लिया और हमारी मातृभूमि है ये, और यहाँ के लोगों को आज सब सुविधाओं से वंचित रखा जा रहा है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस 70 साल रही, 10 साल बीजेपी हुआ आए हुए। आज हमारे लोग बिजनेस को तरस रहे हैं, बेरोजगारी इतनी है, चरम सीमा पर है, और हमारे जो डेली वेजेस जितने घूम रहे हैं, सरकारें 10 साल हो गए आए हुए, इन्होंने उनको कौन सी नौकरी दे दी?
लोगों के बेसिक मुद्दों पर जाएंगे।
हाँ, लोगों को
उम्मीद है कि रिवायती पार्टियों से अलग आपको वोट मिलेगा इस बार।
देखिए, जनता नेता जो होता है जनता का गुलाम होता है। मेरा अपना ये मानना है कि जनता अगर चाहती है कि अपने जम्मू का भविष्य बने तो अवश्य जनता।
So rebels of the BJP are also haunting the BJP as they have gone against the party and are contesting from the other parties. That is giving BJP also a nightmare. Yes, back to studios.
All right, thank you for getting those details from Jammu. That was Gursimran. I want to go across to Arawat. Arawat is in Baramulla. 7 seats go to polls where Arawat is in the Baramulla region. Go ahead, Arawat. Who are the key candidates? What are the key fights?
Yeah, absolutely. We are here at Baramulla, Shwangi, and in fact, my VJ can take you through these visuals. You can see here the visuals, the youngsters and the first-time voters are taking part in the ballot box process. Earlier, we have seen that the youngsters who were used to be the part of the violence, now they are choosing the ballot box instead of the guns and other things. But it indicates that the people of Kashmir have rejected the propaganda by the Pakistan based upon the terrorism and other things. And now the people of Kashmir want development. They are giving their vote for the unemployment and the Kashmir agenda. If we'll talk about the key candidates of the Baramulla, we have seen that the key candidate from the Baramulla is the Muzaffar Hossain Beg, who has remained the deputy Chief Minister of the Jammu and Kashmir, and he is in the close contest with the Javed Hassan Beg of the National Conference and some independent candidates. Independent candidates will be the game changer for this election, as we have seen that the multiple from the districts, various independent candidates are getting very good lead. And in fact, if you go to these visuals, these are from the Old Town Baramulla, and Republic is reporting from the various locations across the Jammu and Kashmir. Republic will get you all the details. Keep watching the Republic TV.
And the BJP is hopeful of the forming the government. BJP State President Ravindra Rana says that they will not lead any post-poll alliance in Jammu and Kashmir as the BJP contests in the 24 Hindu-dominated seats where the Saffron Party hopes that they will be clinching more than 80%. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after the short break as we continue our poll coverage from the ground zero in Jammu and Kashmir.
In the beginning of 2 hours of polling, it has touched 11.6%. This indicates that by the end of 6 p.m., it might go up to 70% because North Kashmir has a trend to vote more in number. Who will be the lucky candidates? Who will get their luck this time? Keep watching Republic TV for more on the development.
Director, the taste of success.
And viewers, top headlines. Anti-Sikh riots haunt Congress. Delhi court to hear Titler's plea against framing of judge's order. 52 days on, Abhaya yet to get justice. Junior doctors to take to the streets again today. Superstar Rajnikant hospitalized in Chennai for an elective procedure, condition stable. Getting on this video coming in, viewers, a raw video where a band has been called in Ladakh by the Kargil Democratic Alliance apex body Leh in response to the detention of activist Sonam Wangchuk in Delhi. Wangchuk was apprehended at the Singhu border last night while attempting to lead a march towards the Gandhi Samadhi. Now, the local groups are rallying for his release and voicing their concerns over the impact of his detention on the region's socio-political landscape. And viewers, getting you much more coming up. As the situation escalates in Middle East, Prime Minister Netanyahu reiterates support. Israel begins a targeted ground operation along southern Lebanon border. Blasts and explosions reported. Stay tuned.
Virat Kohli has made history by becoming the fastest player to reach 27,000 international runs, an accomplishment that he brought up in the second and final test of the series against Bangladesh. He thus surpassed the legendary Sachin Tendulkar's record of 27,000 runs in 623 innings. What makes this even more remarkable is that Kohli achieved this massive milestone in just 594 innings, solidifying his position as one of the greatest batsmen in cricket history. The achievement is in many ways a testament to Virat Kohli's consistency, skill and dedication to the sport. He has been a dominant force in international cricket with an impressive record in all formats of the game and for over a decade at this point.
Alright, getting us some top international updates, viewers. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken met with Iraqi Foreign Minister Fuad Hussein in Washington during a global coalition meeting aimed at defeating ISIS. Blinken highlighted the coalition's decade-long efforts and its successes against ISIS in Iraq and Syria. He also acknowledged the group's ongoing attempt to regroup in the Middle East as well as its expansion in Africa and Asia. The Biden administration recently announced a plan to conclude the American-led coalition military mission in Iraq by next year. Hurricane Helen has now caused widespread devastation across North Carolina. Houses have been reduced to rubble, while the highways have been covered in mud. Scores of residents were seen lining up outside a local grocery store in Nashville to stock up on items. They said that they had never seen this type of flooding and the destruction before. Far-right leaders Javier Milei of Argentina and Nayib Bukele of El Salvador met in Buenos Aires to strengthen bilateral ties. The El Salvadorian president expressed support for Argentinian president. Both presidents share similar perspectives on economic and security issues. UN Security Council has unanimously voted to extend the mandate of the Kenya-led multinational force addressing the gang violence in Haiti. The council disregarded the Haitian government's request to transition to a UN peacekeeping mission. A final draft revealed that China and Russia successfully removed language acknowledging Haiti's call for discussing this transformation.
Well, all-out focus remains on the Israel-Hezbollah war after back-to-back airstrikes that has already claimed more than 1,000 lives. The Israeli forces are carrying out limited targeted ground operation in Beirut. We'll get you more on that at 10 a.m.
the taste of success.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. Thank you for tuning in to this edition of Live and Breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our top focus essentially remains on the Israel-Hezbollah war, beg your pardon. In fact, there is a limited ground incursion which has now begun by the Israeli forces in central Beirut. We'll get you the latest on that. Let's begin first up with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
And a quick check of the top headlines that we are tracking this morning. 40 seats go to polls as final phase of J&K elections gets underway. .6% voter turnout reported across J&K till 9 a.m. It's a mega Republic investigation impact. ED files money laundering case against Siddaramaiah. As situation escalates in the Middle East, Prime Minister Modi dials Netanyahu, reiterates support. Israel begins targeted ground operation along southern Lebanon border. Blasts and explosions reported. From United Kingdom to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid changing dynamics in West Asia.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Now, in wake of the scathing charges against Siddaramaiah and family in the Muda scam, his wife Parvati has called it nothing but a political witch hunt against the Congress party. In fact, targeting particularly the Siddaramaiah family. We now given to understand that Parvati Siddaramaiah has strongly accused the opposition of launching political attacks against Siddaramaiah's family. And this in the backdrop of the ongoing controversy surrounding alleged scams. Siddaramaiah has emphasized that the opposition is using false narratives to undermine his leadership and credibility in the state. So this while Siddaramaiah's wife has offered to return those 14 plots. And this in the backdrop of the prosecution nod that's been given by the governor, which has of course been given a go-ahead by the High Court. So major controversy in the state of Karnataka, while the Lokayukta has begun its investigation in the Muda scam. It's the wife of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah who essentially says that all of this is nothing but a political witch hunt targeting the Siddaramaiah family. And this while she's even returned those 14 plots which have been under scanner in the Muda scam investigation. So despite trial, Siddaramaiah blaming the opposition and saying all of this is nothing but a witch hunt of sorts against Chief Minister and his family. And in wake of the investigation which has begun with an FIR, of course, that's been registered by the police, it's Siddaramaiah's wife who's returned those 14 plots in question. We'll try and go across to a Kannada newsroom to get us more details, but Siddaramaiah, they're saying that he's upset by political conspiracy and that the whole rationale behind returning those plots is to ensure that there is a fair investigation that happens in this case. So while his wife has returned those 14 plots that have come under the scanner, Siddaramaiah saying that there is a false narrative being peddled by the opposition. And for now, we shift focus to the global news that we are tracking. The White House has issued a statement supporting Israel's planned ground operations in Lebanon, which are aimed at dismantling Hezbollah infrastructure that poses a threat to the Israeli citizens. So the US vociferously saying that it backs the actions of the Israeli forces in Lebanon. This in the backdrop of the ground incursion, limited and targeted ground incursion, which has begun by the Israeli forces targeting Hezbollah bases in Beirut city. So after back-to-back pager blasts, airstrikes and bunker bombs that have been the strikes that have been carried out by the Israeli forces, it's a ground incursion now, which has begun in central Beirut. Of course, Israeli forces also moving heavy artillery along the northern Lebanon border. And this in anticipation of a strong retaliation that could come in from Hezbollah as well as Iran's side, given that Iran has bagged Hezbollah since the 1990s. In fact, let's listen into that statement that's coming from the White House official who says that while US advocates for secession between the Israeli forces and the Hezbollah group, it strongly backs Israel's right to defend itself.
Right to defend itself against terrorism. That includes by bringing brutal terrorists such as Hassan Nasrallah to justice. At the same time, we ultimately want to see a diplomatic resolution to conflict in the Middle East that provides long-term security for the people of Israel, the people of Lebanon, and the Palestinian people, as well as the broader region, and we will continue to work to advance efforts along those fronts.
In fact, note that more than 1,000 lives have been lost and 1 million people have been displaced as a result of ongoing strikes by the Israeli forces in Lebanon region. Let's quickly give you an overall picture that encapsulates what's exactly happened in Lebanon in past week. First, it was pager explosions which happened, which claimed at least 32 lives. Now, just to give you a brief synopsis of what pager explosions are, these are wireless communication devices which have long been used by the Hezbollah group to evade that surveillance being carried out by the Israeli forces. So these pager explosions which happened in which there were explosives that were essentially planted in these pagers which blasted, and they were in fact hacked by the Israeli forces from Israel. What followed next was walkie-talkie explosions, similar to what happened with respect to pager blasts. These walkie-talkies exploded after there were explosives that were planted in walkie-talkies, which have long been used by the Hezbollah group. At least 20 dead, 450 injured. In fact, overall, more than 3,000 people having been injured, which includes not just the Hezbollah leaders, but even Lebanon people, the innocent lives that have been lost. What followed next was, of course, 85 bunker-busting bombs, which blasted, targeting Hassan Nasrallah, who was killed in one of the bunker-busting bomb, which the strike that was essentially carried out by the Israeli forces in southern suburbs of Lebanon region, southern suburbs, particularly in Beirut city. In fact, now, in an advanced step, the Israeli forces now carrying out targeted ground incursion. It's an ongoing operation, of course. But that being said, it is a significant advancement given that the Israeli forces have made it amply clear that they will not stop until there is an assurance that comes in from the Hezbollah camp that they will ensure that the displaced Israeli people are returned, are made to return along the northern Israeli side. So yes, that's the overall picture. Let's now tell you about IDF's Operation Northern Arrows. So yes, this is Operation Northern Arrows, in which more than 50 lives have been lost when it comes to those Hezbollah leaders and civilians who've been 1,000 in total, but lately at least 50 lives that have been lost. In fact, this is the map which gives you a clear picture of what has happened since the 1990s. This is the Litani River, which lies along the northern Lebanon side and the Israeli side. So yes, this is Lebanon, this is Israel, and that is Syria. And that being said, this is the buffer zone which was to ensure that there is demilitarization both by the Israeli forces and Lebanon side, which did not essentially happen. This relates to the 2006 UNSC resolution, which was signed to ensure that there is cessation when it comes to the hostilities by both the sides, which did not happen. In fact, the caretaker Prime Minister of Lebanon, who's now said that the country is willing to deploy Lebanese army and the United Nations interim force in this buffer region to ensure that the Hezbollah camp does not cross over and reach, cross the river and reach the northern Lebanon side. So this is the map which gives you an overall picture. This is the buffer zone which was supposed to be demilitarized, which did not happen. This is Israel, and that is Lebanon, and that is Syria. Of course, all the aid that's coming into Lebanon from Israel, from Iran and Syria as well. So this is the overall picture. Let's also now run you through the resolution, the 2006 resolution that was aimed to ensure that there is demilitarization. The first being full cessation of hostilities by combatants, which is, of course, the Hezbollah group and the Israeli forces, which did not happen. There's also been an advancement, particularly in the last 2 weeks. Let's take a look at the other highlight of this UNSC resolution, which was inked in 2006, which was to ensure that there is full Israeli troop withdrawal from the Lebanese territory. This also did not happen, given that the Israeli forces crossed over and were deployed along the southern Lebanon region, which is precisely what is happening right now. Let's take a look at the other highlight of this UNSC resolution, which mentions that Hezbollah's withdrawal north of Litani River. This again did not happen. Now a confirmation statement that's coming from the Lebanon caretaker Prime Minister, who says that he's willing to deploy the Lebanese army as well as the UN forces in that buffer zone, which was to ensure that there is secession between the two groups. So Hezbollah's withdrawal from north of Litani River, which could happen if there is a secession that is agreed upon by the two camps. Deployment of UN and Lebanese army troops to maintain peace in the region. In fact, this is particularly what we've been mentioning, the 2006 resolution that was aimed to ensure that there is deployment of the UN interim force, which is the UNIF, and Lebanese army to maintain peace in that buffer zone. So yes, the Israeli forces remain firm in their resolve that they will not stop until there is a facilitation of the safe route that should be given for those people from Israel who have been displaced. So Litani River would act as a buffer zone between Hezbollah and the Israeli forces. In fact, let's once again put out that map which shows how the buffer zone is not the buffer zone anymore. Ever since that 2000 resolution was agreed upon, this is the Mediterranean Sea, this is Israel, this is Lebanon, and this is the buffer zone. In fact, this is the river which was supposed to be the point where the Israeli forces were not supposed to cross, and the Lebanon side also was not supposed to be to cross, given that this was the buffer zone that was supposed to be demilitarized. The caretaker PM now says that it is willing, the country is now willing to deploy Lebanese army as well as the UN forces to ensure that there is a step back from both the sides. And let's put out more newsbreak coming in. Israeli Air Force has intercepted drone over Mediterranean. This in the backdrop of US deploying additional troops and vessels in the Red Sea region and the Mediterranean region as well. The Israeli forces now intercepting drone over Mediterranean. Of course, that's a retaliation that's coming from the Hezbollah camp and the Iranian forces. It's taken down a UAV over the Mediterranean Sea. All right, so while we speak, the limited ground incursion, the limited and targeted ground operation by the Israeli forces continues in central Beirut region. Let's now take a look at the highlights that we are getting of this conflict, which could spill over into a wider conflict in the Middle East region. As the Israel-Lebanon war rages on, flares and explosions were heard near the border area. This after the Israeli military launched small ground raids against Hezbollah and sealed off communities along its northern border. Israel artillery pounded southern Lebanon with signals growing that more forces could be sent across border to fight the Iran-backed terrorists. Smoke was seen rising from buildings in suburbs of Beirut following an explosion. In recent days, Israel has carried out a number of airstrikes in the suburbs of southern Beirut region, accusing the Hezbollah terror group of raiding weapons in local buildings and using civilians as human shields. At least 11 people were killed in a strike in a refugee camp in central Gaza region. Ambulances were seen arriving at the site of the strike as rescuers pulled out bodies from the building. While the attention is focused on the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, the Israeli army continues its operation in the Gaza region as well. A Bulgarian government jet brought back 89 passengers evacuated from Lebanon. Bulgarian Prime Minister welcomed them and said that the government is exploring all options for future evacuations. Approximately 400 Bulgarian citizens reside in Lebanon and many have even sought evacuation. Amid the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy has asked UK nationals to evacuate Lebanon at the earliest, saying that UK has been assisting its citizens in Lebanon with places on commercial flights departing on Tuesday, as well as sending a rapid force team and placing 700 troops in Cyprus. And in more newsbreak coming in again from the Middle East, Israeli airstrikes in Damascus have targeted a high-level meeting between Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard leaders. The strikes occurred in the region close to the Iranian embassy. This operation marks a continuation of Israel's efforts to disrupt Hezbollah and its activities in Syria, further escalating tensions in the region as Israel continues to counter Iranian offensive in the region. So it's not just the Hezbollah leaders that the Israeli forces are targeting. These are strikes which were carried out in Damascus, targeting Iran group in the backdrop of the strong support, the backing that Hezbollah has had of Iran since the 1990s, particularly since the 2006 war that broke out between Israel and Lebanon. So the visuals on your screens gives you a picture of what has happened in the last few weeks. Lebanon has been struck, particularly the southern region. This is southern suburbs of Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. There have been blasts, back-to-back airstrikes that have been carried out in Beirut, explosions heard in wake of the pager and walkie-talkie blasts that have claimed more than 1,000 lives, at least 50 in last 2 to 3 days. And the last window that gives you a picture of the aftermath of these blasts. 1 million people, at least 1 million people in Lebanon have been displaced as a result of these strikes and now the ground incursion by the Israeli forces. And a quick check of the top headlines that we're tracking this hour. Anti-Sikh riots on Congress. Delhi court to hear Titler's plea against framing of charges order. 52 days on, Abhaya yet to get justice. Junior doctors to take to the streets again today. Actor Govinda shoots himself in the leg accidentally. Sources say bullet removed, condition now stable. Superstar Rajnikant hospitalized in Chennai for an elective procedure. Condition said to be stable. Let's now put out more news break coming in. Condolence meets that are happening in the national capital for the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, who was killed, assassinated by the Israeli forces in Beirut. Anti-Israel slogans that were chanted at these events. So these are solidarity marches, rallies and meetings, so as to say, which have been happening not just in Kashmir, not just in Lucknow, but now in the national capital as well. Anti-Israel protests and now an anti-Israel meet which is happening in the national capital. The visuals on your screens are from Kashmiri Gate. Anti-Israeli protesters who gathered for a solidarity march over the killing of Hassan Nasrallah by the Israeli forces. The visuals on your screens are from different locations in the national capital, one from Kashmiri Gate, and the second is of that anti-Israel meet which is happening in the national capital. In fact, note this, even as Hezbollah is a recognized terror group by the US, in fact by most of the Western nations. Let's listen in to the reactions also coming in as anti-Israeli protests and pro-Hezbollah marches are being carried out in the national capital now.
सैयद हसन नसरुल्लाह से हमारा पहला रिश्ता तो हमारा मजहबी रिश्ता है। दूसरा रिश्ता वो रिश्ता है कि जो हमें खुद महात्मा गांधी की आइडियोलॉजी सिखाती है कि मजलूम का साथ देना है, जालिम के खिलाफ बोलना है। तो हम मजलूम के साथ खड़े हैं क्योंकि इन्होंने इजराइल के खिलाफ आवाज़ उठाई, इजराइल से अपनी ज़मीन को छुड़ाने के लिए तहरीक चलाई है। तो ऐसी सिचुएशन में हम समझते हैं कि एक मजलूम है जिसके साथ हमें खड़े होना चाहिए। आपका और भारत में ये कि इजराइल के क्या हालात, इजराइल का और फ़िलिस्तीन का इशू है, तो कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी होती हैं जिनसे लोगों के जज्बात जुड़े होते हैं और जज्बात कभी सरहदों के मोहताज नहीं होते। अभी बांग्लादेश का मसला आया, वहाँ पर हमारे हिंदू भाइयों पे जुल्म हुआ, सब ने आवाज़ उठाई, देश के जो बेदार मुसलमान हैं उन्होंने भी आवाज़ उठाई और सब बोले। क्यों? क्योंकि हमारे उनके साथ दिल जुड़े हुए हैं।
I just wanted to show
एक ऐसी तंजीम ये जो पूरी दुनिया के दहशतगर्दों से लड़ रही है और आज इजराइल और अमेरिका के कहने पे उसका आतंकवादी कहा जाए, वो एक ऐसा लोग हैं क्योंकि मजहबी उनसे एक राब्ता जुड़ा हुआ है। और दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि जहाँ जहाँ भी पूरे फ़िलिस्तीन हो या उसके अलावा हिजबुल्लाह का कोई दूसरा रिकॉर्ड नहीं है। उन्होंने जब भी आवाज़ हो, ये ISIS के ख़िलाफ़ हो या किसी और चीज़ के ख़िलाफ़ हो, वो खड़े हुए हैं। कहीं नहीं है कि हिजबुल्लाह ने किसी दूसरी कंट्री पे अटैक किया हो या किसी बेगुनाह पे हमला किया हो। तो इस वजह से, और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि हमारा मुल्क उसको दहशतगर्द नहीं कहता। दूसरे अमेरिका क्या कहता है और इजराइल क्या कहता है, हमें उस पर कोई तवज्जो नहीं है, हम उस बात को नहीं मानते। लेकिन हमारा मुल्क उसे क्या कहता है, हम उसको मानते हैं। अगर हमारे हिंदुस्तान, हमारा मुल्क उसको दहशतगर्द कहेगा तो हम ये प्रोग्राम नहीं होता।
And a quick look at other stories that we're tracking from across the country. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to visit Maharashtra today as the state gears up for crucial elections later this year. His visit will focus on strategic discussions about seat-sharing arrangements among alliance partners, including key political figures such as Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and his deputies Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar. Make in India program has completed 10 years. Union Minister Piyush Goyal said that the initiative has been successful in establishing India as a global manufacturing hub. He added that strong macroeconomic fundamentals, increased economic activity and job creation that have bolstered investor confidence both domestically and internationally.
As we are celebrating 10 years of the Make in India program launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on 25th September 2014, we are now seeing the fruits as India is being recognized as a global manufacturing and export hub.
Karnataka Chief Minister Siddharamaia's wife Parvati has submitted a letter to the Mysuru Urban Development Authority surrendering 14 plots that were previously allotted to her. Criticizing the move, the BJP said that instead of surrendering the plots, Siddharamaiah must tender his resignation, further saying that this redemption letter will not deter the investigation that is ongoing.
सिद्धरामैया जी की पत्नी ने अभी पत्र लिखा है. ये पत्र रेजिग्नेशन का होना चाहिए था सिद्धरामैया जी का. रेजिग्नेशन लेटर लिखने के बदले रिडेम्पशन पत्र लिखा जा रहा है, रिडेम्पशन लेटर लिखा जा रहा है. इन्वेस्टिगेशन से बचने के लिए रिडेम्पशन लेटर नहीं चलेगा क्योंकि आपने करप्शन किया है, ये बात स्थापित हो चुकी है.
Delhi police has detained climate activist Sonam Wangchuk and his supporters when they were protesting against climate change issues at the Singhu border. They were demonstrating to raise awareness and demand action on environmental concerns. Tamil Nadu superstar Rajnikant, who's been gearing up for the release of his multi-starrer movie, has now been hospitalized at a private hospital in Chennai after he complained of severe stomach ache. He will undergo an elective cardiac procedure today. We head into a very short break. After we come back, we'll get you all the action from J&K as last phase of voting is underway. .6% voter turnout recorded in final phase of polling in J&K till 9 a.m.
এনআৰচি অসমত যেনেকৈ আমি বিচাৰি আছোঁ যে এখন শুদ্ধ এনআৰচি হ'ব লাগে, আমাক 20% পুনৰ্নিৰীক্ষণৰ সুবিধা দিব লাগে, তেনেকৈ ঝাৰখণ্ড বা আন ৰাজ্যবিলাকতো এনআৰচি হ'ব লাগে. কাৰণ এতিয়া বিদেশী অসমত থাকে বুলি কথা নাই. বিদেশী অসম বা পশ্চিমবংগ দি সোমাই ভাৰতৰ যিকোনো ৰাজ্যত যায় আধাৰ কাৰ্ড লৈ আকৌ অসমলৈকে ঘূৰি আহিব পাৰে. গতিকে এইটো
40 seats go to polls as a final phase of J&K elections gets underway. .6% voter turnout recorded across J&K till 9 a.m. It's a mega Republic investigation impact. ED files money laundering case against Siddharamaiah. As situation escalates in Middle East region, Prime Minister Modi dials Netanyahu, reiterates support to the country. Israel begins a targeted ground operation along southern Lebanon border, blasts and explosives reported. From UK to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid changing situation in West Asia. Very good morning. We start this edition of Live and Breaking with the latest that we're tracking from J&K. In fact, a voting percentage, voter turnout of a little over 11% has been recorded until 9 a.m. As we speak, voting is underway for 40 seats in J&K in the final phase, which includes Baramulla and Jammu. The visuals from different constituencies from Udhampur, Jammu, Samba and Handwara, where voting is underway. So 415 candidates whose fate hangs in the balance. 40 seats, 415 candidates, and key constituencies being Jammu, Samba and Baramulla as well as Udhampur. Let's go across first up to Jammu. In fact, to Gursimran, we have Zeenat also who's joining us from Srinagar. Going across to Gursimran first. Gursimran, voter turnout a little over 11%. How is it looking like? What are those issues that people essentially have in their minds when they cast their votes today?
See, right now we are in the urban polling station where the people have been turning since morning, and the voting percentage, if we speak of, is somewhere close to 12%. We have some of the voters with us as well. The voting is going on. The people have lined up in the large numbers. We'll try to speak to some voters as well, what they have to say. Madam, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, voters किन issues
सबसे बड़े मुद्दे तो हमारे यहाँ पे ये थे कि महिलाओं के हक, अब 370 एब्रोगेशन आर्टिकल 370 के बाद महिलाओं को अपना हक मिला है, हमारी बहनों को हक मिला है। तो ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज जो हैं वो इसके अगेंस्ट हैं, मतलब इसका मतलब है कि वो महिलाओं के अगेंस्ट।
वोटर हैप्पी है जो पिछले 5 से 10 साल में
जी बिल्कुल, इतनी डेवलपमेंट हुई है हमारे पूरी कंट्री में। हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमारे देश को विकसित किया है। मतलब पिछली आप सरकारें देखें और अभी की सरकार अगर आप कंपेयर करो तो आप देखो कि हमारा कितनी डेवलपमेंट हुई है। हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर में, आप कश्मीर में देखो कितना टूरिज्म जा रहा है। कश्मीर में जगह ही नहीं मिलती, कहीं पे कोई होटल आप कहीं बुकिंग नहीं मिलती है, कि लोगों ने अपने घरों में गेस्ट हाउस बना लिया, और जीरो टॉलरेंस टुवर्ड्स टेररिज्म।
So the security and also the tourism development that has taken place continues to be key issues. I'll try to go to the line of the voters. The voters have queued up in the large numbers. We'll try to speak to the voters what they have to say, because see, the voters have been here, and in the urban centers we usually don't see these kind of voters. You have lined up. What are the issues that the voters are going to actually vote for?
Issues are very clear. We are with the National Party, and in that context we are here only to support the National Party.
Do you see that what has happened in the last 10 years is something people were actually looking for?
Actually, there is no second thought about it. When you look at the change, that change is visible. And when you look at the Jammu and Kashmir, especially after the revocation of 370 and 35A, things are quite clear and very grounded. So in that context, we are here to support Bharatiya Janata Party.
So people very vocal about their choices here. The urban voters, they are turning up and they say that they are happy with what has happened in the last 10 years, and especially mentioning the abrogation of Article 370 and 35 alpha. Yes, Samiksha.
Right, Gursimran, requesting you to stay with us. We have Zeenat, just correcting myself there. She's joining us live from Bandipora. We even have Arawat, who's reporting from Old Town, Baramulla. Zeenat, coming across to you, we've seen a large number of protests taking place, solidarity marches by the Shia Muslims. Talk to us about how much influence can they have, the voter base essentially by the Shia Muslims when it comes to the backing that Shias have given to both NC and PDP in the valley.
See, as far as the yesterday's or the day before yesterday's protest were concerned, that were carried by the Shia Muslim in the Shia dominated, but that was more like to express solidarity with the Palestine and the Gaza people and voices against the anti-Israel and the anti-American policies. That has nothing to do with the shaking the vote belt or the shaking the voters in the Jammu and Kashmir. They have been doing the protests in an organized way, in a well-to-do manner. Even there was no law and order that was disturbed on the ground. As far as today's polling is concerned, we have been witnessing in past decades also that North Kashmir has always chosen ballot over bullet. When there used to be hartals, strikes, separatist calls, then also the North Kashmir would come out, and you see the figures of the last 30 or the 40 years, whatever, in all these decades, we have seen whenever the voting percentage would come from the entire Jammu and Kashmir, it would come mostly from the North Kashmir, be it the belt of the districts of the Baramulla, Bandipora, this Kupwara, Sopor, all these, and even the people who have been close to the line of control with a very minimal facilities, then they would also choose ballot over bullet.
I will come back to you. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Let's go across to Arawat. He's joining us live from Old Town Baramulla. Arawat, if you can take us about the contest, how is it looking like in Baramulla, and what are those issues which people have in their mind when they go to vote today?
Yeah, absolutely, Samiksha. As we have seen that the people of Kashmir have changed their mindsets after the abrogation of Article 370. We have seen the change is visible. If my Vijay can pan camera to this side, and it's very much clear that the people are coming out from their homes to cast their vote for the betterment and the development of the Naya Kashmir. As we have seen already that the people have rejected the propagandas from the Pakistan-based organizations and the outfits, and there is no any hartal call, and there is no such violence anywhere across in the districts of the Baramulla or other nearby districts. And it clearly indicates that the Pakistan has basic propaganda has been rejected once again by the youth of the Kashmir Valley. And if we'll go through the contest, the candidates here in the Baramulla, we have seen the we have already seen the former Deputy Chief Minister of the Jammu and Kashmir is contesting the election from Baramulla in contest with the National Conference Javed Hassan Beg. And there are some other game changer independent candidates who may change the game. And whether we will talk about the independent candidate Tosif Rana and other candidates, it clearly indicates that the Kashmir and the youth of the Kashmir have changed their mindset to development. Yes, and Republic will get you all the details. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Right, Arawat, let's quickly take last word from Gursimran. Gursimran, you know, it's been a lackluster, muted campaign by the Congress in the Jammu region. How do you see the political dynamics shaping up, particularly in Jammu region?
See, if we speak of the Jammu region, what it seems for now, that if the things go by what they are expected to be, because the people are the silent voters, so BJP seems to have an edge in Jammu, and that has been accepted even by the Omar Abdullah when he says that the Congress has failed to live up to the expectations. Congress campaign has been missing on ground, and that is why there have been statements that are coming. Samiksha.
All right, Gursimran, Zeenat and Arawat, thank you for the moment. We will keep coming back to you. In fact, let's take a look at a quick roundup of election updates from Jammu that are coming in. And updates from across the valley. In fact, the third and final phase of elections is underway. People are seen lining up at polling booths to exercise their right to vote in 40 constituencies across 7 districts of the Union Territory. Prime Minister Modi appealed to voters in the valley to cast their votes to make the Festival of Democracy a success, saying that he's confident that apart from the young friends who are voting for the first time, women power will also participate in the voting by turning out in large numbers. Union Home Minister Amit Shah said that Jammu and Kashmir needs a government that is visionary and can take strong decisions for securing peace and security in the region, further saying that people want a government that will keep J&K free from terror, separatism, nepotism and corruption. Democratic Progressive Azad Party chairman Ghulam Nabi Azad was seen casting his vote at a polling station in Jammu for assembly elections, saying that the current issues of the last 10 years have to be resolved, and added that people want jobs in the region. Congress candidate from Jammu East Yogesh Sahani said that in this election, secularism will win and that people will take revenge through their votes for atrocities committed by the BJP in last 10 years, adding that Congress will provide jobs to the youth and statehood will be restored.
आज लड़ाई है धर्मनिरपेक्ष पार्टी की और सेकुलरिज्म के बीच में, और जीत हमें लगता है कि सेकुलरिज्म की जीत होगी। और पिछले 10 वर्षों से जो जुल्म इन भाजपा के लोगों ने, कि भाजपा की सरकार ने जो ढाए हुए हैं जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर, लोग आज वोट डालकर उसका बदला दें।
Members of the Valmiki community are casting their vote for the first time in this election. They express their happiness at exercising their right, adding that things are changing now. One of the voters likened the situation to a caged bird set free.
मैं फर्स्ट टाइम असेंबली का वोट कर रहा हूं। लोकसभा में तो करते हैं, लेकिन असेंबली से हमें पिछले 7 दशकों से दूर रखा गया है, जिसका बड़ा अफसोस था और एक समाज अपने आप को बड़ा हीन भावना से ग्रस्त पा रहा था। लेकिन 2019 के बाद जो एब्रोगेशन हुआ, उसके बाद हमारे समाज के लिए तरक्की के रास्ते खुले। हमें डोमिसाइल सर्टिफिकेट मिला है, हमें वोटिंग राइट मिला है, हमें शेड्यूल का कैटेगरी मिली है, जिससे कि हम पूरी अपनी जो कि नागरिकता का हम फैसिलिटी वगैरह ले सकते हैं।
And in news that we are getting from Maharashtra, actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda was injured in an accidental shooting which happened while he was leaving for Kolkata. In fact, according to his manager Shashi Sinha, Govinda was handling his licensed revolver when it slipped from his hand, discharging a bullet that struck his leg. The bullet has now been removed and his condition is said to be stable as he continues to recover in the hospital. So Govinda shot in the accidental shooting while he was leaving for Kolkata. Govinda was handling his licensed revolver when it slipped from his hand, discharging a bullet that struck his leg. The bullet has now been removed and his condition is said to be stable. So actor Govinda, who's sustained injury in this accidental shooting. A statement that's also been released by his manager saying that he's recovering well. His condition is said to be stable. All right, so statement that's coming from the manager of actor Govinda, who says that Govinda is recovering well. This after he was injured in accidental shooting. He was hurt by his own revolver, licensed revolver that the actor possesses. Let's try and see if Sandeep is joining us live. But this incident seems to have happened while he was leaving for Kolkata for a shoot. He was injured in accidental shooting by his own gun. More details are awaited, but actor Govinda, who's also a Shiv Sena leader, he's sustained injuries in an accidental shooting by his own revolver. And we will try and go across to Sandeep in just a bit, but note again a recap of what we know so far. Actor and Shiv Sena leader was rushed to the hospital early this morning after accidentally shooting himself in the leg due to a misfire from his own licensed revolver. It's said that the incident occurred at around 4:45 a.m. while he was checking the weapon before heading out. Initial reports even indicate that the bullet struck his knee, which prompted immediate medical attention. As of now, his family and team have not released, in fact, his family has not released a statement. However, his manager has released a statement that he is in a stable condition. Let's go across to Sandeep, who has more details. Sandeep, while we understand a statement has been released by Govinda's manager, Has his family released any statement about the condition of the actor?
See, so far, no statement has been released by the family, but ultimately, a voice clip is being sent by actor Govinda himself that he had got hurt due to this very incident, and he was immediately taken to the hospital, and where he got treated, he is out of danger as of what is being said by Govinda. What we are learning is right now that a team of Crime Branch has reached the hospital. Mumbai Police Crime Branch has reached the hospital to take the statement of the actor, and in fact his statement would be very crucial as an inquiry would be initiated whenever such kind of incident happened. Police has to file a report on the whole incident, and hence a team of Crime Branch has reached the hospital where he is currently taking treatment. What we have got to know is that the bullet has been taken out. He has underwent the surgery. The incident happened in the morning when he was in fact leaving for Kolkata. Remember, where his wife was there, and ultimately while collecting the gun from his cupboard, the gun fell down and got unlocked, and which led to the shot that he got on his leg, and which got him injured. Ultimately, he was taken to Kriti K Hospital. His daughter was there with him, and the manager was also there, and he is out of danger as of now, Samiksha.
Right, Sandeep, just a quick follow-up question. Is there more than what meets the eye? Is there probably a deeper sinister plot which is being probed by the Mumbai police? While his manager says that he accidentally shot himself, could there be more than what is known as of yet?
Samiksha, as of now, what we are learning from our sources, this is the basic protocol that Mumbai police needs to follow. Whenever any kind of such incident happened, there needs to be a report that needs to be submitted within the Mumbai police and the crime branch. Anyone who uses his gun, there needs to be a record, and for the same reason, the crime branch has reached the spot to record the statement of the actor. Although what could be the next story, that would be revealed by the crime branch itself, if the reason that is being given by Govinda is genuine or not.
All right, Sandeep, we will come back to you. So an official statement is awaited from actor Govinda's family. For now, he's said to be in a stable condition. A quick check of the top headlines that we are tracking this hour. Anti-Sikh riots haunt Congress. Delhi court to hear Titler's plea against framing of charges. 52 days on, Abhaya yet to get justice. Junior doctors to take to the street again today. Actor Govinda shoots himself in the leg accidentally. Sources say bullet removed, condition stable. Superstar Rajnikant hospitalized in Chennai for an elective procedure, condition said to be stable. Now, in more news that we are tracking from the state of Maharashtra, the MVA seat talks have largely been unsuccessful. This in the backdrop of elections that are just round the corner in the state.
Ahead of the Maharashtra elections, the Mahavikas Aghadi is in a huddle mode. Even hours-long deliberation failed to yield any outcome. Top sources say the MVA could not decide on distribution of all seats on the first day, and another meeting is scheduled for today. On agenda today will be the seats that could not be decided upon in the first meeting. Top sources have informed that bone of contention is a rift between the Uddhav faction and the Congress. As the seat-sharing talks fall flat, The big question is, will the Mahavikas Aghadi manage to get its house in order ahead of the big elections?
Israel begins a targeted ground operation along southern Lebanon border. Blasts and explosions reported. From UK to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid changing situation in West Asia. Tracking from the world of sports, Virat Kohli has made history by becoming the fastest player to reach 27,000 international runs. Take a look at this report.
Virat Kohli has made history by becoming the fastest player to reach 27,000 international runs, an accomplishment that he brought up in the second and final test of the series against Bangladesh. He thus surpassed the legendary Sachin Tendulkar's record of 27,000 runs in 623 innings. What makes this even more remarkable is that Kohli achieved this massive milestone in just 594 innings, solidifying his position as one of the greatest batsmen in cricket history. The achievement is in many ways a testament to Virat Kohli's consistency, skill and dedication to the sport. He has been a dominant force in international cricket with an impressive record in all formats of the game and for over a decade at this point. Kohli's journey to this milestone has been marked by his ability to adapt to different conditions and oppositions, making him a formidable player in all situations. In addition to Virat Kohli and Sachin Tendulkar, only two other players have achieved the 27,000 run mark: former Australian captain Ricky Ponting and Sri Lanka's Kumar Sangakkara. However, Kohli bringing up this record is a testament to his exceptional skill and dedication, as he not only made it to the milestone but was also the fastest to reach this milestone. Virat Kohli scored 47 of 35 balls in the first innings of the ongoing second test match against Bangladesh. Kohli was also dismissed by Shakib Al Hasan while trying to hit the ball for a boundary. India scored 285 for 9 and declared the innings in response to Bangladesh's 233 all out, and it was in many ways an innings to remember for cricket fans. India broke a number of records in the course of the game, including getting to the fastest team 50 in tests, the fastest team 100 and even the fastest team 200. The reason for the urgency in the Indian batting was the fact that 2.5 days of the game were lost to rain. There were heavy showers on day 1, meaning only 35 overs were possible. It continued to rain on day 2, and it was so bad that the state of the outfield on day 3 also ended up seeing no action, despite there being no rain in Kanpur on the day. But India are keen to ensure a result due to the fact that they need a few more wins to seal qualification for the World Test Championship final. India need 4 wins in their remaining 9 games, and this makes the game against Bangladesh doubly important, which explains why they went so hard with the bat on a relatively placid Kanpur track.
And a quick look at sports stories that we are tracking. International stories that we are tracking. Secretary of State Antony Blinken held a meet with Iraqi Foreign Minister in Washington, D.C. during a global coalition meeting that was aimed at defeating the ISIS. Blinken highlighted the coalition's decade-long efforts and successes against ISIS in Iraq and Syria, acknowledging the group's ongoing efforts to regroup in the Middle East region as well as its expansion in Africa and Asia. Hurricane Helene has caused widespread devastation across North Carolina. Houses have been reduced to rubble while highways have been covered in mud. Scores of residents were seen lining up outside a local grocery store to stock up on items. They said that they had never seen this type of flooding and destruction. At least 132 people have lost their lives in 6 southeastern states as a result of the storm. Far-right leaders of Argentina and Nayib Bukele of El Salvador held a meet to discuss and strengthen bilateral ties. The leaders expressed support for Argentinian president. Both presidents even shared similar perspectives on economic and security issues. The UN Security Council has unanimously voted to extend the mandate of the Kenya-led multinational force addressing gang violence in Haiti. The Council disregarded the Haitian government's request to transition to a UN peacekeeping mission. A final draft even revealed that China and Russia successfully removed language acknowledging Haiti's call for discussions on this transformation. Cubans are facing a deepening crisis which is marked by rampant garbage accumulation and severe water shortages. This has added to ongoing issues like power outages, fuel and food scarcity as well as inflation. We head into a very short break, but our live and rolling coverage continues from J&K as the Valley is voting in final phase of the elections. Also, voter turnout of a little above over 11% recorded in the Valley until 9 a.m.
Director, the taste of success.
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, it's 11 a.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our focus essentially remains on the Hezbollah-Israel war, which is ongoing, with the Israeli forces now launching limited and targeted strikes, ground strikes in Lebanon. We'll get you more on that. First, the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
40 seats go to polls as a final phase of J&K elections gets underway. .6% voter turnout that's been recorded across Jammu and Kashmir till 9 a.m. It's a mega Republic investigation impact. ED files money laundering case against Siddaramaiah. As situation in the Middle East escalates, Prime Minister Modi dials Netanyahu, reiterates support. Israel begins targeted ground operation along southern Lebanon border. Blasts and explosions reported. From UK to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid changing dynamics in West Asia.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Well, a limited ground incursion which is being carried out by the Israeli forces in Beirut. Let's take you through this quick graphic to understand what exactly has happened in the last few weeks, particularly in southern Lebanon region. First, there were pager blasts which rocked Lebanon cities. At least 32 people lost their lives and more than 2,000 people were wounded. In fact, just to quickly tell you about what these pager blasts are. Pagers are non-wireless communication devices which have long been used by the Hezbollah group to evade surveillance by the Israeli forces. It's said that these wireless communication devices were hacked by the Israeli forces, by the intel agency Mossad. They were detonated by the Israeli forces from Israel. So pager blasts which rocked Lebanon cities, at least 32 lives were lost and more than 2,000 people were injured. What followed next were walkie-talkie blasts as well as the solar equipments which were being used in Hezbollah bases, which exploded following that detonation which happened. So at least 20 people lost their lives, particularly the Hezbollah leaders, 450 injured. So all in all, at least 50 Hezbollah leaders who were assassinated, killed by the Israeli forces in pager and walkie-talkie blasts. Not just that, there were bunker-busting bombs, 85 bunker-busting bombs which were dropped in Hezbollah bases. This, of course, in the backdrop of Israeli forces making that claim that Hezbollah group has long been using civilians as human shields. So bunker-busting bombs which rocked Hezbollah bases. And Hassan Nasrallah, who was, of course, the Lebanon, the Hezbollah chief, was assassinated in one of these bomb strikes. So targeted ground incursion which is happening, a statement that's now been released by the Israeli Defense Forces as well, that this is a limited and targeted strikes. These are ground incursion. This is a ground incursion, targeted strikes which are being carried out in Beirut city. In fact, also note that earlier only southern suburb in Beirut city were being targeted by the Israeli forces, and now it's the main central Beirut city which is being targeted by the Israeli forces. So yes, it is an ongoing operation. More than 50 Hezbollah leaders having lost their lives already. Listen in first up to that statement that came in from the US official who said that US backs Israel's right to defend itself.
We support Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism. That includes by bringing brutal terrorists such as Hassan Nasrallah to justice. At the same time, we ultimately want to see a diplomatic resolution to conflict in the Middle East that provides long-term security for the people of Israel, the people of Lebanon, and the Palestinian people, as well as the broader region, and we will continue to work to advance efforts along those fronts.
Let's now tell you about the 2006 UNSC resolution in which it was agreed upon that both Israel forces and the Hezbollah group will demilitarize in the buffer zone region. So this is the map which shows you the exact picture. This is the Litani River, which is basically the crossing between Lebanon and Israel. The Mediterranean Sea being there, this is Lebanon, this is Israel. And that is the buffer zone, which we will just show to you. This is the buffer zone, and this is the river which divides Lebanon and Israel. So this is the buffer zone, and it was agreed in 2006 that this buffer zone is going to be patrolled by the Lebanese army and the United Nations interim force, which did not happen, following which there have been significant advancements, a clear violation, with Lebanon caretaker Prime Minister now saying that the Lebanese army will be redeployed along with the UN forces. So this is the buffer zone, this is the Litani River, and this is another Lebanon note where Hezbollah had essentially entered, and Israeli forces now saying that the Hezbollah group will have to back off to ensure that there is a facilitation for those Israeli people who've been displaced as a result of strikes by the Hezbollah camp.
সকল স্তরে গণতান্ত্রিক নির্বাচনের মাধ্যমে ছাত্রছাত্রী ও জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের প্রতিনিধি সুনিশ্চিত করতে হবে। কলেজের সমস্ত সিদ্ধান্ত গ্রহণকারী প্রতিষ্ঠান, কলেজ কাউন্সিল, অ্যান্টি র্যাগিং কমিটি, ইন্টারনাল কমপ্লেন্টস কমিটিতে নির্বাচিত প্রতিনিধি রাখার দাবি আমরা জানিয়েছি বারংবার, যা এই প্রতিষ্ঠানগুলির সঠিক কার্যক্রম সুনিশ্চিত করবে এবং যৌন হয়রানির বিপক্ষে একটি প্রতিরক্ষামূলক পরিবেশ তৈরি করবে। তার সাথে মেডিকেল কলেজগুলিতে দুর্নীতির মূল আখড়া রোগী কল্যাণ সমিতি, যা মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মৌখিকভাবে ভেঙে দিলেও তার কোনো লিখিত নোটিশ আমরা পাইনি, এবং যদি ভেঙেও দেওয়া হয় তার পরিবর্তে গঠিত প্রতিষ্ঠানে নির্বাচিত ছাত্রছাত্রী ও জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের প্রতিনিধিত্ব সম্পর্কে সুস্পষ্ট কোনো সিদ্ধান্তও আমরা দেখতে পাইনি। মুখ্য সচিব তার 19 তারিখের সরকারি নির্দেশনার ইমেলটিতে স্বাস্থ্য সচিবকে দায়িত্ব দিয়েছিলেন আমাদের সুরক্ষা ও রোগী পরিষেবা নিয়ে পরিকাঠামোগত রদবদলের যাবতীয় সিদ্ধান্তগুলিকে কার্যকর করার, কিন্তু তার 12 দিন পেরিয়ে গেলেও দৃশ্যমান কোনো পরিবর্তন আমরা দেখতে পাইনি। এমনকি সাগর
We haven't seen any progress in the last 12 days.
সমস্ত ঘটনার দায়ভার চাপিয়েছেন জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের উপরে। এর আগেই আমরা
the entire blame has been put on the junior doctors.
নারায়ণ স্বরূপ নিগমের অপসারণের দাবি তুলেছিলাম। আমরা এও মনে করি স্বাস্থ্য দপ্তরের অপদার্থতা বা সক্রিয় মদত ছাড়া এই প্রবল দুর্নীতি অসম্ভব। আমরা স্পষ্ট দাবি জানাচ্ছি
this could not have happened without the help of others.
স্বাস্থ্য মন্ত্রককে নিতে হবে এবং এই সমস্ত দায়ে স্বাস্থ্য সচিবকে অবিলম্বে অপসারণ করতে হবে। গত 19/9 তারিখে আমরা আমাদের পূর্ণ কর্মবিরতি প্রত্যাহার করে অত্যাবশ্যক পরিষেবাগুলিতে কাজে ফিরেছিলাম। বিভাগ ভিত্তিকভাবে আমরা আউটডোর ও ইনডোর পরিষেবা শুরু করেছিলাম বহু জায়গায়। রাজ্য সরকার
after the assurances that were basically made, we resumed the work.
তাদের পদ থেকে সরানো, সুরক্ষা ও রোগী পরিষেবা প্রশ্নে
we had basically asked for the security of the junior doctors.
কাজে ফেরার সদিচ্ছা দেখিয়েছিলাম, রোগীদের জন্য সদিচ্ছা দেখিয়েছিলাম। অথচ তারপরে 10 দিন কেটে গেলেও বাস্তবত সরকারের লিখিত ডাইরেক্টিভের কিছুই আমরা কোথাও লাগু হতে দেখছি না।
In the last 10 days, we haven't seen any of the promises that were made.
কিংবা রোগী পরিষেবা উন্নত করার জন্য কেন্দ্রীয় রেফারেল সিস্টেম, বেড ভ্যাকেন্সি মনিটর, স্বাস্থ্যকর্মী নিয়োগ কোথাওই প্রায় কোনো রকম অগ্রগতি আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। আমরা
We haven't
সরকারকে
seen
মনে
any
করিয়ে
progress
দিতে
that
চাই,
has been made so far.
শুধুমাত্র কাগজে প্রতিশ্রুতির জন্য আমরা আন্দোলন করিনি, আন্দোলন করছি না। আমরা আন্দোলন করছি রাজ্যের স্বাস্থ্য ব্যবস্থার এক যথাযথ জনমুখী বদলের জন্য, যাতে রোগীরাও পরিষেবা পান আর ডাক্তার স্বাস্থ্যকর্মীদের জন্য এক ভয়মুক্ত সুরক্ষিত কর্মস্থল সুনিশ্চিত হয়। অথচ বাস্তবে তার অগ্রগতির জন্য সরকারের কোনো সদিচ্ছা আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। আমাদের কাজে
We haven't seen any sort of
সুনিশ্চিত হয়নি এখনো
action on the part of the government.
সাগর দত্ত ন্যাশনালের ঘটনা এবং
We are being forced to take this action once again.
মুখে দাঁড়িয়ে এই আমরা প্রমাণ পাচ্ছি যে আমরা ভয়হীন পরিবেশ পাইনি এখনো। এর সাথে রাজ্যের প্রতিটি হাসপাতাল, মেডিকেল কলেজ থেকে
In fact, the threat culture syndicate is still working.
আর একটিও অভয়ের ঘটনা যাতে না ঘটে তা সুনিশ্চিত করতে গেলে
So that there is
রাজনীতিকে উপড়ে ফেলা ছাড়া
no return of what we saw in the case of Abhaya.
নিশ্চিত করা ছাড়া আর উপায় নেই। অথচ
We have no other option but to take to the streets.
আমরা দেখতে পাইনি।
We haven't seen any kind of solution.
বিরুদ্ধে কোনো এনকোয়ারি কমিটি তৈরি হয়নি। কলেজে কলেজে
There is no inquiry committee that has been formed.
জন্য কোনো উদ্যোগ সরকারের পক্ষ থেকে নেওয়া হয়নি। এমত অবস্থায় বাধ্য হয়েই আমরা আজ থেকে পূর্ণ কর্মবিরতি অর্থাৎ ফুল সিজওয়ার্কে ফিরছি। সরকারের পক্ষ থেকে সুরক্ষা, রোগী পরিষেবা ও ভয়ে রাজনীতির প্রশ্নে
Starting from today, we will begin our protest.
না পাওয়া অবধি আমরা পূর্ণ কর্মবিরতি চালিয়ে যেতে বাধ্য হব। এক,
Starting from today, we have been forced to carry out the protest, and this will include everyone from the services.
দুই, স্বাস্থ্যক্ষেত্রে প্রশাসনিক অক্ষমতা ও দুর্নীতির দায় স্বাস্থ্য মন্ত্রককে নিতে হবে এবং স্বাস্থ্য সচিবকে অবিলম্বে তার পদ থেকে অপসারণ করতে হবে। তিন, অবিলম্বে রাজ্যের সমস্ত হাসপাতাল ও মেডিকেল কলেজে সেন্ট্রাল রেফারাল সিস্টেম চালু করতে হবে। চার,
We are making once again a 5-point demand, which basically includes one, there is a central referral system that should be started.
ও হাসপাতালে জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের নির্বাচিত প্রতিনিধিত্ব সহ কলেজ ভিত্তিক টাস্ক ফোর্স তৈরি করতে হবে। প্রয়োজন মাফিক সিসিটিভি, অনকল রুম, বাথরুমের সাথে হেল্পলাইন নাম্বার।
We are once again asking for CCTV to be installed.
পুলিশি সুরক্ষা বাড়াতে হবে। সিভিক ভলেন্টিয়ার
We are also demanding that increase of police deployment in the hospital. Women police officials are also to be deployed in the hospital. Health workers should be provided with extra security. There should be an inquiry commission against in every hospital.
রাজ্যের প্রত্যেকটি মেডিকেল কলেজে ছাত্র সংসদ নির্বাচন করতে হবে। সবকটি কলেজে আরডিএ কে স্বীকৃতি দিতে হবে। কলেজ ও হাসপাতাল পরিচালনার সবকটি কমিটিতে ছাত্রছাত্রী ও জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের নির্বাচিত প্রতিনিধিত্ব সুনিশ্চিত করতে হবে। 10, ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল মেডিকেল কাউন্সিল ও ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল অভ্যন্তরে যে ব্যাপক দুর্নীতি ও বেনিয়মের অভিযোগ রয়েছে তার সাপেক্ষে দ্রুত তদন্ত প্রক্রিয়া শুরু করতে হবে। আমরা ইতিমধ্যেই প্রেস কনফারেন্সের মাধ্যমে সবাইকে জানিয়ে দিয়েছি অভয়ার ন্যায় বিচার যেভাবে দীর্ঘসূত্রিতার জালে
conference we are now once again informing everyone that we would be going in for 100% cease work, and this is
দ্রুত গ্রেফতার ও দৃষ্টান্তমূলক শাস্তির দাবিতে
for the justice of Abhaya.
এমন ঘটনার পুনরাবৃত্তি রুখতে স্বাস্থ্য ক্ষেত্র
We are once again saying that such a
রাজনীতিকে নির্মূল করতে আমরা আগামী
incident should not happen.
মহালয়ার দিন এক মহা মিছিল ও মহা সমাবেশের ডাক দিচ্ছি।
We are going to demand for another meeting that is going to take place on 2nd of October.
আইটি কর্মীদের সংগঠন, সিনেমা জগতের মানুষদের বিভিন্ন সংগঠন, বিভিন্ন প্রান্তিক মানুষদের সংগঠন এবং অন্যান্য সামাজিক সংগঠন আমাদের কর্মসূচিকে সফল করার আহ্বানও জানিয়েছেন। আমরা সমাজের সর্বস্তরের মানুষের কাছে আরও একবার 2 তারিখ কলেজ স্কোয়ার থেকে ধর্মতলা মহামিছিল এবং ধর্মতলায় মহা সমাবেশে যোগ দেওয়ার আহ্বান
This entire meeting that is going to take place, we are going to begin a protest from the college street.
এক সুস্থ জনমুখী ভয়হীন স্বাস্থ্য ব্যবস্থার দাবিতে ও সর্বোপরি সমাজ থেকে ভয়ের রাজনীতিকে নির্মূল করার লক্ষ্যে উই ওয়ান্ট জাস্টিস, উই ডিমান্ড জাস্টিস।
We are demanding justice and we are hoping that this will bring an end to it.
বিগত কয়েকদিন যাবৎ সোশ্যাল মিডিয়াতে আরজিকর হাসপাতালে ঘটে যাওয়া নারকীয় ধর্ষণ এবং খুনের পরিপ্রেক্ষিতে অভয়ার পোস্টমর্টম রিপোর্ট নিয়ে যে বিভ্রান্তিমূলক পোস্ট ছড়ানো হচ্ছে সেই ব্যাপারে আমরা দু চার কথা সকলের সামনে রাখতে চাই। 9 আগস্ট আমরা প্রথমে খবর পাই যে চেস্ট ডিপার্টমেন্টের কর্মক্ষেত্রেই একজন সেকেন্ড ইয়ার পিজিটি সুইসাইড করেছেন, কিন্তু বেলা গড়ানোর সঙ্গে সঙ্গে আমরা জানতে পারি কেসটা সুইসাইড নয়, এটি একটি ধর্ষণ এবং খুনের ঘটনা। সেই সূত্র ধরেই আমাদের মনে সন্দেহ জন্মায়। সেই অবিশ্বাস এবং সন্দেহ থেকেই আমরা সমস্ত স্টুডেন্টরা পোস্টমর্টম প্রক্রিয়া যাতে সুষ্ঠুভাবে হয় তার জন্য ম্যাজিস্ট্রেট ইনকোয়েস্টের দাবি রাখি। পোস্টমর্টম প্রক্রিয়া হয় বিভিন্ন সিনিয়র পোস্টমর্টম বিশেষজ্ঞ, ম্যাজিস্ট্রেট এবং বিভিন্ন সিনিয়র পুলিশের তত্ত্বাবধানে। সেই প্রক্রিয়া ভালোভাবে সম্পন্ন করার সম্পূর্ণ দায়িত্ব বর্তায় ওনাদের ওপরেই। বিভ্রান্তিমূলক যে পোস্টটি ছড়ানো হচ্ছে তাতে পোস্টমর্টমে উপস্থিত জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের স্বাক্ষর রয়েছে, একথা সত্য, কিন্তু কোনোভাবেই পোস্টমর্টমের স্বচ্ছতার দায় জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের উপর বর্তায় না। কারণ আমরা আমাদের সীমিত জ্ঞান নিয়ে ওই মুহূর্তে দাঁড়িয়ে আমাদের পক্ষ থেকে সবটুকু দিয়ে চেষ্টা করেছিলাম যাতে এই নারকীয় খুন ও ধর্ষণের ঘটনাকে আত্মহত্যার মুখোশ না পরানো হয়। বিভিন্ন উচ্চপদস্থ আধিকারিকরা যেভাবে ঘটনাটাকে চাপা দিতে চাইছিলেন তার আমরা তীব্র প্রতিবাদ জানাই এবং পোস্টমর্টম প্রক্রিয়া যাতে সঠিক নিয়ম মেনে হয় সেই দাবিতে অনড় থাকি। সেই স্বচ্ছতার দাবি থেকেই আমরা পোস্টমর্টম রিপোর্ট কলকাতা পুলিশের কাছ থেকে দেখতে চাওয়ার দাবি বারংবার রেখেছিলাম, যা আমাদেরকে পরবর্তীকালে পুলিশের পক্ষ থেকে দেখানোও হয়নি। এমনকি মহামান্য সুপ্রিম কোর্টও পোস্টমর্টম প্রক্রিয়ার ভুল ভ্রান্তি নিয়ে অসন্তোষ প্রকাশ করেছেন। সোশ্যাল মিডিয়াতে এই যে নানান বিভ্রান্তিমূলক পোস্ট ছড়ানো হচ্ছে তার তীব্র প্রতিবাদ জানাচ্ছি। এছাড়া জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের অভয়ার ন্যায় বিচারের আন্দোলনকে যেভাবে বিভিন্ন ক্ষেত্রে বিভিন্ন মানুষজন বিভিন্নভাবে কলুষিত করার প্রয়াস করছেন, সেই প্রয়াসকে জুনিয়র ডাক্তাররা WBJDF-রা তীব্র ধিক্কার জানাচ্ছে। ইংরেজিটা বলছি।
On behalf of West Bengal Junior Doctors Strike, I, Dr. Shaptadipa Chakraborty, is reading today's press release. We understand that many questions are on everyone's mind today. We too had many questions as we looked toward the Supreme Court. We wanted to know what the CBI and the Supreme Court had to say regarding the murder and rape of Abhaya. However, we realized just how slow the CBI's investigation is. We have seen many times before that the CBI has been unable to reach any conclusions, allowing the real culprits of such incidents to go free due to delays in filing charges. The Supreme Court, which had taken the initiative to expedite the trial of this heinous incident, has instead only postponed hearings and reduced the actual length of the proceedings. We are disappointed and angered by this protracted judicial process. We have asked whether the government has any satisfactory answers regarding the safety of healthcare workers, patients and their families in hospitals. We have had discussions with the Chief Minister and the Chief Secretary regarding our 5 demands. We reiterated our demands on September 26th and September 29th, urging the Chief Secretary to quickly implement the government's written directives. In those emails, we also requested the Chief Secretary to convene a meeting with a state task force that adequately represents junior doctors. Unfortunately, the state government has not only failed to convene such a meeting, but has also not responded to our letters. 52 days have passed since August 9, yet What have we gained in terms of security? The CCTV cameras, which the state government promotes as the main indicator of safety, have only been installed in a fraction of the necessary locations in colleges over these 50 days. Additionally, we heard that we did not provide an ICU bed to a critically ill patient at Sagar Datta Medical College. We did not offer them medical services. The people of the state know how false this accusation is. Due to the lack of necessary ICU beds at Sagar Datta Hospital, despite the desperate efforts of junior doctors, a critically ill patient could not be saved. Following this, due to inadequate security measures, the patient's relatives turned on the doctors and a female intern and nurses were physically harassed. From the first day of our movement, we have stated that without ensuring patient services in government hospitals and making user-friendly changes to existing hospital infrastructure, it is impossible to ensure the safety of doctors and healthcare workers. The incident at Sagar Datta is a glaring example of this. If there had been a proactive bed vacancy monitoring system in every hospital and if a centralized referral system had been established, perhaps this death could have been avoided and many more in the future. Every patient's family would have known which hospital had available beds, in which department, and in every hospital, doctors would have understood where to refer patients for proper treatment. If the state government had prioritized adequate safety measures rather than bureaucratic delays, the horrific harassment of doctors after a patient's death could also have been avoided. Similar incidents of harassment have occurred recently at Calcutta National Medical College, Rampurhat Medical College and IQ City Medical College. We have repeatedly mentioned that the roots of the incident involving Abhaya lie deep within the current healthcare system. One of our primary demands has been to eliminate the undemocratic environment of fear within the healthcare system and to eradicate the politics of fear and the culture of threats in colleges. We have seen that it has been established in the Supreme Court today that the incident involving RG Kar is not an isolated one. Such incidents occur due to the persistent atmosphere of fear and authoritarianism that has existed for years. Sandeep Ghosh's illegal activities and oppression were directly facilitated by high-ranking officials in the health department and he has sheltered a gang of goons on campus who have perpetuated this corruption. We clearly communicated in our meeting with the Chief Minister and the Chief Secretary and also in emails that we do not feel secure in this environment of fear. Without ensuring proper representation for junior doctors in decision-making committees of hospitals and medical colleges, the oppression of these declared leaders will continue. To prevent this, democratic elections must be held at all levels to ensure representation of students and junior doctors. We have demanded that elected representatives be included in all decision-making bodies, college councils, anti-ragging committees and internal complaints committees to ensure the proper functioning and to create a protective environment against sexual harassment. Furthermore, regarding the core hub of corruption in medical colleges, the Patient Welfare Committee, while the Chief Minister verbally stated its dissolution, we have not received any written notice, nor have we seen any clear decision regarding the representation of elected students and junior doctors in the newly formed body. On September 19, the Chief Secretary assigned the Health Secretary the responsibility to implement all decisions related to structural changes for our safety and patient services in his official email. However, even after 12 days, we have seen no visible changes. He has even lied before the Supreme Court regarding the incident at Sagar Datta, placing all the blame on junior doctors. Previously, we had raised the demand for the removal of the Health Secretary, Narayan Swarup Nigam, who is implicated in monumental corruption and politics of fear in the health sector. We also believe that such rampant corruption is impossible without the incompetence or active support of the health department. We demand that the Health Ministry must take responsibility for administrative failure and corruption and that the Health Secretary be immediately removed from his position. On September 19, we had withdrawn our full strike and returned to work in essential services with outdoor and indoor services starting in many places. We showed goodwill by returning to work based on 2 meetings with the state government, the removal of CP, DME, DHS, DC North from their positions and some written directives concerning safety and patient services. Yet, 10 days have passed since then. and we see no implementation of the government's written directives anywhere. Whether it is the installation of CCTV, the recruitment of police, or measures to enhance patient services such as a centralized referral system, bed vacancy monitoring, and the hiring of healthcare workers, we see virtually no progress. We want to remind the government that we are not protesting merely for paper promises. We are protesting for a genuine, people-oriented change in the state's healthcare system so that patients receive proper services and doctors and healthcare workers are ensured a safe, fear-free workplace. However, in reality, we see no goodwill from the government for this progress. It has become increasingly clear to us that we have not secured an appropriate, fear-free environment for our return to work, especially in the light of incidents involving Shagor Datto, National Medical College, and the severe threats from ruling party legislators. From the very first day of our movement, we have demanded the elimination of politics of fear from every hospital and medical college in the state. To ensure that no further incidents like Abhaya occur, we must uproot this politics of fear and ensure democratic spaces everywhere. Yet, we see no goodwill from the state government on this front. No inquiry committees have been established against the heads of the current threat syndicate in healthcare, and no initiatives have been taken by the government to form elected student councils in colleges. In this situation, we are compelled to return to a full cease work starting from today. Unless we receive clear action from the government on safety, patient services and the politics of fear, we will have no choice but to continue our full strike. Number 1. Abhaya's question of justice should be answered immediately without any further delay in the form of protracted judicial process. Number 2. The Health Ministry must take responsibility for administrative incompetence and corruption and must immediately remove the Health Secretary from his position. Number 3. A centralized referral system must be implemented immediately in all hospitals and medical colleges in the state. Number 4. A digital bed vacancy monitor must be established in each medical college and hospital. Number 5. Task forces based on each college and hospitals to ensure necessary arrangements for CCTV, on-call rooms and bathrooms. Police protection in hospitals must be increased with the hiring of permanent female police personnel. All vacant positions for doctors, nurses and healthcare workers in hospitals must be filled immediately. Number 8. Inquiry committees must be established in every medical college to investigate those involved in threat syndicates and punish them. An inquiry committee must also be formed at the state level. Elections for student councils must be conducted immediately in every medical college. All colleges must recognize Resident Doctors Association. Elected representation of students and junior doctors must be ensured in all committees managing colleges and hospitals. The rampant corruption and lawlessness inside WBMC and WBHRB must be brought under inquiry immediately. We have already informed everyone through a press conference that to ensure justice for Abhaya, to demand the swift arrest and exemplary punishment of the guilty, and above all, to eradicate the politics of fear from all sectors of society, we are calling for a massive rally and assembly on the 2nd of October, the day of Mahalaya. Senior doctors, various organizations of nurses, doctors from private hospitals, IT worker organizations, various groups from the film industry and other social organizations have also expressed their support for our program. We once again urge the people from all walks of society to join us in this massive rally from College Square to Dharmatala and the assembly at Dharmatala on the 2nd of October. Let our protest continue for the justice of Abhaya, for a healthy, people-oriented, fear-free healthcare system, and above all, to eliminate the politics of fear from the entire society.
আপনাদের আইনজীবী সুপ্রিম কোর্টে কালকে নিজেই জানিয়েছিলেন যে এসেনশিয়াল সার্ভিসেসের মধ্যে আইপিডি ওপিডি আছে এবং সেটা কোর্টে রেকর্ডও হয়েছে। এবারে আপনারা কন্টেম্প্ট অফ কোর্টে দায়ী করবেন
গতকালই আপনারা জানালেন যে আপনারা কাজে যোগ দিয়েছেন ওপিডি আর
একদমই তাই।
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in this morning. And our top stories coming from Jammu and Kashmir. Third and final phase of the Jammu and Kashmir elections. Pollings are underway. 40 seats up for grabs. We have a huge team of reporters on the ground getting you the top updates. But as usual, the headlines we're tracking first. Let's get started. All right, top headlines running right now. Jammu and Kashmir polls is right now on the final phase. Polling underway in over 7 districts. .6% voter turnout reported across Jammu and Kashmir till 9 a.m. Some mega Republic investigation impact. ED files money laundering case against Siddharamaiah. As the situation escalates in the Middle East, Prime Minister Netanyahu reiterates support. Israel begins targeted ground operation along southern Lebanon border. Blast and explosions reported. From UK to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid changing situation in West Asia. All right, news, getting some big breaking updates coming in, responding to China's construction of villages along the LAC, the line of actual control. Indian Chief General Arnab Goswami stated that China is free to build within its border, but highlighted the concern over grey zone tactics. He cited examples from the South China Sea, where initial civilian activities often lead to military presence. General Dwivedi emphasized that India's own model villages developed within the coordination of state and central governments will be even more robust in securing the border regions. Responding to China's construction of villages along the LAC, the line of actual control, Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi says that China is free to build within its borders, but not try to get into grey zone tactics. He cited that examples from South China Sea, where initial civilian activities often led to military presence. I want to go across to the big statement coming in from the Army Chief, where he's saying that China cannot try to stoop to the level of grey zone tactics. Let's hear that statement.
So though I have taken 3 months, but it has 40 years of experience behind it. Of course. So as far as China is concerned, it has been intriguing our mind for quite some time. And I keep saying with China, you have to compete, you have to cooperate, you have to coexist, you have to confront and contest. So what's the situation today as we are looking at? The positive signaling is coming from the diplomatic side. But what we have to understand, the diplomatic side gives you the options and possibilities. But when it comes to the execution on ground, when it relates to the ground per se, it is dependent on the military commanders on both the sides to take those decisions. So what's the situation today? It's stable, but it's not normal and it's sensitive. So if that be the case, what are we wanting? We are wanting that the situation, what was there pre-April 2020, that should be restored back. Whether in terms of the ground occupation situation or the buffer zones which have been created or patrolling which have been kind of planned as of now. So till the time that situation is not restored, as far as we are concerned, situation will remain sensitive and we are fully operationally prepared to face any kind of a contingency which will come through. And in complete gamut, if we see, the trust has become the biggest casualty. So what we're talking about from April 20, if we see that over a period of time, both sides have been sitting together, diplomatic parleys have been taking place. We have had approximately 17 SHMCL or the Corps Commanders Level Conference. We had 21 WMCC conferences which have taken place. And we have come a long way. In the sense, whatever were the low-hanging fruit, those have already been resolved. Now, when it comes to the difficult situations where we have a different perception from both the sides, it means that both sides need to have in any negotiation win-win situation. So some kind of indication have been given from both the diplomatic side. Now the military side will sit together and see how this can be translated on ground. And when it comes, what is on the table? Everything which is we can think of, it's on the table along the northern front, and it also includes Depsang and Demchok.
Assam Minister Piyush Hazarika is now leading protests against Congress leader Priyanka Kharge for his comments questioning the Tata semiconductor facility in Assam. Kharge's remarks suggesting Assam and Gujarat lack the infrastructure and ecosystem for such projects has sparked many strong reactions. Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma and others leaders have condemned Kharge's comments as anti-Assam, fueling demonstrators across the state. Those are the pictures coming in. Assam Minister Piyush Hazarika has said he's joining this rally to demand an apology from Mallikarjun Kharge and his son. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague Aniruddha joining us. Aniruddha, if you're joining us live, Aniruddha, he's saying that clearly Mallikarjun Kharge and son, this is what Piyush Hazarika is saying, have an anti-Assam mindset. If you could take a view through what's happening there as protest in Assam against Priyanka Kharge is happening as we speak.
Yes, Ibanki, right now we are in Zagirod, and today widespread protest has been witnessed in Zagirod, particularly over Priyanka Kharge's comment, anti-Assam comment, where he has said that he has alleged that the semiconductor facility which has been set up in Assam and Gujarat is a wrong move, and he alleged that both the states lack infrastructure to support the ecosystem that is required for the incubation, and that is the reason why today we are seeing hoardings of Kharge, Murdabad and Congress behavior, and also slogans are being raised against the state leadership of the Congress, because the state leadership instead of condemning the comment made by Kharge had come out in his defense, saying that the Kharge's comment has been misrepresented. But however, if we see the screenshots of the comments that has been made on Twitter, on X, it is clearly verifiable that Kharge has made those remarks from his verified Twitter account, and that is the reason why yesterday Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma also condemned the anti-Assam move of the Congress party and alleged that the Congress party had always been against development in Assam and have been looking towards Assam with a stepmotherly attitude. And today we are witnessing this massive protest in Zagirod, where under the leadership of Minister Piyush Hazarika, who is also the MLA of Zagirod, where in fact the semiconductor facility is being set up. Thousands of people have come forward. We have Piyush Hazarika joining us live. Many thousands of people have come forward today. How do you react?
Few days back, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's son, Priyanka Kharge, who is also a minister in Karnataka, he
All right, getting to these fresh pictures, viewers, we'll move ahead right now to Tirupati, where a traditional cleansing ritual is happening live. Those pictures are coming in, viewers. This is a sanitization drive which has been initiated at the renowned Tirupati temple in the backdrop of the big controversy. We have seen multiple cleansing rituals taking place at the Tirumala temple amid the controversy surrounding allegations of questionable materials being used in Tirupati laddus when the YSR Congress party was in power. Now, we already know that the investigation in this case has been launched. An SIT team has visited Tirupati to conduct the investigation. But we see a traditional cleansing ritual taking place there. We have seen many other rituals have taken place. A Homa ceremony had taken place earlier, which is aiming to purify the environment in Tirupati. Now, what you see on the screen is a traditional cleansing ritual which is taking place in Tirupati on the backdrop of the allegations and the political war of words we have been seeing between the TDP and the YSRCP. We've also seen a Shanti Homam, which had happened a few days ago, and many other rituals have been taking place. Extensive cleansing processes have taken place earlier as well, where vessels, machines, and ceremonial spaces have been purified. The priests have been performing many sacred rituals involving sprinkling of mixtures from holy products to sanitize the environment. One such ritual is taking place, a cleansing ritual is taking place. This is a traditional, by the way, viewers, I repeat, this is a traditional cleansing ritual which is taking place right now in Tirupati. And remember, this is coming in as we're getting our viewers top updates. We're seeing that TTD officials have clarified that these rituals are aimed to dispel negative energies and restore the sanctity of the Laddu Prasad, ensuring the spiritual well-being of the devotees. All right, viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories you're tracking in the next segment, Bharat in 2 minutes. Let's get started with that. BRS leader K. Kavita has been admitted to the hospital in Hyderabad for medical tests. She was admitted recently with the test expected to be completed today. During her time in Tihar jail related to the Delhi excise policy case, she suffered from several health issues, including gynecological problems and high fever. Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi cleans a statue of Mahatma Gandhi and the premises of the Gandhi Mandapam as part of the Swachhata Hi Seva program. He urged universities to take cleanliness drive in the campus.
Mahatma Gandhi was not just a leader of our freedom movement. He laid a lot of emphasis on cleanliness. Because cleanliness, he always called it, cleanliness is godliness. And cleanliness is a matter of habit.
Junior doctors in West Bengal resumed total cease work as they continue to protest over the rape and murder of a trainee doctor in Arjikar Medical College and Hospital. Actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda has been taken to the hospital after he was accidentally shot in the leg by a revolver this morning. The accident took place around 4:45 a.m. today. According to the Mumbai police, Govinda is recovering and the injury is not serious. However, he was taken to the hospital for precaution. The Mysuru Lokayukta officially started the inquiry and investigation to the case linked to the case of a Mysuru Urban Development Authority land allotment scam. This follows an FIR filed on September 27th against Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah and others in connection with the alleged Muda land allotment scam. And viewers, we move ahead to this news which came in today morning. Actor turned politician Govinda accidentally shot himself in the leg when with his licensed revolver, fell from his hand and misfired at him. He was rushed to the hospital where doctors removed the bullet. Here's what happened. Take a look at the latest coming in.
Actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda accidentally shot himself early this morning. The incident took place around 4:45 a.m. at his Juhu residence when the 60-year-old was cleaning the revolver. He was putting his licensed revolver back in the cupboard when it slipped from his hand and misfired. Doctors have removed the bullet from his knee. No foul play has been reported. In his career spanning decades, Govinda has acted in more than 150 films.
मस्त रहा करें इसकी वजह अरे बहुत डिटेल में घुस रहा है
He is known for his comedic timing and dancing. He has also served as a member of parliament from 2004 to 2009.
All right, getting us some more breaking updates coming in right now. Bangladesh's Foreign Affairs Advisor Mohammad Tawheed Hussain has dismissed claims of anti-Hindu agitation in the wake of recent attacks on minorities and Hindus. Explained that the departure of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina created an administrative vacuum further compounded by policing challenges. Okay, that's a big update coming in right now, where we see that the Bangladesh Foreign Affairs Advisor has dismissed claims of anti-Hindu agitation in the wake of recent attacks on minorities and Hindus. Let's go ahead, viewers, and play out that statement.
There are people in both our countries who have some feelings, sometimes strong feelings against the other. But that doesn't mean that we have to be in a conflict situation. We have interests in India as much as India has interests in Bangladesh. So since it's a question of mutual interest, I think the two sides will ultimately come to a position where their interests can be best served.
There are multiple instances of Hindus being attacked in Bangladesh. What steps have you taken for their protection?
I would put it in a different way. I would put it in such a way that immediately after the departure of Sheikh Hasina, there was a vacuum in administration. There was also the problem of policing, because the police had been actually placed against the young generation. So when Sheikh Hasina had departed and had resigned and gone away, the police were not in their normal duties. So at that time, tensions and sentiments ran very high. So some incidents were there, but putting it as an anti-Hindu agitation or anti-Hindu action would be utterly wrong. The violences did take place against mostly Awami League riots. We do not condone that, of course, because we do not want anyone to take law in their own hands. But the fact remains that in that moment of agitation, some violence did take place, but that was not on the basis of whether someone was Hindu or a Muslim, because you know that more Muslims, if you just count by religion, more Muslims were attacked at that time than Hindus. It was because some sort of an agitation against Awami League supporters was taking place, which we have been able to contain already immediately after taking the reins of the government. And I don't think that there is any complaint of such actions at this moment in this country.
All right, getting us some top global updates, viewers. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with Iraqi Foreign Minister Fuad Hussein in Washington during a global coalition meeting aimed at defeating ISIS. Blinken highlighted the coalition's decade-long efforts and successes against ISIS in Iraq and Syria. He also acknowledged the group's ongoing attempts to regroup in the Middle East, as well as expansion in Africa and Asia. The Biden administration recently announced a plan to conclude the American-led coalition military mission in Iraq by next year, with U.S. troops beginning to withdraw from long-held bases. Hurricane Helen has caused widespread devastation across North Carolina. Houses have been reduced to rubble, while highways have been covered in mud. Scores of residents were seen lining up outside a local grocery store in Asheville to stock up on items. They said that they have never seen this type of flooding and destruction before. At least 132 people have died in 6 southeastern states due to the storm. Far-right leaders Javier Milei of Argentina and Nayib Bukele of El Salvador met in Buenos Aires to strengthen bilateral ties. The El Salvadorian president expressed support for Argentinian president. Both presidents share similar perspectives on economic and security issues. Bukele recently secured a re-election despite constitutional limits. He is currently at the center of criticism for suspending fundamental rights in 2022, which have led to the detention of more than 80,000 individuals linked to gangs under a state of emergency. UN Security Council has unanimously voted to extend the mandate of the Kenya-led multinational force addressing gang violence in Haiti. The council disregarded the Haitian government request to transition to UN peacekeeping mission. Now, final draft revealed that China and Russia successfully removed language acknowledging Haiti's call for discussions on this transformation. Currently, nearly 400 Kenyan officers are deployed in Haiti along with a small contingent from Jamaica, which is far below the 2,500 troops pledged by various nations. The Cubans are facing a deepening crisis, which is marked by rampant garbage accumulation and severe water shortages. This had added the ongoing issues with power outages, fuel and food scarcity, as well as inflation. Public services in Havana are near collapse, with the garbage collection teams operating at only 57% capacity due to truck breakdowns. Reports indicate that around 600,000 people lack water due to equipment malfunctions and fuel shortages. Residents said that this situation is worse than anything they had experienced in the past.
With eyes on majority of the Hindu heart-rent seats, the BJP aims to get the majority of seats from the 24 that are going to polls. But this time the contest is directly between the alliance, that is the National Conference and the Congress alliance with the BJP. And the BJP hopes to repeat what it has done in 2014, while the alliance of the Congress and the NC aims to dent the BJP in its stronghold, that is in the four districts of Jammu, Kathua, Samba and Udhampur. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Virat Kohli has made history by becoming the fastest player to reach 27,000 international runs, an accomplishment that he brought up in the second and final test of the series against Bangladesh. He thus surpassed the legendary Sachin Tendulkar's record of 27,000 runs in 623 innings. What makes this even more remarkable is that Kohli achieved this massive milestone in just 594 innings, solidifying his position as one of the greatest batsmen in cricket history. The achievement is in many ways a testament to Virat Kohli's consistency, skill and dedication to the sport. He has been a dominant force in international cricket with an impressive record in all formats of the game and for over a decade at this point. Kohli's journey to this milestone has been marked by his ability to adapt to different conditions and oppositions, making him a formidable player in all situations. In addition to Virat Kohli and Sachin Tendulkar, only two other players have achieved the 27,000 run mark: former Australian captain Ricky Ponting and Sri
Anti-Sikh riots haunt Congress. Delhi court to hear Titler's plea against framing of charges order. "52 days on, Abhaya yet to get justice. Doctors are taking to the streets yet again today." Actor Govinda shoots himself in the leg accidentally. Sources say bullet removed, condition stable. And superstar Rajnikant hospitalized in Chennai for an elective procedure, condition stable. And viewers, we get to the big sports story coming in. Virat Kohli has made history by becoming the fastest player to reach 27,000 international runs, an accomplishment that he brought up in the second and final test of the series against Bangladesh. He thus surpassed the legendary Sachin Tendulkar's record of 27,000 runs in 623 innings. Here's a report by our Sports Fit. Take a look.
Virat Kohli has made history by becoming the fastest player to reach 27,000 international runs, an accomplishment that he brought up in the second and final test of the series against Bangladesh. He thus surpassed the legendary Sachin Tendulkar's record of 27,000 runs in 623 innings. What makes this even more remarkable is that Kohli achieved this massive milestone in just 594 innings, solidifying his position as one of the greatest batsmen in cricket history. The achievement is in many ways a testament to Virat Kohli's consistency, skill and dedication to the sport. He has been a dominant force in international cricket with an impressive record in all formats of the game and for over a decade at this point. Kohli's journey to this milestone has been marked by his ability to adapt to different conditions and oppositions, making him a formidable player in all situations. In addition to Virat Kohli and Sachin Tendulkar, only two other players have achieved the 27,000 run mark: former Australian captain Ricky Ponting and Sri Lanka's Kumar Sangakkara. However, Kohli bringing up this record is a testament to his exceptional skill and dedication, as he not only made it to the milestone but was also the fastest to reach this milestone. Virat Kohli scored 47 of 35 balls in the first innings of the ongoing second test match against Bangladesh. Kohli was also dismissed by Shakib Al Hasan while trying to hit the ball for a boundary. India scored 285 for 9 and declared the innings in response to Bangladesh's 233 all out, and it was in many ways an innings to remember for cricket fans. India broke a number of records in the course of the game, including getting to the fastest team 50 in tests, the fastest team 100 and even the fastest team 200. The reason for the urgency in the Indian batting was the fact that 2.5 days of the game were lost to rain. There were heavy showers on day 1, meaning only 35 overs were possible. It continued to rain on day 2, and it was so bad that the state of the outfield on day 3 also ended up seeing no action, despite there being no rain in Kanpur on the day. But India are keen to ensure a result due to the fact that they need a few more wins to seal qualification for the World Test Championship final. India need 4 wins in their remaining 9 games, and this makes the game against Bangladesh doubly important, which explains why they went so hard with the bat on a relatively placid Kanpur track.
Nothing is certain with the Israeli regime. They keep changing their goals, they keep changing their approaches. They do not stick to a specific program when approaching either Gaza or Lebanon or even Yemen.
If Hezbollah will keep on saying we will keep fighting Israel, at one stage you will see Israeli boots inside Lebanese villages and towns.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakhtar Mishra with you on Republic TV. This is live and breaking, viewers. And remember, Israel has begun its operation, its ground operation in South Lebanon. And we'll get you the 360-degree coverage on that conflict. Also, remember what's happening in back in India. We will be getting you a lowdown of the protests that are happening in the country, the sympathizers of the terrorist Hezbollah, terror organization Hezbollah. There's a political face-off on that. But first up, the headlines at 12 p.m.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
As the final phase of elections gets underway in Kashmir, 11.6% voter turnout reported till 9 a.m. 52 days on as Abhaya waits justice. Doctors resume the total cease work strike against Mamata government. Silent on the Karnataka land scam trail, Siddaramaiah repeats the political conspiracy charge.
But what we have to understand, the diplomatic side gives you the options and possibilities. But when it comes to the execution on ground, when it relates to the ground per se, it is dependent on the military commanders on both the sides to take those decisions. So what's the situation today? It's stable, but it's not normal and it's sensitive.
Army chief makes a big statement on border standoff, says ties with China not normal but stable. Israel begins the targeted ground operation along southern Lebanon border against Hezbollah. From United Kingdom to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid changing situation in West Asia.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
All right, viewers, we start with the breaking developments coming in from West Asia. Republic TV has accessed the footage of the battle procedure and the exit briefing of the soldiers. Now this after the Israel Defense Forces confirmed that its 98th Division, which includes the paratroopers, commandos and the 7th Brigades, has begun the targeted operations in southern Lebanon. And after weeks of preparation in the northern arena, including the intensive training and planning, the soldiers initiated limited localized strikes in Lebanon. Having gained operational experience from months of action in Gaza, the division has adjusted its tactics for the new terrain in Lebanon. You can see the exclusive video that Republic TV is putting out right now. This is the footage of the IDF battle procedure. And you can see the troops there on ground. These are the preparations for that limited operation. Remember, Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, had spoken to the United States President and informed US about a limited and a targeted strike. And viewers, we will be getting you a sense of what's happening on ground zero. Lev Aran, Republic's correspondent from Haifa, northern Israel, is joining us live on the broadcast for more on this. Lev, as we speak, we're putting out that footage of IDF battle procedure. It's of course going on in full swing, and the targeted strikes have begun, that ground incursion has begun. Now tell us, throw more light on what does it mean, what does Israel mean when it says targeted incursion, targeted strike, limited strike?
Okay, so limited means mainly 5-6 kilometers from the border. It means that we are not even sure if the Israeli boots will be up to the Litani River, which is much northern to Israel. It's like 18 kilometers. And it is also a way not to upset the Americans, and also to get a consensus, a DESI, domestic consensus in Israel, because many in Israel say, we have intelligence, we have Air Force, why should we risk our soldiers' life?
Right, Lev. In fact, Lev, also tell us about how Israel is trying to put this, into, what we've seen that there have been calls from across the globe for, not letting this spiral into a bigger conflict, that a massive escalation should not happen, but what's been happening in Gaza should be avoided. But what is Netanyahu really planning? Because in his address yesterday, it was directly to the people of Iran, and that's how he's intending to, break down the Ayatollah rule. He's trying to remove all the proxies of the IRGC. Even one of the IRGC commanders have been neutralized. So what's really the next plan of action here for Netanyahu?
Okay, so the Israeli paradigm says Iran does not want to shed Iranian blood, only Arab blood, in Yemen, in West Bank, in Gaza, in Lebanon. So Netanyahu and the Israeli government are banking on our experience that usually Iran is quite careful not to risk Tehran's regime. Now, we know that 19 out of 20 bigwig officers of Hezbollah are already dead. So the question is, who will fight against Israel right now? So again, Hezbollah is quite a strong organization. And unlike Gaza, in Gaza, there is only one stretch of 13 kilometers that was bordering with Egypt. So once Israel occupied it, Gaza was surrounded by Israel. In Lebanon, the situation is totally different. From Lebanon up to Tehran, there are like 3,000 kilometers that Hezbollah can retreat and come back. So I don't think we are banking on, let's say, winning Hezbollah, but nobody thinks that what we saw in Gaza will happen in Lebanon, simply because of the fact that the Lebanese can go to Syria, even to Iraq. They have secured place to go to, unlike the Palestinians in Gaza, who could not go to Egypt or to Israel or to the sea, and therefore we saw a very big death toll inside Gaza.
Absolutely. Yes, Lev, we will be coming to you as more developments keep coming in. Thank you so much for the moment, Lev, for joining us with those updates from Ground Zero. Now, viewers, we'll just make you understand, help you understand what's really been happening, how Israel has been, preparing to go for this assault, for containing all the proxies of the Iranian regime. Now, we start with IDF's Operation Northern Arrows that is right now underway. We all began, viewers, just weeks back, just a few days back, with the pager explosion. At least 32 were killed, over 200 were wounded in this pager attack. All the Hezbollah commanders, all those affiliated with Hezbollah, all those people with those pagers and walkie-talkies, they were exploded. And later on, we saw that the communication system was broken down. So 20 people were killed in the walkie-talkie explosions. 450 were injured. So this is how IDF and Mossad attempted to break down the communications. Then that was just the prelude to this. Hassan Nasrallah, 85 bunker-busting bombs were launched from Israel. And Hassan Nasrallah, the chief of the terror outfit Hezbollah, was killed. Remember, before that, the likes of Fuad Shukr and many other commanders, the top commanders, were all eliminated by the IDF. And then came the targeted ground incursion that we are seeing right now, that has just begun last night, as it was imminent after Nasrallah's death. So the ground incursion, the targeted strike, as our correspondent on ground, Lev, was telling us that how many kilometers does the Israeli Defense Forces intend to, in fact, operate on. Now we show you this region and the entire conflict. Now that's, you can see the Mediterranean Sea, Lebanon, Syria and Israel. And they're trying, this is a multi-pronged war, multi-frontal war that right now Israel is fighting. This is the buffer zone. Now, what is that buffer zone? That is the Litani River. The Litani River is very crucial for the people of Lebanon. It is entire agriculture depends on the Litani River, and there has been a buffer zone created so that there could be a ceasefire. Remember, back in 2006 also, that Hezbollah had struck Israel, after which there was a war between Israel and Lebanon. In fact, Israel had invaded Lebanon, southern Lebanon, and there was a ceasefire. There was not much to gain for Israel back then. Now, we talk about the resolution, that is the UNSC Resolution 1701, the full cessation of hostilities by the combatants. All this under this agreement, that is the resolution, full cessation of and full Israeli troops withdrawal from Lebanese territory. That is what we saw back in 2006, Hezbollah's withdrawal north of Litani River. And remember, viewers, the Lebanese government right now has said that they are ready to implement the UNSC resolution so as to avoid a massive escalation, so as to avoid a full-fledged war with Israel. And now the deployment of UN and Lebanese army troops to maintain peace, that will be witnessed once this UNSC resolution is implemented. And that, of course, will all boil down to the dialogue. Now, Litani River, as we were speaking about that buffer zone, would act as a zone between Hezbollah and Israel that we just showed you in that map graphic. And that will help in the de-escalation of this entire conflict, because there are voices from across the globe. India, remember, has also spoken to Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. And we will be continuing to get you the latest updates that are coming in as the West Asian region is completely on the boil. We'll get you more updates coming in from the region. Viewers, as the Israel-Lebanon war is raging on, the flares and explosions have been seen at the border already. Now, this is after the Israeli military launched a small ground raids against Hezbollah and sealed off the communities along its northern border. Israeli artillery has pounded southern Lebanon, with signals growing that more forces could be sent across the border to fight the Iran-backed terrorists. In fact, the Israeli military had earlier declared 3 communities along Israel's northern border to be a closed military zone, in a possible precursor to a ground invasion that we are seeing right now in Lebanon. Smoke was seen rising from buildings in the suburbs of Beirut following an explosion. In the recent days, Israel has carried out a number of airstrikes in Dahir area, accusing the Hezbollah terrorist group of hiding weapons in local buildings. Now, the Israeli military has asked the residents to evacuate the areas and move away from the buildings for their safety. And in the last 2 weeks, Israeli strikes have killed more than 1,000 people in Lebanon. Meanwhile, the Israeli military says it has begun a limited and localized operation against Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, at least 11 people were killed in a strike in Nusayrat refugee camp in central Gaza Strip. Ambulances were seen arriving at the site of the strike as rescuers pulled out bodies from the building. While the attention is focused on the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, the Israeli army continues its operation in Gaza. More than 40,000 people have been killed in Gaza since the war began last October. A Bulgarian government jet brought back 89 passengers evacuated from Lebanon. Bulgarian Prime Minister welcomed them and said that the government is exploring all options for future evacuations. Approximately 400 Bulgarian citizens reside in Lebanon and they have sought evacuation. Bulgaria's evacuation efforts coincide with other European nations also pulling out their citizens, while the situation regarding Israel's potential ground operation in Lebanon remains uncertain. Amid the ongoing conflict in West Asia, British Foreign Secretary David Lammy has asked the UK national to leave Lebanon. Lammy said that the UK was assisting its citizens in Lebanon with places on commercial flights departing on Tuesday, as well as sending a rapid response team and placing 700 troops in Cyprus. Now, Lammy also said that he has spoken to Iranian foreign minister, urging Iran to show restraint. All right, we have some breaking news coming in, viewers. Madras High Court has permitted the RSS route march in Tamil Nadu. Justice G. Jayachandran has said that the presence of other religious institutions or of offices or parties with different ideologies cannot be a ground to deny permission for the march. And Madras High Court has directed the organizers of route march to be conducted by the RSS on the eve of Vijayadashami festival on the 6th of October. So that's the big update we have from the Madras High Court coming in, viewers. And we'll get you more on that. Madras High Court. All right, my colleague Ashwin is joining us on the broadcast for more. Now, very clearly, Madras High Court has asked the police that why there should be, protection for a DMK event, but why there should not be the same protection for an RSS event. It's made it very clear.
Well, in fact, Rakshita, the Madras High Court has lashed out against the state police for its response and this petition that it has submitted. Justice G. Jayachandran has in fact called out the double standards where it's stated that how can a protection not be given for an RSS event which is scheduled to happen on Vijayadashmi Day on October 12th. There are around 58 route marches have been prepared by the Rashtriya Seva Sangh across Tamil Nadu where the marches will be done. But like every year, we see this kind of opposition that has been put by the state government. But the judiciary has pointed out the double standards of the DMK government by stating how can this be done when you yourself, when your 75th anniversary of the DMK, all permissions were granted. And also in the petition, very interestingly, Rakshita, what they had stated was that there is presence of other religious structures in these route areas. And that was one of the reasons that they had given that this route march should be stopped. But even then, the Madras High Court has clearly directed the state police to ensure that all kind of security is given. Also, it went on to even say that if this is not followed up, it will be a contempt of court because earlier the court has given a judgment in this matter. Similarly, the Supreme Court has also given a judgment on this matter as well. And therefore, by not following it, it will therefore be a contempt of court proceeding. So a huge win for the RSS over here. And as usual, the DMK tried to stop it. But like every year in 2023, or the similar tactic was employed. This year also they have failed to do so. Rakshita.
Right, absolutely. Thanks so much, Ashwin, for joining us with those details coming in from the Madras High Court, viewers. So the High Court has clearly lashed out at the Madras, the Chennai cops about why there was no permission granted to the RSS march for Dussehra. And now we shift our focus to the headlines at this hour, viewers. Anti-Sikh riots haunt the Congress party. Delhi court to hear Jagdish Titler's plea against framing of charges order. Actor Govinda shoots himself in the leg accidentally. Sources say the bullet has been removed. His condition is stable. And superstar Rajinikanth hospitalized in Chennai for an elective procedure. Condition stable. All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in right now. Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi has expressed optimism about the present situation in Jammu and Kashmir, saying that the region is moving towards peace and prosperity. General Dwivedi spoke about the key indicators of progress, including the record-breaking Amarnath Yatra with over 5 lakh pilgrims and more than 2 crore tourists visiting the region. The Chief of Army Staff hailing the situation right now in the change of situation, the Naya Kashmir, the winds of change that have been witnessed on ground zero. Let's take a listen in, viewers, to the Army Chief.
So before I come to present situation, I must quote August 2019, what happened, you all are well aware. And thereafter went as an army commander, and Devendra Pandey is sitting here, who was the corps commander, and we met one of the ladies, wife of one of the active politicians. And she said, after this abrogation of Article 370, at least my children know when the principal tells that please draw the flag of the country when you come back tomorrow during the Independence Day. As you are aware, the two countries have Independence Day one day after the other. Now they are very clear that which country flag to be drawn. Means the clarity which was there has only emerged after August 2019, that what J&K means to India and what India means to J&K. With that, if I have to talk today, what are the indicators what we see? What is the situation? Has it improved? Let's take calculation. Amarnath Yatra, in last 10 years, this has crossed the magic figure of 5 lakhs. 2023, more than 2 crores tourists have reached this area. The development is phenomenal. So if you take all the parameters which are there, let's take on the terrorism side, only 2 recruits, and that also in 2024 only 2 people have been recruited, where the figures used to be 100, 200, 300 earlier. If you see all these parameters, I feel we are moving towards peace and prosperity. Now, when you have some kind of a sand put on ground and you put the water, where does the water flow? Water flows to those places where you will find there is no obstacle. So what we had done, we had concentrated on southern Kashmir most of the time. We had concentrated in some areas of Poonch and, if I can say that, Jammu. So the areas which were left, if I'll not say totally unaddressed, but what was there, we were looking for most peace and prosperity, because those places we could invest money. The development was forthcoming. Now those areas have been addressed now by the adversary, the country which is on the western border, and the terrorists which have come now are basically most of them foreign terrorists who have come, and they are going into these areas. Similarly, in northern Kashmir also, these people are going into these areas. So what happened? We reoriented, re-energized, and refocused our forces which are there, security forces. But that's not important. What is more important, the police has gone in for a major revamp, because our state will only stabilize if its police is effective. And that's what we are trying to empower.
Right now, viewers, from the Supreme Court. Remember, the Supreme Court is hearing a batch of pleas which have alleged that properties, including those accused of crime, were being demolished in several states. This is on the bulldozer action, and the Supreme Court has now resumed the hearing, commenced the hearing. Supreme Court said that we are a secular country. Instructions will be for everyone, whatever religion or community they belong to. And Supreme Court goes on to say, for encroachment, we have said that if it is on a public road or footpath or water body or railway line area, then we have made it clear if there is a religious structure in the middle of the road, whether it is a gurudwara or a dargah or a temple, it cannot become a public nuisance. Justice Gawai has said that the court will clarify demolition cannot be carried out merely because someone is an accused or a convict. A legal editor, Rhythm Bharadwaj, joins us on the phone line for more. Rhythm, a very crucial hearing right now underway, and Supreme Court has made a very important statement.
Absolutely. So they've heard several sides. They heard the Solicitor General, who has reservations about the court laying down remedies which are not stipulated in law. Precedents had been cited by the Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta. However, Justice Gawai said, we are a secular country. Directives will be pan-India. And Justice Gawai said, we will ensure our order does not help encroachers. Dr. Singh appeared for the petitioners in the court. And a funny moment when Solicitor General said, I'm surprised how they can afford him. When Dr. Singhvi says it's forgotten how much pro bono work we do. Dr. Singhvi then speaks about the case and says there should be no religion-based demolition. Both the sides are heard. Justice Gawai says we can't stop that, but if someone misuses municipal law, Solicitor General has been fair to say a reasonable period has to be given. And the other side has said there's a systematic abuse. Entire houses are demolished without any notice. So all the sides are giving out great details in the court. To all of this, Justice Gawai has stated the DM should leave all his work and take into account ground realities. Justice Vishwanathan said there can be videography. Tomorrow, if it goes to compensation, court will know what was the nature of violation. Why should there be restitution? Finally, Justice Hegde has also said I beg your pardon. If any Justice Gawai said, if any person breaches our directions, would he not be guilty of contempt?
Right.
Justice Vishwanath said contempt will include purging.
All right. Thank you so much, Nridham, for joining us with those details coming in from the Supreme Court, viewers. Now we'll shift our focus to some other stories making news from across the country, viewers. Now, BRS leader K. Kavita has been admitted to hospital in Hyderabad for medical tests, and she was admitted recently with the tests expected to be completed today during her time in Tihar jail. In connection with the Delhi excise policy case, she suffered from several health issues, including gynecological problems and high fever. Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi cleans the statue of Mahatma Gandhi and the premises of Gandhi Mandapam as part of the Swachhata Hi Seva program. He urged the universities to take cleanliness drive in the campus. Junior doctors in West Bengal have resumed total cease work as they continue to protest over the rape and murder of a trainee doctor in RG Kaur Medical College. Actor Govinda and Shiv Sena leader has been taken to the hospital after he was accidentally shot in the leg by his own revolver this morning. The accident took place around 4:45 a.m. today. According to the police, Govinda is recovering. Injuries not serious. The Mysuru Lokayukta officially started the inquiry and investigation to the case linked to the Muda land allotment scam. This follows an FIR against Karnataka Chief Minister and others in connection with the alleged Muda land allotment scam.
Viewers, much more coming up. Lokayukta investigators inspect land connected to the Muda scam. Do not go anywhere.
Director, the taste of success.
এনআৰচি অসমত যেনেকৈ আমি বিচাৰি আছোঁ যে এখন শুদ্ধ এনআৰচি হ'ব লাগে, আমাক 20% পুনৰ্নিৰীক্ষণৰ সুবিধা দিব লাগে, তেনেকৈ ঝাৰখণ্ড বা আন ৰাজ্যবিলাকতো এনআৰচি হ'ব লাগে, কাৰণ এতিয়া বিদেশী অসমত থাকে বুলি কথা নাই।
Nothing is certain with the Israeli regime. They keep changing their goals, they keep changing their approaches. They do not stick to a specific program when approaching either Gaza or Lebanon or even Yemen.
If Hezbollah will keep on saying we will keep fighting Israel, at one stage you will see Israeli boots inside Lebanese villages and towns.
Viewers, top headlines. This final phase of elections gets underway. 11.6% for turnout. Report it till 9 a.m. 52 days on as Abhaya awaits justice, doctors resume total cease work strike against Mamata government. Silent on the Karnataka land scam trail, Siddaramaiah repeats political conspiracy charge.
But what we have to understand, the diplomatic side gives you the options and possibilities. But when it comes to the execution on ground, when it relates to the ground per se, it is dependent on the military commanders on both the sides.
Army chief makes a big statement on border standoff, says ties with China not normal but stable. Israel begins a targeted ground operation along southern Lebanon border against Hezbollah. From UK to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid changing situation in West Asia. Let's go ahead to the big story we're tracking right now. We're coming to know that the Mura scam investigation continues. Lokayukta has launched an investigation into the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's 3.16-acre land linked to the Mura scam. A team led by Lokayukta Chief Officer has now inspected the land at survey number 464 early this morning, marking the start of the probe. Officials have focused their scrutiny on this primary site amid ongoing allegations surrounding the Mura land acquisition case. A big update coming in right now, Republic TV. Lokayukta are visiting multiple areas for site inspection and conducting a land survey. The Lokayukta police and officials have been directed to investigate the Mura scam pertaining to the irregularities in site allotment to CM Siddaramaiah's wife. And Lokayukta has already registered an FIR in which Siddaramaiah has been named as accused number 1 and his wife accused number 2. All right, those are the pictures coming in. Republic exclusive pictures on your screen. Lokayukta probes Mura scam land. The officials have just arrived, viewers. And these pictures are exclusive and first only on Republic TV. Now, the Lokayukta officials are investigating CM Siddaramaiah's 3.16-acre land linked to the Mysuru Mura scam. A team led by Lokayukta Chief Officer is inspected the land at survey number 464 early this morning, marking a big start to the probe. Officials have focused their scrutiny on this primary site amid ongoing allegations surrounding the Mura land acquisition case. All right, viewers, Lokayukta begins inquiry into the Mura land scam involving CM Siddaramaiah. And like we just told you, that the FIR has already been filed by the Mysuru Lokayukta under various sections of the IPC. Those are the top pictures coming in right now. And the FIR has mentioned that Siddaramaiah and others are accused in the case and alleged that Mura illegally allotted around 14 plus sites to Karnataka CM's wife in prime location of Mysuru city. So those are the top pictures coming in right now, viewers, with the officials have started their investigation into the case. The inquiry investigation has been started in link to the Mysuru Urban Development Authority Mura land allotment scam. From today itself, in fact, from Tuesday itself, the inquiry has now just kicked off. Okay, so now what we are seeing, viewers, is that, like we told you, the FIR was filed by the Mysuru Lokayukta under various sections, including 351, 420, 340, 09, 120B, among others, of the IPC. And viewers, the stage is set for elections in Maharashtra, but the Maha Vikas Aghadi, the MVA, seems to have failed to arrive on a consensus over the seat sharing even after hours of deliberation. Today, the alliance will hold a round 2 to finalize a poll strategy. Here's a full report detailing what's really happening in the NVA. Take a look.
Ahead of the Maharashtra elections, the Maha Vikas Aghadi is in a huddle mode. Even hours-long deliberation failed to yield any outcome. Top sources say
The MVA could not decide on distribution of all seats on the first day, and another meeting is scheduled for today. On agenda today will be the seats that could not be decided upon in the first meeting. Top sources have informed that bone of contention is a rift between the Uddhav faction and the Congress. As the seat-sharing talks fall flat, the big question is, will the Mahavikas Aghadi manage to get its house in order ahead of the big elections?
Alright viewers, let's get to the big sports update coming in. There has been a massive turnaround in India versus Bangladesh test match, which was badly affected by rain on the first, second and third day. Bangladesh was trailing by 26 starts before the start of play on day 5, and they have now been bundled out for 146 runs. India needs 95 runs to win the series. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague Ankit joining us. Ankit, take us through what exactly is happening right now. We see that India needs 95 runs to win the series. Where is the match heading to? Take us through the latest coming in.
It has been a morning to remember for India at Kanpur. India required 8 wickets going into the final day of the test match to bundle out Bangladesh. They did that despite Shadman Shanto showing some resistance in the middle. But once Ravindra Jadeja was introduced into the attack, he opened the floodgates, and now they fell like 9 pins. Bangladesh were bundled out for 146 runs, and now India need about 95 runs to win the test match. You can already see the impact Gautam Gambhir has had on this team. They are playing this aggressive brand of cricket which England has been playing for quite some time. So yes, Gambhir has already made an impact in this side, and yes, these 12 WTC points are going to help India strengthen their position at the top of the table, and probably with this win ensure that they are more or less through to the final of the WTC.
All right, thank you for getting those details. Ankit, it is day 5 of the test, India versus Bangladesh, and we will be keeping a very close eye on the story as India is getting closer and closer to a big win. We move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories that we're tracking here at Republic TV. And some other sports updates. Irani Cup, current contest between the rest of India side and the winner of the previous Ranji Trophy, Mumbai, will be played from Tuesday. And this is at the Ekana Cricket Stadium. The IML will have players from India, Australia, South Africa, West Indies, England and Sri Lanka, and will be played in Mumbai, Lucknow and Raipur. The T20 tournament will be held annually. It's the brainchild of Tendulkar and former India captain Sunil Gavaskar, who will also be the league commissioner. Al Nassr edged Al Rayyan 2-1 after goals from Cristiano Ronaldo and Sadio Mane. The goal from Cristiano Ronaldo was special as it was an emotional tribute to his father, who had passed away in 2005. Frankie de Jong will be available for Barcelona's Champions League match against young boys after being sidelined for nearly 5 months by an ankle injury. Their coach has confirmed this. India will be up against South Africa in the final warm-up fixture ahead of the Women's T20 World Cup. India are coming off beating the West Indies, while South Africa suffered a loss to New Zealand in their respective first warm-up games. Early this morning, actor-turned-politician Govinda accidentally shot himself in the leg when his licensed revolver fell down and misfired at him. He was rushed to the hospital where doctors have removed the bullet. This is a report highlighting the top updates coming in on this development.
Actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda accidentally shot himself early this morning. The incident took place around 4:45 a.m. at his Juhu residence when the 60-year-old was cleaning the revolver. He was putting his licensed revolver back in the cupboard when it slipped from his hand and misfired. Doctors have removed the bullet from his knee. No foul play has been reported. In his career spanning decades, Govinda has acted in more than 150 films. He is known for his comedic timing and dancing. He has also served as a Member of Parliament from 2004 to 2009.
मामला सामने आ गया है, जिसके बारे में कहा जाता है कि वो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे के परिवार से संबंधित है। उसको पहले जमीन मिली थी, फिर सिद्धारमैया की सरकार ने उनको बेंगलोर के अंदर हाईटेक डिफेंस एरिया में 5 एकड़ जमीन दिया है R&D फैसिलिटी के लिए। अब ये अपने आप में थोड़ा आश्चर्यजनक जरूर है, कोई हाईटेक डिफेंस एरिया है, वहाँ ज़मीन कैसे मिल जाती है? चलिए मिल गई, लेकिन रोचक बात यह है कि एरिया में R&D फैसिलिटी स्थापित करने के नियम बनने के कुछ दिन के अंतर्गत ही 5 एकड़ जमीन मिल जाती है। तो कई संदेहास्पद परिस्थितियां खड़गे साहब के परिवार को दी गई जमीन के बारे में जो ट्रस्ट है वो सामने है। वहां भी मामला लोकायुक्त के यहाँ गया है, मामला कोर्ट में पेंडिंग है। कोर्ट अपना काम करेगा। लेकिन खड़गे जी कांग्रेस पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं, खड़गे जी विपक्ष के नेता भी हैं राज्यसभा में। अगर इतनी संदेहास्पद परिस्थितियां इस जमीन के अलॉटमेंट से जुड़ी हुई हैं तो इसका उत्तर देना पड़ेगा। If there is so much of suspicious circumstances surrounding this whole fast track allotment, जो कि सेकेंड अलॉटमेंट है, इसका जवाब देना पड़ेगा ना। खड़गे साहब हमारे प्रधानमंत्री पर बहुत बहुत सवाल पूछते हैं, राहुल गांधी पूछते हैं, उनको पूछने का अधिकार है। आज हम अपेक्षा करेंगे कि इसका उत्तर दिया जाएगा, ईमानदारी से, प्रामाणिकता से और पारदर्शी तरीके से दिया जाएगा। The BJP would like to expect a transparent, honest reply to these queries relating to highly suspicious circumstances. क्या मतलब है? हाईटेक एरिया में जमीन कैसे मिलती है जो डिफेंस का एरिया है, वो भी बेंगलोर के पास 5 एकड़ जमीन। और इन प्रश्नों का उत्तर चाहेंगे। भाजपा इसकी बहुत भर्त्सना करती है। कांग्रेस सत्ता में आई, लैंड डील करवाई, और ये सिर्फ एक ही प्रदेश में नहीं है। आपने देखा होगा हरियाणा हो या राजस्थान हो क्या होता है। हम किसी प्रामाणिक तरीके से किसी ट्रस्ट को जमीन दिया जाए उसके खिलाफ नहीं करते हैं। कोई जेन्युइन काम हो, जेन्युइन ट्रस्ट हो, होता है। लेकिन जिस तरीके से नेताओं के परिवार जमीन हड़पो अभियान में लगे हुए हैं, लैंड ग्रैब मूवमेंट अंडर द गार्ब ऑफ ट्रस्ट, ये बहुत गलत है। इसके हम बहुत भर्त्सना करते हैं और ये बहुत गंभीर विषय था, इसलिए हमने आज इसको उठाना उचित समझा। मैंने कहा था हुदा जी और मुदा दोनों साथ चलते हैं। कल मैं रोहतक जा रहा हूं, मैं कार्य विस्तार से वहां भी बोलूंगा। आपको मालूम है मैं ये सब चर्चा कर चुका हूं पहले भी कि हरियाणा में किस तरह जमीन दी गई। राजस्थान में बीकानेर में किस तरह से सैकड़ों एकड़ जमीन दी गई, कौन कौन बेचने वाले थे, क्या था, ये सब चर्चा हम आपसे कर चुके हैं। मामला कोर्ट में गया, कमीशन बना, तो ये एक लंबी परंपरा है, ये हम कहना चाहते हैं। तो फिर हम रिपीट करेंगे कि मुदा का मामला ईमानदारी से जांच हो रहा है, होना चाहिए। और फिर रिपीट करूंगा, ये सारा मामला कोर्ट के निर्देश पर हो रहा है। गवर्नर साहब के सैंक्शन को उन्होंने कोर्ट में चैलेंज किया, पहले स्टे मिला, स्टे को रिवोक किया गया। क्या ऑब्जर्वेशन था मैं बता चुका। मैसूर लोकायुक्त के एंटी करप्शन विंग ने एफआईआर किया है और कोर्ट के आदेश पर यह कार्रवाई हुई और बाद में फिर इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टर ने किया है। और सिद्धार्थ विहार सोसाइटी जो है, उसका नाम शायद यही है, उसके बारे में मैंने आपको बातें बता दी। बट वाई, इतना जमीन से प्यार क्यों है? उनकी सरकार आई तो क्या खड़गे जी नहीं कह सकते कि मैं अभी पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हूं, अभी तो एक्स्ट्रा जमीन नहीं लो, कम से कम हम तो बेंचमार्क स्थापित करें। तो खैर, मैं बता ही चुका, लैंड डील एंड कांग्रेस डील आर सिनोनिमस। कांग्रेस की सरकारों में लैंड डील होता है और धड़ल्ले से होता है। हम इसकी बहुत भर्त्सना करते हैं और उम्मीद करते हैं कि सरकार और न्यायालय की प्रक्रिया से इस पर कार्रवाई होगी। थैंक यू। एनी क्वेश्चंस?
आप चाह रहे हैं कि जो कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष है उस पर सामने आकर सफाई दें कांग्रेस पार्टी से?
मैंने स्पष्ट रूप से कह दिया, जवाब देना चाहिए ना, जवाब देना चाहिए कि नहीं देना चाहिए कि वो सिद्धार्थ विहार ट्रस्ट में कौन कौन ट्रस्टी हैं, इसका उद्देश्य क्या है, इसको पहले जमीन कितनी मिली, उस जमीन का क्या उपयोग हुआ, जिस उद्देश्य के लिए जमीन दी गई उस पर कार्रवाई हुई कि नहीं हुई, फिर एक्स्ट्रा जमीन की आवश्यकता क्यों पड़ी, वो भी हाईटेक डिफेंस एरिया में, वो भी बेंगलोर में। ये तो सवाल गंभीर है ना।
खड़गे जी की पत्नी का एक बयान आया है, वो कह रही है कुछ जमीन लौटाने को तैयार।
खड़गे जी की पत्नी नहीं, सिद्धार्थ मैया की पत्नी। अब ठीक है, ये तो मूडा तय करेगी, मुझे इस पर।
There is an activist called Sonam Wangchu. He's been detained by Delhi police while he was coming to Delhi.
Let me complete this issue.
हरियाणा में एक मामला देखने को आया है, हरियाणा में कांग्रेस पार्टी
आपके खिलाफ जब आरोप तय हो गया, जब सैंक्शन हो गया, मतलब प्राइमा फेशी आपके खिलाफ आपराधिक मामला पाया गया। कंप्लेन तो पहले था ना, तो गवर्नर ने सैंक्शन दिया, आप हाई कोर्ट में गए, अब लोकायुक्त की पुलिस ने आपके खिलाफ एफआईआर किया, स्पेशल जज ने ये सबको भेजा, तो इतने के बाद कि साहब हम वापस करेंगे, ये अपने आप में कई सवाल खड़ा करता है।
सर, हरियाणा में
एनी अदर क्वेश्चन ऑन दिस? थैंक यू।
हरियाणा में से कांग्रेस एक संकल्प पत्र बांट रही है बीपीएल रेखा नीचे लोगों को, उसमें ये कहा जा रहा है कि आपको हम मकान 2 कमरे का।
कल मैं रोहतक जा रहा हूं, वहां विस्तार से बात करूंगा।
Sonam Wangchu, even Rahul Gandhi and other opposition parties have put out the reactions or posts saying that this is unacceptable. These people, farmers, environmentalists are.
All right, viewers, so that was the BJP press conference where we see that the BJP is asking questions on the Muda land scam. The BJP has been asking for CM Siddaramaia's resignation as the Muda land scam gets bigger and bigger by the day. Okay, we go ahead, viewers, with some of the other stories of tracking. Let's go ahead and see the top election news coming in right now. The third and final phase of the assembly election is underway in Jammu and Kashmir. People are seen lining up at polling booths to exercise their rights in 40 constituencies across 7 districts of the Union Territory. Prime Minister Modi appealed to voters in the valley to cast their votes to make the festival of democracy a success. He said he's confident that apart from the young friends who are voting for the first time, women power will also participate in voting in large numbers. Union Home Minister Amit Shah said that Jammu and Kashmir needs a government that is visionary and can take strong decisions for security, peace and stability. He further said that the people want a government that will keep Jammu and Kashmir free from terrorism, separatism, nepotism and corruption. He appealed the voters to vote for tourism, education, employment and all-round development in Jammu and Kashmir. Democratic Progressive Azad Party Chairman Ghulam Nabi Azad was seen casting his vote at a polling station in Jammu for the assembly elections. He said that the current issues of the last 10 years have to be resolved and added that people want jobs here.
आखिरी दिन नहीं है ना हमारा आखिरी दिन है ना लोगों का आज आखिरी दिन पोलिंग का है सबको वोट डालना चाहे अभी 10-12 घंटे हैं सब लोगों को वोट डालना चाहे अपने वोट का इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए
Congress candidate from Jammu East Yogesh Swani said that in this election secularism will win and people will take revenge through their votes for the atrocities committed by the BJP in the last 10 years. He added that the Congress will provide jobs to the youth and statehood will be restored.
आज लड़ाई है धर्मनिरपेक्ष पार्टी की और सेकुलरिज्म के बीच में और जीत हमें लगता है कि सेकुलरिज्म की जीत होगी और पिछले 10 वर्षों से जो जुल्म इन भाजपा के लोगों ने भाजपा की सरकार ने जो ढाए हुए जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर लोग आज वोट डालकर उसका बदला दें
Members of the Valmiki community are casting their vote for the first time in this election. They express their happiness at exercising their right, adding that things are changing now. One of the voters likened the situation to a caged bird set free.
मैं फर्स्ट टाइम असेंबली का वोट कर रहा हूं लोकसभा में तो करते हैं लेकिन असेंबली से हमें पिछले 7 दशकों से दूर रखा गया है जिसका बड़ा अफसोस था और समाज अपने आप को बड़ा हीन भावना से ग्रस्त पा रहा था लेकिन 2019 के बाद जो एब्रोगेशन हुआ उसके बाद हमारे समाज के लिए तरक्की के रास्ते खुले हमें डोमिसाइल सर्टिफिकेट मिला है हमें वोटिंग राइट मिला है हमें शेड्यूल का कैटेगरी मिली है जिससे कि हम पूरी अपनी जो कि नागरिकता का हम फैसिलिटी वगैरह ले सकते हैं
Okay, getting us this raw video coming in on Republic TV viewers, where you see that during his visit to Paris for the India-France Strategic Dialogue, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval held crucial talks with Emmanuel Bonnet, the diplomatic advisor to President Emmanuel Macron. Now the discussions is focused on enhancing bilateral cooperation and addressing key areas of strategic importance between the two countries. This dialogue reflects the growing strength of India-France relations, furthering their partnership in global and regional matters. And viewers, some more sports news. Legendary Indian boxer MC Mary Kom has hinted at a comeback to the ring, but this time as a professional rather than an amateur boxer. Mary last properly competed for India in the Tokyo Olympics 2020 and has since then focused on things outside of the sport. Take a look at this report for more.
तो मैं अभी देख रही हूँ कि प्रो में शुरू करें मेरा जो हंगर है मतलब जो मन कर रहा है अभी तक भूख है ना तो अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ तो मैं 1-2 साल भी प्रो खेल के फिर कमबैक करके स्पोर्ट्स में कनेक्ट रहे मेरा फ्यूचर प्लान मैं दिख रही हूँ कि आगे कमबैक करना और ये एमेच्योर में तो नहीं हो पा रहा क्योंकि एज ओवर एज की वजह से एज लिमिट की वजह से तो मैं अभी देख रही हूँ कि प्रो में शुरू करें मतलब जो हंगर है, मतलब जो मन कर रहा है, अभी तक भूख है ना, तो अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ। तो मैं 1-2 साल भी प्रो खेल के फिर कमबैक करके स्पोर्ट्स में कनेक्ट रहे। जैसे नहीं कि सिर्फ अमेचर में इतना अचीव कर लिया और खत्म किया, और मैं और भी खेलना चाहती हूँ, लेकिन उम्र वजह से, एज ओवर एज वजह से मैं इधर में नहीं खेल पा रही हूँ, इंडिया के लिए रिप्रेजेंट नहीं कर पा रही हूँ, और ये इसमें बहुत दुख हुआ मैं भी। और लेकिन मुझे सिर्फ स्पोर्ट्स में कनेक्ट होने के लिए शायद मैं प्रो जल्दी, मतलब वेरी सून मैं फाइट करने वाली हूँ। देखता हूँ आगे अच्छा मौका मिल जाए तो। मुझे वो बहुत बुरा लगा, जो हमारा टाइम है कम से कम मेडल तो आ ही जाता है, और इस बार जो नहीं मेडल आया इसमें बहुत दुख है, बहुत डिसअपॉइंट है। लेकिन मुझे ये चाहती हूँ कि आगे और ज़्यादा मेहनत करें, और स्पेशली फेडरेशन को ज़्यादा इससे ऊपर में क्या कमी है और क्या फाइंड आउट करें, चर्चा करें, और इसे अभी से शुरू नहीं करेगा तो आगे में तो और लेट हो जाएगा ना।
Our strong people-to-people exchanges over the decades form the backdrop for our bilateral engagement today. Having had very fruitful talks with Prime Minister Modi, I can say with confidence that today heralds a new phase in Jamaica-India bilateral relations. Our discussion.
Speaking on ground incursion by the Israeli forces targeting the Hezbollah leaders in southern Lebanon, US has expressed its strong support to the Israeli forces, saying that it fully backs Israel's right to defend itself. We'll get you more on that at 1 p.m. on Live and Breaking.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon. It's 1 p.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. The focus this hour is on the news that we are tracking from the state of West Bengal, where the doctors have said that they will resume their indefinite strike against Mamata Banerjee government. We'll get you more on that. First, the headlines this hour.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
As final phase of election gets underway, 28.12% voter turnout recorded till 11 a.m. "52 days on as Abhaya waits justice, doctors resume total cease work strike against Mamata Banerjee government." Silent on the Karnataka land scam trial, Siddaramaiah repeats political conspiracy charge. Israel begins targeted ground operation along southern Lebanon border against Hezbollah. From United Kingdom to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid changing situation in West Asia.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
Now, a day after the top court came down heavily on Mamata Banerjee government, questioning why an FIR must not be registered against ex-police commissioner Vineet Goyal, the doctors have said that they will resume their indefinite stir against Mamata Banerjee government, questioning the accountability that has still not been taken by the Mamata Banerjee government, specifically the police. The visuals on your screens are, of course, the rallies, the protests which have been happening for almost 2 months now, demanding justice for Abhaya, the doctor who was raped and murdered in Government Medical College in Kolkata. Before we go across to our Bangla newsroom, listen in to the voices coming in of the protesting doctors.
On September 19, we had withdrawn our full strike and returned to work in essential services, with outdoor and indoor services starting in many places. We showed goodwill by returning to work based on 2 meetings with the state government: the removal of CP, DME, DHS, DC North from their positions, and some written directives concerning safety and patient services. Yet, 10 days have passed since then, and we see no implementation of the government's written directives anywhere. Whether it is the installation of CCTV, the recruitment of police, or measures to enhance patient services such as a centralized referral system, bed vacancy monitoring, and the hiring of healthcare workers, we see virtually no progress. We want to remind the government that we are not protesting merely for paper promises. We are protesting for a genuine, pure play-oriented change in the state's healthcare system, so that patients receive proper services and doctors and healthcare workers are ensured a safe, fear-free workplace. However, in reality, we see no goodwill from the government for this progress. It has become increasingly clear to us that we have not secured an appropriate, fear-free environment for our return to work, especially in the light of incidents involving Shangur Datto, National Medical College, and the severe threats from ruling party legislators. From the very first day of our movement, we have demanded the elimination of politics of fear from every hospital and medical college in the state. To ensure that no further incidents like Abhaya occur, we must uproot this politics of fear and ensure democratic spaces everywhere. Yet, we see no goodwill from the state government on this front. No inquiry committees have been established against the heads of the current threat syndicate in healthcare, and no initiatives have been taken by the government to form elected student councils in colleges.
All right, so the doctors making it amply clear that they will resume their indefinite strike given that Mamata Banerjee government has not fulfilled the promises they had made to these protesting doctors to call off their stir. Let's now switch focus to news that we've been tracking from the state of Karnataka after an FIR registration in the Muda scam following special court's nod when it came to that prosecution nod that was earlier given by the governor to investigate those charges against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. It's the Lokayukta team that has reached at the Muda scam land. So this is the land which is owned by Siddaramaiah family, for which in fact, in respect to that, the Lokayukta officials have reached at the site to begin their probe in the Muda scam. So, Siddaramaiah claiming that all of this is a political witch hunt against him and his family. And parallelly, we see the Lokayukta officials having reached at that site, the land which is owned by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah.
Yesterday night, latest development in Karnataka, Chief Minister wife, after the information getting that ED has taken a complaint, registered a complaint against this subject. Yesterday abruptly, with electrifying speed, she has written a letter to the concerned authority. I wanted to surrender all the 14 sites to the authority. You please receive all these 14 sites to your authority. I don't want it. This is yesterday's text of her letter to the Muda. But doing all illegal activities not by her, by the persons in their family who are in the power, knowingly or unknowingly, how they influenced about all these things. Already High Court and People's Court given several decisions about the activities of illegal things. On that basis now the inquiry has started. This is too late to realize that they have done a wrong thing. Doing all wrong thing, now they wanted to give the message to the public that we are surrendering the sites. We have not done anything. Now that will not going to work out.
All right, so Kumaraswamy there saying that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah must resign and that Siddaramaiah's family has been favoured when it came to allocation of land. So, wave of illegalities in this scam which is being probed by the Lokayukta officials. Government officials gave fraudulent order calling it agricultural land. This is one of the many allegations that have been levelled against Siddaramaiah and his family. Chief Minister's family allotted prime land by bypassing the lottery. That's another charge against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Prime land above and beyond eligibility was given to Chief Minister's family. That's the most important charge that's levelled on Siddaramaiah's family, that land was given away to Siddaramaiah's family illegally. Resolution was passed by bypassing the bypassing the rules. In fact, note in the backdrop of the Lokayukta conducting its probe in this whole scam. His wife has returned 14 plots linked to the Muda case. So, Lokayukta Chief Officer T.J. Udesh, along with his team, inspected the land early this morning, which marks the start of the probe. So that's the first big development that has happened since the special court gave its nod to probe charges against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Officials have focused their scrutiny on this primary site amid ongoing allegations surrounding the Muda land acquisition case. So this is a 3.16 acre land, one of the many plots which are under scanner. Let's go across to Sri Lakshmi. She's joining us live from the Kannada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, of course, a lot of allegations against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and family. But talk to us about this first major step, which marks the beginning of the probe ever since an FIR was registered in this whole case.
Yes, Samiksha, today Mysuru Lokayukta police had been to the place which is allegedly in controversy. The place is Kesare village near Mysuru. There police went, Lokayukta officials went and did spot inspection, and Mahajar has also happened. It started at 9 o'clock in the morning, and the officers surveyed the whole land. Now they took one of the complainant, Snehamai Krishna, along with them, and a lot of studies of files are happening. A lot of files have been moved, and at any point of time they may, it is likely that Siddaramaiah might be arrested, but before that it is said that he is going to get an anticipatory bail. But in any way, since the ED also has registered a second ECIR, it is said that in Muda case a lot of legal development is going to happen. The ED has registered second ECIR against 18 officials who were said to be involved in this Muda process. And this one more ECIR has also been filed against Siddaramaiah by ED, and Snehamai Krishna has provided sufficient information for that also. So it is likely that ED also may take intense steps to investigate the case more. It is said that ED also studying the files collected by Lokayukta, Mysuru Lokayukta.
Yes, Sri Lakshmi, thank you for the moment. For now, let's take a look at other stories that we're tracking from J&K, where final phase of voting is underway as we speak. The third and final phase of assembly elections is underway in J&K. People have been lining up at polling booths to exercise their rights in 40 constituencies across 7 districts of the Union Territory. Prime Minister Modi has appealed to voters in the valley to cast their votes to make the festival of democracy a success, saying that he's confident that apart from the young friends who are voting for the first time, women power will also participate in the voting in large numbers. Union Home Minister Amit Shah said that J&K needs a government that is visionary and can take strong decisions for security, peace and stability, further saying that people want a government that will keep Jammu and Kashmir free from terror, separatism, nepotism and corruption. Democratic Progressive Azad Party Chairman Ghulam Nabi Azad was seen casting his vote at a polling station. He said that the current issue of the last 10 years have to be resolved. Issues have to be resolved, and added that people want jobs in the valley.
आखिरी दिन नहीं है ना, हमारा आखिरी दिन है ना लोगों का। आज आखिरी दिन पोलिंग का है। सबको वोट डालना चाहे, अभी 10-12 घंटे हैं। सब लोगों को वोट डालना चाहे, अपने वोट का इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए।
Congress candidate from Jammu East Yogesh Sani said that in this election in this election, secularism will win and people will take revenge through their votes for the atrocities committed by the BJP in last 10 years. Adding that Congress will provide jobs to the youth and statehood will be restored.
सेकुलरिज्म के बीच में और जीत, हमें लगता है कि सेकुलरिज्म की जीत होगी और पिछले 10 वर्षों से जो जुल्म इन भाजपा के लोगों ने, कि भाजपा की सरकार ने जो ढाए हुए जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर, लोग आज वोट डालकर उसका बदला देंगे.
Talk to me. Members of the Valmiki community are casting their votes for the first time in this election. They express their happiness at exercising their right, adding that things are changing now and that one of the voters likened the situation to a caged bird who's been set free.
मैं फर्स्ट टाइम असेंबली का वोट कर रहा हूं. लोकसभा में तो करते हैं, लेकिन असेंबली से हमें पिछले 7 दशकों से दूर रखा गया है, जिसका बड़ा अफसोस था और एक समाज अपने आप को बड़ा हीन भावना से ग्रस्त पा रहा था. लेकिन 2019 के बाद जो एब्रोगेशन हुआ, उसके बाद हमारे समाज के लिए तरक्की के रास्ते खुले. हमें डोमिसाइल सर्टिफिकेट मिला है, हमें वोटिंग राइट मिला है, हमें शेड्यूल का कैटेगरी मिली है, जिससे कि हम पूरी अपनी जो कि नागरिकता का हम फैसिलिटी वगैरह ले सकते हैं.
And in news that you're tracking from Tamil Nadu, actor Rajnikant is admitted to the hospital after he complained of stomachache. He will be undergoing a cardiac procedure. Or take a look at this report.
Superstar Rajnikant was rushed to a Chennai hospital late last night. This after the superstar complained of severe stomach pain. He is scheduled to undergo an elective cardiac procedure today. That will repair the enlargement of a blood vessel near his abdomen. Recently, the 73-year-old opted out of his much-anticipated political plunge, citing health reasons. Rajnikant had undergone a similar procedure in 2020. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin as well as Governor R.N. Ravi wished the actor a speedy recovery. His fans too are praying for their saliva.
And in the latest that's coming in on the Israel-Hezbollah war, the Israeli Defense Forces launched a series of air raids on southern suburbs of Beirut, resulting in widespread devastation, the visuals of which is on your screens. So other than that ground incursion which has begun, the airstrikes which continue in central Beirut region by the Israeli forces, the aftermath of the raids has left a trail of destruction, as is evident in the visuals on your screens. So these are the visuals that give you a glimpse of the devastation in Beirut region, where hundreds and thousands of civilians other than Hezbollah leaders have lost their lives in this operation being carried out by the Israeli forces targeting the Hezbollah group. All right, so 1,000 lives that have been lost in Lebanon and more than 1 million people who've been displaced as a result of Israeli airstrikes and blasts which have been happening in Lebanon, particularly in Beirut region, the southern suburbs, so as to say. In fact, let's quickly give you a glimpse of what has exactly happened in Lebanon in the last 1 or 2 weeks. First, there were pager explosions that rocked the Beirut region. Now note that these were the southern suburbs and not exactly central Beirut, where the pager blasts had happened. it said that the Hezbollah group has long been using communication devices called pagers in order to evade that surveillance by Israel, Intel, Mossad in the region. It's not just the pager blasts, even walkie-talkie explosions which happened at Hezbollah bases in Beirut region. At least 20 people have died. Hezbollah leaders, so as to say, so altogether at least 50 Hezbollah leaders, including Hassan Nasrallah, who's been killed in the airstrikes and explosions. So walkie-talkie explosions, at least 20 dead, 450 injured. In fact, it's not just pager explosions and walkie-talkie explosions, even solar equipment have exploded as a result of those explosives that were planted by the Israeli forces, which were hacked by the Israeli forces from Israel, after which they were detonated as well. So other than the pager and walkie-talkie blasts, there were 85 bunker-busting bombs, the strikes that were carried out by the Israeli forces. Given that Israeli forces have maintained that how Lebanon group, the Hezbollah group has been using civilians as human shield, and that is where when a strike was carried out in southern suburb where Hassan Nasrallah was hiding, and he was killed in bunker busting after that bunker busting bomb rocked the region. And as we speak, the next step that's been taken by the Israeli forces is, of course, the targeted precise strikes, ground incursion being carried out by the Israeli forces. It is an ongoing operation, but a significant advancement by the Israeli forces to target the Hezbollah group. Before we get you the details of the United Nations Security Council resolution that was passed in 2006 after the Israel-Lebanon war, listen into that statement also that came in from the US saying that a ceasefire is the only resolution, adding that US, however, fully backs Israel's right to defend itself.
We support Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism. That includes by bringing brutal terrorists such as Hassan Nasrallah to justice. At the same time, we ultimately want to see a diplomatic resolution to conflict in the Middle East that provides long-term security for the people of Israel, the people of Lebanon, and the Palestinian people, as well as the broader region, and we will continue to work to advance efforts along those fronts.
Now, since the 2006 war between Israeli forces and the Hezbollah group, the Litani River has essentially served as a buffer zone following the UNSC resolution also that was passed to ensure that there is demilitarization, the border that separates Lebanon from Israel. So this is essentially the buffer zone here, and this is the Litani River. It was in 2006 that it was agreed that there's going to be demilitarization both by the Israeli forces and the Hezbollah group, something which has essentially been violated time and again, specifically after the October 7th attack that was launched by the Hamas group towards Israel, after which Hezbollah has been constantly backing the Hamas terror group and has advanced significantly to this buffer region. Let's quickly read through that UNSC resolution also that was passed in 2006, which had a lot of directives, in fact, a lot of issues that were taken up in this UNSC resolution that was passed, in which it was essentially agreed that there's going to be demilitarization, and this is the buffer zone where it will have Lebanon army as well as the United Nations interim force to be deployed, and that this is not going to be crossed over either by the Israeli forces or by the Hezbollah group, given that Hezbollah enjoys that strong, solid support from Iran. Let's now take a look at the UNSC resolution that was passed in 2006. So it was in 2006 that the UNSC resolution was passed, 1701 resolution, which called for full cessation of hostilities by combatants. Combatants here, of course, referring to the Israeli forces and the Hezbollah group. And not just that, the UNSC resolution even called for demilitarization in that buffer zone, which is the river that we were talking about, full Israeli troop withdrawal from the Lebanese territory. So that was one of the key issues that were taken up in during passing of that resolution, that it's going to be backing from on part of the Hezbollah group. Hezbollah's withdrawal north of the Litani River. As we told you, Litani River is something which divides the Israeli forces, the Israel territory from the Lebanon territory. So that was again one of the highlights of that UNSC resolution, deployment of UN and Lebanese army troops to maintain peace. In fact, this is something that we've been talking about. The caretaker Prime Minister of Lebanon having said that the country is ready to again redeploy Lebanese army and the UN forces to ensure that there is de-escalation both by the Hezbollah group and the Israeli forces. In fact, note that being said, Israel has time and again maintained that the primary objective of this war it has launched against this offensive that it has launched against the Lebanon group, against Hezbollah, is to ensure that those people who've been displaced in Israel, in the northern Lebanon region, are given that time to head back to that region. Let's in fact tell you that the Litani River would act as a buffer zone between Hezbollah and Israel. So that is the primary objective of the UNSC resolution in 2006. We head into a very short break, but when we come back, we will get you the latest that we are tracking from J&K. The final phase is underway, and voter turnout of over 20% that's been recorded till 11 a.m. Also, doctors in Bengal up the ante against Bengal government say that they will resume their strike against Mamata Banerjee government.
Director, the taste of success.
Nothing is certain with the Israeli regime. They keep changing their goals, they keep changing their approaches. They do not stick to a specific program when approaching either Gaza or Lebanon or even Yemen.
If Hezbollah will keep on saying we will keep fighting Israel, at one stage you will see Israeli boots inside Lebanese villages and towns.
As the final phase of election gets underway, 28.12% voter turnout reported till 11 a.m. in Jammu and Kashmir. 52 days on, as Abhaya awaits justice, doctors resume total cease work strike against Mamata government. Silent on the Karnataka land scam trail, Siddaramaiah repeats political conspiracy charge. Israel begins targeted ground operations along southern Lebanon border against Hezbollah. From United Kingdom to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid changing situation in West Asia. A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1:30 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. First up, the Haryana Congress unit has moved the Election Commission against parole granted to Gurmeet Ram Rahim. This is the 15th parole for him in the last 4 years and his third temporary release in the past 9 months. And the Congress has now written to the Election Commission against granting Gurmeet Ram Rahim a parole before the upcoming elections in the state, citing concerns over his large following. And the Congress also fears that Ram Rahim could influence the voters, impacting the fairness of the electoral process. So they have urged the Election Commission now to prevent any undue influence by denying his parole during the voting period. This is the latest breaking news that we are tracking at the moment. Remember, Gurmeet Ram Rahim, who was convicted for rape, is all set to walk out of jail, and this is his third temporary release in the past 9 months and a 15th parole in the last 4 years. So now the Congress suspects that Gurmeet Ram Rahim could influence the voters ahead of the elections, and to avoid that, they have now written to the Election Commission to block his parole. And the Congress party has now requested the Election Commission, saying that in order to not affect the voting process in the upcoming elections, they have to block Ram Rahim's parole. We have Lalit also joining us in a few moments, but this is the latest that we're tracking from Haryana. The Congress has written to the Election Commission against Ram Rahim's parole.
ಈಗ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಮುಗಿದೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ? ನನ್ನ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಅನಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ವಾ? ಅದನ್ನ ತಪ್ಪೇ
unnecessarily
ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು?
ಸರ್, ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಳೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ ಅವ್ರು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದಂತ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡಂಗಾಯ್ತು. ನಿಮ್ದು ಅದೇ ಕಥೆಯಿಂದ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಸರ್.
The reporter is talking about how Yadurappa submitted his resignation when he was implicated in a case. He says that he has no role to play in this entire case, but Yadurappa had denotified the lands and he was a major face in that particular case, and that's why he was forced to resign. He's asking the reporters if there are any ill dealings done by him. There is nothing. And there is a huge difference between Yadurappa's case and my case. I am working as per my conscience. Well, there you heard it, viewers. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah unfazed at the ED also registering a PMLA case against him. He says that this is a political conspiracy, and when questioned about how B.S. Yadurappa was forced to resign when he was the Chief Minister, when he was implicated in a similar case, Siddaramaiah there justifying, saying that he has no role to play in the entire Muda case and that his resignation is being sought by the BJP unnecessarily. He has also decried this as a political conspiracy by the opposition in Karnataka, and now he remains unfazed in the face of resignation demands coming in from various quarters, some of them even from his own party. We told you a couple of days back how Mr. KB Koliwad, the former speaker and also a senior Congress leader, had urged the chief minister to resign to avoid any embarrassment for the party and to also avoid the BJP's attacks in poll-bound states. Mr. Koliwad said that Siddaramaiah not resigning will further amplify BJP's attacks on the grand old party, especially during their campaigning in the poll-bound states. Now, remember, he also raked up the Prime Minister's attack against Siddaramaiah, and he said to avoid such an embarrassment in every poll-bound state, Siddaramaiah must resign. And he also claimed that many senior leaders, MLAs of the Karnataka Congress Party have also lauded him for taking such a bold stance against the Chief Minister, expressing his opinion. And here we have once again, despite ED also registering a PMLA case against Siddaramaiah in the Muda case linked financial irregularities case, the Karnataka Chief Minister is unrelenting and says that his resignation demand is nothing but a bid to topple his government and a political conspiracy by the BJP. He also said that it's a false case that has been filed against him and his family and that he will fight this battle legally. That's what Siddaramaiah said in his recent press address a few moments back. And when questioned about B.S. Yediyurappa, he clearly said that B.S. Yediyurappa had denotified those lands, but Siddaramaiah claims that he is innocent. In the face of back-to-back cases, viewers, first the Lokayukta Mysuru police filed an FIR against him in the Muda land scam case. And just a couple of days later, the Enforcement Directorate has also stepped in and it has registered a PMLA case against him, his wife Parvati, and also his brother-in-law. Now, yesterday, Siddaramaiah's wife Parvati wrote a letter to the Muda chairman saying, offering to return all the sites that were given to her in exchange for the land that it had sought from Siddaramaiah's family. So this is Siddaramaiah's wife in damage control. In the letter, she had offered to return all the sites allotted to her. And Siddaramaiah, a day later, calling the entire case a political conspiracy against him, a bid to tarnish his government's reputation and also to topple the ruling dispensation in Karnataka. Remember, viewers, the Karnataka High Court dealt a legal blow to Siddaramaiah by upholding the governor's sanction order. And the day after that, a sessions court has also asked the Lokayukta police in Mysuru to file an FIR, following which due diligence was done by the officials. And now the Enforcement Directorate has also stepped in, but Siddaramaiah is unwilling to step down. We have Sri Lakshmi joining us live from our Bengaluru newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, Siddaramaiah is unrelenting despite calls for his resignation. He claims that this entire case is nothing but a political conspiracy against his government.
Yes, he's claiming that. But on the other hand, Mysuru Lokayukta is conducting intense investigation. Today morning, they had been to the place, the controversial 3 acres, 16 gunta place, and conducted a spot verification over there. And they also took a complainant, Snehamayi Krishna, over there. And a lot of files have been moved in Mysuru Lokayukta regarding the investigation. On the other hand, EC has also filed 2 ECIRs regarding the case, one on 18 officials and one more on CM Siddaramaiah and his family. So amidst all these developments and legal proceedings, Siddaramaiah appears to be very cool and calm, and he has moved political move yesterday night by, writing a letter to Muda saying that his wife has written, in fact, the letter to Muda saying that she is returning all those 14 sites to Muda back, since it's creating a lot of controversy regarding her husband's political career. She's saying that she's not interested in keeping those sites along with her, and she's returning those sites to Muda. This has created a kind of a twist in the case, but on the other hand, whether the sites can be accepted, it is yet to be looked at, because the case is in the court. It is yet to be decided, and the illegalities which has happened while taking those sites are stand relevant, because a lot of cheating has been alleged, lot of financial illegalities has been found. So it is again in the court also. So battle continues anyway for Siddaramaiah. Politically, legally, the battle in any way continues.
Right, Sri Lakshmi, many thanks for joining me with those details. Now, even as we speak, viewers, Lokayukta is now surveying the sites that were received by Siddaramaiah's wife. And along with that, the whistleblower is also being questioned along with all those officials who initiated the probe against the Karnataka Chief Minister, to get an update on where the probe has reached. Now, let's move on, viewers, because the stage is also set for elections in Maharashtra, but the Maha Vikas Aghadi seems to have failed to arrive on a consensus over the seat sharing even hours after their deliberations. And today as well, the alliance will hold another round of talks to finalize the poll strategy. Here's the report detailing what's really happening in Maha Vikas Aghadi.
Ahead of the Maharashtra elections, the Maha Vikas Aghadi is in a huddle mode. Even hours-long deliberation failed to yield any outcome. Top sources say the MVA could not decide on distribution of all seats on the first day, and another meeting is scheduled for today. On agenda today will be the seats that could not be decided upon in the first meeting. Top sources have informed that bone of contention is a rift between the Uddhav faction and the Congress. As the seat-sharing talks fall flat, the big question is, will the Maha Vikas Aghadi manage to get its house in order ahead of the big elections?
Now, moving on, viewers, junior doctors in West Bengal have resumed their indefinite total cease work protest to push the state government to address their demands for safety and security at medical establishments. Now, this follows their partial return to work after a 42-day protest sparked by the rape and murder of a female junior doctor at the Arjikar Medical College. And the doctors have accused Mamata Banerjee's government of failing to fulfill their promises made during the discussions with the Chief Minister, and have also vowed to continue their strike until clear action is taken. Now remember, Supreme Court yesterday has also pulled up the Mamata Banerjee government, saying that the Mamata Banerjee government has done a tardy job in installation of CCTVs and also ensuring secure work environments. But before we move further, let's listen in to the reactions coming in from the doctors.
On September 19, we had withdrawn our full strike and returned to work in essential services, with outdoor and indoor services starting in many places. We showed goodwill by returning to work based on 2 meetings with the state government: the removal of CP, DME, DHS, DC North from their positions, and some written directives concerning safety and patient services. Yet, 10 days have passed since then, and we see no implementation of the government's written directives anywhere. Whether it is the installation of CCTV, the recruitment of police, or measures to enhance patient services such as a centralized referral system, bed vacancy monitoring, and the hiring of healthcare workers, we see virtually no progress. We want to remind the government that we are not protesting merely for paper promises. We are protesting for a genuine pure play-oriented change in the state's healthcare system so that patients receive proper services and doctors and healthcare workers are ensured a safe, fear-free workplace. However, in reality, we see no goodwill from the government for this progress. It has become increasingly clear to us that we have not secured an appropriate, fear-free environment for our return to work, especially in the light of incidents involving Shagor Doctor, National Medical College, and the severe threats from ruling party legislators. From the very first day of our movement, we have demanded the elimination of politics of fear from every hospital and medical college in the state. To ensure that no further incidents like Abhaya occur, we must uproot this politics of fear and ensure democratic spaces everywhere. Yet, we see no goodwill from the state government on this front. No inquiry committees have been established against the heads of the current threat syndicate in healthcare, and no initiatives have been taken by the government to form elected student councils in colleges.
We have Kishlay joining me live from the Kolkata newsroom. Kishlay, Mamata Banerjee has betrayed the doctors. No CCTVs, no safe working environments, and Vineet Goel has been transferred, but no case has been registered against him, which was again brought up at the Supreme Court yesterday by senior advocate Mahesh Jethmalani. And today we see the doctors hitting the streets once again, calling out Mamata Banerjee's bluff.
Well, exactly, Deepak. We saw 21st September, the doctors returned to their workplaces. They were assured by the state government that their demands will be fulfilled, and also that Mamata Banerjee herself told them that all their demands will be taken care of by herself and her department. That has not been done. The doctors are saying none of their demands have been fulfilled. Abhaya's whole matter of Abhaya's justice is pending, and also on the other hand, the safety and security of the hospitals are in shambles. There are no CCTV footages installed, or security has not been increased in any of the hospitals. So, taking in consideration this 10 of these demands that the junior doctors have put up, they have returned to their cease work or cease of work. They are saying they will follow this complete cease of work until and unless all of their demands are fulfilled by the state government. We know Mamata Banerjee herself sat in a meeting with the junior doctors, but now we see that nothing of those demands that the junior doctors put forward in front of the chief minister have been fulfilled. So in a way that was a bluff, and the junior doctors are calling out that bluff, and right now they have returned to cease of work as we speak. Deepak.
Right, Kishlay, many thanks for joining me with those details. Well, as of now, viewers, the doctors have once again taken out, seized their work, protest against Mamata Banerjee government, as she has not fulfilled any of her promises made during that sham of a meeting that she held. Because clearly, viewers, 10 days later, nothing has really changed on ground zero. Now let's shift our focus and take you through the other top stories that we're tracking from across the country. BRS leader K. Kavita has been admitted to hospital in Hyderabad for medical tests. She was admitted recently, with the test expected to be completed today. And during her time in Tihar jail, related to the Delhi excise policy case, she suffered from several health issues, including gynecological problems and high fever. Tamil Nadu Governor Arnab Ravi cleans the statue of Mahatma Gandhi and the premises of the Gandhi Mandapam as part of the Swachhata Hi Seva program. He urged universities to take cleanliness drive in their campus.
Mahatma Gandhi was not just a leader of our freedom movement. He laid a lot of emphasis on cleanliness. Because cleanliness, he always called it, cleanliness is godliness. And cleanliness is a matter of habit.
Junior doctors in West Bengal resumed total ceased work as they continue to protest over the rape and murder case at the Arjikar Medical College and Hospital, and have called out Mamata Banerjee's betrayal for not fulfilling her promises. Actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda has been taken to the hospital after he was accidentally shot in the leg by his revolver this morning. The accident took place around 4:45 a.m. today. According to the Mumbai police, Govinda is recovering and the injury is not serious. However, he was taken to the hospital for treatment. The Mysuru Lokayukta officially started the inquiry and investigations to the case linked to the Mysuru Urban Development Authority land allotment scam. This follows an FIR filed on September 27th against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and others in connection with the alleged Muda land allotment case. Viewers, early this morning, actor turned politician Govinda accidentally shot himself in the leg when the licensed revolver fell from his hand and misfired at him. He was rushed to the hospital where doctors removed the bullet and are claiming that he is out of danger. Here's the report.
Actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda accidentally shot himself early this morning. The incident took place around 4:45 a.m. at his Juhu residence when the 60-year-old was cleaning the revolver. He was putting his licensed revolver back in the cupboard when it slipped from his hand and misfired. Doctors have removed the bullet from his knee. No foul play has been reported. In his career spanning decades, Govinda has acted in more than 150 films. He is known for his comedic timing and dancing. He has also served as a member of parliament from 2004 to 2009.
Now, shifting our focus to what's happening in West Asia, Israel has launched another set of strikes in Lebanon's capital city, Beirut, against Hezbollah. Dense plumes of smoke were seen emerging from residential buildings. Here's a report.
After pager blast, walkie-talkie blasts, bunker-busting bombs, now ground incursion in southern Lebanon. Back-to-back explosions are being heard in Lebanese capital Beirut. Israel has intensified its assault on Hezbollah group with a clear aim in mind. And that is to facilitate safe return of Israelis displaced in northern Lebanon. Beirut has been a stronghold of the Hezbollah group since the 1990s. Earlier, the Israeli military had asked residents to evacuate the area and move away from buildings.
אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה. ואני אומר לעם בלבנון, המלחמה שלנו לא איתכם, המלחמה שלנו עם חיזבאללה. נסראללה מוביל אתכם לסף התהום. אמרתי לכם אתמול להתפנות מהבתים שבהם הוא שם לכם טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז'. מי שיש לו טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז' לא יהיה לו בית. אבל אני אומר לכם דבר נוסף, הוא גורם לכך שהמדינה שלכם נמצאת בסכנה. תשתחררו מהלפיתה של חיזבאללה.
Israel has accused the Hezbollah of using civilians as human shields, particularly in Beirut. More Israeli forces could be sent across the northern border to fight the Iran-backed terrorists. The IDF says it has begun a limited and localized operation.
हम लाइन लगा देगा।
वो केंद्र से पूछ रहे कि झारखंड को क्या दिए, 1 लाख
अरे
36,000 करोड़ बाकी है उनको।
आपको मुख्यमंत्री आसन में बैठ के आप दूसरा से मांगेगा, आपका क्या क्षमता नहीं है? आप फिर बोलेगा दिया क्या, मतलब आपको आप मान लिया है आपका देने का क्षमता नहीं है।
कोशिश कर रहे हैं सर, मोदी सरकार की अस्थिरता को लेकर के सवाल उठाया है।
मेरा
सुप्रीम कोर्ट आने वाले जो 9 राज्यों के चुनाव है उसमें क्या होगा? अगर
9 राज्य का चुनाव खत्म होते होते 3 साल हो जाएगा।
सर आप सरकार बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कांग्रेस कह रही है रोटेशन सीएम, मतलब वो एक कदम आगे बढ़।
कांग्रेस अपना देख रही है कि यहाँ पे रोटेशन सीएम होगा।
देखिए, कांग्रेस और जेएमएम दोनों का सरकार बनाना असंभव है, वो बात छोड़ दीजिए।
सर वो लोग कह रहे हैं 4 राज्यों में चुनाव है, लेकिन बीजेपी के तमाम बड़े चेहरे सिर्फ झारखंड में ही दिखाई
नहीं, काल में हरियाणा में ही होऊंगा। मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी हरियाणा जम्मू कश्मीर में ही है, तो हम लोग घूमते रहता हूँ।
सर आखिरी सवाल, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से कंटेम्प्ट का नोटिस हुआ असम सरकार को,
जवाब दिया जाएगा।
क्या लगता है मुसलमानों का घर जिस तरीके से गिराया जा रहा है वो सही है?
जो काम हम लोग कर रहा हूँ 100% सही है।
Well, that was Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and also the Jharkhand in charge for the BJP clearly saying that the Congress and the JMM will not form the government this time around. And he claimed that it is the BJP's clear-cut victory in Jharkhand in the upcoming assembly elections. Well, that's Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma exuding confidence ahead of the impending elections in Jharkhand. Moving on, viewers, legendary Indian boxer MC Mary Kom has hinted at a comeback to the ring, but this time as a professional rather than an amateur boxer. Mary last properly competed for India in the Tokyo Olympics 2020 and has since then focused on things outside of the sport.
तो मैं अभी देख रही हूँ कि प्रो में शुरू करें। मेरा जो हंगर है, मतलब जो मन कर रहा है, अभी तक भूख है ना, तो अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ। तो मैं 1-2 साल भी प्रो खेल के फिर कमबैक करके स्पोर्ट्स में कनेक्ट रहे। मेरा फ्यूचर प्लान मैं दिख रही हूँ कि आगे कमबैक करना, और ये एमेच्योर में तो नहीं हो पा रहा क्योंकि एज ओवर एज की वजह से, एज लिमिट की वजह से। तो मैं अभी देख रही हूँ कि प्रो में शुरू करें। मेरा जो हंगर है, मतलब जो मन कर रहा है, अभी तक भूख है ना, तो अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ। तो मैं 1-2 साल भी प्रो खेल के फिर कमबैक करके स्पोर्ट्स में कनेक्ट रहे। जैसे नहीं कि सिर्फ अमेच्योर में इतना अचीव कर लिया और ख़त्म किया, और मैं और भी खेलना चाहती हूँ, लेकिन उम्र वजह से, एज ओवर एज वजह से मैं इधर में नहीं खेल पा रही हूँ, इंडिया के लिए रिप्रेजेंट नहीं कर पा रही हूँ, और ये इसमें बहुत दुख हुआ मैं भी। और लेकिन मुझे सिर्फ स्पोर्ट्स में कनेक्ट होने के लिए शायद मैं प्रो जल्दी, मतलब वेरी सून मैं फाइट करने वाली हूँ। देखता हूँ आगे अच्छा मौका मिल जाए तो।
Well, it's time for a quick break, but on the other side, we'll tell you more about Israel rolling out its targeted ground operation along the southern Lebanon border against Hezbollah. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the evacuation efforts that have begun from United Kingdom to Bulgaria amid changing situation in West Asia. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV, and the voting for the third and the final phase for the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections is right now underway. Jammu and Kashmir is voting for 40 constituencies. Today we'll get you a lowdown from ground zero, but first up the headlines at 2 p.m.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
As the final phase of the elections gets underway, 44.08% voter turnout reported till 1 p.m. 52 days on as Abhaya awaits justice, doctors resume the total cease work strike against Mamata government. Silent on the Karnataka land scam trail, Siddaramaiah repeats political conspiracy charge. Israel begins targeted ground operation along southern Lebanon border against Hezbollah. From United Kingdom to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid the changing situation in West Asia.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
The Jammu and Kashmir polls have entered the final phase with the voting taking place in 40 constituencies today. And as the final phase of Jammu and Kashmir elections progresses, a 44.08% voter turnout has been reported by 1 p.m. And polling is proceeding very peacefully across the region with significant voter participation. As you can see, the figures that have been coming in, it's been encouraging. The Naya Kashmir is out there, quite visible, viewers. Authorities remain on high alert to ensure a smooth and secure conclusion to the election process. And viewers, remember, there are important seats in Jammu. All right, we have our network of reporters who are getting us the feel of ground. Gursimran joins us from Gandhinagar of Baramulla. Zeenat joins us from Gulmarg, and Arawat from Baramulla. Now, Zeenat, of course, Gulmarg constituency, another important constituency. For BJP, of course, the Jammu region remains very important. Congress also trying to regain its ground. But what about the new, the independents, the likes of Ghulam Nabi Azad, and also the parties of Sajjad Lone, who are now forming a very key role, a key player in this election?
See, if we talk about the People Conference chief, Sajjad Ghani Lone, he won in last Lok Sabha elections. Also, the PC has won the seats from the Handwara, even from the Patan, where from his colleague Imran Raza Ansari is this time also contesting. So, though Sajjad is not a new in the game, he has contested the Lok Sabha seat also, but though he lost to Omar Abdullah. But we are seeing that the major players of the political parties will again be the face in the new government. That is how the polls, the graph that is on ground showing, because now it has up to 1 p.m. it has touched 44.8%. And from where I'm reporting the Gulmarg constituency, Gulmarg has always been a tie between National Conference, has been the belt, but now another player, that Apni Party player, though he was with the other party earlier, now with Ghulam Hassan Mir coming with the Apni Party, again an edge against the National Conference leader Farooq Ahmad Shah, though this seat was always reserved either with the Ghulam Hassan Mir, who is now from the Apni party, or it would go to Mustafa Kamal, who is the brother of Dr. Farooq Abdullah. Or only in 2014 this constituency saw a shift when the seat was won by PDP's Abbas Wani, who again is a local candidate, though Abbas this time is not contesting and is giving an internal support to Ghulam Hassan Mir. Talking about the North Kashmir, we have seen it is a belt of the National Conference with the Congress. That is why these parties are in alliance fighting the elections to keep the BJP away. As far as the Baramulla is concerned, the Sopore is concerned, or even the independent candidates that are coming now, though they are the lesser known faces, or they were the first time who are opting for the political careers, how much they can gain the vote, it can be in few thousands, because the major players, the big guns, are themselves contesting there. Then comes the Engineer Rashid factor, who has won the Lok Sabha seat from the Baramulla constituency. But will Engineer Rashid repeat the same magic in the assembly election? It's very difficult, because the kind of projection he has been into, and the way the political parties have been training guns, the way he has been trolled by the locals on different sites, that tells you that Engineer Rashid may divide certain votes, but it is difficult for him to gain the seats from the major chunk of seats from the North Kashmir, where the major players like Taj Mahideen is there, who comes from the Congress. You see Javed Beg now with the National Conference, again a cadre vote. Then Sajjad Ghani Long, who has a cadre vote from the Handwara because of his father Abdul Ghani Lone. Then again in Kupwara, you see this is a National Conference belt. Then coming down to Rafiabad, again the National Conference is leading. Then when you see and go through this Gulmarg constituency, again it's more a fight between National Conference or the Congress.
Yes, absolutely, Zinat. As you were talking about Baramulla also, I'll just go across to Arawat, because he's reporting from Baramulla right now. It's a triangular contest, isn't it? You know, much has changed, and after the delimitation, you know, Arawat, Baramulla has one of the highest voters among all the assembly seats in North Kashmir. And there is the uncle-nephew duo also, and the independents also in the race. So what are you picking up from ground zero?
Yeah, absolutely, Rakshita. As we are reporting from the Baramulla here, we are seeing here the huge voter turnout is expected, as we have seen that the people who used to boycott before the 2019, now they have choose ballot box instead of the guns. In fact, my VJ can take you through these visuals. We are here at Old Town Baramulla's Ramgarh area. Old Town was the hotbed of the violence, and now, but the things have changed on the ground. Now you can see here in the visuals, the people are coming out from their homes to cast their vote for the betterment and the development of the Kashmir Valley. And you can see here in the visuals how the people are here and they are ready to cast their vote. And if we'll talk about the Baramulla constituency, we have seen the competition between the National Conference's Javed Hassan Beg, and we have seen the close competition with the independent candidate who is the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. And independent candidates like Tausif Rana and other will be the game changer for the Baramulla constituency. As we have seen, they can play an important role for this assembly election. And you can see here in the visuals, all the arrangements are in place. Whether we'll talk about the security scenario, everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance. And you can see the paratroopers are deployed here. And you can see here individual Jammu and Kashmir police along with the other security agencies are on alert, and everything is being monitored. And it indicates that the huge voter turnout is expected in the third phase in the North Kashmir's Baramulla. Yes, back to you, Rakshita.
Absolutely, Arawat. In fact, Gursimran is joining us from Jammu's Gandhinagar. Now, the Jammu region, the Jammu division, so to speak, Gursimran, will witness some interesting fights, and BJP will be looking to, maintain the stronghold over the Hindu majority seats as well, while the Congress is now, trying to battle it out against the BJP and regain its hold in Kashmir. We've seen how the National Conference has been attacking its alliance partner very openly, that there has been no energy, not much of efforts put in by the Congress party on ground zero. So how does it really pan out there in the Jammu division?
So if we speak of the Jammu region, there is a direct contest between the BJP and the National Conference Congress Alliance, because there is no third party except a few seats where the independents have gone rebel. Those leaders from the traditional parties have gone rebels. First, I'll show you the visuals that the smooth functioning of the polling is going on. There are not long queues that we are witnessing here. These are just the people who have come up. We'll try to speak to some people also to get an idea that how they actually want to vote, what are their aspirations from the candidates. Sir, आपसे बात करना चाहेंगे किन मुद्दों को लेकर जो है लोग वोट कर रहे हैं?
डेवलपमेंट, जम्मू सेंट्रिक, जो भी आएगा जम्मू सेंट्रिक गवर्नमेंट बननी चाहिए। ये नहीं होना चाहिए 100 रुपये में 80 रुपये कश्मीर में लगे। इट इज़ फॉर जम्मू सेंट्रिक पीपल। एवरीवन इज़ वोटिंग फॉर जम्मू सेंट्रिक कि जम्मू की गवर्नमेंट बने।
जम्मू की गवर्नमेंट बननी चाहिए। सर, आपसे भी जानना चाहेंगे, आप लाइन में हैं, क्या किन इश्यूज़ पर, पार्टी का नाम नहीं, इश्यूज़ क्या हैं जिन पर आप वोट करना चाहेंगे?
सर, सारे इश्यूज़ हैं, यूथ के लिए हैं, हमारे लिए हैं, मतलब कि सिटीजन के लिए क्या बनेगा, यूथ के लिए हैं, यूथ नौकरी ढूंढते हैं, काम ढूंढते हैं, उनके लिए क्या बनेगा। तो हम लग रहा है कि हमारा कंट्री बड़ा अच्छा ग्रो कर रहा है, अच्छी चल रहा है। तो इसी को नजर रखते हुए हमें वोट जरूर करना चाहिए। हमें वोट करने से पीछे नहीं हटना चाहिए।
वोट करना चाहिए। मैडम, आपसे भी जानना चाहूँगा, आप वोट करके आए हैं, क्या इश्यूज़ हैं, महिला वोटर हैं आप, आपके क्या इश्यूज़ हैं जिनको लेकर आप वोट कर रहे हैं?
इश्यूज़ के लिए तो शायद मैं नहीं कहूँगी कि हम वोट कर रहे हैं। हम इश्यूज़ रिजॉल्व हो रहे हैं और हम वेट कर रहे हैं कि आगे और ज़्यादा रिजॉल्व होंगे, मे बी बिकॉज
इश्यूज़ के सॉल्यूशन के लिए आप वोट कर रहे हैं?
इश्यूज़ अगर हम डीपर लेवल पे जाएं तो आई थिंक दे आर एंडलेस, बट ऑफ कोर्स ऑन द ग्राउंड लेवल्स आई थिंक many of things have been resolved, and we can see a lot of changes in the society as of now, considering ourselves the women. So we feel कि आगे further future में और भी अच्छा करेगी गवर्नमेंट, उसी होप में हम लोग।
Some are waiting, hoping to get the things resolved. Some are saying that much has happened and much more needs to happen, and that's why they have come to cast their vote. We'll try to speak to some more voters, those who have already casted their votes. मैम, आपसे भी जानना चाहूँगा, वोट क्या है, आपने किन इश्यूज़ को लेकर वोट किया है?
एक तो मेन इशू है कि हमें आफ्टर 10 इयर्स हमें ये मौका मिला है। एक तो हमारे को ये बहुत खुशी है कि हमारा आवाज़ जो है वो भी मायने रखती है, हमारा वोट भी मायने रखता है। और दूसरा इश्यूज़ है हमारी सुख और समृद्धि, विकास हो और विकास तेज़ी से।
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Gursimran and Rawat and Zeenat for joining us. We'll keep a close eye on the reports coming in from Ground Zero, but viewers will take a quick look on some more stories coming in as the assembly elections are right now underway. The third and the final phase of the assembly elections is underway in Jammu and Kashmir. People are seen lining up at polling booths to exercise their right in 40 constituencies across 7 districts of the Union Territory. Prime Minister Narendra Modi appealed to the voters in the valley to cast their votes to make the Festival of Democracy a success. He said he is confident that apart from the young friends who are voting for the first time, women power will also participate in the voting in large numbers. Home Minister Amit Shah said that Jammu and Kashmir needs a government that is visionary and can take strong decisions for security, peace and stability. He further said that people want a government that will keep Jammu and Kashmir free from terrorism, separatism, nepotism and corruption. He appealed the voters to vote for tourism, education, employment and all-round development in Jammu and Kashmir. Democratic Progressive Azad Party chairperson Ghulam Nabi Azad was seen casting his vote at a polling station in Jammu for the assembly elections. He said that the current issues of the last 10 years have to be resolved and added that people want jobs here.
आखिरी दिन नहीं है ना, हमारा आखिरी दिन है ना लोगों का, आज आखिरी दिन पोलिंग का है। सबको वोट डालना चाहे, अभी 10-12 घंटे हैं, सब लोगों को वोट डालना चाहे, अपने वोट का इस्तेमाल करना चाहे।
Congress candidate from Jammu East Yogesh Sahani says that in this election secularism will win and people will take revenge through their votes for the atrocities committed by the BJP in the last 10 years, adding that the Congress will provide jobs to the youth and statehood will be restored.
आज लड़ाई है धर्मनिरपेक्ष पार्टी की और सेकुलरिज्म के बीच में, और जीत हमें लगता है कि सेकुलरिज्म की जीत होगी। और पिछले 10 वर्षों से जो जुल्म इन भाजपा के लोगों ने, भाजपा की सरकार ने जो ढाए हुए जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर, लोग आज वोट डाल कर उसका बदला दें।
Members of the Valmiki community are casting their vote for the first time in this election, expressing their happiness at exercising their franchise. As they said that things are changing now.
मैं फर्स्ट टाइम असेंबली का वोट कर रहा हूं। लोकसभा में तो करते हैं, लेकिन असेंबली से हमें पिछले 7 दशकों से दूर रखा गया है, जिसका बड़ा अफसोस था और एक समाज अपने आप को बड़ा हीन भावना से ग्रस्त पा रहा था। लेकिन 2019 के बाद जो एब्रोगेशन हुआ, उसके बाद हमारे समाज के लिए तरक्की के रास्ते खुले। हमें डोमिसाइल सर्टिफिकेट मिला है, हमें वोटिंग राइट मिला है, हमें शेड्यूल का कैटेगरी मिली है, जिससे कि हम पूरी अपनी जो कि नागरिकता का हम फैसिलिटी वगैरह ले सकते हैं।
And we have good news coming in from Kanpur. Well, India have defeated Bangladesh in the Kanpur test by 7 wickets, viewers. And India clinches this entire series. It's a sweep for India as far as this series is concerned. Despite all the obstacles you've seen, India remains on top of the WTC points table. And my colleague Ankit is joining us live on the broadcast from the sports desk. Ankit, of course, there was little hope that this test will see light of the day, but we saw play in the very penultimate point, at a very penultimate stage, and India, undeterred by what has happened because of the rains washing out most of the days, taking away all the time, there was the likelihood of a draw, but India ensured that they win. They went for the kill. Bumrah once again shining with the ball.
Well, yes, it has been a terrific Tuesday for India at Kanpur, where India has, done the unthinkable, because, Rakshita, yesterday in the morning, you never thought that actually this test match will actually yield a result. But there you go. 5 sessions hence, there is a result and it is in favor of India. India has won this game with a session to spare. So this also happens to be one of the shortest test matches. I think it is also a feat in a way. And also what we understand is, with India's style of play, that there is a lot of influence of Gautam Gambhir in this team already. So we feel mission domination has already started under Gautam Gambhir. And yes, teams like New Zealand and Australia, they'll have to be cautious about this Indian team, which is now on a winning spree, and they have also tasted success at home. So New Zealand, they are next, so they'll have to be aware of this Indian team. I'd like to point out a few stars from this game. Yes, of course, Jasprit Bumrah is one of them. Jasprit Bumrah picked up 6 wickets in this test match, and he played a big part in the first essay. And also then in the second essay, you saw Ravindra Jadeja and Ashwin combining together, getting 3 wickets apiece. And also apart from that, Yashasvi Jaiswal and the Indian batters, their ultra-aggressive brand of cricket is now surely going to scare a few teams.
Absolutely. Of course, it was a concerted effort, team effort, played like a unit, the seniors and the junior players. Thanks so much, Ankit, for joining us with those details on that story coming in from Kanpur. And we take a quick look at some more stories from the world of sports now. Ajinkya Rahane will lead a strong Mumbai side against Ruturaj Gaikwad-led rest of India, featuring the likes of Abhimanyu Easwaran, Khalil Ahmed, Ishan Kishan, Dhruv Jurel, Mukesh Kumar and Yash Dayal in what promises to be a cracking Irani Cup fixture at the Ekana Stadium in Lucknow. Parth Rakesh Mane picked up a double gold as he was crowned the junior world champion in the 10-meter air rifle along with winning the team event, as India's medal tally continues to surge at the end of the competition. Day 3 of the ongoing International Shooting Sport Federation Junior World Championship. World Football Governing Body FIFA has banned Samuel Eto'o, who is the president of the Cameroon football, from attending national team matches for 6 months due to a breach of FIFA's disciplinary code. India sets its sight on hosting the 2036 Olympics. The Army on Monday hosted a sports conclave here that serves as a crucial platform to align efforts and contribute to its national mission with a comprehensive roadmap. Shifting focus back to politics now, the Lokayukta has launched an investigation into Chief Minister Siddaramaia's 3.16-acre land linked to the Mysuru Muda land scam. And a team led by Lokayukta Chief Officer T.J. Uddesh inspected the land at survey number 464 early this morning. And this marked the start of the investigation. Officials have focused their scrutiny on this primary site amid the ongoing allegations surrounding the Muda land acquisition case. Let's take a listen into the reactions that have come in.
Yesterday night, latest development in Karnataka. Chief Minister wife, after the information getting that ED has taken a complaint, registered a complaint against this subject. Yesterday, abruptly, with electrifying speed, she has written a letter to the concerned authority. I wanted to surrender all the 14 sites to the authority. You please receive all these 14 sites to your authority. I don't want it. This is yesterday's text of her letter to the Muda. But doing all illegal activities not by her, by the persons in their family who are in the power, knowingly or unknowingly, how they influenced about all these things. Already High Court and People's Court given several decisions about the activities.
All right, we shift our focus to other stories now. Actor Rajnikant has been hospitalized after he complained of stomach pain. He is undergoing a cardiac procedure to repair the enlarged blood vessels. Wishes have been pouring in from across the nation for the superstar. Here's a report.
Superstar Rajnikant was rushed to a Chennai hospital late last night. This after the superstar complained of severe stomach pain. He is scheduled to undergo an elective cardiac procedure today. That will repair the enlargement of a blood vessel near his abdomen. Recently, the 73-year-old opted out of his much-anticipated political plunge, citing health reasons. Rajnikant had undergone a similar procedure in 2020. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin as well as Governor R.N. Ravi wished the actor a speedy recovery. His fans too are praying for their saliva.
And now let's take a quick look at stories from the world of business. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, that is SEBI, has approved the initial public offerings of the IPO applications of Swiggy, Hyundai Motor India, Acme Solar Holdings, Vishal Mega Mart and Mamata Machinery. The companies will be allowed to launch their IPOs within a year. With this, Swiggy will become the second food delivery firm to go public after Zomato. Now, it aims to raise over 4,000 crore rupees through a mix of fresh equity and an offer for sale of 18.52 crore shares by existing shareholders. On the other hand, Hyundai Motor India is planning a $3 billion IPO. Despite proposals aimed at boosting market stability, SEBI has not announced any changes to the index derivatives framework in its board meeting. SEBI, however, introduced two key developments. This includes approving a new asset class for high net worth individuals and announcing the Mutual Funds Light framework for passively managed mutual funds. Now, the market had expected SEBI to implement the tighter derivatives regulations that were proposed in a consultation paper released in July this year. These included increasing contract sizes by up to 4 times, upfront collection of option premiums, and a reduction in weekly contracts. FED is in no hurry to cut the rates as confidence in economy grows. Federal Reserve Chairperson Jerome Powell has indicated that the U.S. Central Bank would likely stick with the 0.25 percentage point interest rate cuts moving forward. He added that the new data has boosted confidence in ongoing economic growth and consumer spending. He further went on to say that if the economy evolves as expected, that would be 2 more cuts by year's end. The policymakers of Bank of Japan are discussing the need for a caution over near-term interest rate hikes. Some are voicing concern over unstable financial markets and the U.S. economic outlook. The Bank of Japan is keeping short-term rates steady at 0.25%. Its governor says that it could afford to spend time eyeing the fallout from global economic uncertainties, while signaling it was in no rush to raise the borrowing costs further. The board members will next meet on the 30th of October and will release fresh quarterly growth and price forecasts that will be crucial to the bank's long-term policy path. Shifting focus to the international top story of the day, viewers. Israel has launched fresh strikes on Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah dens in the capital city of Beirut, and plumes of black smoke have been seen rising from residential buildings where the Israeli military says the Iran-backed terrorist group is hiding its weapons.
After pager blast, walkie-talkie blasts, bunker-busting bombs, now ground incursion in southern Lebanon. Back-to-back explosions are being heard in Lebanese capital Beirut. Israel has intensified its assault on Hezbollah group with a clear aim in mind. And that is to facilitate safe return of Israelis displaced in northern Lebanon. Beirut has been a stronghold of the Hezbollah group since the 1990s. Earlier, the Israeli military had asked residents to evacuate the area and move away from buildings.
אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה. ואני אומר לעם בלבנון, המלחמה שלנו לא איתכם, המלחמה שלנו עם חיזבאללה. נסראללה מוביל אתכם לסף התהום. אמרתי לכם אתמול להתפנות מהבתים שבהם הוא שם לכם טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז'. מי שיש לו טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז' לא יהיה לו בית. אבל אני אומר לכם דבר נוסף, הוא גורם לכך שהמדינה שלכם נמצאת בסכנה. תשתחררו מהלפיתה של חיזבאללה.
Israel has accused the Hezbollah of using civilians as human shields, particularly in Beirut. More Israeli forces could be sent across the northern border to fight the Iran-backed terrorists. The IDF says it has begun a limited and localized operation against Hezbollah targets. In the last 2 weeks alone, Israeli strikes have killed more than 1,000 people in Lebanon. Amid the ongoing tension, the US, UK and Bulgaria have asked their nationals to leave Lebanon at the earliest. While the conflict could spill into a larger Middle East crisis, there is a global chorus for secession between Israel and Hezbollah group.
All right, Israel's Operation Northern Arrows underway in southern Lebanon. Republic TV continues with its most extensive coverage from Ground Zero. And evacuation efforts are underway as countries, of course, issue their guidelines and rescue their residents, their citizens from the affected areas as West Asia remains on the boil.
The huge landscape that is actually spanning many acres, dozens of crores of rupees, and the responsibility is on the sitting Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah. The list of documents I have with me are all pointing at you. Will you come clean on your deeds and resign for abusing the power of your office for personal gains, effectively grabbing the land? Republic Kannada, the leading channel of Karnataka, has carried out a deep investigation into this scam, uncovering over 32 years of documents that clearly show how a poor scheduled caste farmer's land was converted into a 65 crore sweet deal for the Siddaramaiah family.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
NRC অসমত যেনেকৈ আমি বিচাৰি আছোঁ যে এখন শুদ্ধ NRC হ'ব লাগে, আমাক 20% পুনৰ্নিৰীক্ষণৰ সুবিধা দিব লাগে, তেনেকৈ ঝাৰখণ্ড বা আন ৰাজ্যবিলাকতো
watching Republic TV. I'm Kriti Mehta. We're live and breaking at 2:30 p.m. now, viewers. Our focus remains, of course, on all the national as well as the international story that we're tracking, the Israel war with Hezbollah. The US has now lent its support to Israel and has said it will work for de-escalation of the war. We'll tell you about all that. I'll also be joined in by some reporters from the ground and a guest on this bulletin, and by Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor. Let's take a quick check of the headlines first. As final phase of election gets underway, 44.08% voter turnout reported till 1 p.m. "52 days on as Abhay awaits justice, doctors resume total ceasefire strike against Mamata Banerjee." Silent on the Karnataka land scam trail, Siddaramaiah repeats political conspiracy charge. Israel begins a targeted ground operation along southern Lebanon border against Hezbollah. From United Kingdom to Bulgaria, countries begin evacuation efforts amid the changing situation in the West Asia. The White House has issued a statement supporting Israel's planned ground operations in Lebanon aimed at dismantling Hezbollah infrastructure that poses a threat to Israeli citizens. This statement emphasizes that these limited operations align with Israel's right to defend itself and ensure the safe return of civilians to their homes. The U.S. reiterated its commitment to Israel's security in the face of the ongoing threats from Hezbollah. Let's listen in first to that statement. Let's tell you, viewers, that the US State Department has announced efforts to de-escalate tensions between Israel and Hezbollah amid the ongoing hostilities in the region. This comes as Israel conducts targeted operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. We have a reaction of Matthew Miller on the de-escalation talks among the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. Let's show you that.
We support Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism. That includes by bringing brutal terrorists such as Hassan Nasrallah to justice. At the same time, we ultimately want to see a diplomatic resolution to conflict in the Middle East that provides long-term security for the people of Israel, the people of Lebanon, and the Palestinian people, as well as the broader region, and we will continue to work to advance efforts along those fronts.
All right, we are joined in by our own reporter, Lev Aron. He's joining us live from Haifa. Welcome, Lev. And we also have Yeshaya Rosenman, Republic's reporter from Rehovot in Israel. Also, of course, Professor Joel Roskin, a military geoscientist, Department of Environment, Bar Ilan University in Israel. Let me begin with Yeshaya first to take a report on what's really happening on the ground. The ground offensive of Israel in southern Lebanon started about 10 hours back. Yeshaya, can you update us on what's really happening? How intense is the ground offensive?
Good morning. The effects of the ground offensive are not yet clear. There is not yet official data coming out from there, very little official data from IDF spokesman. We know that forces entered late last night, commando forces accompanied by tanks, air power, artillery, entered villages in South Lebanon. Lev is in the north of Israel, and Haifa. Lev has probably heard some of this activity. As of yet, Hezbollah has fired rockets into Israel, landed in central Israel, in the Sharon, 3 or 4 rockets. One 54-year-old man was injured in his back and head by shrapnel. Roads have been closed down as security forces are removing these rockets. But the effects of the ground offensive are not yet, the activities of the ground offensive are not yet clear, not yet fully clear. But it's clear that it's only the beginning. And the first objective is to push Hezbollah beyond the Litani River in accordance with UN Security Council Resolution 1701. And anything beyond that is it remains to be seen what the full objective is. If it is to destroy Hezbollah completely, we heard the State Department spokesman talking about a diplomatic solution in Lebanon and in Israel. It is clear to me that any diplomatic solution must be without Hezbollah. They are a militia that controls Lebanon and takes the entire country hostage. They are definitely not in any position to have a solution with Israel. So it's unclear. I mean, it may be very well be that Israel intends to destroy Hezbollah completely. It's unclear whether Israel will engage with Hezbollah's patrons, Iran, directly either.
All right, Yeshaya, let's go to Lev first and then to Professor Roskin. Lev, you are closer to the action, so to say, because you are in Haifa, northern Israel. Can you give us a sense of how long this ground offensive might go, and what, according to you, are you hearing from Israeli authorities are the immediate military objectives of this operation?
I'm closer than Haifa. I'm about 15 kilometers from the border. It seems like it is not still a full attack on Hezbollah as far as Israel is concerned. And still there is the option of 1701, again, as far as Israel is concerned. And also the Americans, of course, are pushing us for some kind of negotiations. So it seems like the fact that we are entering only, let's say, 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers, it is not even clear that we go all the way to the Litani River, which is like about 18 to 20 kilometers from the border, from the Lebanese-Israeli border. It means that Israel is still toying with the idea of a diplomatic solution, and once Hezbollah is so weak, maybe it will agree to things that they did not agree, let's say, 1 month ago. And I want to apologize that I need to leave the show, and thank you so much.
All right, Lev, stay with us. Let's go to Professor Roskin now. Professor Roskin, welcome to the broadcast. And it's an interesting angle that we hear from Lev, that the Israeli forces are making a very limited incursion into the Lebanese territory, just about 5 odd kilometers, and definitely not going up to the Litani river, which marks the buffer zone. So in a way, Israel is keeping in mind the international conventions. Perhaps that's the suggestion coming in from Lev. But what we want to understand is, this limited military offensive, is it going to be enough to make sure that the military capability that Hezbollah has is still left despite its leadership gone, by way of the missiles that they have, 100,000 plus, those would be taken away, destroyed with this limited military offensive of Israel?
Good afternoon, India. Good question. Up until now, I think Israel has, in a pretty effective way, dismantled the operational rationale of Hezbollah and also partially dismantled the political rationale of Hezbollah. What's left is the tactical ability of Hezbollah, also on the ground, also their ballistic or now limited ballistic capabilities. So I think what Israel is doing now, as they define it as limited, it's not really clear what limited means. But I think Israel is investigating the tactical capabilities of Hezbollah in the border region, and I assume based on what they'll find out in these first rounds of engagements in fire, they'll see how they can continue the ground operation. Altogether, the main goal is to cover a strip, as mentioned before, 5-10 kilometers along the 80-kilometer long border. So there is substantial territory to conquer. But I think that if there will be some kind of opportunity, the chances are very slim, Israel will be open to negotiations. The thing is, Hezbollah, as mentioned before, is a non-state guerrilla actor, and the Lebanese government is very weak. So these chances are slim, but Israel...
Yes, I think we lost the line there with Professor Roskin. Yes. Go ahead. Please go ahead. Complete.
Excuse me?
Yes, I'm getting you. Please go ahead. We had lost your line there. Please, Professor Roskin, make your point.
You lost me. I'm saying that Israel, along this limited operational rationale, shows that it's always open to a ceasefire agreement that will, again, allow long-term quiet along our border, along the lines of Resolution 1701.
Right. Thank you so much, Professor Roskin, Yeshaya and Lev, for joining us with that very fantastic ground perspective, or the ground offensive that Israel has launched in southern Lebanon in the early hours of the day. With this, back to the studios, to Kruti.
All right, well, thanks, Abhishek, for having that conversation, and to our reporters from the ground for bringing us the latest on the situation as far as the war is concerned. With that, viewers, let's shift our focus to news on Bollywood actor Govinda, who is also the Shiv Sena leader, who was injured in an accidental shooting while preparing to leave for Kolkata. Now, according to his manager, Shashi Sinha, Govinda was handling his licensed revolver when it slipped from his hand, discharging a bullet that struck his leg. Now, the bullet has been removed and his condition is stable as he continues to recover in the hospital. He has also released an audio. Let's listen in to how his statement just does not really add up.
मैं हूँ गोविंदा। आप सब लोगों के आशीर्वाद और माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद और गुरु की कृपा की वजह से वो गोली लगी थी, पर वो निकाल दी गई है। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ यहाँ के डॉक्टर का, आदरणीय डॉक्टर अग्रवाल जी का, और आप सब लोगों की प्रार्थनाएं जो है, आप लोग का धन्यवाद।
My colleague Meenakshi, who's joining us from Mumbai, reporting live on the story from the location. Meenakshi, very good afternoon to you. What more development are you learning on this news of Govinda, accidentally, as he says, injuring himself. How was he carrying this revolver when he was on his way to the airport, and how did he really misfire it?
अभी मैं खड़ी हूँ क्रिटिक केयर एशिया हॉस्पिटल में, जहाँ पे गोविंदा एडमिट है। मैं दिखाना चाहती हूँ यहाँ पे इस हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट है गोविंदा। और आप जैसा बोल रहे थे कि उनके पैर के जो उंगली है, इस उंगली में उनको लगा है गोली। कैसे लगा? उनके जो डॉक्टर है रमेश अग्रवाल, वो कुछ देर पहले हमसे बात किए हैं और वो बता रहे थे कि सुबह 5:30 बजे कोलकाता के लिए निकलने वाले थे गोविंदा। कोलकाता के लिए जब निकलने वाले थे वो, उससे पहले वो अपना रिवॉल्वर चेक कर रहे थे, तभी ये एक्सीडेंटली गिर गया उनके हाथों से उनका रिवॉल्वर और उनको गोली लग गई उनके पैर पे। लेकिन गोली आर पार नहीं हुआ है, इसलिए गोली इजीली निकल दिया गया है। डॉक्टर जैसा बोल रहे थे कि 8 से 10 स्टिचेस लगे हैं उनके पैर पे। अभी वो स्टेबल है। गोविंदा खुद घर जाना चाहते हैं आज, लेकिन डॉक्टर्स बोल रहे हैं कि आज वो घर जाने की सिचुएशन में नहीं है। उनको 2-3 दिन ऑब्जर्वेशन में रखना पड़ेगा। उनका बेटा आया था कुछ देर पहले, लेकिन वो मीडिया से बात नहीं किया। और जो हमें अभी इंफॉर्मेशन मिल रहा है कि उनकी वाइफ कोलकाता में थी, वो बॉम्बे में लैंड कर गई और किसी भी वक्त वो इस हॉस्पिटल में, क्रिटिक केयर एशिया हॉस्पिटल में जहाँ पे गोविंदा एडमिट है, वहाँ पे आएगी गोविंदा को देखने के लिए। लेकिन गोविंदा अभी स्टेबल है और वो चाहते हैं कि वो आज ही घर चले जाए, लेकिन उनके जो हेल्थ का सिचुएशन है उसके लिए ऑब्जर्वेशन में रखना पड़ेगा, डॉक्टर्स ने बोला। और इसके लिए वो आज ही गोविंदा को छोड़ने वाले नहीं है। लेकिन गोविंदा बोल रहे हैं कि वो आज घर जाना चाहते हैं। बस देखते हैं कि 5-5:30 बजे शाम को फिर डॉक्टर रमेश अग्रवाल आएंगे, जिन्होंने गोविंदा को यहाँ पे एडमिट किया था। वो आके गोविंदा को ऑब्जर्व करेंगे और उनके ऑब्जर्वेशन के बाद वो नेक्स्ट क्या डिसीजन गोविंदा की फैमिली से बात करके लेंगे, वो हमको बताएंगे। लेकिन उनके जो बेटी आई थी वो मीडिया से बात नहीं किया उन्होंने। और उनके वाइफ, जैसा मैंने बोला कि किसी भी वक्त यहाँ पे पहुँच सकते हैं और इस हॉस्पिटल में पहुँच सकते हैं, लैंड कर गए हैं वो गोविंदा की वाइफ।
Meenakshi, now Govinda's doctor has also given a statement. Let's show our viewers that as well.
वो मेरे पास सुबह 5 बजे आए थे और उनको, जैसे आपको मालूम ऑलरेडी, उनको बुलेट वुंड था पाँव में। फिर हम उनको यहाँ लाए सुबह, उनका एक्सरे हुआ, उनको ऑपरेशन हो गया, बुलेट निकल गई है, उनको अभी वुंड सील हो गया है and he is comfortable, he is otherwise okay, and he has been admitted here and he will be in hospital for 1 or 2 days and otherwise everything is okay.
गोली कहाँ पे लगी थी सर? गोली कहाँ पे लगी?
गोली उनको लेफ्ट पाँव में, घुटने के थोड़ा नीचे लगी है पाँव में।
कितना बड़ा जख्म था सर? गोली आर पार कर?
गोली तो आर पार नहीं हुई है, गोली बाहर से लग के अंदर अटकी हुई थी।
ब्लीडिंग एक्सेस हो गई थी सर?
ब्लीडिंग हो रही थी। नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ, ब्लीडिंग हो रही थी, बट वो ठीक है, ब्लीडिंग रुक गई उसको।
कब तक डिस्चार्ज मिलेगा?
1-2 दिन में डिस्चार्ज हो जाएंगे, मैक्सिमम 2 दिन। हाँ जी, स्टिच लगे हैं। आजकल हम पिन लगाते हैं, स्टेपल लगाते हैं।
कितने लगे हैं सर?
करीब ऐसा काउंट नहीं करते, बट अबाउट 8 to 10 लगे हैं।
And with that, let's move on, viewers. We are now bringing you a big breaking news from Bangkok, where a bus carrying young students with their teachers caught fire in suburban Bangkok, with 25 of those on board feared dead. This is according to the officials and the rescuers. Those are the visuals of the bus on fire on your screen. These are from suburban Bangkok. The bus was carrying 44 passengers from central Uthai Thani province to Ayutthaya for a school trip when the fire started around noon in Pathum Thani province, which is a northern suburb of the capital. Now, Transport Minister Surya told reporters at the scene. Let me also go across to Rakshita, who's joining me live from the Republic newsroom. Here, Rakshita, what more details are you picking up from this bus accident? These are very devastating visuals and news of about 25 children losing their lives when they were traveling in this bus. What are the latest inputs that you're picking
Social media
up?
as we speak? The bus was carrying 44 passengers, and mostly the students were of elementary and junior high school. So many young lives are feared lost right now. Interior Minister of Thailand had earlier put out a figure that was around 22. He had said that he could not confirm yet the number, but what we are gathering from local reports that it could be 22 to 25 lives that have been lost. There are many bodies that have not been identified yet. So the operation, the rescue operation is still underway. Remember, this happened because of a tire burst on the highway. And after the tire burst, the bus caught fire and it rammed into a barricade, and it was on the side of the highway. And it took time to rescue people because first the fire had to be doused, and then the individuals had to be rescued. Teachers are also suspected to be one of those who have suffered the fatalities. There's no clear number yet that we know of. Nothing official as far as the death toll is concerned, but 44 is a big number. And remember, Thailand is known for the traffic violations. In fact, there have been many such cases that have been reported recently in Thailand, and many cases of reckless driving and the safety norms have been flouted. This, of course, was a case of tire burst. Remains to be seen as the investigation still continues, and the bodies are also being identified as we speak.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Rakshita. Let's tell our viewers once again that 44 was the number of people on the bus and 25 are feared dead in this tragic incident in Bangkok. Viewers, with that, let's shift our focus to news from across the nation in 5 minutes. All right, so news in 2 minutes. BRS leader K. Kavita has been admitted to hospital in Hyderabad for medical tests. She was admitted recently with the tests expected to be completed today. During her time in Tihar jail related to the Delhi excise policy case, she suffered from severe health issues, including gynecological problems and high fever. Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi cleans the statue of Mahatma Gandhi and the premises of Gandhi Mandapam as part of the Swachhata Hi Seva program. He urged universities to take cleanliness drives in their campus. Junior doctors in West Bengal resumed total cease work as they continue to protest over the rape and murder of a trainee Dr. Abhay in RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital. Actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda has been taken to the hospital after he was accidentally shot in the leg by a revolver that he had this morning. The accident took place around 4:45 a.m. According to the Mumbai police, Govinda is recovering and the injury is not serious. However, he was taken to the hospital for precaution. The Mysuru Lokayukta officially started the inquiry and investigation to the case linked to the case Urban Development Authority land allotment scam. This follows an FIR filed on September 27 against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and others in connection with the alleged Muda scam. And moving on, viewers, to news from West Bengal, where junior doctors have resumed their indefinite total cease work to push the state government to address their demands for safety and security at the medical establishments. This, of course, follows their partial return to work after a 42-day protest sparked by the rape murder of Abhay at RG Kaur Medical College. The doctors accuse the state government of failing to fulfill promises made during discussions with the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and have vowed to continue the strike until clear action is taken.
On September 19, we had withdrawn our full strike and returned to work in essential services with outdoor and indoor services starting in many places. We showed goodwill by returning to work based on 2 meetings with the state government. The removal of CP, DME, DHS, DC North from their positions and some written directives concerning safety and patient services. Yet, 10 days have passed since then. and we see no implementation of the government's written directives anywhere. Whether it is the installation of CCTV, the recruitment of police, or measures to enhance patient services such as a centralized referral system, bed vacancy monitoring, and the hiring of healthcare workers, we see virtually no progress. We want to remind the government that we are not protesting merely for paper promises. We are protesting for a genuine.
And cutting across to breaking news in connection to the Tirupati Prasad Rao. Viewers, the SIT investigation will be suspended until October 3 now, as the Supreme Court is hearing the matter. The SIT was formed to investigate the Tirupati Laddu Prasad case, and the suspension is only a precautionary measure to ensure the investigation's integrity. Let me go across to Aneri, who is joining us.
How to see that all of them have darshan. On the 4th of October, that is the first day, we have the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh coming here to offer from the state side, he will be offering the silk attire to. And also on 8th Garuda Seva Day, we are going to have a large crowd. So we are taking care of all of that. And I think we should not have any problem. We'll be using also deploying the technology. We'll be using our own different wings of police department, and we also have certain devices which can detect the fingerprints of certain suspects, so that we will not have any crime occurring here during the period of Brahmotsav.
Okay, that was the official statement from the police, as the SIT investigation has been halted till October 3 as the Supreme Court is perusing the matter. But let me go across to Aneri, who is reporting live from Hyderabad on the story. Aneri, a very good afternoon to you. Of course, the Supreme Court made some very scathing remarks over politics into the Tirupati Laddu Rao. Of course, the court rapped the Andhra government as well for bringing gods into politics, and in fact also slammed the chief minister for going to the media and speaking over the matter instead of going to the agencies. So what can we expect from here on, and how do we see the hearing in the courts proceeding and the kind of arguments at the Supreme Court?
Well, that's right. What we have been seeing is that the matter was taken up in the Supreme Court yesterday, where we see that the Supreme Court had come down really on the state government. And also the Supreme Court had questioned the state government over what was the hurry for the state government and for the chief minister to make such statements in the media and make such a big issue. And also Supreme Court had stated that why to bring religion in politics is what the Supreme Court had also mentioned. But now the SIT investigation, which had begun just 2 days back, has now put on hold after the Supreme Court order. So, yesterday the Supreme Court had stated that the SIT investigation should be put on hold, and so till 3rd of October, that is the SIT investigation, the special investigation team, which was being headed by Sarveshwar Tripathi, the 9-member team who was investigating into the Tirupati Laddu Rao, has now been stalled till 3rd of October. So now what comes out next?
Okay, all right. Thanks for joining us, Aneri. For now, with those details, it's time for a very quick break on this bulletin, but stay tuned as news and updates continue on Republic.
Highlights of this phase is that the West Pakistani refugees, Valmiki Samaj and also Gorkha community has got the voting right, and they are participating in the 3rd phase of elections. This is coming after the abrogation of Article 370, that these 3 communities are participating in the assembly elections. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakshita with you this afternoon. Viewers, the investigation by the Lokayukta in the Muda land scam has begun now, and it's trouble brewing in for us. Siddaramaiah will get you more on that, but first up the headlines at this hour.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Big impact of Republic Kannada investigation. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's wife, big admission of guilt as she offers to return the high-value plots after FIR against her husband Siddaramaiah in Muda scam. After Siddaramaiah, now Gandhi is in a fix. Will the Congress also give up on their properties in the National Herald case? As the final phase of elections gets underway in Jammu and Kashmir, 44.08% voter turnout reported till 1 p.m. Bengal junior doctors resume total cease work, demanding safety security. Protests resume as doctors say the demands haven't been fulfilled. Ahead of elections in Haryana, Congress proxy goes to Singhu border to test water quality in the garb of climate change. Delhi police detains him. And due to misfire, sends an audio message from hospital, but his statements do not add up. Govinda injured by his own pistol. And Rajnikant admitted to Chennai hospital after severe stomach pain. Doctors say his condition is now stable.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Well, it's a big admission of guilt in the ongoing Muda land allotment scandal. Now, Parvati Siddaramaiah, who's the wife of the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, she has formally expressed her intention to return the 14 plots that she received in Mysuru's upscale Vijayanagar area. Now, the letter follows an investigation against her, and this is, of course, an investigation against her husband for alleged illegalities in the Muda, allotting 14 sites to her in the prime location of Mysuru city. And recent developments include a case registered by the Karnataka Lokayukta police against both the Chief Minister and his wife Parvati concerning the controversial land deals. And following this, the Gandhis are also now in the dock. Of course, the questions are looming on that. But we will be getting you more on that, viewers. Siddaramaiah's wife there admitting guilt. So viewers, since Siddaramaiah is being investigated, now the question comes in that who will be the next Chief Minister? Siddaramaiah, there have been calls for his resignation, and now the tussle is now only intensifying. D.K. Shivakumar, he is the Deputy Chief Minister. He was promised the Chief Ministerial post after the half term of, that is 2.5 years, Siddaramaiah occupying the chair. M.B. Patil, another one in the race, in contention. He's a senior Congress party leader in Karnataka, and he too could be in the fray. Siddaramaiah's camp. He belongs to Siddaramaiah's camp, so more likely that Siddaramaiah will be recommending him. Satish Jarkioli, he is a minister in Karnataka cabinet, and he's also a Siddaramaiah loyalist. So remember, there are factions, viewers, in Karnataka Congress. Now, G. Parameshwara, he is the Home Minister of Karnataka, and he has also expressed that he is interested in the top post. Mallikarjun Kharge, he was one of the names, his name was coming up when before the elections also. He is from Karnataka. He's a Congress president likely, and he's a Congress president and he's likely to be backed by the high command of the Congress party. So that of course is another headache for the Congress party, since Siddaramaiah is now being investigated. And viewers, the Gandhis are also on a fix now, as their name is, they've been named in the National Herald case. It's a shaky situation for Congress party. Remember, even up north in Himachal Pradesh, we've seen what's been going on in Himachal Pradesh. We've seen rebellious voices from Vikramaditya Singh, and the second time now he's defied party line. And the probe now in Karnataka also, in fact, Republic TV is getting you the latest and exclusive inputs. Now, H.D. Kumaraswamy has spoken to Republic TV on that. Take a listen to what the JDS Supremo had to say on the latest development of Siddaramaiah has been investigated.
Yesterday night, latest development in Karnataka. Chief Minister wife, after the information getting that ED has taken a complaint, registered a complaint against this subject. Yesterday, abruptly, with electrifying speed, she has written a letter to the concerned authority. I wanted to surrender all the 14 sites to the authority. You please receive all these 14 sites to your authority. I don't want it. This is yesterday's text of her letter to the Muda. But doing all illegal activities not by her, by the persons in their family who are in the power, knowingly or unknowingly, how they influenced about all these things. Already High Court and People's Court given several decisions about the activities of illegal things. On that basis, now the inquiry has started. This is too late to realize that they have done a wrong thing. Doing all wrong thing, now they wanted to give the message to the public that we are surrendering the sites. We have not done anything. Now that will not going to work out.
And Republic Kannada's, we are getting live from the Republic Kannada newsroom. My colleagues Smita and Sri Lakshmi joining us live from Bengaluru newsroom. Now it's a Republic Kannada impact. Republic Kannada was the first to bring to the viewers this news break exposing and bringing to fore the 32-year-old document trail, which clearly exposes Siddaramaiah and his role, his involvement, and how his family is also involved. And now after, his wife, Smita and Sri Lakshmi, returns, she says that she will return those land. That clearly shows that they were in the wrong and that now they are compelled, they have no option but to admit that there was corruption that was being done.
Yes, Rakshita, it clearly shows that Siddaramaiah has come to a back foot in Muda case. Though while speaking to media today in Bengaluru, he seemed to be quite calm and confident and said that it's kind of a shock to him that his wife returned back all those sites. But it is a big impact done by Republic Kannada here, and it is a result of Republic Kannada's relentless reporting since day one in this Muda case. We came up with each and every document, each and every day. I have my colleague Smita over here. She took it up in her prime debate, Mahabharata, and went on to reveal all these illegalities. Over to you, Smita. How was it?
Exactly. We accessed the documents of Muda from the year 1997 when the first notification was established from the Muda. From then to 2022, we have accessed more than 1,000 pages of documents where we had particularly 10 huge mistakes which was done in the documentation. We have exposed each and every mistakes regarding this 14-site allotment to the Chief Minister's wife Parvati. But now, as Chief Minister wife Parvati has decided to give back the sites to Muda, and her son Yatindra Siddaramaiah, who was also the MLA of Karnataka during when the sites were allotted to CM's wife, he has personally went to Muda and has handed over the documents, the letter written by Parvati to the Muda officers. But now the bigger question is, this letter written by Chief Minister's wife Parvati, will it play any role in the investigation? Technically, the answer is big no, because already the case is filed in Lokayukta. Already ED has also taken up the issue. Now returning back the sites will not help Chief Minister or Parvati Siddaramaiah in any case technically. But now, why Parvati Siddaramaiah came to the decision to give back the site and announces through a public letter? The answer is very clear. Siddaramaiah, whoever has advised to Siddaramaiah and his wife Parvati, it's very clear that they are trying to play an emotional role, of the voters, especially in Karnataka, and the people over down in Karnataka, to say that we have written back the site, especially the letter written by Chief Minister wife herself, saying that I don't want to get involved into these kind of political blame games, and because of me, I don't want my husband's 40 years of track record without a single black mark to be judged by the political parties. So for this reason, I have felt very sad because my name and my husband's name was involved in this political blame game. For this matter, I'm giving back the site. This is what exactly her Siddaramaiah's wife had written.
Smita, when we were bringing out all those documents every day, each and every day Siddaramaiah used to react to media and used to say that, used to deny all those things, and used to say that there's absolutely no illegalities on his part. But day by day we brought out all those documents, one with the whitener in which he had asked for a specific place wherein these sites are demanded to be given. And today he's saying that he's surprised that his wife has returned claiming that she doesn't want any black mark on Siddaramaiah's political career. How was it all through bringing out all those documents?
And let us also add this point to the viewers that there was a series of meetings starting from yesterday evening 4 o'clock in Siddaramaiah's residence, Krishna, where the senior colleagues of his cabinet, H.K. Patil and Mahadevappa, and also a few government officials were involved in the meeting. Soon after, ED took the decision to take up the case against Siddaramaiah, and after the prolonged meeting, the letter was, given to the medias, which was written by Parvati. Should we not connect the meeting with the decision of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's wife to give back the site? Is the question we are letting to our viewers probably. Over to you, Rakshita.
Absolutely, Smita and Sri Lakshmi. Republic Kannada has single-handedly exposed Siddaramaiah. Republic Kannada's newsbreak impact is visible, and Siddaramaiah stands exposed. Of course, we have to wait and watch what happens next, because the Congress is in a deeper trouble this time, especially in Karnataka as we speak, and we continue to expose this land scam that involves crores of lands.
A huge land scam that is actually spanning many acres, dozens of crores of rupees, and the responsibility is on the sitting Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah. The list of documents I have with me are all pointing at you. Will you come clean on your deeds and resign for abusing the power of your office for personal gains, effectively grabbing the land? Republic Kannada, the leading channel of Karnataka, has carried out a deep investigation into this scam, uncovering over 32 years of documents that clearly show how a poor scheduled caste farmer's land was converted into a 65 crore sweet deal for the Siddaramaiah family.
from across the country, Prime Minister Modi met his Jamaican counterpart Andrew Holness in the national capital. They held bilateral talks on a range of topics like trade and investment. The Jamaican Prime Minister is on a 4-day visit to India to solidify the bilateral ties. It is the first ever bilateral visit of a Prime Minister of Jamaica to India. On his visit to Paris for the India-France strategic dialogue, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval had engaged in extensive discussions with the French Armed Forces Minister during his visit to France. Their dialogue was aimed at deepening the bilateral defense cooperation and advancing space collaboration. They also shared the insights on evolving international geopolitical landscape. The National Security Advisor also had discussions with the diplomatic advisor to President Emmanuel Macron and Emmanuel Bon. The Enforcement Directorate has registered another enforcement case information report in the Muda land allotment scam, intensifying pressure on officials and political parties. The case involves the alleged illegal distribution of 7.18 acres of land under the Hinakal survey number 89, where over 315 influential individuals are accused of receiving sites, and it follows Lokayukta's investigation of 2022. In this case, ED is targeting 18 officials. The Delhi court will be hearing Congress leader Jagdish Titler's plea challenging the framing of charges of murder and other offences against him. This pertains to a case related to the killing of 3 people in North Delhi's Pulbanga area during the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. Titler has challenged a trial court on the order passed on the 30th of August, via which charges were framed against him for murder and other offences. Make in India program has completed 10 years. Union Minister Piyush Goyal says that the initiative has been successful in establishing India as a global manufacturing and export hub. He adds that strong macroeconomic fundamentals, increased economic activity and job creation have bolstered investor confidence both domestically and internationally.
10 years of the Make in India program, launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on 25th September 2014. We are now seeing the fruits as India is being recognized as a global manufacturing and export hub.
After climate activist Sonam Wangchuk was detained by the Delhi police for protesting against climate change issues at the Singhu border, Ladakh MP Haji Hanifa Jan was also detained. The Ladakh MP said despite several rounds of discussions with the government, no action has been taken regarding their concerns. He condemned the detention of Wangchuk and urged the government to provide them a place where they can submit a memorandum to the Prime Minister.
इसके बैनर तले सोनम वांगचुक जी की क़यादत में ले से तकरीबन 700-800 किलोमीटर से ऊपर जो है पैदल चल के इस उम्मीद के साथ हम लोग आए थे कि कम से कम जो बातचीत का सिलसिला कहीं रुके थे वो फिर से शुरू हो, लेकिन बदकिस्मती की बात ये है कि ले से सोनम वांगचुक जी और उनकी जो पूरे टीम जो पैदल चल के आ रहे थे उनको यहाँ पे रोका गया, और न सिर्फ रोका गया बल्कि उनको अलग अलग टीम बना के उनको डिटेंशन किया गया.
Chief Minister Eknath Shinde had a telephonic conversation with actor Govinda to inquire about his health. This after the 60-year-old actor accidentally shot himself in the leg while cleaning his licensed revolver. That's the version he has put out. The revolver reportedly fell from his hand and misfired. The actor was taken to the hospital where the doctors removed the bullet. Chief Minister Shinde has given instructions to the hospital authorities to take best care of the actor. In an unfortunate incident, 5 people of a family died after their car rammed into a divider and overturned. 4 people have sustained injuries and have been shifted to the hospital where they are receiving medical treatment. Incident occurred when they were returning to Adilabad after attending a function in Hyderabad. Police officials have registered a case and further investigation is underway. Now, Jammu and Kashmir polls entered their final phase with the voting taking place in 40 constituencies today. And as the final phase of the elections progresses, a 44.08% voter turnout has been reported by 1 p.m. and polling is proceeding peacefully across the Union Territory with significant voter participation. Viewers, this is a big turnout as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, and winds of change in Jammu and Kashmir very much visible. Naya Kashmir very much visible. The authorities remain on high alert to ensure a smooth and secure conclusion to the election process. And my colleague Gursimran Singh joins us live from Jammu. Well, it's been a historic turnout, Gursimran, isn't it, for Jammu and Kashmir? And the picture of Naya Kashmir is very much visible. It has beaten several urban centres this time in these assembly elections.
Yes, this assembly elections, the voter turnout is setting a benchmark for all these years that we have witnessed the elections. But in the cities, the urban apathy is there, but the rural areas are turning out in the large numbers. The people are coming out to cast their votes. People have their own issues ranging from the unemployment to the development or to the issues that they want to solve or those have been solved. The people are coming out in the large numbers. Roughly a 44% till 1 in the afternoon is considered good because per hour 7% vote is being casted. That means that by the end of the day, it could land up somewhere 70 to 75, 77%, which is going to break all the records of the first two phases of the elections that have taken place. Because this time, the Hindu heartland, the base of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the North Kashmir, the strong bastion of the National Conference, are going to the vote, and both the political parties in Jammu and Kashmir, respectively, are trying to ensure that many of that almost maximum voters of them turned out to cast their votes. Yes.
Absolutely. In fact, Zeenat is also joining us right now from Gulmarg. Zeenat, tell us, what are you picking up from Gulmarg? Of course, there are many of the regional parties that have a stronghold. The NC also is in contention, and several other parties. Tell us, what are you picking up?
It's a percentage around 40% that is coming from the Gulmarg constituency, and expectations is that the percentage will go up till 6 p.m. It's a good sign that the people are coming out despite the harvesting season. Alliance partners are trying to keep the BJP and the PDP away, but you never know where how the ball will swing because everything depends on the voters. This time the voters have decided to choose somebody who can help to resolve their issues.
Absolutely, Zeenat. In fact, Rawat also joins us from Baramulla. Rawat, well, as we were talking about the encouraging voter turnout, you were showing us earlier how people from the rural areas have also come up, and it's really encouraging, especially in a place like Baramulla, which has been right now, the security has been beefed up, but we are seeing that the people of Kashmir, we are seeing that they're choosing the ballots over bullets.
Yeah, absolutely. The people of Kashmir has chosen ballot box instead of the bullets and pellets, and we have seen that the people of Kashmir are supporting for the Naya Kashmir. As we have seen, right now we are here at the Baramulla. In fact, my Vijay can take you through these visuals, and you can see from the morning we have seen here the people are still coming out from their homes to cast their vote for the betterment of the Naya Kashmir. In fact, my PJ can pan camera to this side, and you can see the voters are coming out, senior citizens, including the women voters. Also, kids are joining their parents to reach the polling stations at multiple locations. And we have seen Baramulla has remained the negativity before the abrogation of Article 370. We have seen the Baramulla has remained the hotbed of the violence. But we have seen after the abrogation of Article 370, we have seen that the things have changed on the ground. Now the youth, in fact, the women folks who earlier used to do boycotts, campaigns, now they have seen participating in the ballot box process, and it indicates that the people of Kashmir, especially in the Baramulla, who has remained the hotbed of the violence, but this time they are choosing the ballot box. It indicates the youth of Kashmir is voting for the betterment and the development of the Kashmir Valley. We have also seen that the Jamaat Islami candidate is also contesting from the Baramulla. In fact, the close contest in Baramulla is between the National Conference Javed Hassan Beg and the independent candidate and the Deputy former Chief Minister Muzaffar Hussain Beg. Also, the game changer will be for the Baramulla if we'll talk about the independent candidates, because we have seen that the various number of voting are coming out from their homes, and you can see from the morning we have seen that the people are still coming out, and the first time voters are also joining the election booths. Also right now you are watching these visuals from the Ramghat Mohalla in the Mir Sahib area of Baramulla Old Town. This area has remained the negativity image that this area used to do boycott campaigns. Also, we will also show you the visuals to the polling station where right now you are showing the visuals. All the security arrangements are finalized here, and you can see here in the visuals as well. Everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance. Back to studios.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Aravat and Gursimran and Zeenat, for joining us with that ground report as the elections are underway in Kashmir. This is the final phase of voting in the valley.
Director, the taste of success.
Landscape that is actually spanning many acres, dozens of crores of rupees, and the responsibility is on the sitting Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah. The list of documents I have with me are all pointing at you. Will you come clean on your deeds and resign for abusing the power of your office for personal gains, effectively grabbing the land? Republic Kannada, the leading channel of Karnataka, has carried out a deep investigation into this scam, uncovering over 32 years of documents that clearly show how a poor scheduled caste farmer's land was converted into a 65 crore sweet deal for the Siddaramaiah family.
Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's wife, Beg, admission of guilt as she offers to return high-value plots after FIR against her husband in Muda scam. After Siddaramaiah, now Gandhi's in a fix. Will Congress also give up on the properties in the National Herald case? As final phase of election gets underway in Jammu and Kashmir, 44.08% voter turnout reported till 1 p.m. Bengal junior doctors resume total cease work, demanding safety, security. Protests resume as doctors say their demands haven't been met. Ahead of election in Haryana, Congress proxy goes to Singhu border to test water quality in the gap of climate change. Delhi police detains him. Govinda, after bullet wound due to misfire, sends audio message from hospital, but his statements just don't add up. Rajnikant admitted to Chennai hospital after severe stomach ache. Doctors say his condition is now stable. Gentlemen, the Delhi police has detained around 125 protesters from Ladakh, including Congress's Rent a Cause proxy, Sonam Wangchuk, at the Singhu border. He says that they were on a most, quote-unquote, peaceful march to Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi. But we viewers are bringing you some key questions that we deem are absolutely necessary to ask. The Delhi police has announced the implementation of Section 163. This, they said, would keep law and order in check, citing several issues such as the Shahi Eidgah issue and the ongoing assembly elections in 2 states. Now, even with a clear instruction issued, we see the man rush to Singhu border in what seems like a deliberate attempt to violate prohibitory rules. The question is, why? Afternoon to you. Of course, several big questions are being raised on Sonam Wangchuk's presence despite Section 163 being issued in the national capital, him rushing to the Singhu border. And what's also perplexing is that he is seen at these locations only when elections are approaching. How will he explain these?
That's right. You know, the question is being raised of the fact that when there has been a prohibitory order given out by the Delhi police already, that they are going to seal off the border, Section 163 under the BNS is being put in place in order to curtail any sort of protest, any sort of stir, any chaos. The police is protecting the borders. Why did Sonam Wangchuk continue to march towards the national capital? Remember, there have been several attempts that were made by the Delhi police before detaining him, requesting him to not proceed towards the national capital, given that these orders were in place, but nothing seems to stop them. They have been marching from Leh. The group led by Sonam Wangchuk have been marching from the 1st of September from Leh to the national capital in order to seek a special status for Ladakh at this point in time. They are also wanting to submit a memorandum to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and hold talks with him. Now, at this point in time, you see, I'm standing at the Bhavana police station where Sonam Wangchuk, along with around 120 of his supporters are currently lodged and they have been detained. A while ago, we saw the Chief Minister of the National Capital, Atishi Singh, coming here and trying to meet Sonam Wangchuk, but as per her, the Delhi police officials did not let her meet Sonam Wangchuk. She came out and she spoke to the media, calling the fact that she condemns this action. She says that the police had got a call from the LG and she has leveled a charge that it was the LG who had stopped her from meeting with Sonam Wangchuk and has condemned this incident. We have also seen that Congress, on the other hand, be it Mallikarjun Kharge or Rahul Gandhi, they are also condemning this action by the Delhi police, the detention that has been done, given the fact that there has been prohibitory orders that has been put in place. The question is, why is the India Alliance right now coming forward and protecting this sort of an act? On the other hand, what we are currently seeing is that there are many supporters of Sonam Wangchuk who are currently also detained in other police stations, including in Narela and Alipur and as well as in Bhavana, where I'm currently standing. There is no knowledge as to when will they be released, but on the other hand, let me also tell our viewers that there has been a plea given at the Delhi High Court for the release of Sonam Wangchuk. An urgent hearing was sought for that, but the court has denied an urgent hearing and the matter is likely to be taken up on the 3rd of October.
Right. Now, Riyanka, like you have just mentioned, Atishi, the Delhi Chief Minister, also went to meet Sonam Wangchuk. So, while we know that he may be acting on the behest of the Congress, do you think the AAP is also in collusion in this grand alliance?
Questions are, of course, being raised on that note as well. The Chief Minister, rushing to this very spot to meet Sonam Wangchuk at this point in time when she knows that there has been prohibitory orders that has been put in place, and despite that, there is a huge mob of people coming in from Leh to enter the national capital, despite the orders that have been already given out, issued by the Delhi police. It does look like that Aam Aadmi Party is also somewhere coming in connection with, somewhere to give a protection to Sonam Wangchuk. As you rightly mentioned, the question is whether Sonam Wangchuk is going ahead and trying to spread any sort of propaganda against the centre, going in with the lines with the Congress party. That is something that is the big question that is being raised. But currently, as far as the developments that lie from the ground, Sonam Wangchuk and his supporters continue to be in detention in 3 police stations in the national capital near the border areas.
All right, well, thanks for joining us for now, Riyanka, and giving us that report from outside the police station. With that, viewers, let's shift our focus. So, actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda was injured in an accidental shooting while preparing to leave for Kolkata. According to his manager, Shashi Sinha, Govinda was handling his licensed revolver when it slipped from his hand, discharging a bullet that struck his leg. The bullet has been removed and his condition is stable as he continues to recover in the hospital. He has also released an audio. Let's listen in to how his statements don't really add up.
नमस्कार, प्रणाम। मैं हूं गोविंदा। आप सब लोगों के आशीर्वाद और माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद और गुरु की कृपा की वजह से वो गोली लगी थी, पर वो निकाल दी गई है। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ यहाँ के डॉक्टर का, आदरणीय डॉक्टर अग्रवाल जी का, और आप सब लोगों की प्रार्थनाएं जो है, आप लोग का धन्यवाद। नमस्कार, प्रणाम। मैं हूँ गोविंदा। आप सब लोगों के आशीर्वाद और माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद और गुरु की कृपा की वजह से वो गोली लगी थी, पर वो निकाल दी गई है। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ यहाँ के डॉक्टर का, आदरणीय डॉक्टर अग्रवाल जी का, और आप सब लोगों की प्रार्थनाएं जो है, आप लोग का धन्यवाद। प्रणाम।
All right, going across to Meenakshi, my colleague who is reporting live from Mumbai, where outside the hospital where Govinda has been admitted. Meenakshi, बताया जा रहा है कि गोविंदा की तबीयत अभी ठीक है, ये भी बताया जा रहा है कि वो बाहर आने के लिए काफ़ी उत्सुक है, बट बड़ा सवाल ये है कि ऑलमोस्ट 5 बजे सुबह जब गोविंदा निकल रहे थे अपने घर से एयरपोर्ट की तरफ, उस वक्त ऐसी क्या ज़रूरत आई कि उन्हें अपनी रिवॉल्वर को लोड करना पड़ गया?
यही सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन है आपने जो पूछा कि 5 बजे वो निकलने वाले थे कोलकाता के लिए, उनका फ्लाइट था। उस टाइम में उनका रिवॉल्वर का क्या ज़रूरत पड़ा कि वो रिवॉल्वर चेक करने लगे? ये उनके फैमिली फ्रेंड से हमने पूछा, लेकिन दे डोंट हैव एनी आइडिया। वो बोल रहे हैं कि हमें कोई आइडिया नहीं है कि ऐसा गोविंदा ने क्यों किया, क्यों निकाला उस टाइम पे रिवॉल्वर। ये बड़ा क्वेश्चन है। और आपको जैसे बता रही थी कि मैं उनके वाइफ अभी लैंड कर चुकी है और वो कुछ ही समय पहले इस हॉस्पिटल में आई है। मैं दिखाना चाहती हूँ हॉस्पिटल में जहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी स्ट्रॉन्ग है, वो किडिटी केयर एशिया हॉस्पिटल। हम यही जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि क्या ज़रूरत पड़ा गोविंदा को इतना सुबह रिवॉल्वर निकालने का, क्योंकि उनके जो डॉक्टर है रमेश अग्रवाल, वो हमें बताया उन्होंने कि 5 से 5:30 बजे के बीच रिवॉल्वर उन्होंने निकाला गोविंदा ने, और वो एक्सीडेंटली गिर गया। गिर के उनके पैर पे लग गया, उनके जो घुटने हैं घुटने के नीचे लग गया। और ये है एक बात कि जो गोली लगी है उनको वो आर पार नहीं हुआ, इसलिए डॉक्टर्स बोल रहे हैं कि हमें ज़्यादा परेशानी नहीं हुआ है ये गोली निकालने के लिए। लेकिन क्वेश्चन और भी आ रहा है कि गोविंदा घर में थे, उनके बेटी घर में थी, उनकी वाइफ घर में नहीं थी, कोलकाता में थी। तो बेटी उनके घर में थी, लेकिन बेटी को क्या कुछ नहीं क्या मालूम पड़ा, क्योंकि जब गोली चलता है हम जानते हैं, आप भी जानते हैं, मैं भी जानती हूँ कि वो एक आवाज़ होता है। वो आवाज़ क्या बेटी को नहीं सुनने दिया, क्योंकि ये घटना घटने के बहुत टाइम बाद गोविंदा ने खुद डॉक्टर को कॉल किया और डॉक्टर को कॉल करके रमेश अग्रवाल को कॉल करके उन्होंने बुलाया। यही सारा क्वेश्चन अभी सामने आ रहा है कि क्या मामला है इसमें जो इतना बड़ा घटना घट गया घर में गोविंदा का। अभी और एक इन्फॉर्मेशन आपको देना चाह रही हूँ मैं। गोविंदा जो आप बोल रही थी कि वो घर जाना चाहते हैं, उन्होंने एकनाथ शिंदे महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री उनसे बात किए हैं। गोविंदा ने खुद बात किया है मुख्यमंत्री से, और गोविंदा का ऑडियो जो मैसेज है वो आपने सुनाया दर्शकों को। और हम जानते हैं कि गोविंदा शिवसेना ज्वाइन करे हैं कुछ दिन पहले। शिवसेना के बहुत सारे जो लीडर्स हैं वो भी गोविंदा से मिलने आ रहे हैं, और गोविंदा चाह रहे हैं कि घर में वो चले जाए आज ही, लेकिन आज उनको छुट्टी नहीं मिलेगी हॉस्पिटल से। रमेश अग्रवाल उनके डॉक्टर ने क्लियर कर दिया है ये कि ऑब्जर्वेशन की ज़रूरत है, एक दिन या फिर 2 दिन उनको रखना पड़ेगा हॉस्पिटल में, उसके बाद उनको इस हॉस्पिटल से छुट्टी मिलेगा। लेकिन क्वेश्चन ये 2-3 क्वेश्चन अभी भी गोविंदा जी बता सकते हैं ये पूरा छुट्टी होने के बाद कि कैसे असली ये घटना घटी, कैसे उनके हाथ से रिवॉल्वर गिरा और कैसे एक्सीडेंटली उनके पैर में गोली लगा।
जी, जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद आपका मीनाक्षी, सब जानकारी के साथ। Viewers, we also have a statement of the doctors who are looking after Govinda. Let's listen in.
वो मेरे पास सुबह 5 बजे आए थे और उनको जैसे आपको मालूम ऑलरेडी उनको बुलेट वुंड था पाँव में। फिर हम उनको यहाँ लाए, सुबह उनका एक्सरे हुआ, उनको ऑपरेशन हो गया, बुलेट निकल गई है, उनको अभी वुंड सील हो गया है एंड ही इज़ कम्फर्टेबल, ही इज़ अदरवाइज ओके एंड ही हैज़ बीन एडमिटेड हियर and he will be in the hospital for 1 or 2 days and otherwise everything is okay.
गोली कहाँ पे लगी थी सर? गोली कहाँ पे लगी?
गोली उनको लेफ्ट पाँव में घुटने के थोड़ा नीचे लगी है पाँव में।
कितना बड़ा जख्म था सर? गोली आर पार कर
गोली तो आर पार नहीं हुई है, गोली बाहर से लग के अंदर अटकी हुई थी।
ब्लीडिंग एक्सेस हो गई थी सर?
ब्लीडिंग हो रही थी,
कोई सिकनेस है सर?
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ, ब्लीडिंग हो रही थी बट वो ठीक है, ब्लीडिंग रुक गई उसको।
कब तक डिस्चार्ज मिलेगा?
1-2 दिन में डिस्चार्ज हो जाएंगे, मैक्सिमम 2 दिन। हाँ जी, स्टिच लगे हैं। आजकल हम पिन लगाते हैं, स्टेपल लगाते हैं।
कितने लगे हैं सर?
करीब ऐसा काउंट नहीं करते बट अबाउट 8 to 10 लगे हैं।
And moving on, viewers, we're bringing you a big breaking news update over the election in Jammu and Kashmir, the phase 3 of polls. We've received a fresh voter turnout, shattering history. Jammu and Kashmir voter turnout has been recorded at 56.01% at 3 p.m. The poll pulse is on great and simply reiterates the fact that the air in Naya Kashmir is now different. It's a big message that's going to the cynics in the valley. Jammu and Kashmir voters have come out in historic numbers to cast their votes. Today being the last and the final phase of elections, phase 3 in Jammu and Kashmir. Let me go across to Arawat, who's joining us live from Baramulla. Arawat, a very good afternoon to you. How is the mood on the ground now? It's about only a few hours that voting will now conclude, but till 3 p.m., 56% voter turnout is a great number that probably has not been seen before.
Yeah, absolutely, Kriti. This is the historic number that we have seen, that the 56% polling have been recorded till the 3 p.m. And you can see in the visuals the huge lines and the queues are still here. If you go through the figures, that is we'll start from the North Kashmir, Bandipora, which is the 53.9% recorded. And if we'll go through about the Baramulla, till 3 p.m. we have seen that the 46.9% polling have been recorded. And same, if we'll go through the Jammu, 56.74 have been recorded. Also, if we'll reach to Katwa district, and we have seen that the 62.43% have been recorded, and North Kashmir's Kofara, that the polling percentage till 3 p.m. is 52.98, and Samba is 63.24, and the Udhampur is 64.43. Overall, the polling percentage till 3 p.m. 56.1 have been recorded across the Jammu and Kashmir. This is the historic figure that we have seen after the abrogation of Article 370. We have seen that the people are coming out from their homes to choose the ballot box instead of the guns. It clearly indicates, it also rejects the propaganda of the Pakistan, which is sponsored terrorism in the Kashmir Valley. Now the youth and the women folk have rejected the propagandas by the separatist ideology. There is no hartal today, there is no election boycott campaigns today, and everything is calm. And you can see here in the visuals how the young voters are coming out from their home to cast their vote for the betterment of the Naya Kashmir. As you can see these visuals, these are the first time voters. In fact, earlier we have seen that the Baramulla, where from you are watching these visuals, Baramulla has remained the hotbed of the violence. But you can see here in the visuals, the democracy celebration is going on, and you can see here in the visuals old citizens, first time voters, and all the security arrangements are on place, and everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance 24. And we have seen the various type of in fact you can see this is the polling station which is here at the Ramghat Mohalla in the Mir Sahib Old Town Baramulla, and you can see all the religious people are coming to this polling station to cast their vote. In fact, you can see here in the visuals the first time voter, which the clear change in the Kashmir Valley, that how the voters have chosen the ballot box in the Kashmir instead of the guns and other things in the Kashmir Valley. Back to Kriti.
All right, well, thanks for joining us and bringing us those live visuals from the ground. Arawat, we'll come back to you when the updated voter turnout comes out after 5 p.m. For now, thanks for joining us. Viewers, let's move on. We're bringing you now another big breaking news. This one from Maharashtra, where Amit Shah has given a mantra to form Mahayuti government in the state once again. He has asked party leaders to start working on the booths, gives target for 2029, says we'll have to form a government on our own in 2029. So Shah's mission 2029 passed on to the BJP cadres. He also said that after BJP comes in power in the state again, then the common civil code will be brought. Shah drops a big message and a mantra to the Mahayuti government. Now wants to form the government single-handedly by 2029. let's take a look now at some of the top business news stories that we're tracking here on Republic. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, or SEBI, has approved the initial public offerings of the IPO applications of Swiggy, Hyundai Motors India, Acme Solar Holdings, Vishal Megamart and Mamta Machinery. The companies will be allowed to launch their IPOs within a year. With this, Swiggy will become the second food delivery firm to go public after Zomato. It aims to raise over 4,000 crore rupees through a mix of fresh equity and an offer for sale of 18.52 crore shares by existing shareholders. On the other hand, Hyundai Motor India is planning a $3 billion IPO. Despite proposals aimed at boosting market stability, SEBI has not announced any changes to the index derivatives framework in its board meeting. SEBI, however, introduced two key developments. This includes approving a new asset class for high net worth individuals and announcing the mutual funds light framework for passively managed mutual funds. The market had expected SEBI to implement the tighter derivatives regulations that were proposed in a consultation paper released in July this year. These included increasing contract sizes by up to 4 times, upfront collection of options premiums, and a reduction in weekly contracts. The Fed is in no hurry to cut rates as confidence in economy grows. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell indicated that the U.S. Central Bank would likely stick with quarter percentage point interest rate cuts moving forward. He added that new data has boosted the confidence in ongoing economic growth and consumer spending. He further said that if the economy was as expected, that would be 2 more cuts by the year's end. The policymakers of Bank of Japan are discussing the need for caution over near-term interest rate hikes. Some are voicing concern over unstable financial markets and the U.S. economic outlook. The Bank of Japan is keeping short-term rates steady at 0.25%. Its governor said it could afford to spend time eyeing the fallout from global economic uncertainties, while signaling it was in no rush to raise borrowing costs further. The board members will next meet on October 30th and will release fresh quarterly growth and price forecasts that will be crucial to the bank's long-term policy path. And now moving on, viewers, Tibetan youths came out in protest on the streets of the national capital as China marked the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic. Tibetan protesters holding banners and placards were seen shouting slogans against Beijing near the Chinese embassy in the national capital before they were detained by the police personnel at the scene and driven away. Watch this report.
Tibetan activists, mostly youths, poured onto the streets of the national capital to protest against China on the Diamond Jubilee of the country's founding day. The Tibetan protesters were seen gathering in large numbers outside the Chinese embassy in the national capital and chanting slogans against Beijing as the country marked 75 years of its founding day. Holding banners and placards, the Tibetan activists protested the alleged Chinese occupation of their homeland. After a brief demonstration near the Chinese consulate, the protesters were detained by the police personnel at the scene and led away in buses. The protesters were heard raising "Free Tibet" chants as they were escorted to the bus. A woman protester said a Tibet free from alleged Chinese occupation is the key to safeguarding India's security interests. As the chants of Free Tibet ring out from the national capital, is China listening?
China, go back, go back!
And moving on, viewers, Israel has launched fresh strikes on Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah dens in capital city Beirut. Plumes of black smoke were seen rising from residential buildings, where the Israeli military says the Iran-backed terrorist group is hiding weapons. We have a report. Let's take a look.
After pager blast, walkie-talkie blasts, bunker-busting bombs, now ground incursion in southern Lebanon. Back-to-back explosions are being heard in Lebanese capital Beirut. Israel has intensified its assault on Hezbollah group with a clear aim in mind. And that is to facilitate safe return of Israelis displaced in northern Lebanon. Beirut has been a stronghold of the Hezbollah group since the 1990s. Earlier, the Israeli military had asked residents to evacuate the area and move away from buildings.
אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה. ואני אומר לעם בלבנון, המלחמה שלנו לא איתכם, המלחמה שלנו עם חיזבאללה. נסראללה מוביל אתכם לסף התהום. אמרתי לכם אתמול להתפנות מהבתים שבהם הוא שם לכם טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז'. מי שיש לו טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז' לא יהיה לו בית. אבל אני אומר לכם דבר נוסף, הוא גורם לכך שהמדינה שלכם נמצאת בסכנה. תשתחררו מהלפיתה של חיזבאללה.
Israel has accused the Hezbollah of using civilians as human shields, particularly in Beirut. More Israeli forces could be sent across the northern border to fight the Iran-backed terrorists. The IDF says it has begun a limited and localized operation against Hezbollah targets. In the last 2 weeks alone, Israeli strikes have killed more than 1,000 people in Lebanon. Amid the ongoing tension, the US, UK and Bulgaria have asked their nationals to leave Lebanon at the earliest. While the conflict could spill into a larger Middle East crisis, there is a global chorus for secession between Israel and Hezbollah group.
This phase is that the West Pakistani refugees, Valmiki Samaj and also Gorkha community has got the voting right and they are participating in the third phase of elections. This is coming after the abrogation of Article 370 that these three communities are participating in the assembly elections. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
Director, The Taste of Success.
Nothing is certain with the Israeli regime. They keep changing their goals, they keep changing their approaches. They do not stick to a specific program when approaching either Gaza or Lebanon or even Yemen.
If Hezbollah will keep on saying we will keep fighting Israel, at one stage you will see Israeli boots inside Lebanese villages and towns.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 4 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Our focus is on West Asia, about what's happening, because Israel, after launching back-to-back airstrikes and obliterating Hezbollah dens, now it has rolled out precision ground operations. We'll get you all the latest details from Ground Zero, but first, a quick look at the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Big impact of Republic Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife's big admission of guilt as she offers to return high-value plots after FIR against her husband in the Muda land allotment case. After Siddaramaiah, now Gandhi is in a fix. Will Congress also give up their properties in the National Herald case? As final phase of election gets underway in Jammu and Kashmir, 56.01% voter turnout reported till 3 p.m. Bengal junior doctors resume total ceased work, demanding safety, security. Protests resume as doctors say their demands haven't been met. Ahead of elections in Haryana, Congress proxy goes to Singhu border to test water quality in the garb of climate change. Delhi police detains him. Govinda, after bullet wound due to misfire, sends audio message from hospital, but his statements just don't add up. Rajnikant admitted to Chennai hospital after severe stomach pain. Doctors say his condition is now stable.
Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in as far as the Middle East crisis is concerned. A German airline, Lufthansa, has now claimed that it has extended its suspension of flights to Beirut and also Tel Aviv, citing the current situation in the Middle East. Remember, viewers, West Asia is on the boil amid the Israel and Hezbollah war, an all-out war that has been launched by Israel to take out the terror hideouts and also the terror dens of Hezbollah in Lebanon. Now, in southern Lebanon, there's a lot of action being witnessed. After airstrikes, now Israel has launched precision ground operations. This is Israel's latest move into Lebanon, into the southern border, where Israel believes that there are still Hezbollah dens that are operating. We have Harsha also joining us live on this broadcast. Harsha, a German airline group, Lufthansa, has extended its suspension of flights amid the ongoing war. What more do we have on this?
So right now we are learning that in the backdrop of the warning which was issued by the EU that the airspace should not be used of Lebanon and Beirut, after that the suspension has come into order, where it clearly states that the airlines of all the Lufthansa group, which includes the 5 airlines, Swiss International, Brussels Airlines, Lufthansa Airlines and 2 others as well, has confirmed that they are not going to provide their flight to Beirut and Tel Aviv, and we have got to know it is not going to happen till end of November, and whatever decision of suspension to be revoked will be taken after November only. So right now the latest information we have that till the end of November the flights of all the Lufthansa to Beirut and Tel Aviv has been cancelled, looking at the war situation, the violence scenes which has now erupted between Lebanon and Israel. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, many thanks for joining me with those details. Well, I believe we have more breaking news as far as the tensions in West Asia is concerned. Now, what we're getting to understand is that, viewers, Hezbollah spokesperson has said that its fighters are ready for direct confrontation with Israeli troops. And this after Israel has rolled out its ground operations. The tanks have also entered Lebanon now. And in the backdrop of this major development, Hezbollah spokesperson has said that its fighters are ready for a direct confrontation with the Israeli troops. Now, this comes after Hezbollah chief was eliminated in a precision airstrike by the Israeli Air Force. And these inputs, the intel about Nasrallah's whereabouts, were allegedly given by a mole who was deeply rooted in Iran. This is what the French media has claimed. And soon after the elimination of Nasrallah, we have Israel now advancing into its next stage of operations, that is the precision ground ops. Israeli forces have now entered the southern Lebanon border, and tanks have also started to barrel in. And Hezbollah says they are ready to fight the Israeli fighters on ground zero. This is what Hezbollah spokesperson has said so far. Remember, over the last couple of days, viewers, Israel has intensified its airstrikes and has also launched its second phase of operations, similar to what happened in the heart of Gaza when Israel launched an all-out operation to eliminate Hamas. First, it was precision-guided missiles that were launched on Hamas launch pads, Hamas terror hideouts. And after dismantling their terror infrastructure, Israel, the IDF, rolled out ground operations, taking out each and every Hamas den that was there in Gaza. In fact, now Israeli army also claims that it has intercepted rockets fired from Lebanon, and visuals of Now, we have more breaking news coming in, viewers. The Israeli army claims that it has intercepted Lebanon missiles. It has intercepted rockets fired from Lebanon. And the visuals clearly show the moment when several rockets fired from Lebanon made direct impact in greater Tel Aviv area. Now, these are the visuals that we have accessed, which show the rockets fired from Lebanon impacting the greater Tel Aviv area. Sirens have started ringing. Evacuations are currently underway. The visuals you see on your screens of vehicles there queuing up are of the evacuations that are happening because sirens have been sounded amid the ongoing escalations between Hezbollah and Israel. In light of that, people have started moving out from targeted locations which Israel believes are red spots which could probably be attacked by the Lebanon airstrikes. Well, viewers, those were the visuals from Tel Aviv. We have a reaction, a response also coming in from the White House because the White House has issued a statement supporting Israel's planned ground operations in Lebanon aimed at dismantling Hezbollah infrastructure, which US also claims that poses a threat to Israeli citizens. Now, this statement, viewers, emphasizes that these limited operations align with Israel's right to defend itself. Now, the White House has further said that it is committed to Israel's security in the face of the ongoing threats from Hezbollah. That's not all. There's more reaction coming in from the White House. The U.S. State Department has also announced efforts to de-escalate tensions between Israel and Hezbollah amid the ongoing hostilities in the region. And this, viewers, comes as Israel conducts targeted operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Now, the phase 2 of the operations are on ground zero. Let's listen in to the U.S. State Department.
Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism. That includes by bringing brutal terrorists such as Hassan Nasrallah to justice. At the same time, we ultimately want to see a diplomatic resolution to conflict in the Middle East that provides long-term security for the people of Israel, the people of Lebanon, and the Palestinian people, as well as the broader region, and we will continue to work to advance efforts along those fronts. We support Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism. That includes by bringing brutal terrorists such as Hassan Nasrallah to justice. At the same time, we ultimately want to see a diplomatic resolution to conflict in the Middle East that provides long-term security for the people of Israel, the people of Lebanon, and the Palestinian people, as well as the broader region, and we will continue to work to advance efforts along those. We support Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism. That includes by bringing brutal terrorists such as Hassan Nasrallah to justice. At the same time, we ultimately want to see a diplomatic resolution to conflict in the Middle East that provides long-term security for the people of Israel, the people of Lebanon, and the Palestinian people, as well as the broader region, and we will continue to work to advance efforts along those fronts.
Now, viewers, amid the targeted ground operations, Israel has also launched a fresh range of airstrikes on Lebanon. In fact, visuals also show how plumes of smokes were emerging from residential localities. Here's a report on what exactly is happening in West Asia.
After pager blast, walkie-talkie blasts, bunker-busting bombs, now ground incursion in southern Lebanon. Back-to-back explosions are being heard in Lebanese capital Beirut. Israel has intensified its assault on Hezbollah group with a clear aim in mind. And that is to facilitate safe return of Israelis displaced in northern Lebanon. Beirut has been a stronghold of the Hezbollah group since the 1990s. Earlier, the Israeli military had asked residents to evacuate the area and move away from buildings.
אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה. ואני אומר לעם בלבנון, המלחמה שלנו לא איתכם, המלחמה שלנו עם חיזבאללה. נסראללה מוביל אתכם לסף התהום. אמרתי לכם אתמול להתפנות מהבתים שבהם הוא שם לכם טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז'. מי שיש לו טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז' לא יהיה לו בית. אבל אני אומר לכם דבר נוסף, הוא גורם לכך שהמדינה שלכם נמצאת בסכנה. תשתחררו מהלפיתה של חיזבאללה.
Israel has accused the Hezbollah of using civilians as human shields.
बीते दिनों हरियाणा के अलग-अलग क्षेत्र में मुझे चुनाव अभियान के लिए जनता जनार्दन के दर्शन के लिए जाने का अवसर मिला है। आज इस चुनाव की ये मेरी अंतिम सभा है और आपने मेरी इस चुनाव की आखिरी सभा को 4 चांद लगा दिए। आज गांव-गांव में चारों तरफ भाजपा की लहर है। हर जगह एक ही आवाज गूंज रही है, भरोसा दिल से, भाजपा फिर से, भरोसा दिल से, भरोसा दिल से, भरोसा दिल से। हरियाणा का तो ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड रहा है। केंद्र सरकार में दिल्ली में जिसकी सरकार रहती है, हरियाणा वहीं रहता है। आपने दिल्ली में तीसरी बार भाजपा सरकार बनाई। अब यहां तीसरी बार भाजपा सरकार बनाना आप लोगों ने तय कर लिया है। साथियों, हरियाणा की इस धरती ने हमें गीता का संदेश दिया है। हरियाणा ने हमें सिखाया है, काम करो, मेहनत से काम करो। लेकिन कांग्रेस का फॉर्मूला है, न काम करो और न दूसरों को काम करने दो। कांग्रेस की राजनीति केवल झूठे वादों तक सीमित रहती है, जबकि भाजपा की राजनीति मेहनत करना और परिणाम ला करके दिखाना। हम मेहनत पे ध्यान केंद्रित करते हैं, हम परिणाम पर ध्यान केंद्रित करते हैं। और कांग्रेस कभी भी खुद मेहनत नहीं करती। कांग्रेस को लगता था कि 10 साल हो गए, हरियाणा वाले उन्हें थाली में परोसकर सत्ता दे देंगे। यही गलतफहमी कांग्रेस को मध्य प्रदेश में भी थी। वहां भी कांग्रेस के लोग पहले ही जीत का जश्न मनाने लग गए थे। लेकिन वोटिंग के दिन मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने कांग्रेस को दिन में तारे दिखा दिए, आईना दिखा दिया। यहां आपके पड़ोस में राजस्थान है, वहां भी कांग्रेस ने किसानों और नौजवानों को भाजपा के विरुद्ध भड़काने की भारी कोशिश की थी। लेकिन हुआ क्या? कांग्रेस धड़ाम हो गई, धड़ाम। अब यहां हरियाणा में भी यही होने जा रहा है, धड़ाम। हरियाणा के लोग कांग्रेस को यहां सरकार से सैकड़ों मील दूर रखने वाले हैं। साथियों, यहां हरियाणा में कांग्रेस के भीतर जो कलह मची है, हरियाणा के लोग इसे भी देख रहे हैं। कांग्रेस से सबसे अधिक नाराजगी तो दलित, पिछड़े और वंचित समाज की है। दलित समाज ने भी ठान लिया है, बापू बेटे की राजनीति को चमकाने का अब दलित मोहरा नहीं बनेंगे। वो देख रहा है कि कैसे भाजपा सबको अवसर दे रही है। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री सैनी जी बड़ी विनम्रता के साथ सबको साथ लेकर चल रहे हैं। साथियों, कांग्रेस ने 60 साल 70 साल तक देश पर राज किया। इतना मौका मिलने पर भी कांग्रेस ने देश के लोगों को तरसा कर रखा। सड़क, बिजली, पानी, शौचालय, पक्के घर, एक बहुत बड़ी आबादी मूल सुविधाओं से वंचित थी। कांग्रेस के भ्रष्टाचार का हाल ये था कि 1 रुपया अगर दिल्ली से निकलता था तो गरीब के घर तक जाते जाते 15 पैसा हो जाता था। देश पूछ रहा है ये वो कौन सा पंजा था जो 1 रुपये को घिस घिस करके 15 पैसा बना देता था। गरीबों के हक को लूटने वाले गरीबी हटाने का नारा देते थे। कांग्रेस ने देश के लिए जरूरी हर विषय को उलझाए रखा, वो उलझाने में एक्सपर्ट रहे हैं। कांग्रेस ने अयोध्या में राम मंदिर नहीं बनने दिया। कांग्रेस ने जम्मू कश्मीर में बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का संविधान पूरी तरह से लागू नहीं होने दिया। उसने हमारी बहनों को संसद और विधानसभा में आरक्षण से वंचित रखा। उसने हमारी मुस्लिम बहनों को 3 तलाक की समस्या में उलझाए रखा। यानी कांग्रेस ने देश की, देशवासियों की समस्याओं का समाधान नहीं किया, बल्कि अपने बेटे बेटी, अपना परिवार, उसको स्थापित करने में ही पूरी की पूरी शक्ति लगा दी। साथियों, आज मैं पूरे देश के सामने, पूरे हरियाणा के सामने एक सवाल रख रहा हूं। आखिर ऐसा क्या है कि कांग्रेस इतना कुछ गलत कर रहे हैं, इतने सारे पाप कर चुके हैं, फिर भी सरकार बनाने के सपने देखते हैं? मैं आपको बताता हूं कि आखिरकार कांग्रेस को ये सपने देखने की हिम्मत कहां से आती है। दरअसल कांग्रेस को लगता है कि भाजपा के समर्थकों, ये सारे देशभक्ति से भरे हुए लोग हैं। ये देशभक्ति से भरे हुए लोगों का उनको भ्रमित करना, उनको तोड़ना, उसका कुछ रास्ता उनके दिमाग में चलता रहता है। बंद कमरों में कांग्रेस के नेता आप लोगों के लिए यही कहते हैं, कभी जात पात के नाम पर कहीं एक समाज को दूसरे से लड़ाकर कांग्रेस इस देश से देशभक्ति को ही चूर चूर करना चाहती है। कांग्रेस को लगता है कि देश के लोगों में एकता की भावना जितनी मजबूत होगी, कांग्रेस का जीतना उतना ही मुश्किल होना जाता है। और इसलिए कांग्रेस देशभक्तों की एकता तोड़ने के लिए नए नए प्रयोग कर रही है। लोकसभा चुनाव के दौरान उसने यही झूठ के प्रयोग किए थे। महात्मा गांधी सत्य के प्रयोग करते थे, ये झूठ के प्रयोग करते हैं। अब यहां हरियाणा में भी कांग्रेस उसका विस्तार कर रही है। साथियों, कांग्रेस को ये लगता है कि उसका अपना वोट बैंक तो पक्का है। वो सोचती हैं कि बटेंगे, लड़ेंगे वो लोग जो भारत से प्रेम करते हैं। हमें कांग्रेस की सोच और साजिश को कभी भी सफल नहीं होने देना है। इसलिए हमें आज संकल्प लेना है, पूरे हरियाणा को संकल्प लेना है। जो लोग भारत को प्रेम करते हैं वे सब के सब एकजुट रहेंगे। हम एक हैं और हम एक होकर देश के लिए वोट करेंगे। हम एकजुट होकर अपने बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए वोट करेंगे। हम एकजुट होकर अपनी बेटियों की सुरक्षा के लिए वोट करेंगे। हम एकजुट होकर बिना खर्ची पर्ची के नौकरी के लिए वोट करेंगे। हम एकजुट होकर हरियाणा में नए निवेश, नई नौकरियों के लिए वोट करेंगे। हम एकजुट होकर अच्छी सड़कों, बेहतर सिंचाई के लिए वोट करेंगे। साथियों, कांग्रेस का सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक ही एजेंडा है, वोट के लिए तुष्टीकरण, ज्यादा से ज्यादा तुष्टीकरण। आप देखिए कांग्रेस आज क्या कर रही है। कांग्रेस कहती है और डंके की चोट पर कहती है और करती भी है। कांग्रेस कहती है कि वो दलितों और पिछड़ों का आरक्षण खत्म कर देंगे। कर्नाटका में इन्होंने यही तो किया है। जैसे ही कर्नाटका में कांग्रेस की सरकार बनी,
NRC অসমত যেনেকৈ আমি বিচাৰি আছোঁ যে এখন শুদ্ধ NRC হ'ব লাগে, আমাক 20% পুনৰ নিৰীক্ষণৰ সুবিধা দিব লাগে, তেনেকৈ ঝাৰখণ্ড বা আন ৰাজ্যবিলাকতো NRC হ'ব লাগে। কাৰণ এতিয়া বিদেশী অসমত থাকে বুলি কথা নাই। বিদেশী অসম বা পশ্চিমবংগ দি সোমাই ভাৰতৰ যিকোনো ৰাজ্যত যায় আধাৰ কাৰ্ড লৈ আকৌ অসমলৈকে ঘূৰি আহিব পাৰে। গতিকে এইটো এতিয়া এটা নেশ্যনেল প্ৰব্লেম হয়, এইটো অকল অসমৰ সমস্যা নহয়। প্ৰতিদিনে সীমাত আমি বাংলাদেশত গণ্ডগোল হোৱাৰ পৰা প্ৰতিদিনে সীমাত আমি বাংলাদেশী ধৰি আছোঁ। তেওঁলোক ভাৰতৰ আন ৰাজ্যত যাব, 21 দিন থাকিব, আধাৰ কাৰ্ড বনাব, অসমতো আকৌ ঘূৰি আহিব পাৰে। সেইকাৰণে এখন ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় পৰ্যায়ত NRCৰ প্ৰয়োজনীয়তা সম্পৰ্কে সংসদত নিশ্চয় আলোচনা হ'ব লাগে। নহ'ব লাগে পিছৰ কথা, কিন্তু বিষয়টোৰ ওপৰত সংসদত মুকলিমূৰীয়াভাৱে আলোচনা হ'ব লাগে। আৰু তাৰ কাৰণে বিদেশী যে প্ৰতিদিনে অসমত বা ভাৰতত সোমাই আছে,
thing is certain with the Israeli regime. They keep changing their goals, they keep changing their approaches. They do not stick to a specific program when approaching either Gaza or Lebanon or even Yemen.
If Hezbollah will keep on saying, we will keep fighting Israel, at one stage you will see Israeli boots inside Lebanese villages and towns.
It's 4:30 p.m. I'm Pragya Bakshi Sharma bringing you the top stories from across the nation. Let's go to the headlines first.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Impact of Republic Kannada. Karnataka CM Siddaramaya's wife's big admission of guilt as she offers to return high-value plots after FIR against her husband in the Muda scam. After Siddaramaya, now Gandhi is in a fix. Will Congress also give up on their properties in the National Herald case? As final phase of elections gets underway in Jammu and Kashmir, 56.01% vote turnout reported till 3 p.m. Bengal junior doctors resume total cease work, demanding safety security. Protests resume as doctors say their demands haven't been met. Ahead of elections in Haryana, Congress proxy Sonam Wangchuk goes to Singhu border to test water quality in the garb of climate change. Delhi police detains him. After bullet wound due to misfire, Govinda sends audio message from hospital, but his statements just does not add up. Rajnikant admitted to Chennai hospital after severe stomach pain. Doctors say his condition is now stable.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
In a big admission of guilt in the ongoing Muda land allotment scandal, Parvati Siddaramaya, wife of Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaya, has formally expressed her intention to return 14 plots that she received in Mysuru's upscale Vijayanagar area. Now the letter follows an investigation against her husband for alleged illegalities in Muda, allotting 14 sites to her in prime location of Mysuru city. Recent developments include a case registered by the Karnataka Lokayukta police against both the CM and Parvati concerning the controversial land deals. Following this, Gandhis are now in a fix. Will they also follow suit is the question we are asking pertaining to the National Herald case. Let's listen into this reaction from H.D. Kumaraswamy.
Yesterday night, latest development in Karnataka. Chief Minister wife, after the information getting that ED has taken a complaint, registered a complaint against this subject. Yesterday abruptly, with electrifying speed, she has written a letter to the concerned authority. I wanted to surrender all the 14 sites to the authority. You please receive all these 14 sites to your authority. I don't want it. This is yesterday's text of her letter to the Muda. But doing all illegal activities not by her, by the persons in their family who are in the power, knowingly or unknowingly, how they influenced about all these things. Already High Court and People's Court given several decisions about the activities of illegal things. On that basis now, the inquiry has started. This is too late to realize that they have done a wrong thing. Doing all wrong thing, now they wanted to give the message to the public that we are surrendering the sites. We have not done anything. Now that will not going to work out.
I'm being joined by my colleague Smita from Republic Kannada newsroom. Smita, what are the political ramifications here for CM Siddaramaiah?
You know, we have a very interesting statement by ex-MP of Mysuru, that is Pratap Simha. He said, will returning the site to the Muda lessen the, the series of allegation against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his family? This is the straight question asked by Pratap Simha. Like now, after the ED has entered and after Lokayukta has taken up the case, returning back the sites to the Muda is just a political game to create the sympathy in the voters, is what almost all the BJP leaders are reacting to the whole gameplay of returning back the sites to the Muda. And now there is another question that will Muda accept this sites, which is, even Siddaramaiah's son, who was also an MLA previously, personally he went to the Muda office and had handed over the letter written by his mother, that is Parvati Siddaramaiah, requesting the Muda to take back the 14 sites allotted by them. But will Muda take back the site when the investigation is underway? SIT has already asked for the documents from Muda regarding the case, and also the ED is entering into the case. Can Muda take back the sites is also a question which the Muda has to decide and take action towards this. And as you are rightly saying, this issue, the whole the process of giving back the site to the Muda has ramped up a political reaction against Siddaramaiah, saying that this is a cheap game playing by the Congress party in support of Siddaramaiah. Now the whole Congress party is trying to create a sympathy in the public domain, which also will be clearly a failure step, is what BJP is commenting on this issue.
Right, Smita, thank you so much for that update. We are following this story very closely. In fact, Republic Kannada Impact led to that statement coming in from Siddaramaiah's wife offering to return the land. Moving on to another story from the national capital, ladies and gentlemen. The Delhi police has detained around 125 protesters from Ladakh, including Congress Rent-a-Cause proxy Sonam Wangchuk at the Singhu border. He says that they were on a most quote-unquote peaceful march to Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi. But we viewers are bringing you some key questions that we deem are absolutely necessary to ask. Viewers, the Delhi police has announced the implementation of Section 163. This, they said, would keep law and order in check, citing several issues such as the Shahi Eidgah issue and the ongoing assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. Even with it's very abrupt. But the gnats were very No, that's not. Riyanka is joining us from New Delhi. Riyanka, what is the status right now after Sonam Wangchuk's detention?
See, it was only yesterday at night when Sonam Wangchuk and other supporters of his, around 130 people who had in fact marched on foot from Leh. They had started this march on the 1st of September and they were moving towards the national capital. It was a Delhi Chalo Padyatra, and their demands were for a special status of Ladakh, and many other demands were put in place, and they had begun this walk for over a month. When they tried to enter the national capital borders. We know that the Delhi police has already put in the prohibitory orders in place. Section 163 under the BNS has been put in place, which does not allow a group of people to be, put in one place, a crowd to come in one place and gather, which is why these people were first requested to not move towards the national capital, but they did not listen. That is when they were detained. Now, as you can see, I'm currently at the Bhavana police station, where Sonam Wangchuk, along with a few of his supporters, nearly 25 of his supporters, they have been detained and kept here. There is no clarity on when will they be released. But what we saw, there were developments coming in throughout the day, that there was Chief Minister Atishi Singh, Delhi Chief Minister, who had come in, wanted to meet Sonam Wangchuk, but as per her, she was not allowed to meet Sonam Wangchuk. On the other hand, she leveled several charges against the Delhi LG that he had called the cops and did not allow her to meet Sonam Wangchuk, and condemned this action by the Delhi police. On the other hand, we have seen the Congress party also condemning this action by the police of detaining Sonam Wangchuk, and they are constantly labeling charges against the centre and the BJP, calling it their propaganda. We just also spoke to the former governor of Jammu and Kashmir. He has come here to visit Sonam Wangchuk, but even he is not being allowed to meet him.
Right, Priyanka, thank you so much for that update. Moving on now. Actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda was injured in an accidental shooting while preparing to leave for Kolkata. According to his manager, Shashi Sinha, Govinda was handling his licensed revolver when it slipped from his hand, discharging a bullet that struck his leg. The bullet has been removed and his condition is stable as he continues to recover in the hospital. He has also released an audio. Let's listen in to how his statement just does not add up.
नमस्कार, प्रणाम। मैं हूँ गोविंदा। आप सब लोगों के आशीर्वाद और माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद और गुरु की कृपा की वजह से वो गोली लगी थी, पर वो निकाल दी गई है। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ यहाँ के डॉक्टर का, आदरणीय डॉक्टर अग्रवाल जी का, और आप सब लोगों की प्रार्थनाएं जो है, आप लोग का धन्यवाद। प्रणाम।
Meenakshi is following this story. Meenakshi, what is the latest update have we heard from the hospital?
Govinda is stable now, and his friends, family friends are coming to see him. Now, Vikas Mahanti, his family friends is with me. आपने गोविंदा जी से मिलके आए हो, आप कैसे हैं वो?
गोविंदा जो है, मैं उनको चीची कहता हूँ, बहुत स्वस्थ है। मुझे नहीं लगता कोई प्रॉब्लम है। डॉक्टर के निगरानी में है, उनकी फैमिली उनके साथ है।
बात किया? जी
हाँ, मुझे देखते ही उन्होंने बुला लिया और मेरी 4-5 मिनट बात हुई, काफ़ी बातें हुई।
क्या बोला उन्होंने?
नहीं, बस एक्चुअली हम लोग का जो रिलेशन, हम दोनों का काफ़ी इमोशनल रिलेशन है। तो मुझे देखते ही, वैसे डॉक्टर के चेकअप होने के बाद भी उन्होंने मुझे स्पेशली बुला लिया और बातें हुई कि भाई हम काफ़ी सवाल जवाब हुए कि आपको गोली कहाँ लगी, कहाँ नहीं लगी, अभी आप कैसे हो। ये नॉर्मल बात, क्योंकि ज़्यादा बात करना बस सही नहीं था।
कुछ बोला उन्होंने कि कैसे हुआ ये घटना, ये एक्सीडेंट कैसे हुआ?
उसके लिए बात करना नहीं चाहता, खाली उनको पूछा था कि भैया बोन को टच हुआ है क्या, तो उन्होंने कहा कि बोन को तो टच हुआ है। तो थोड़ा सा वो मैटर थोड़ा सीरियस हो सकता है, इतना ज़्यादा भी नहीं, क्योंकि डॉक्टर के निगरानी में है, डॉक्टर वहाँ चेक भी कर रहे थे, इसलिए डरने की कोई बात नहीं है। आज वो व्यक्ति जो स्वभाव से बहुत अच्छी है, डाउन टू अर्थ है। और आज
कौन कौन है उनके साथ?
उनके साथ डॉक्टर है, उनके मिसेस साथ में है, और भी कुछ परिवारजन के लोग वहाँ है।
तो कुछ बोले कि घर जाना चाहते हैं या फिर?
ऐसी बातें नहीं हुई, क्योंकि मैं ज़्यादा उनको बात करके तकलीफ भी देना नहीं चाहता था। मगर क्या है, स्वस्थ है, बातें तो अच्छी तरह से कर जैसे हम करते हैं, इसलिए कोई डरने की बात नहीं है।
लेकिन आईसीयू में ही है?
आईसीयू में है।
डॉक्टर से बात हुआ, डॉक्टर्स ने कुछ बोला?
बात नहीं किया मैंने, मगर मेरा तो एक ही है, जनता से कहना है कि आज बहुत बड़ी हस्ती है, ऐसी एक हस्ती है जो आज उन पे जो गुजरी है, किसी पे गुजरना नहीं चाहिए। मगर मेरा एक ही है, सभी लोगों को एक विनती है कि मत आइए उनको देखने के लिए, जब ठीक हो जाएंगे तभी आइए, क्योंकि सभी लोग आएंगे तो उनको सबसे बात करनी पड़ेगी तो थोड़ी तकलीफ होगी। तो मुझे लगता है कि ठीक होने के बाद आप मिलिए। अभी उनका
मुख्यमंत्री जी ने
जो है वो थोड़ा इमोशनल होने के बाद, अभी मैं थोड़ा मेरा बिजी शेड्यूल होने के बावजूद भी मैंने वक्त निकाल के यहाँ आया हूँ, क्योंकि मेरा उनका रिलेशन अच्छा है।
मुख्यमंत्री जी ने उनको फ़ोन किया था,
पूछा मुख्यमंत्री, अभी क्या है कि टीवी पे लाइव चल रहा है सभी चैनल पे, तो वही बात आ रही है। सीएम तो आपको पता है, महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री एक वो भी तो बहुत अच्छा आदमी है, और
उनके साथ क्या बात
फ़ोन आया था, मैंने पूछा, फ़ोन आया था, हमें पता चला है टीवी पे, हमें पता चला कि अभी सीएम जो ऐसे आदमी है कि ऐसे असामान्य आदमियों को इमीडिएटली फ़ोन करते हैं। आप देखो कई लोगों को देखने के लिए भी जाते हैं, शायद अभी यहाँ इनको भी देखने के लिए आ सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो भी व्यक्ति एक महान व्यक्ति है। तो अच्छा लगता है बस।
ये स्टेबल नाउ गोविंदा जी,
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है ऐसे मुझे तो लगता है, बाकी मैंने डॉक्टर से तो वैसे बात नहीं की है, मगर मुझे जैसे मेरे साथ बात हुई तो मुझे स्टेबल लगा।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू। आप जैसे सुने कि जो विकास महंती है, जो गोविंदा के फैमिली फ्रेंड है, उन्होंने बोला कि गोविंदा सबसे बात करना चाहते हैं, जो भी उनके साथ मीट के लिए जा रहे हैं वो बात करना चाहते हैं, इसलिए डॉक्टर्स अलाउड नहीं कर रहे ज़्यादातर लोगों को अंदर। लेकिन अभी उनके साथ वाइफ है उनका और कुछ 2-3 डॉक्टर्स हैं जो उनके ऑब्जर्वेशन में है डॉक्टर्स के गोविंदा जी, लेकिन ही इज स्टेबल नाउ एंड ही इज़ रिकवरिंग।
Right, Meenakshi, it is a little strange that he was checking his revolver at 4:45 a.m. and this ahead of his flight to Kolkata. So, do we have any details as to at what time he was to leave for Kolkata? I believe he had an event there.
हाँ, जो हमें इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल रहा था कि 5:30 बजे उनको निकलना था कोलकाता के लिए, घर से उनको निकलना था, लेकिन 5:30 बजे घर से निकलने से पहले उनको क्या ज़रूरत पड़ गया रिवॉल्वर का, ये बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन है। और हम जब पुलिस से हमने बात किया तो पुलिस सेड कि दे आर इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग ऑन दिस मैटर, दे विल नॉट से एनीथिंग। तो अभी हमको गोविंदा जी खुद जो बोल रहे थे कि एक्सीडेंटली उनके हाथ से गिर गया और उनके इवेंट के लिए कोलकाता जाना था, उनकी वाइफ भी कोलकाता में थी, तो आज सुबह वो निकलने वाले थे। घर में 2 जन थे, ये जो घटना घटी तभी घर में 2 जन थे, एक गोविंदा जी थे और उनके बेटी थी घर में। लेकिन पहले गोविंदा जी को ये एक्सीडेंटली जो बोला जा रहा है, उनके पैर में जो गोली लगी है, घटना घटने के बाद उनका जो स्टाफ था, जो घर का जो स्टाफ था, उसको पहले दिखा गोविंदा जी का ये इंजुरी। उसके बाद गोविंदा जी ने खुद फ़ोन किया डॉक्टर को, जो डॉक्टर ने हमें बताया, रमेश अग्रवाल, कि 5:30 से 5:30 बजे के अंदर ये घटना घटी। उसके बाद उनको फ़ोन आया और वो गोविंदा जी को लेके इस हॉस्पिटल में आए। लेकिन क्वेश्चंस बहुत अभी सामने आ रहा है कि कोलकाता जाने से पहले, इवेंट में जाने से पहले रिवॉल्वर का क्या ज़रूरत पड़ा गोविंदा जी को। और ये जो गिरा है रिवॉल्वर, अगर ये सीधे हाथ से गिरेगा, क्योंकि उनके लेफ्ट पैर में घुटनों के नीचे उनको इंजुरी आई है और बोन में शायद थोड़ा इंजुरी है, जो उनके फैमिली फ्रेंड हमें बता रहे थे कि बोन में थोड़ा इंजुरी है, बोन में इंजुरी हुआ है, लेकिन वो आर पार नहीं हुआ। तो सभी जो ये मैटर है अभी सब देखना पड़ेगा, डॉक्टर्स डिटेल्स बोलेंगे हमें कि कैसा ये घटना घटा, कैसे रिवॉल्वर गिरने से इतना बड़ा एक्सीडेंट हो गया।
Right, Meenakshi, thank you so much for that update. Please keep following this story closely for us. We will keep coming back to you. Meanwhile, Govinda's doctor has also given a statement. Let's listen in.
वो मेरे पास सुबह 5 बजे आए थे और उनको, जैसे आपको मालूम ऑलरेडी, उनको बुलेट वुंड था पाँव में। फिर हम उनको यहाँ लाए, सुबह उनका एक्सरे हुआ, उनको ऑपरेशन हो गया, बुलेट निकल गई है, उनको अभी वुंड सील हो गया है एंड ही इज़ कंफर्टेबल, ही इज़ अदरवाइज ओके एंड ही हैज़ बीन एडमिटेड हियर and he will be in the hospital for 1 or 2 days, and otherwise everything is okay.
सर गोली कहाँ पे लगी थी सर? गोली कहाँ पे लगी?
गोली उनको लेफ्ट पाँव में, घुटने के थोड़ा नीचे लगी है पाँव में.
कितना बड़ा जख्म था सर? गोली आर पार कर
गोली तो आर पार नहीं हुई है, गोली बाहर से लग के अंदर अटकी हुई थी.
ब्लीडिंग एक्सेस हो गई थी सर?
ब्लीडिंग हो रही थी.
कोई सिकनेस विकनेस है सर?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ, ब्लीडिंग हो रही थी, बट वो ठीक है, ब्लीडिंग रुक गई उसको.
कब तक डिस्चार्ज मिलेगा? कब तक डिस्चार्ज मिलेगा?
1-2 दिन में डिस्चार्ज हो जाएंगे, मैक्सिमम 2 दिन. हाँ जी, स्टिच लगे हैं. आजकल हम पिन लगाते हैं, स्टेपल लगाते हैं.
कितने लगे हैं सर?
करीब ऐसा काउंट नहीं करते, बट अबाउट 8 to 10 लगे हैं.
Actor Rajnikant has been hospitalized after he complained of stomach pain. He will undergo a cardiac procedure today to repair enlarged blood vessel. Wishes are pouring in from across the nation for the superstar.
Superstar Rajnikant was rushed to a Chennai hospital late last night. This after the superstar complained of severe stomach pain. He is scheduled to undergo an elective cardiac procedure today. That will repair the enlargement of a blood vessel near his abdomen. Recently, the 73-year-old opted out of his much-anticipated political plunge, citing health reasons. Rajnikant had undergone a similar procedure in 2020. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin as well as Governor R.N. Ravi wished the actor a speedy recovery. His fans too are praying for their Thalaiva.
In a setback for Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who had hoped for the Arjikar storm to blow over close to the Durga Puja festivities, the protesting junior doctors refused to buy into her tall claims and returned to cease work till all their demands to ensure absolute safety and security at all medical establishments were met. Addressing a press briefing in the city on Tuesday, the junior doctors claimed no progress on the fulfillment of promises that the CM had vowed to keep during her meetings with them. They also announced a fresh wave of mega protests to press for justice in the Arjikar rape and murder case. Here's a report.
Dealing a blow to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, the protesting junior doctors returned to cease work, accusing her of failing to fulfill her promises to ensure watertight security at all medical establishments. At a press briefing in the city on Tuesday, the junior doctors said they would observe total cease of work till all the promises of the Chief Minister made to them translate to action on the ground. The doctors earlier called off their sit-in outside the state healthcare headquarters at Swasthya Bhavan after the Chief Minister promised urgent measures to boost security at all medical campuses in the state. Addressing media persons, the Chief Minister vowed funds for the installation of CCTVs while also boosting security deployment at hospital campuses. The protesting junior doctors, meanwhile, also announced a fresh wave of protests and marches to press for justice in the Arjikar rape and murder case. Sending out a clear message to the Mamata government, they said they wouldn't consider returning to work till there's progress on all their demands.
We see virtually no progress. We want to remind the government that we are not protesting merely for paper promises. We are protesting for a genuine, pure play-oriented change in the state's healthcare system so that patients receive proper services and doctors and healthcare workers are ensured a safe, fear-free workplace.
During its hearing in the Arjikar case on Monday, the Supreme Court came down heavily on the Bengal government over its tardy approach to installing security cameras at the hospitals. With the junior doctors returning to protest and cease work, the big question is, will Mamata act now? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Let's now get all the top stories from the world of business. The Securities and Exchange Board of India has approved the initial public offerings or the IPO applications of Swiggy, Hyundai, Motor India, Acme Solar Holdings, Vishal Megamart and Mamata Machinery. The companies will be allowed to launch their IPOs within a year. With this, Swiggy will become the second food delivery firm to go public after Zomato. It aims to raise over 4,000 crore rupees through a mix of fresh equity and an offer for sale of 18.52 crore shares by existing shareholders. On the other hand, Hyundai Motor India is planning a $3 billion IPO. Despite proposals aimed at boosting market stability, SEBI has not announced any changes to the index derivatives framework in its board meeting. SEBI, however, introduced two key developments. This includes approving a new asset class for high net worth individuals and announcing the mutual funds light framework for passively managed mutual funds. The market had expected SEBI to implement the tighter derivatives regulations that were proposed in a consultation paper released in July this year. These included increasing contract sizes by up to 4 times, upfront collection of options premiums, and a reduction in weekly contracts. FED is in no hurry to cut rates as confidence in economy grows. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell indicated that the US Central Bank would likely stick with 0.25 percentage point interest rate cuts moving forward. He added that new data has boosted confidence in ongoing economic growth and consumer spending. He further said that if the economy evolves as expected, that would be 2 more cuts by year's end. Well, that's all we have for you in this bulletin. Stay tuned. We are coming back after a short break.
Rent-a-course activists flouting regulations. Wangchuk's toolkit tactics for publicity. Protest strategically timed to influence polls. All this and more on This Is Exclusive at 7 p.m. today.
Director, the taste of success.
suspicious behavior by Sonam Wangchuk. Something doesn't add up in climate protest. Was Wangchuk's protest timed with polls? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, tensions have soared in Middle East. In fact, projectiles have been released from Lebanon, an attempt that has been made by the Hezbollah to carry out an attack on the Mossad headquarters. That's the latest now coming in with regards to the escalation that we are witnessing in the Israel-Lebanon border. Republic TV gets you a ground report in a short while from now. But up first, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado, kuch bano.
Big impact of Republic Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaya's wife's big admission of guilt as she offers to return high-value plots after FIR against her husband in Muda scam. After Siddaramaya, now Gandhi's in a fix. Will Congress also give up on the properties in the National Herald case? As final phase of election gets underway in Jammu and Kashmir, 56% voter turnout reported till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Bengal junior doctors resume total cease work, demanding safety security. Protest resume as doctors say their demands haven't been met. Ahead of elections in Haryana, Congress proxy Sonam Wangchuk goes to Singhu border to test water quality in the garb of climate change. Delhi police detains him. Govinda, after bullet wound due to misfire, sends audio message from hospital, but his statements just doesn't add up. Rajnikant admitted to Chennai hospital after severe stomach pain. Doctors say his condition is now stable.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado, kuch bano.
Well, tensions soars in Middle East with Israel carrying out a limited raid in Lebanon. In fact, we're given to understand that while the entire leadership of the Hezbollah has now been targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces, Israel essentially indicates that there's a lot more that still needs to be done. In fact, a short while back, we're getting in more details that more terror bases of Hezbollah has been eliminated. In fact, the Israeli Defense Forces have now confirmed about 15 missiles were fired from the Lebanon side, which were intercepted by the Israeli army. In fact, the IDF has also claimed that more bases have also been targeted. Let me just quickly take you through the details coming in from the IDF, where the projectiles were fired from Lebanon. Joining me on this broadcast is Guy Neer, the spokesperson of Israeli Embassy here in the national capital. Mr. Neer, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you, a limited raid that is now being carried out, the objective of this war seems to be only widening.
Right. So we need to understand that the situation for the last 11 months has been unimaginable. All the Israelis living in the north of Israel can't live there with 9,000 rockets approximately being fired at them for the last 11 months. We've been seeking out to have diplomatic solutions to no avail, and we decided to not wait any longer, and that's, if you're following over the last 2 weeks, is what is escalated from our point of view. We can't continue to contain this situation any longer. And yes, correct. From the last 24 hours, we can confirm that there's a ground operation taking place. We have targets. We have terror targets that we have recognized, and we are working very precisely and as swiftly as possible to prevent our soldiers from being in any harm for too long.
Guy, could you also give us a sense of the targets that you're essentially talking about? Help us understand what is it that the Israeli Defense Forces is essentially looking at. As we understand, the top leadership of Hezbollah has already been eliminated. So what are the challenges and what are the targets that you're really looking at right now?
Right. So Hezbollah has about 100,000 operatives. We're talking about terrorists who vow to end Israel, who vow to kill all Israelis in Israel. 100,000 operatives. We have intel on where they're storing their ammunition, and are focusing and we're targeting such places to prevent them from executing anything like what they planned and to bring peace and quiet to our people living in north of Israel.
Okay, in terms of the ground operations that are being carried out, how different is it than what we have seen in the past? Because earlier too, we're given to understand tanks had rolled in. How different is it this time?
So now we are very much more prepared to this operation than we were in the past. I reminded that we had years to prepare for this exact operation. We have thousands and thousands of intel preparing us for the actions that you saw over the last 2 weeks. And this time around, we're coming much more prepared. Hezbollah is a very big terror organization, and we take that into consideration. And they're very well organized. So we are trying to outwit, outsmart, and outrun them. It's something that shouldn't be taken lightly, because they have invested lots of time and energy in perfecting their ways, and we are trying to do the best to perfect ours and see to it that we get peace and quiet in Israel.
Well, one final question that I want to take from you, Guy, is with regards to the current ground assessment. How much have you been able to achieve so far? What are the challenges that the Israeli Defense Forces really face at this point in time with a succession plan that has been rolled out by the Hezbollah?
Okay, so exact details about the ground operation I cannot disclose for the safety of our soldiers on ground. I can say that the things that were targeted were very closely targeted and aimed for. And we are looking to minimize the time that we're there and to get out of there as soon as we can and get to the most done fast and quickly.
Well, thank you very much, Guy, for joining us on this broadcast and putting this into perspective as the ground operations still continue as we speak. A short while back, the Israeli Defense Forces have also put out a statement saying that multiple targets have actually been identified and the operation is still underway. Now, what's been the biggest target for the Israeli forces is particularly the Hezbollah headquarters in the heart of Beirut. In fact, a short while back, Lebanese authorities have pointed out that over thousands have already been displaced because of the war that has been carried out by Israel. And there has also been an appeal that has been made by the Lebanese authorities that an immediate ceasefire should be worked out for the safety of those who are in Lebanon. Let me also quickly get you a report coming in now from Beirut, where Republic reporter Ali Homash is joining us. Ali, give us a sense of what's really happening on the ground right now, as the ground operations are already underway. How many areas have been affected so far?
Well, yes, regarding the misconception that the Israeli government and the Israeli occupation forces, their military occupation forces, are trying to propagate, there has been no ground operation or incursion or occupation so far for the southern borders or the regions in the southern borders of Lebanon, northern borders of occupied Palestine. As a matter of fact, the Israeli media and the chief media offices yesterday tried to trumpet some hype, to create some hype regarding the idea of a ground invasion, and they have failed miserably, given that the resistant forces led by Hezbollah and formed by Hezbollah chiefly were awaiting at the borders and have managed to target 3 to 4 groupments of Israeli occupation soldiers without them even having trespassed into Lebanese borders. So many people wonder, how is it that Israel is claiming it has started ground operation at a time where its forces are being targeted still in the occupied regions, in the settlements, as well as being unable to step a single foot into Lebanon? More so, we saw in the morning Hezbollah successfully targeted the Tel Aviv and the Israeli occupation capital, and managed.
Ali, can I get a confirmation from you, because there were multiple speculative reports that were doing the rounds that the Hezbollah in fact carried out an attack and the target happened to be the Mossad headquarters. Is there any statement that has been issued by the Hezbollah with regards to this attack that was carried out? Could you give us more specifics? When did this happen and what is it that the Hezbollah is claiming?
Okay, so Hezbollah actually this is what I was getting towards. Hezbollah successfully attacked this morning, targeted the Mossad headquarters in Galilot. It's called the 8200 base. It is considered the Mossad HQ in Tel Aviv, and is considered responsible for most of the assassinations, as well as most of the assassinations, as well as the military leader targeting, as well as the pager and telecommunication massacre that endangered and targeted civilians, as well as Hezbollah members. This is the second targeting done by Hezbollah for this HQ. It has been confirmed this morning by the Hezbollah media office. It is a major blow for the Israelis at a time they are claiming to be successfully attempting to infiltrate Lebanon. And again, I reiterate what I said early on, that they have not stepped foot so far in Lebanon, and they have had multiple casualties following their skirmishes and their encounters with Hezbollah fighters from across the board, from across the border. And as such, we see that Israel is in a pinch right now. It's seeking to create an image of success and of victory at a time when it has success, when Tel Aviv, and we saw that in Israeli media, you can check it, has been targeted by 10 attacks. Hezbollah used its Fadi 4 rocket, a considered a medium-range ballistic rocket that has attacked the Mossad HQ, successfully targeting it and creating a new equation at a time where Israel is calling for victory and seemingly enjoying its latest operational successes.
Well, thank you very much, Ali, for getting us the latest details. We'll keep coming back to you as Republic gets you views from both sides. In fact, reports coming in from Israel as well as Lebanon to give you an understanding, a 360-degree understanding of the escalation that has now taken place in the Middle East. Reporter from the ground in Beirut making a point that no ground invasion has taken place. That was Ali Hamosh reporting for Republic TV. Well, in fact, going across to the protests which have been once again resumed in Kolkata, the junior doctors have put out a 10-point demand, once again hitting out at the Mamata government, saying that the promises that were essentially made by the Mamata government were completely unfulfilled, starting with the fact that security was to be provided to the junior doctors. They are once again saying that attempt has been made by the Mamata government to deflect from the current situation and perhaps trying to divert the attention. Now that's the big claim that has been made by the junior doctors. What you see right now on your screens, these protests that have resumed a short while back. You've had the junior doctors speaking to the media, laying out at least a 10-point demand that they have made, particularly focusing on the security of junior doctors. And not just that, the cleaning up of the entire healthcare system in the state of West Bengal. And that has been one of their primary demands that have also been made. Let me also try and see if we can hear in some of the voices coming in from Kolkata, doctors who are speaking on this entire issue. Let's listen. We are once again making a point before the state government that they must listen to the demands that we have made so far. We will only return after our promises are fulfilled. Well, these are the latest visuals now coming in. So not just the junior doctors, as I understand, some of the political parties have also joined the junior doctors and others who have joined the protest. Let's just try and listen into some more reactions that are coming in. The police is staring at a time when the doctors are being beaten up in the state. There is no space for democracy in the state. Those who are speaking against the Mamata government are being specifically targeted. This government is in favor of autocracy. There is broad daylight murder that is taking place. Well, that's Republic Bangla reporter getting you the live visuals coming in from the protest that is taking place in Kolkata. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we put out the details of the demands that have been made by the doctors on your screens right now, let's put out the demands that have been made by the junior doctors. Let's listen. We are not only talking about one hospital, but the other hospitals where there is a lack of security, and we've been demanding this. Those who are responsible for the killing of Abhaya should be held responsible. Those who have protected the accused, they too need to be exposed. We are seeing the kind of lawlessness in the state. People from different walks of life are now out on the streets that you see on your screens. And now that's exactly what has been happening for over a month now, when justice for Abhaya has been the clarion call for many people from different walks of life. It was no longer basically limited to just doctors, nurses, or those from the medical fraternity, but people from different walks of life coming together, exposing the lawlessness existing in the state of West Bengal. In fact, remember the Mamata Banerjee was on the back foot when those demands were actually made by the doctors. There was perhaps a standoff between the West Bengal government led by Mamata Banerjee and the doctors in particular, where in fact the meetings that also could not take place, only because remember there was the chief minister who was adamant on certain demands that she was actually making from the junior doctors too. Once again, the junior doctors are back on the streets. The doctors are essentially demanding that the promises that were made by the Mamata government should be fulfilled. Earlier, it was just about 5 demands that were made by the junior doctors, but it has now gone way above. 10 demands that have been made. We'll try and put this on our screens right now. Let's just go and put those 10-point demands that have been made by the doctors and the protests that are taking place. This started around 12 this afternoon when the press conference was done by the doctors laying out why they believe that the resumption of the protests are extremely critical at this point in time, because they believe that they have been failed by the government. The government hasn't perhaps heard the demands that were made earlier, and the promises that were essentially made earlier were not fulfilled by the Mamata government.
সাংবাদিক বন্ধুরা এবার এগোতে দিন মিছিলটাকে গাড়ি বেলার মাঝখানে কেউ থাকবেন না সামনেটা ছেড়ে দিন সাংবাদিক বন্ধুদের আপনি শুনছেন না কিন্তু সবুজ জামা সাংবাদিক আপনি শুনছেন না সিএম এর সাংবাদিক প্লিজ আপনি সামনেটা ছেড়ে দিন সামনেটা ছেড়ে দিন সিএম এর সাংবাদিক সবুজ জামা প্লিজ ছেড়ে দিন সামনেটা নাশক ভাই ভাই আমার বোনের বিচার চাই নাশক ভাই ভাই আমার বোনের বিচার চাই নাশক ভাই ভাই আমার বোনের বিচার চাই তোমার আমার সবার স্বর জাস্টিস ফর আরজিকর তোমার আমার সবার স্বর জাস্টিস ফর আরজিকর.
Well, in fact, this is a story that we'll keep tracking as the protests have resumed in Kolkata. In fact, there is an ultimatum that has now been given by the doctors to the Mamata government, hoping that their demands will be fulfilled. Shift focus now to the protests that took place here in the national capital with the Tibetan youth who came out in full support of the community. This was a protest that took place outside the Chinese embassy. Take a look at this report.
Tibetan activists, mostly youths, poured onto the streets of the national capital to protest against China on the Diamond Jubilee of the country's founding day. The Tibetan protesters were seen gathering in large numbers outside the Chinese embassy in the national capital and chanting slogans against Beijing as the country marked 75 years of its founding day. Holding banners and placards, the Tibetan activists protested the alleged Chinese occupation of their homeland. After a brief demonstration near the Chinese consulate, the protesters were detained by the police personnel at the scene and led away in buses. The protesters were heard raising "Free Tibet" chants as they were escorted to the bus. A woman protester said a Tibet free from alleged Chinese occupation is the key to safeguarding India's security interests. As the chants of Free Tibet ring out from the national capital, is China listening?
China, go back, go back!
Republic Canada single-handedly has exposed the ill deeds of the Chief Minister of Karnataka. In fact, there is an admission of guilt by the Chief Minister's family members, with his wife now giving back the land that was allotted by the Muda. In fact, the land scam has come to haunt the Chief Minister, with the Congress party now looking at certain alternatives as to who exactly could actually replace Siddaramaiah. Take a look at this report.
In more trouble for under fire Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the state Lokayukta launched a probe against him in connection with the alleged Muda land allotment scam case. The probe follows the registration of an FIR by the Lokayukta in the case pertaining to 3 acres 16 huntas of land owned by the Chief Minister's wife and linked allegedly to the land allotment scam. The launch of the Lokayukta probe came a day after the Enforcement Directorate booked the Chief Minister in the case. Meanwhile, the BJP state chief B.Y. Vijayendra was dismissive of a letter written by Chief Minister Siddaramaya's wife Parvati announcing the return of all the land that the Chief Minister claimed were given as compensation for his illegally seized plots in Mysuru. Confirming the return of the land in a post on X, the Chief Minister accused the opposition of dragging his family into a false case and fomenting hatred against him. Responding to the post, Vijayendra claimed that the letter was written at the Chief Minister's behest, adding that he has to resign as it was too late for damage control.
देखिए जो भी उस चिट्ठी में लिखा है सिद्धरामैया के वाइफ की तरफ से सिद्धरामैया वाइफ ने लिखा है नहीं तो सिद्धरामैया खुद लिखाया है वो हमको मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन ये 2 महीने पहले बोलना चाहिए था। जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी सदन में इस मामले में चर्चा करने के लिए कोशिश की तब सिद्धरामैया को फैसला लेना चाहिए था। जो गलती हुआ है उसको मान के, हाँ गलत हुआ है हमारा तरफ से, जो निवेश मिला है हमको हम लोग वापस कर रहे हैं, डिसीजन लिया है, ऐसा डिसीजन तब लेना चाहिए था 2 महीने पहले। नाउ इट्स टू लेट। अभी ये सब चिट्ठी लिखना, इनोसेंस क्लेम करना ये ठीक भी नहीं रहेगा, जनता भी नहीं मानेंगे इसको।
Former Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad meanwhile claimed that the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and his kin also benefited from alleged illegal land dealings.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सत्ता में लैंड के प्रति क्यों आकर्षण होता है? कांग्रेस पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष खरगे जी के परिवार का कोई सिद्धार्थ विहार सोसाइटी है, उसकी भी चर्चा सामने आ गई। क्या मतलब है? क्या हो मुख्यमंत्री, उनका परिवार, क्या हो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष, उनका परिवार, और पूर्व में तो दामाद बाबू की चर्चा बहुत हो चुकी है।
The Chief Minister, however, continued to play victim, claiming a political conspiracy to dislodge him from office.
ತೇಜೋವಧೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ದ್ವೇಷ, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಸೇಡನ್ನು ತೀರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧಿಗಳು, ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸೈಟ್ಗಳು ನನಗೆ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Meanwhile, Union Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy also came down heavily on the Chief Minister as the latter continued to defy calls for him to step down.
The inquiry has started. This is too late to realize that they have done a wrong thing. Doing all wrong thing, now they wanted to give the message to the public that we are surrendering the sites. We have not done anything. Now that will not going to work out.
With the pressure growing on the Chief Minister to give in to the opposition's demands, the big question is, has Siddaramaiah given his guilt away by returning the land?
Ahead of elections in Haryana, Congress proxy goes to Singhu border to test water quality in the garb of climate change. Delhi police detains him.
viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you on Live and Breaking. We'll get you all the latest updates coming in from the country and across the globe. First up, the headlines at 5:30 p.m. Big impact of Republic Kannada. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife, big admission of guilt as she offers to return the high-value plots after FIR against Siddaramaiya in the Muda scam. After Siddaramaiya, now Gandhi's in a fix. Will the Congress party also give up on the properties in the National Herald case? As the final phase of elections gets underway in Jammu and Kashmir, 56.01% of voter turnout reported till 3 p.m. Bengal junior doctors resume total cease work demanding safety, security. Protests resume as doctors say their demands haven't been met. Ahead of elections in Haryana, Congress proxy Sonam Wangchuk goes to Singhu border to test the water quality in the garb of climate change protest. Delhi police detains him. And Govinda, after a bullet wound, suffers a bullet injury due to misfire, sends an audio message from the hospital. But his statements do not add up. And Rajnikant admitted to Chennai hospital after severe stomach pain. Doctors say that his condition is now stable. All right, viewers, we start with news coming in from Karnataka now. This with regards to the Muda land scam. And the breaking news we have is that the Karnataka BJP has written letters to the Home Minister of Karnataka, Dr. G. Parameshwara, and the DGP Alok Mohan requesting enhanced security for the whistleblower Snehamoyi Krishna. Now, they assert that there is a threat to Snehamoyi Krishna's life following his exposure of the irregularities in the Muda land scam. Remember, viewers, Siddaramaiya and his wife's name have come up in this. He's an accused in this case. Lokayukta investigating Siddaramaiya's land, and his wife has also now in fact said that she will return the land. And in the latest we have is that there is a demand for security for the whistleblower. Sri Lakshmi, my colleague, joins us live from our Kannada newsroom from Bengaluru. Sri Lakshmi, this is a significant development coming in just as the investigation is intensifying. It is picking up pace. Now there is a growing demand from the BJP to provide security to the whistleblower.
Yes, Rakshita. If you look at the case, superficially, it looks like since Siddaramaia's wife has written a letter to Muda saying that she is not interested in keeping those sites and she is returning those sites, it appears like that the case is almost nullified. But on the other hand, if you look at intensely, the severity of the whole scam is getting intensified day by day because the subtleties are more now since Siddaramaiya is still facing the threat, still in trouble because ED has already filed 2 ECIRs and Lokayukta, since directed by a special court over here, has intensified the investigation. On the other hand, this Snehamoyi Krishna, yesterday he was speaking to Republic Kannada when reacting to this letter from Parvati to Muda. Snehamoyi Krishna was saying that until now he has not faced any big threat or pressure as such, but now the situation is getting more sensitive. So the BJP is demanding more security for him. He said he's going to continue his fight. He's the one, Snehamoyi Krishna is the one who has provided more information to Enforcement Directorate and has filed a complaint in Enforcement Directorate. And the same Snehamai Krishna has filed case in High Court as well. Now the same Snehamai Krishna has given all the information which is necessary for the investigation to Mysore Lokayukta. Today morning, Lokayukta officials took him to the place of controversy, the original place where the Muda controversy arose, and conducted spot investigation. Now, since the case is there in the field of Supreme Court, since there are chances that Siddaramaiah may move Supreme Court, a caveat has already been filed in the Supreme Court. The legal battle continues. So it is said that there are threats to Snehamai Krishna and other complainants as well. So the BJP has asked to tighten up the security for Snehamai Krishna. Rakshita.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you so much, Sri Lakshmi, for joining us with those updates coming in. Viewers, that's breaking news that we have. BJP is demanding and written a letter to the Home Minister to provide security to the whistleblower in the Muda scam. And now we should have focus to the story. We're tracking Rajnikant's health is right now on the lens. The day after the veteran actor was admitted to hospital, now Apollo Hospitals have now issued an official statement about the actor's health. And the notice reads, and I quote here, Rajnikant was admitted to Apollo Hospitals on the 30th of September. He had a swelling in the main blood vessel, leaving his heart, which was treated by a non-surgical transcatheter method. Rajnikant is stable and is doing well. He should be home in 2 days, unquote. So that's the latest update on Rajnikant's health. He is expected to return home in 2 days. He's under observation. There's a non-surgical method that has been performed, and he is now stable. So remember, Rajnikant was admitted yesterday in the hospital. He reported stomach pain, and his recovery is expected within the next 48 hours. His discharge from the hospital is expected in the next 48 hours. So Rajnikant, the superstar, was admitted to Apollo Hospital in Chennai. He was hospitalized for an elective procedure. He had a severe stomach pain, and he has undergone this elective procedure, and he will be soon discharged from the hospital. We have breaking news coming in right now from Jammu and Kashmir. Tracking the latest voter turnout from Jammu and Kashmir, the region has recorded an all-time high voter turnout of 65.48% across all the three phases. And the poll pulse has registered a great turnout. Simply reiterates the fact, reinforces that the winds in Naya Kashmir, winds in Kashmir are changing, that this indeed is Naya Kashmir, and this voting is a record-breaking one. Viewers, remember, the assembly elections are happening after 10 years in Jammu and Kashmir, and Naya Kashmir is shattering the voter turnout record. And this happening right after the abrogation of Article 370. My colleagues Gursimran Singh and Arava joined us from the valley. My colleague Gursimran is in Jammu. We'll just go to him first. And Gursimran, clearly, I think this the number speaks volumes and shuts down many naysayers, the detractors who have questioned what will happen after the abrogation of Article 370. 10 years later, elections happen, and we see this record-breaking turnout, 65.48%.
Yes, it's 65.48%, and this is record-breaking for all the three phases, because first phase recorded a poll percentage of 61.13%, while second phase recorded a poll percentage of 57.03 poll percentage. This time it has already surpassed that percentage, and which clearly shows that the people are turning out in the large numbers to cast their vote. And it is not only happening in Jammu. Like the first phase, we saw 80-85% going in the Jammu regions, Inderwal area, and in the Kashmir Valley it was a low turnout. This time, if the Cham and the Akhlur are recording 76 to 78 78%. Then the Gurez is also recording 75-76%. That means that the people are turning out in the large numbers, not only in the Jammu city, but also in the areas close to the line of control, close to the border areas, even in the North Kashmir. The people, the way they are turning up, this shows the faith in the democracy is increasing with each passing day. This, if we go by the traditional parties, what they say that whenever there is a high voting percentage, the stronghold is retained. This is also said because you cannot say that there is incumbency or pro or anti-incumbency. So they say that it is a good sign, and every party is hopeful that this vote share is going to their kitty. It has to be seen on 8th of October that which side it actually goes to. But one thing that is a total takeover from this elections that has happened so far is that there has been a completely peaceful, terror-free incident elections that have taken place, and the participation of the people that used to be 5 to 6 to 10%, even many a times it never crossed a single digit. It has now surpassed the 50% mark, now inching towards 60-65%. That shows that the people are turning out in large numbers in favor of the democracy, no matter what the political party they actually choose when the results will be out. But one thing is clear, that whatever the party they choose, they have their faith in the Constitution of India and the democratic setup that is there in Jammu and Kashmir. And this shows also that what has happened in last 5 years, that the people are taking it in a positive note as well.
Absolutely. In fact, Zeenat, there has been a record women voter turnout also in the final phase of voting. And this really sends out a very, very strong message, and it shuts the mouths of those who have been, playing down the talk of a Naya Kashmir, that people do believe in democracy and they do want a change. They do want democracy. They want progress. They want development. They want work to be done. They want solution to the issues of the valley democratically.
See, Rakshita, if we see and compare the voting percentage of 2014 with 2024, I don't see a major change in the North Kashmir, because historically speaking, North Kashmir has been voting despite the violence in the Kashmir. It has recorded between 65, 68, 70%, and till now, till 5 p.m. we are seeing it is coming 65%. But if you see the Election Commission voting pattern and the trends that were set in 2014, Gurez itself was at the 77% in 2014, and similarly was the Gulmarg constituency. Again, in Baramulla and Sopore, people preferred staying indoors, because if you see the 2014 figures, Sopore remained confined to 30% and Baramulla somewhere around 45 or so, if I am correct. This time the trend has increased of around 7 to 8%. And if we count the next 1 hour, that means in these two areas, the Sopore and the Baramulla, the voter turnout has not gone much way, the way the people were, or the campaigning, the political parties were expecting that these people will come out and they will shut the door of everything and will come out and will hold the hand of democracy. In the two areas, Sopore and the Baramulla, which has traditionally seen the boycott calls, or the people preferred indoors in 2014 as well, or before that also in 2008. This time also there is a very slight improvement, and after an hour, maybe another 4-5% will be recorded once the complete tally comes out. So North Kashmir, we are seeing traditionally Gurez, it is Karna, Uri, and people living near the line of control, they have been voting, because when you see the tallies of 2014, what has given a push to the democracy in J&K has always been the belt of North Kashmir. Those days, North Kashmir, because of now the delimitation commission's exercise and the voting pattern has changed, the voting number has changed. Now you see the floating vote more going from here and there, which is giving edge to few of the constituencies where it was earlier the decrease, or it is more like someone's fall is someone's rise. But overall, the percentage, we see that it is coming around 65, 68 or to 70. But yes, all these pollings,
all these phases have done really well in terms of law and order situation. There has not been a single incident that has been reported that has erupted law and order situation on ground. The polling has remained peaceful. It was not that people were forced to come out. Those who preferred democracy, they came out early morning also, despite the chill in the air. They cast their vote and they go back to the fields, because we need to understand that this is the harvesting time in Kashmir. Most of the people are busy in their fields, and these patches of North Kashmir, they have been the producers of agriculture and horticulture. People this time prefer working in the fields to earn their livelihood. But despite all this, we have seen people coming out, voting for the parties, voting for the candidates. But who will win North Kashmir's these crucial seats? That only the 8th of October will decide.
Absolutely. In fact, as you point out, there has been a shift in the situation. As you see, the security situation, people are self-motivated to come out and, hit the ballot. I'll go across to my colleague from Baramulla. Rawat, as, we were discussing with Zeenat and Gursimran, there has been record voter turnout and there has been safety measures taken. Baramulla has remained tense in the past, but this time around, we saw in Lok Sabha also, in the Lok Sabha elections, Baramulla did register a record turnout. This time around, what are you witnessing?
Yeah, absolutely, Rakshita. As we are here at Baramulla, we have seen Baramulla before the abrogation of Article 370. They used to be the hub of the violence, Baramulla, which was known for these kind of anti-national activities. But we have seen that the things have changed in North Kashmir, Baramulla. If my VJ can pan camera to this side, you can see just few minutes left for the closing of the voting. But you can see here in the visuals still people are here, and you can see here in the visuals that the people are here and they are casting vote. It indicates that the Kashmir has changed completely. That we have seen after the abrogation of Article 370, people of Kashmir have rejected the propagandas by the Pakistan visitor organizations and other things, and you can see clearly it indicates it's a message for these separatists and other Pakistan visitor organization that the youth of Kashmir has rejected them once again. We have seen that the historical voter turnout is expected, as Republic has told in the morning, that 68% voting may be recorded in the North Kashmir and 65 have been recorded so far till the 5 p.m. and few more persons will be recorded in the coming hour. Back to studios.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Rawat, Gursimran and Zeenat for joining us with those updates coming in from Ground Zero viewers. The final phase of voting in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections, of course, the wait is on for everybody. Will be eager to know what the results come like, but that's an encouraging voter turnout in Naya Kashmir. We shift our focus now to the story coming in from the national capital viewers. Sonam Wangchuk, remember, he has been detained by the Delhi police. Delhi police has detained, in fact, around 125 protesters from Ladakh. That includes Congress's rent cause proxy Sonam Wangchuk at the Singhu border. Now, he says that there's this gathering, this group was on a quote-unquote peaceful march to Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi. That is Rajghat. But viewers, we are bringing to you some key questions that we deem are absolutely necessary to ask here. Viewers, the Delhi police has announced the implementation of Section 163. Now, this, they say, would keep law and order in check, citing several issues, such as the Shahi Eidgah issue and the ongoing assembly elections in the two states. And even with a clear instruction issued, we see the man rushes to Singhu border in what seems like a deliberate attempt to violate the prohibitory rules. The question is, why was it being done? Why? What was the agenda? What was the intention? Take a look at this report filed by my colleague Riyanka, and we'll get you more reactions on that.
And a sixth scheduled status for Ladakh, Sonam Wangchuk along with 100 others had come up with a Padyatra from Ladakh, and they had started on 1st of September. When yesterday they tried to enter the national capital, the Delhi police have detained them at the Bhavana police station where I'm currently at. And at this point in time, we have seen that there is a lot of support that is being gained by Sonam Wangchuk from the Congress party, especially if to be specific from the India Alliance. There were visit from the Chief Minister of the national capital here, Atishi Singh, had in fact come in to visit Sonam Wangchuk today during the day, but she was not allowed to visit him. That is is what she had told the media personnel. There are several people who have in fact tried to come in and meet Sonam Wangchuk, all his supporters. But on the other hand, the people who had in fact come in from Ladakh along with Sonam Wangchuk, they have been detained at several other police stations near the border areas, Bhavana being one. Secondly, there are people who have been kept in Narela as well as in Alipur police stations respectively. Now these people are supposed to be released, but that is something that has not gained clarity yet. But on the other hand, what we see that these people, Sonam Wangchuk along with his supporters, they have gone ahead as to an indefinite hunger strike since their detention. Well, there has been the BNS 163 section that has been imposed by the Delhi police across the border, a prohibitory order in order to curtail any sort of protest and chaos at the border areas. But despite that, we see Sonam Wangchuk and his supporters marching towards the national capital and then the detention. These are the views of these are the visuals of the Bhavana police station where Wangchuk along with his supporters continue to be detained, and therefore we have to wait and see what happens next.
Coming in from the former Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Satyapal Malik, on this issue. He has condemned Delhi police's action against protesters, against Sonam Wangchuk. Listen in.
कि सोनम वांगचुक को कल रात को ही डिटेन कर लिया गया है, कैसे देख रहे हैं इसको?
ये निंदनीय है। सोनम वांगचुक, मैं तो चूँकि वहाँ गवर्नर रहा हूँ, इनके स्कूल में भी गया हूँ, इनका बहुत अच्छा काम है, ये बहुत पॉपुलर हैं और ये बहुत सही सवाल उठा रहे हैं। इनको अरेस्ट ही नहीं करना चाहिए था और इनकी मांगें मान लेनी चाहिए एकदम।
दिल्ली में ऑलरेडी बॉर्डर के बीएनएस के कारण 163 लागू कर दिया है, इसलिए इनको आने नहीं दिया, इसलिए डिटेन कर लिया। इनके साथ 100 से ज़्यादा लोग डिटेन हो गए हैं। आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
ये कह रहा हूँ कि ये जो इनका तरीका है डिटेन करने का, मुझे तो लगता है किसी दिन किसान चढ़ जाएंगे, प्राइम मिनिस्टर के घर में घुस जाएंगे, तब क्या करेंगे? खून कचरी होगा ना। पर ये डेमोक्रेटिक राइट्स को तुम कैसे लोगों के वो करोगे, कर्ब करोगे?
तो आप कंडेम कर रहे हैं सर इस एक्शन
को? स्ट्रॉन्ग वर्ड्स में कंडेम कर रहा हूँ।
And now we are getting a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party, who have now claimed that the BJP is targeting the people of Ladakh. Take a listen in.
शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन कर रहे सोनम वांगचुक जी और लद्दाख के लोग जो कल 2 अक्टूबर को बापू की समाधि पे दर्शन करने जा रहे थे, उनको भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया। ना सिर्फ इतना, हालांकि पुलिस ने पुलिस स्टेशन में मेरी एंट्री करवाई, उन्होंने मुझे सोनम वांगचुक जी से मिलने नहीं दिया। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तानाशाही है। हम सोनम वांगचुक जी का पूरा समर्थन करते हैं। लद्दाख में एलजी राज खत्म होना चाहिए और उसी तरह दिल्ली में भी ये एलजी राज खत्म होना चाहिए। 1947 में इस देश के लोगों को आजादी मिली है, इस देश के लोगों को वोट का अधिकार मिला है, इस देश को संविधान ने लोकतांत्रिक अधिकार दिए हैं। लेकिन चाहे लद्दाख में हो, चाहे दिल्ली में हो, लद्दाख के लोगों के वोट का अधिकार छीना गया, सारे अधिकार एलजी साहब को दिए गए। दिल्ली के लोगों के वोट का अधिकार छीना जा रहा है और एलजी साहब को अधिकार दिया जा रहा है। अभी भी मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि एलजी साहब का ही फोन आया होगा इन पुलिस अफसरों को। ये पुलिस अफसरों की तो गलती नहीं है, इनके पास एलजी साहब का फोन आया होगा कि चुनी हुई सरकार के प्रतिनिधि को, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री को सोनम वांगचुक जी से नहीं मिलने दिया जाए। हम इसकी घोर निंदा करते हैं, उनके गिरफ्तारी की घोर निंदा करते हैं और हम लद्दाख के लोगों की मांग के साथ हैं कि एलजी राज खत्म होना चाहिए। एलजी राज लद्दाख में खत्म होना चाहिए, एलजी राज दिल्ली में खत्म होना चाहिए। लद्दाख को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा मिलना चाहिए और दिल्ली को भी पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा मिलना चाहिए।
Shifting focus to West Asia now, after pro-Hezbollah protests in Jammu and Kashmir, now Uttar Pradesh also witnessed several protest marches. Now, a prayer meeting for the slain chief of this Lebanese terror outfit was organized in the national capital. Now, according to sources, the meeting hosted at Delhi's India Islamic Cultural Center saw some members in the audience chant "Death to America."
slogans, while also raising slogans against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Iranian and Palestinian envoys to India were among the attendees at this prayer meeting on Monday late evening, and a separate commemoration event for Nasrallah, who was killed in an Israeli airstrike on Hezbollah's command center in a southern Beirut suburb, was organized at Delhi's Kashmiri Gate. Take a look at this report.
After marches and street protests against the killing of Hassan Nasrallah, a prayer meeting for the slain Hezbollah chief was organized in the national capital. The event, organized at the India Islamic Cultural Center in the national capital, featured the Iranian and Palestinian ambassadors to India amongst the attendees. According to sources, some members in the audience raised chants against US and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. While Netanyahu is facing fury from a section of the Muslim world for the continuing air raids in Hezbollah territory, followed by the launch of a limited ground operation in Lebanon, the US has come out in Israel's support, asserting its right to defend itself. Some members in the audience were also heard chanting support to Hezbollah, saying that the Lebanese militant outfit will rise again under a new leader. Meanwhile, a separate commemoration event was organized in the walled city area of Kashmiri Gate, followed by a candlelight march. Protesters had earlier poured out on the streets of Srinagar and Budgam in Jammu and Kashmir against the killing of Nasrallah. Similar street hurdles were also seen in Lucknow, with protesters flashing mobile torches and setting fire to posters of Israeli Prime Minister.
After Jammu and Kashmir and Uttar Pradesh, now the condolence meet for Hassan Nasrallah, the chief of Hezbollah who was killed in Israel airstrike, was hosted by India Islamic Cultural Center. The dignitaries and the noble figures who attended the condolence meet was Iranian ambassador and Palestinian ambassador. The entire condolence meet was organized by Anjuman-e-Haidari, and also speeches were made by Iranian ambassador where they stated that it was not only the mourning, and also Irajalahi, the Iranian ambassador, stated that Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization but is a political party.
Amid a wave of protests in support of a designated global terrorist, it now remains to be seen when the authorities draw the line.
This is the village of Misl Jabal. It is a Lebanese village close to the border with Israel, only a few hundred meters away from the Israeli city of Kiryat Shmona. Since the beginning of the war, the majority of over 20,000 residents of Kiryat Shmona had to evacuate their homes after coming under fire from Hezbollah's relentless attacks. We have operated against hundreds of terrorist targets embedded inside Misl Jabal, which directly threatened the city of Kiryat Shmona and the wider northern region. Many of the Lebanese residents of Misl Jabal have left the area due to the Hezbollah terrorist activities. As part of this operation, we collected intelligence on this house, on the edge of the Lebanese village, near the border with Israel, which you can see here. The house was used by Hezbollah terrorists who dug underground infrastructure below it. This combat infrastructure was used by the terrorists to store weapons and was planned to be the preparation area for Hezbollah terrorists before attempting to invade Israeli territory. During the operation, the troops conducted a targeted raid on the house and revealed a large amount of weapons stored on the ground floor. In the basement, our soldiers found an elevated platform built to hide a shaft that led to an underground tunnel. The soldiers exposed the tunnel 150 meters long that did not cross into Israeli territory, that was excavated in stone. At the end of the activity, we dismantled the tunnel and the House in a joint ground and aerial strikes. Another example is the Lebanese village of Farkile, on the border just a few hundred meters away from the Israeli town of Metula. Metula has been one of the most heavily attacked Israeli communities over the last year. We have conducted hundreds of strikes and operations against Hezbollah terror infrastructure in Farkile in order to remove these threats to Israeli families that want to go back home. In one operation, we followed precise intelligence regarding an underground tunnel used by Hezbollah to hide weapons. IDF soldiers conducted targeted raid on.
That was the Israeli Defense Forces briefing on the situation in West Asia. Remember that the Israeli forces have begun their ground operation, Operation Northern Arrows in Lebanon.
The Lokayukta has begun its probe against Siddaramaiah, this after Republic Kannada Impact, wherein the wife of Siddaramaiah admitted of the guilt as she offered to return the land acquired wrongfully in the Muda land scam case. We are tracking this story very closely. A roundup of this in all top stories on Across the Republic at 6 p.m.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Across the Republic, I am Pragya Bakshi Sharma, bringing you the top stories of the day, starting with Kolkata, where junior doctors have resumed their protests against Mamata Banerjee. Another story we are tracking today is the prayer meeting held for Nasrallah in the national capital, a controversial prayer meet at that. The next story that we are covering today is again from New Delhi, where Congress's proxy Sonam Wangchuk was detained by the Delhi police as he tried to protest in the garb of climate change. Another story that we are tracking today is the conclusion of the voting in Jammu and Kashmir. Which government will be elected
by the people of Jammu and Kashmir after the abrogation of Article 370. A big question remains to be seen. More on these stories after the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Big impact of Republic Kannada expose. Karnataka CM's wife makes a big admission of guilt as she offers to return the high-value plots after FIR against Siddaramaiah in Muda scam. After Siddaramaiah, now Gandhi is in a fix. Will Congress also give up their properties in the National Herald case? As the final phase of elections come to a close in Jammu and Kashmir, 65.48% voter turnout recorded till 5 p.m. Bengal junior doctors resume total cease work, demanding safety, security. Protest resume as doctors say their demands haven't been met. Ahead of elections in Haryana, Congress proxy Sonam Wangchuk goes to Singhu border to test water quality in the garb of climate change, detained by the Delhi police. Govinda, after bullet wound due to misfire, sends audio message from hospital, but his statement just does not add up.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
The news tightened around Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah as the state Lokayukta launched a probe against him in the alleged land allotment scam case. The Lokayukta probe followed a day after the Enforcement Directorate booked the Chief Minister in connection with the alleged land allotment scam. Meanwhile, the BJP State Chief B.Y. Vijayendra weighed in on a letter written by Siddaramaiah's wife Parvati announcing the return of all the land that the CM claimed were allotted as compensation for their plots in Mysuru acquired illegally. Here's a report.
In more trouble for under fire, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The state Lokayukta launched a probe against him in connection with the alleged Muda land allotment scam case. The probe follows the registration of an FIR by the Lokayukta in the case pertaining to 3 acres 16 huntas of land owned by the Chief Minister's wife and linked allegedly to the land allotment scam. The launch of the Lokayukta probe came a day after the Enforcement Directorate booked the Chief Minister in the case. Meanwhile, the BJP State Chief B.Y. Vijayendra was dismissive of a letter written by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's wife Parvati announcing the return of all the land that the Chief Minister claimed were given as compensation for his illegally seized plots in Mysuru. Confirming the return of the land in a post on X, the Chief Minister accused the opposition of dragging his family into a false case and fomenting hatred against him. Responding to the post, Vijayendra claimed that the letter was written at the Chief Minister's behest, adding that he has to resign as it was too late for damage control.
देखिए जो भी उस चिट्ठी में लिखा है सिद्धरामैया के वाइफ की तरफ से सिद्धरामैया वाइफ ने लिखा है नहीं तो सिद्धरामैया खुद लिखाया है वो हमको मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन ये 2 महीने पहले बोलना चाहिए था। जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी सदन में इस मामले में चर्चा करने के लिए कोशिश की तब सिद्धरामैया को फैसला लेना चाहिए था। जो गलती हुआ है उसको मान के, हाँ गलत हुआ है हमारा तरफ से, जो निवेश मिला है हमको हम लोग वापस कर रहे हैं, डिसीजन लिया है, ऐसा डिसीजन तब लेना चाहिए था 2 महीने पहले। नाउ इट्स टू लेट। अभी ये सब चिट्ठी लिखना, इनोसेंस क्लेम करना ये ठीक भी नहीं रहेगा, जनता भी नहीं मानेंगे इसको।
Former Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad meanwhile claimed that the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and his kin also benefited from alleged illegal land dealings.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सत्ता में लैंड के प्रति क्यों आकर्षण होता है? कांग्रेस पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष खरगे जी के परिवार का कोई सिद्धार्थ विहार सोसाइटी है, उसकी भी चर्चा सामने आ गई। क्या मतलब है? क्या हो मुख्यमंत्री, उनका परिवार, क्या हो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष, उनका परिवार, और पूर्व में तो दामाद बाबू की चर्चा बहुत हो चुकी है।
The chief minister, however, continued to play victim, claiming a political conspiracy to dislodge him from office.
ತೇಜೋವಧೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ರಾಜಕೀಯ ದ್ವೇಷ, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಸೇಡನ್ನು ತೀರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸೈಟ್ಗಳು ನನಗೆ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು.
Meanwhile, Union Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy also came down heavily on the Chief Minister as the latter continued to defy calls for him to step down.
The inquiry has started. This is too late to realize that they have done a wrong thing. Doing all wrong thing, now they wanted to give the message to the public that we are surrendering the sites. We have not done anything. Now that will not going to work out.
With the pressure growing on the Chief Minister to give in to the opposition's demands, the big question is, has Siddaramaiah given his guilt away by returning the land?
Polling for the third and final phase in Jammu and Kashmir was underway, with the Union Territory set to seal its fate and chart its course for the future, shattering all previous records and even dwarfing the turnout in the Mumbai South Lok Sabha constituency in the last general elections by a significant margin. The valley recorded a historic turnout of 65.48% till 5 p.m. Here's a report.
Polling for the third and final phase of the historic assembly elections is underway in Jammu and Kashmir. Polling is being held for 40 seats, 24 in Jammu division and 16 in Kashmir, with 415 expectant candidates across parties awaiting their fates. Breaking all previous records, the valley logged a turnout of 56.01% till 3 p.m., even outpacing the overall polling in Mumbai South in the last Lok Sabha elections. Earlier, Prime Minister Modi took to his social media platform X handle, urging the people, especially women and first-time voters, to immerse themselves in the festival of democracy.
जिस प्रकार जम्मू कश्मीर में तीनों चरणों में जबरदस्त मतदान हुआ है, जम्मू कश्मीर के कोने कोने में पहाड़ी क्षेत्र हो, बॉर्डर का एरिया हो, मैदान का एरिया हो, हर जगह जबरदस्त मतदान हुआ है। मुझे विश्वास है ये प्रचंड मतदान जो है ये जम्मू कश्मीर में स्थायी सरकार बनाने में मददगार होगा।
Also taking to his social media handle, Union Home Minister Amit Shah called on the people to exercise their voting right to elect a government which rids the valley of terror, separatism, nepotism and corruption.
भाजपा सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी बन के आएगी, भाजपा अपने बलबूते पे सरकार बनाएगी। कश्मीर सेंट्रिक पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ने फिर से जम्मू कश्मीर को आग के हवाले करने के लिए एक मन बनाया हुआ है। फारूक अब्दुल्ला, उमर अब्दुल्ला, महबूबा मुफ्ती, वो आज भी चाहते हैं कि वहाँ पत्थरबाज बाहर निकले, वो आज भी चाहते हैं कि कश्मीर आगजनी के हवाले किया जाए ताकि कश्मीर के हालात बिगड़ रहे हैं, वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी कभी होने नहीं देंगे।
Long queues were seen at nearly all the polling booths, demonstrating the willingness of the people to break free from the shackles of terror and make their voices heard in the polls.
I am so glad that मुझे youngsters का काफ़ी support मिला। हमारे जो polling agents हैं वो भी काफ़ी young हैं। So normally young जो चाहते हैं वो बदलाव चाहते हैं, वो development चाहते हैं, वो चाहते हैं कि उनकी भी कहीं सुनवाई हो। इस वक्त जो youth है वो आप देख रहे हैं कि supporter है, voter है, majority youth ही है। तो आई होप दैट जो नौजवान है वो इस बारी सोच समझ के वोट डालेंगे, क्योंकि बदलाव तो होना चाहिए। चेंज इज द कांस्टेंट थिंग इन यूनिवर्स, जैसे हम कहते हैं।
With the historic polls in the valley set to close, the big question is, will it throw up a mandate for change?
Actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda was injured in an accidental shooting while preparing to leave for Kolkata. According to his manager Shashi Sinha, Govinda was handling his licensed revolver when it slipped from his hand, discharging a bullet that struck his leg. The bullet has been removed and his condition is stable as he continues to recover in the hospital. He has also released an audio, but his statements do not add up. Watch this report for more.
Actor and Shiv Sena leader Govinda hurt himself in a case of what he said was accidental firing. The leader was leaving for the airport to go to Kolkata when his loaded revolver misfired. Govinda hurt himself in the leg in the incident. He was admitted to the hospital where he is said to be in stable condition.
बुलेट वुंड था पाँव में, फिर हम उनको यहाँ लाए सुबह, उनका एक्सरे हुआ, उनको ऑपरेशन हो गया, बुलेट निकल गई है, उनको अभी वुंड सील हो गया है, and he is comfortable, he is otherwise okay, and he has been admitted here, and he will be in hospital for 1 or 2 days, and otherwise everything is okay.
The actor also issued a statement. Listen in.
नमस्कार, प्रणाम, मैं हूँ गोविंदा। आप सब लोगों के आशीर्वाद और माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद और गुरु की कृपा की वजह से वो गोली लगी थी, पर वो निकाल दी गई है। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ यहाँ के डॉक्टर का, आदरणीय डॉक्टर अग्रवाल जी का, और आप सब लोगों की प्रार्थना जो है, आप लोग का धन्यवाद।
However, Govinda's statement doesn't really add up. Several big questions are being raised. Why was the revolver loaded in wee hours? Did the actor not check the revolver lock? Why was the revolver cleaned and loaded at 4:45 a.m.? And why did Govinda release an audio update? Also pertinent here is why did none of his family members wake up to the sound of the bullet firing? The actor politician's wife, who was in Kolkata, returned to Mumbai after the incident. None of his family members have yet answered media queries. While the leader is likely to stay in hospital for a few more days, he will soon have to justify his statements.
Renowned actor Govinda suffered bullet injury in his leg, in his left leg in this morning, and he admitted in this hospital, Kiriti Care Asia Hospital. The 60-year-old actor was rushed to this hospital, which is Juhu, near his home, and the bullet was extracted after an hour-long surgery, but Govinda may remain in hospital for a few days.
Now, in a big setback for Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who had hoped for the Arjikar storm to blow over close to the Durga Puja festivities, the protesting junior doctors refused to buy into her tall claims and returned to the protests till all their demands are absolutely met. Now, addressing a press briefing in the city on Tuesday, the junior doctors claimed no progress on the fulfillment of the promises that the CM had made to them during the meeting. They also announced a fresh wave of mega protests to press for justice in the Abhaya rape and murder case. Here's a report.
Dealing a blow to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, the protesting junior doctors returned to cease work, accusing her of failing to fulfill her promises to ensure watertight security at all medical establishments. At a press briefing in the city on Tuesday, the junior doctors said they would observe total cease of work till all the promises of the Chief Minister made to them translate to action on the ground. The doctors earlier called off their sit-in outside the state healthcare headquarters at Swasthya Bhavan after the Chief Minister promised urgent measures to boost security at all medical campuses in the state. Addressing media persons, the Chief Minister vowed funds for the installation of CCTVs while also boosting security deployment at hospital campuses. The protesting junior doctors meanwhile also announced a fresh wave of protests and marches to press for justice in the RG car rape and murder case. Sending out a clear message to the Mamata government, they said they wouldn't consider returning to work till there's progress on all their demands.
We see virtually no progress. We want to remind the government that we are not protesting merely for paper promises. We are protesting for a genuine, pure play-oriented change in the state's healthcare system so that patients receive proper services and doctors and healthcare workers are ensured a safe, fear-free workplace.
During its hearing in the RG car case on Monday, the Supreme Court came down heavily on the Bengal government over its tardy approach to installing security cameras at the hospitals. With the junior doctors returning to protest and seize work, the big question is, will Mamata act now? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After pro-Hezbollah protests in Jammu and Kashmir and Uttar Pradesh, a prayer meeting for the slain chief of the terrorist outfit was organized in the national capital. According to sources, the meeting, held at Delhi's India Islamic Cultural Center, saw some members in the audience chant "Down with America" while also raising slogans against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Iranian and Palestinian envoys to India were among the attendees at the prayer meeting on Monday late evening. A separate commemoration event for Nasrallah, who was killed in an Israeli airstrike on the Hezbollah's command center in a southern Beirut suburb, was organized at Delhi's Kashmiri Gate. Here's a report.
After marches and street protests against the killing of Hassan Nasrallah, a prayer meeting for the slain Hezbollah chief was organized in the national capital. The event, organized at the India Islamic Cultural Center in the national capital, featured the Iranian and Palestinian ambassadors to India amongst the attendees. According to sources, some members in the audience raised chants against US and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. While Netanyahu is facing fury from a section of the Muslim world for the continuing air raids in Hezbollah territory, followed by the launch of a limited ground operation in Lebanon, the US has come out in Israel's support, asserting its right to defend itself. Some members in the audience were also heard chanting support to Hezbollah, saying that the Lebanese militant outfit will rise again under a new leader. Meanwhile, a separate commemoration event was organized in the walled city area of Kashmiri Gate, followed by a candlelight march. Protesters had earlier poured out on the streets of Srinagar and Budgam in Jammu and Kashmir against the killing of Nasrallah. Similar street hurdles were also seen in Lucknow, with protesters flashing mobile torches and setting fire to posters of Israeli Prime Minister.
After Jammu and Kashmir and Uttar Pradesh, now the condolence meet for Hassan Nasrallah, the chief of Hezbollah who was killed in Israel airstrike, was hosted by India Islamic Cultural Center. The dignitaries and the noble figures who attended the condolence meet was Iranian ambassador and Palestinian ambassador. The entire condolence meet was organized by Anjuman-e-Haidari, and also speeches were made by Iranian ambassador where they stated that it was not only the mourning, and also Irajalahi, the Iranian ambassador, stated that Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization but is a political party.
Amid a wave of protests in support of a designated global terrorist, it now remains to be seen when the authorities draw the line.
Congress proxy Sonam Wangchuk was detained by Delhi police along with his followers from the Singhu border, triggering protests in his native Ladakh. Here's a report.
Climate activist and innovator Sonam Wangchuk was detained by Delhi police along with 80 followers, setting off protests in Ladakh. The activist and his followers embarked on the Delhi Chalo march from Leh, but was detained as they crossed Haryana and approached the Singhu border. The activist is seeking the inclusion of Ladakh in the 6th schedule of the constitution, which will guarantee more autonomy to the region. The protest, according to a report, is also aimed at taking his climate concerns to Delhi. His followers said that all 80 protesters, including Wangchuk, were marching silently when they were detained unlawfully. His presence at the Singhu border has raised eyebrows as prohibitory orders under Section 163 of the BNS is already in force in the area in view of the upcoming Haryana Assembly elections. Sources in Delhi police claimed that the activist was informed of the law and order situation and the prohibitory orders on the Haryana border. The Congress, meanwhile, came out in his support, saying that everyone has a right to protest in a democracy.
This government is, through high-handedness, detained him and so many leaders of Congress party also in the police station now. Honorable Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi spoke to Commissioner of Police in Delhi and asked why you are deleting. Would you ask the Commissioner?
Delhi Chief Minister Atishi also spoke up in Wangchuk's defense, calling for an end to the LG Raj in Ladakh.
शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन कर रहे सोनम वांगचुक जी और लद्दाख के लोग जो कल 2 अक्टूबर को बापू की समाधि पे दर्शन करने जा रहे थे, उनको भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया। ना सिर्फ इतना, हालांकि पुलिस ने पुलिस स्टेशन में मेरी एंट्री करवाई, उन्होंने मुझे सोनम वांगचुक जी से मिलने नहीं दिया। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तानाशाही है। हम सोनम वांगचुक जी का पूरा समर्थन करते हैं। लद्दाख में एलजी राज खत्म होना चाहिए।
This is all we have for you in this bulletin. Stay tuned for more stories after a short break.
The first edition of Republic Digital Roundtable was a resounding success.
We can be the first in the world probably to get this in the common platform.
Super excited to see Fame 3 and very positive on that note. Yeah.
R&D needs to be incentivized in India. The government is generally supporting on the ground for companies that are doing this. I think that would be huge.
Tech exists. How do you enforce who puts in that piece of technology? Those are the questions that we really need to answer.
We've got everything it takes. The more people that take it responsibly, stronger the industry is going to get.
Now it's time to switch gears to the future of mobility. Republic Digital Roundtable Mobility Revolution Pioneering Next Auto Era. Watch exclusively on Republic Digital Friday, October 4th.
এনআরসি অসমত যেনেকে আমি বিচাৰি আছো যে এখন শুদ্ধ এনআরসি হ'ব লাগে, আমাক 20% পুনৰ নিৰীক্ষণৰ সুবিধা দিব লাগে, তেনেকে ঝাৰখণ্ড বা আন ৰাজ্যবিলাকতো এনআৰসি হ'ব লাগে। কাৰণ এতিয়া বিদেশী অসমত থাকে বুলি কথা নাই, বিদেশী অসম বা পশ্চিমবংগ দি সোমাই ভাৰতৰ যিকোনো ৰাজ্যত যায় আধাৰ কাৰ্ড লৈ আকৌ অসমলৈকে ঘূৰি আহিব পাৰে। গতিকে এইটো এতিয়া এটা নেশ্যনেল প্ৰব্লেম হয়, এইটো অকল অসমৰ সমস্যা নহয়। প্ৰতিদিনে সীমাত আমি বাংলাদেশত গণ্ডগোল হোৱাৰ পৰা প্ৰতিদিনে সীমাত আমি বাংলাদেশী ধৰি আছোঁ। তেওঁলোক ভাৰতৰ আন ৰাজ্যত যাব, 21 দিন থাকিব, আধাৰ কাৰ্ড বনাব, অসমতো আকৌ ঘূৰি আহিব পাৰে। সেইকাৰণে এখন ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় পৰ্যায়ত এনআৰচিৰ প্ৰয়োজনীয়তা সম্পৰ্কে সংসদত নিশ্চয় আলোচনা হ'ব লাগে। হ'ব লাগে নহ'ব লাগে পিছৰ কথা, কিন্তু বিষয়টোৰ ওপৰত সংসদত মুকলিমূৰীয়াভাৱে আলোচনা হ'ব লাগে। আৰু তাৰ কাৰণে বিদেশী যে প্ৰতিদিনে অসমত বা ভাৰতত সোমাই আছে, তাৰ কাৰণে মই টুইটাৰত এইকেইদিন দি আছোঁ, যাতে ই ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় পৰ্যায়ত এটা বিতৰ্কৰ সৃষ্টি কৰিব পাৰে। মই আমাৰ বিষয়টো উচ্চতম ন্যায়ালয়ত আছে, অসমৰটো, কিন্তু ঝাৰখণ্ডৰ বিষয়টো উচ্চতম ন্যায়ালয়ত নাই, এইটো ঝাৰখণ্ড হাইকোৰ্টত আছে।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
The first edition of Republic Digital Roundtable was a resounding success.
We can be the first in the world probably to get this in the common platform.
Super excited to see FAME 3 and very positive on that note. Yeah.
R&D needs to be incentivized in India. The government is generally supporting on the ground for companies that are doing this. I think that would be huge.
Tech exists. How do you enforce who puts in that piece of technology? Those are the questions that we really need to answer.
We've got everything it takes. The more people that take it responsibly, stronger the industry is going to get.
Now it's time to switch gears to the future of mobility. Republic Digital Roundtable Mobility Revolution Pioneering Next Auto Era. Watch exclusively on Republic Digital Friday, October 4th.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Big impact of Republic Kannada expose. Karnataka Chief Minister's wife makes a big admission of guilt as she offers to return the high-value plots after FIR against Siddaramaiah. in the Muda scam. After Sidhu, now Gandhis in a fix. Will Congress also give up their properties in the National Herald case? As the final phase of elections comes to a close in Jammu and Kashmir, 65% plus voter turnout till 5 p.m. Bengal junior doctors resume total seized work, demanding safety, security. Protests resume as doctors say the demands haven't been met. Ahead of elections in Haryana, Congress proxy Sonam Wangchuk goes to Singhu border to test water quality in the garb of climate change, detained by the Delhi police. Govinda, after bullet wound due to misfire, sends audio message from hospital, but his statement just does not add up.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
Let's begin this bulletin with the breaking news development coming in from Punjab. A clash broke out between Aam Aadmi Party and Congress workers in the state's Zira area, resulting in injuries to former Congress MLA Kulbir Singh and two others. The incident occurred at the main chowk in Zira town when members of both parties threw stones at each other. In fact, we have Lalit live to give us more details on what exactly happened. Lalit, if you can tell us why the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress workers came to blows.
Abhishek ji, just the information what we are learning is that the nomination process was on. That time a clash took place between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress workers. So in that clash, the former Congress MLA Kulbir Singh Jira got injured. In that clash, stone pelting could be seen from both the sides, and police has to intervene and has to shot fires in the air. And after that, the crowd was controlled and dispersed. But the situation escalated and the situation went out of hand when both the parties' workers clashed between each other. In that clash, former Congress MLA Kulbir Singh Jira got injured. He has been admitted into the hospital, but after giving him first aid, now he has been released from the hospital. But if you overall talk about right now, also still the situation there seems to be in high tension as the clash took place today in the afternoon. In Punjab, the Panchayat polls are scheduled to be on 15th October until 7th October. The nomination process is on. So when the nomination was going on, that time the clash took place between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress workers. Back to the studio.
Right, Lalit. Stay with us. In fact, we have another story from your territory, from Haryana, where Prime Minister Modi was campaigning earlier in the day when he launched a scathing attack on the Congress party, saying that it has always failed to fulfill promises and the grand old party is going to lose Haryana. Listen in.
हरियाणा ने हमें सिखाया है काम करो, मेहनत से काम करो, लेकिन कांग्रेस का फॉर्मूला है न काम करो और न दूसरों को काम करने दो। कांग्रेस की राजनीति केवल झूठे वादों तक सीमित रहती है, जबकि भाजपा की राजनीति मेहनत करना और परिणाम ला करके दिखाना। हम मेहनत पे ध्यान केंद्रित करते हैं, हम परिणाम पर ध्यान केंद्रित करते हैं। और कांग्रेस कभी भी खुद मेहनत नहीं करती। कांग्रेस को लगता था कि 10 साल हो गए, हरियाणा वाले उन्हें थाली में परोस कर सत्ता दे देंगे। यही गलतफहमी कांग्रेस को मध्य प्रदेश में भी थी, वहां भी कांग्रेस के लोग पहले ही जीत का जश्न मनाने लग गए थे। लेकिन वोटिंग के दिन मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने कांग्रेस को दिन में तारे दिखा दिए, आईना दिखा दिया। यहां आपके पड़ोस में राजस्थान है, वहां भी कांग्रेस ने किसानों और नौजवानों को भाजपा के विरुद्ध भड़काने की भारी कोशिश की थी, लेकिन हुआ क्या? कांग्रेस धड़ाम हो गई, धड़ाम। अब यहां हरियाणा में भी यही होने जा रहा है, धड़ाम।
Right, moving on, in a big crackdown on illegal constructions in Assam, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has announced eviction drive in Sonpur Kushtoli area. Government is saying that it wants to evict the illegal settlers who have bought land after the area was declared tribal belt, or those who have settled on government land. Take a look.
A tractor was captured by the local people here in Kosutoli, and the tractor was bringing goods for construction of house. On 21st, they were leveling the ground for construction, and it sparked a row, raising alarm across the area about illegal encroachment. On 22nd of August, those illegal structures were brought down by the district administration. Subsequently, as the illegal encroachment issue in Sonapur area, which happens to be a tribal belt declared in 1950, came to light, the government and the district administration of Kamrup Metro jumped into action in order to clear all encroachment and evict the encroachers. As subsequently the eviction drive continued on 12th of September, the eviction drive turned violent and the police had to fire, in which 2 villagers were also killed, and also more than 20 police personnel were injured. After that, on 24th, 25th and 26th of September, subsequently, eviction was carried out in this area, and you can see आप लोग यहाँ पर जो eviction drive हुआ है, आप लोग का घर भी तोड़ा गया है सरकार की तरफ से।
हाँ।
आप लोग यहाँ पर कितने सालों से रह रहे थे?
35 साल से।
35 साल से।
हाँ।
इससे पहले कहाँ पे थे आप लोग?
इतना साल से माइन गजबरेश्वर है, उस पे वो अभी नदी में है, ब्रह्मपुत्र नदी में है। वो अभी रहने की जगह नहीं है अभी। मेरा अभी मस्जिद में रह रहा हूँ अभी कोई आदमी नहीं आया, मैंने पूछने के खाना खा लिया ना नहीं खाया। अभी तक घर में चावल नहीं है, दाल नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है। अभी तक कोई आदमी नहीं आया खबर लेने के लिए जो खाना खाया कि नहीं खाया, कोई आदमी नहीं आया अभी तक। कोई आदमी।
आप लोग जमीन यहाँ पर किससे खरीदे थे? आप लोग जब आए थे, आपके पापा जी या फिर दादाजी आए होंगे 35 साल पहले, जो इन्होंने आकर के जमीन खरीदा, तो किसने खरीदा था यहाँ पर जमीन आकर?
दादा मेरा पापा खरीद के लाया था। अभी पापा नहीं है, गुजर गया। अभी तो मेरे पापा गुजर गया 2 साल हो गए। अभी तक कोई जॉब लिया था तो कुछ नहीं कहा उस लोगों ने, जो आप लोग ये बेल एरिया में कोई रह नहीं सकता, ये कोई कुछ नहीं कहा था। अभी आके सरकार आके कोई प्रशासन आके सब घर दर तोड़ के रह गए।
All right, Anirudh, the file that report from Sonapur joins us live. Anirudh, not very clear, who are these people, these encroachers? Are they from Bangladesh? Are they illegal migrants? Who are they?
Yes, Abhishek, that is a very interesting question because many of these settlers hails from various different districts of Assam, and in fact some of the local residents who have been living in that area since 1920s, they are also from the indigenous Muslim communities. They have clearly said that they also suspect that there are many illegal settlers there who are suspected Bangladeshi nationals, and there are also some who have migrated from other parts of the Assam. However, the fact remains that most of the settlers who have been settling in the Sonapur tribal area are illegal encroachers because they have settled in Sonapur in the 1980s, 1990s, or in the recent last 2 decades. But the Sonapur area was declared a tribal belt way back in 1950, and since 1950 this is a tribal belt where only tribal people can possess land. So this clearly indicates that they are illegal settlers, and the picture which is being projected by some that everyone is being evicted, that is completely baseless. We went to the villages, we talked to villagers who are also from the same community. Their houses remain untouched. We also visited some schools which were settled in 1938, and that schools also remain intact. In fact, the people who have settled in the area prior to 1950, prior to declaration of the tribal belt, are completely untouched by the eviction, and the state government as well as the district administration has also made it very clear that those people who have settled in Sonapur prior to declaration of Sonapur as tribal belt will not be touched. Their houses will not be evicted. Only those who have settled recently or who have settled after 1950 or who are in government land, only their lands are being evicted, only their houses are being demolished. But the picture which they are trying to project that all the houses have been brought down, all the houses are being targeted, is completely baseless. Abhishek.
Okay, let's listen to some more voices that Anirudh earlier spoke to and understand it better.
आप लोग कितने साल से रह रहे हैं?
हम इधर माटी खरीद लिया 1998 में, खरीद लिया, लगभग 26 साल हो गया इधर हमको इधर रहने के लिए। तो एफेक्शन जो हुआ था वो एफेक्शन के बारे में पहले हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं था। तो रात में आकर उन लोग को सरकारी जो स्कूल है बा मस्जिद है, इससे बारंदा में उन लोग का जो नोटिस है वो नोटिस लगा कर चला गया। तो वो नोटिस में लिखा हुआ था कि 2 दिन में खाली कर दो।
यहाँ पर आपने बोला अभी कि आप लोग 1998 से यहाँ पर रह रहे थे। सरकारी यदि फाइल के मुताबिक जाए तो 1950 में 1950 में इस इलाके को ट्राइबल बेल्ट सरकार ने डिक्लेयर कर दिया था। तब 98 में जब आपने यहाँ पर ज़मीन खरीदा तब आपको किसी ने बोला नहीं था कि ये ट्राइबल बेल्ट पर आप लोग जा रहे हैं?
नहीं बताया। जब हम लोग माटी